Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Chapter 01, The Wizard and the Witcher. 298 AC, 14th year of the reign of King Rhaegar I Targaryen, the Just. King Rhaegar Targaryen held a tourney at Harrenhal in celebration of the engagement between the Prince of Dragonstone, Aegon Targaryen, and the Golden Flower of House Tyrell, Margaery Tyrell. Cadmus looked at the green liquid in the vial with a smile. The light passed through the small vial, partially illuminating one of his eyes, adding a beautiful tone to the dark green of his eyes. Perhaps from spending too much time in a lightless environment, his skin was especially pale. The potion is stable, the purity has reached 98%. Cadmus murmured. He turned his head and entered his laboratory again. The place was filled with chemical vials of different sizes and shapes, cauldrons, and a Tesla coil illuminated the dark environment with flashes of electricity. Arriving in front of an iron cage, where a rat was located, Cadmus used his wand and made a wound on the rat. Nothing significant, just enough for the rat to bleed a little. The process was so meticulous that the rat itself barely felt anything other than a slight sting. Placing a drop of the potion on the rat's wound, Cadmus's dark green eyes watched intently as the rat's skin began a healing process visible to the naked eye. 5 seconds later, there was no longer any wound on the animal's body. I modified and improved the healing potion. I also improved the strength potion and the vitality potion, and even created the elemental resistance potion, a completely new potion. A smile appeared on Cadmus's lips. From today on, he was a grand master of potions, a master who could modify and improve existing potions. Looking at the small rat, Cadmus was in a good mood and released the rat into the surroundings of his magic tower. Looking at the laboratory full of advanced chemistry vials, Cadmus showed a satisfied look, and after cleaning everything perfectly, he left the potions room. He walked down the corridor until he reached the stairs and simply stopped on them. Surprisingly, the entire staircase began to move on its own, not the steps, but the entire staircase itself. The structure moved at a comfortable speed and stopped on the top floor of the magic tower, where Cadmus's quarters were located. Cadmus arrived at the room and sat on the sofa, feeling relaxed and full of a sense of satisfaction on his face. After 5 years of studying, he had finally achieved something he could be proud of. Remembering how he arrived in this world with only a grimoire containing the entire inheritance of the Harry Potter universe, Cadmus felt that he had never studied so much in his life. If he had such determination in his past life, he would have gotten into Oxford. However, unlike the physics and chemistry knowledge of his past life, magic was incredibly more attractive and tempting. That's why he managed to study for 5 uninterrupted years. Cadmus felt that Dumbledore should give him a medal for the best extra-dimensional student at Hogwarts. After all, if he were at Hogwarts, he would be in his 5th year and would have become the youngest Grand Master of Potions in British wizarding history and possibly the world. Letting out a laugh, Cadmus felt his body relax. After arriving in this strange and familiar world, he noticed that his talent was simply insane, something Voldemort would envy for eternity. The amount of magic within him and the precise control made him a true monster that even Dumbledore would have difficulty defeating. Although Cadmus was not confident in defeating Dumbledore, he was confident in saying that he would give the most powerful wizard of the current time a lot of trouble. Although he couldn't defeat the old headmaster of Hogwarts, he would make Dumbledore lose some limbs before dying. As for how Cadmus died, he preferred not to go into detail, but it involved an evil organization for world domination by pigeons. In short, he had discovered that pigeons were not only intelligent but also orchestrated many things in the shadows. Unfortunately, he died under the conspiracy of the evil pigeons. However, this alternate universe I'm in is quite interesting. Cadmus murmured to himself with a smile considered very handsome. Like any young person, he naturally knew the universe of Ice and Fire, especially being a fan of George R.R. Martin. However, this universe was different from the one presented in the Chronicles of Ice and Fire. In this alternate reality, Rhaegar emerged victorious from the war and ascended to the throne as King Rhaegar Targaryen, the first of his name. Rhaegar received the epithet, the Just, from the people because of his wisdom and fairness in bringing all 7 kingdoms together again under the banners of House Targaryen. However, Robert Baratheon did not succumb in battle at the Trident. His right arm was severed by the legendary sword Dawn of House Dane, wielded by Ser Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, who was by his king's side in the war, defeating the Demon of the Trident, Robert Baratheon, in a relentless and deadly attack. In the final outcome, with his army defeated, Robert Baratheon was imprisoned and, after a long debate, was released on the condition that he never leave the Stormlands, under penalty of being considered a traitor and suffering immediate execution if he dared to disobey the treaty. Honestly, it was a very wise maneuver by Rhaegar to avoid the wrath of the Stormlands lords, adopting a conciliatory stance by forgiving many noble houses, which practically ceased the war in the Stormlands, giving him space to focus on the other kingdoms still at war. However, houses like Tully faced serious consequences for their unprovoked betrayal, almost losing the title of Lord Paramount in the process. If it weren't for Tywin Lannister, perhaps House Tully could no longer maintain the title of Lord Paramount of the Riverlands at the end of the rebellion. An interesting event occurred at the end of the rebellion. Cersei Lannister married Edmure Tully and became Lady of the Riverlands. Cadmus prayed silently for Edmure for marrying someone like Cersei. The poor man didn't know that his children weren't really his, at least, that's what he presumed upon seeing the hair colors of Cersei and Edmure's 3 children, all were blonde with green eyes. Jaime Lannister was truly a brave man for sleeping with his own twin sister, a true snake in human skin. Not that Cadmus was less brave. His grandfather taught him that crazy and ambitious women can provide the best sex of your life, but run away the next day. Remembering the old man, teaching him the secrets of life, Cadmus couldn't help but laugh, feeling nostalgic for the grumpy, strong, but incredibly resilient old man. Unfortunately, it wasn't just a universe separating them, but also life and death. One of the reasons he could focus on his magical studies was that he had no one on Earth. His grandfather died, and he had no one, so he quickly got used to life in this alternate, but equally interesting, universe. Besides, the faith of the 7 really had the power of the god it worshipped. This world had monsters like werewolves, vampires, chimeras, and other mythical creatures. Generally, those who fought against these monsters were the armies of knights of each lord or lady of the noble houses, but there were also witchers, humans who underwent genetic mutation through the trial of the grasses, a particularly dangerous process that resulted in the deaths of dozens of children. Of course, there was magic, but there were few magic practitioners in Westeros, most in Essos, where they were more abundant. In short, this was an incredibly diverse and quite crazy world. Something Cadmus loved. Instead of studying, working, marrying, and having children, then dying, Cadmus preferred a crazier life. He would hate to follow the normal path again. This world was perfect for him, especially with future events. Suddenly, as Cadmus Peveril was thinking, he heard a sound similar to a sharp crack in the air, and an incredibly beautiful bird perched on his shoulder. It was an entirely black bird, the black feathers seemed to burn like embers, releasing sparkling particles into the air. The beautiful bird had red eyes. The whole bird looked elegant, noble, and incredibly proud. It was a black phoenix, and unlike its red and gold counterpart, it had a particularly powerful ability to manipulate shadows and flames, while also being able to grow in height and length. Note, like the Black Phoenix in Maleficent, Mistress of Evil. Mitra, did something happen? Stroking the feathers, which were warm to the touch, Cadmus asked with a smile. In this world, Mitra was his only relative, an egg he found by chance. A sharp cry sounded from the phoenix's beak, but Cadmus understood what his companion in arms was saying. It seems Geralt is back looking for more potions. Cadmus said with a smile, feeling that his coffers were getting full again. Chapter 02, The Wizard and the Witcher. Geralt rode on his mare Plotka with his unchanging cold expression, his golden, cat-like eyes scanning the forest surroundings. Although he knew that no monster would dare to enter a wizard's forest, in his long life, he had learned that everyone can be stupid. Being in the forest in the Riverlands, the smell of wet earth, damp forest, and animal feces hung in the air. The trees were large and dark brown. Curiously, there weren't many bushes, and a solid road was under Plotka's hooves. Geralt knew that the wizard had reshaped the entire forest like a god reshaping the world. Remembering the 13-year-old boy he first met, he still found it hard to believe that a child of that size could burn a werewolf with just a flick of his magic wand. Suddenly, feeling like he was passing through a thin but watery film, Geralt raised his head and saw a gigantic black tower rising into the sky like a pillar that seemed to support the sky itself. The tower looked like it was made of blackened stone that exuded a warm aura. The Witcher knew that 5 years ago, in the same place, there was no black tower, especially one so large and majestic. But, in less than 5 years, this majestic structure had actually appeared in this world. Which seemed totally impossible, but Geralt knew that magic made things possible. The road to the Black Tower was winding, covered with polished and elegant tiles, and an impeccably beautiful garden accompanied the road. Water fountains sprayed water while the statues of nude women looked inviting. Even though he was used to the scene, Geralt had to admit, the boy knew how to live his life. Whether it was the tower or the garden, they were things that even strong and rich noble houses could not afford. Arriving in front of the gigantic stone gates, Geralt dismounted from his horse and stroked the horse's slender neck with a little more force. Horses had thicker skin, so if the caress was too light, the horse itself would think it was a mosquito touching it. "Good girl." Geralt spoke in a slightly gentler tone, which was rare for the cold and indifferent Witcher. He opened the bags and began to take out countless items. The bags looked normal, but they seemed endless. Geralt spent a lot of money to buy these bags from the wizard. After taking out an absurd amount of items, which could only be pulled by a carriage, Geralt knocked his fist on the door, making a loud, old, and long sound. The Witcher didn't have to wait long. The gates opened, and a young adult appeared before Geralt. He was wearing an intricate purple shirt with silver patterns. Over the shirt, a luxurious black vest outlined his slightly muscular, but still slender, figure. He wore black gloves on his hands and a smile on his lips. In terms of appearance, he looked around 20 years old, with pale skin due to the lack of sun exposure. His hair was black, completely black, like a raven's feathers. Silky and shiny strands fell below his eyes. Besides the impressive appearance, what mattered most were his dark green eyes like beautiful emeralds. Geralt thought the wizard was from Essos, probably a descendant of old Valyria. Common people and other human races were not so beautiful. But that was not his problem. "Geralt, my old friend. Come and drink with me." Cadmus was very happy with the Witcher's arrival. He was one of the few acquaintances and friends he had. "I created a drink that will make you never want to drink the horse piss you drink in the north again." Geralt just grunted and pointed to the goods. Without caring about the Witcher's indifference, Cadmus looked at the jars containing the most important parts of the monsters with a satisfied look. They were not just monster parts, but also some herbs that could only be found in distant and dangerous places. Drawing his wand, Cadmus flicked his wrist, and all the jars began to float in the air and disappeared from Geralt's sight. If it were anyone else, Geralt would never have allowed that to happen, but he trusted the wizard. Besides, he had an idea of how much everything was worth, so he was never worried about being cheated. Cadmus took Geralt to the top floor of the tower, his quarters, and served the Witcher a glass containing Irish whiskey prepared by himself. "Behold the drink of the gods. You can put an ice cube in it, but I advise you to drink it neat." Cadmus commented with a smile as he poured a glass for himself. Geralt didn't hesitate, and despite the high alcohol content, the taste was not as strong but more aromatic than any other drink he had had, but it went down his throat so perfectly that the Witcher took another sip. Cadmus was satisfied with the Witcher's reaction. Taking another sip, he looked at the Witcher and said with an amused tone, "I'll give you a bottle for free. Enjoy it, because you'll have to buy from me later. Any work has to be paid for." Geralt said with his deep, hoarse voice. Cadmus smiled, but soon showed a solemn expression. "The mission I gave you." Geralt also showed a solemn expression and spoke with a deep tone. "I only found traces. It seems the creatures noticed I was investigating and disappeared. But they still exist, they exude a smell of death and ice." Cadmus looked at the dark golden liquid in his glass and gently swirled the glass in circular motions, watching the liquid begin to spin. He narrowed his eyes and was not surprised. The mission he gave Geralt was to investigate further beyond the wall in the north. Naturally, Cadmus wanted a white, or even a white walker, but it seemed the blue necromancer didn't want to be found so soon. As for why he didn't go personally, it was simple: he loved living and didn't want to enter combat with a being of unknown and powerful strength. That was stupidity, and wizards shouldn't be stupid like a certain Harry Potter who wasn't afraid of anything. "It's all right. They will eventually advance further towards the wall and won't be able to hide anymore." Cadmus looked at Geralt and asked with a calm tone, "Did you receive any peculiar visits? A raven or a child of the forest?" Geralt frowned and shook his head. He would have noticed if he was being watched by a raven, although he was undecided if he could notice a child of the forest watching. After all, it was a legendary race that could practically become invisible in a forest. It seems the Green Seer is hesitating or cannot speak at this moment. Cadmus narrowed his eyes and thought. Again, it was not surprising. The three-eyed raven, or Brynden Rivers, was a busyman fighting the Night King. Shaking his head, Cadmus flicked his wrist, and a small leather pouch landed in Geralt's hands. 1,000 golden dragons, your reward for traveling so far," he said with an amused and relieved tone. Geralt took the money and nodded his head, feeling satisfied. Working with wizards was a good thing, they paid well and were not as ignorant as the commoners who reluctantly paid a dozen copper stars to kill some monsters. In comparison, now he had 1,000 golden dragons just for completing a mission. With this money, he could put even more silver on his sword and buy potions for the most diverse situations. Did anything noteworthy happen recently? Cadmus asked during the conversation, curious about the sudden increase in people passing through the forest. Something he had only recently noticed. The king is preparing a tourney at Harrenhal to celebrate the engagement between Prince Aegon and Lady Marjorie of House Tyrell. Geralt said with an indifferent tone, without any hint of interest in the celebration. That prince who is rumored to be a pillow biter? Cadmus asked curiously while lamenting Marjorie's poor fate. Marrying two gay men in two different universes is not just bad luck, it seemed destiny wanted her to be frustrated. What could be expected from a Dornishman? Geralt shrugged and was not surprised. Dorne's reputation for lust and decadence was known even in Essos. Cadmus smiled and did not continue the subject. Both men began to talk, but Cadmus narrowed his eyes and thought it was a good opportunity to finally enter the main stage of this world. Chapter 03, The Wizard and the Witcher. Geralt, you're a veteran witcher, you probably know someone at King Rhaegar's court, right? Cadmus asked with a smile. He was already tired of staying in his magic tower. He felt strong enough to protect himself now and finally wanted to show his ambition to the world. Geralt looked at the boy and nodded. I know the hand of the king, Raymond Darry. I hunted a vampire in his domain, Plowman's Keep. A man fiercely loyal to the king and a powerful lord in the Riverlands. Cadmus looked at Geralt in surprise. He never imagined the Witcher actually knew someone so important, but when you have skill, you realize you can meet the right people over a long life, especially one like Geralt's. Can you introduce me? I want to enter King Rhaegar's court. Cadmus didn't hide his purpose. He didn't like to lie, especially to his friends, of which there were few, a mythical bird and a cold witcher. Are you sure? The faith of the Seven is irritating toward magic users and even more prejudiced than they are against witchers. Geralt frowned and spoke in a solemn tone. The Faith of the Seven was the largest religious organization on the continent, with a history of nearly 7,000 years. It was a colossal monster that only House Targaryen at its peak had managed to fight. They'll need to pray a lot to their gods to face me. Cadmus said with a sarcastic tone. He didn't fear the Faith of the Seven at all, in fact, he wanted to confront them, otherwise, his political life would be too boring. Geralt understood Cadmus's mentality. He too had once been young and full of ambition, but reality over the years had extinguished that youthfulness along with his ambition. Still, he said nothing to Cadmus. If young people listened to advice, they wouldn't be young. Besides, everyone had different ambitions. He couldn't simply stop something just because he thought it would be too complicated for Cadmus. When do we leave? Geralt asked in a calm, indifferent tone. For the sake of their friendship, he was willing to visit Raymond with Cadmus. At the same time, he also felt that having a friend at court would make many things easier. I'll store my tower and we'll head to Harrenhal. Cadmus said with a big smile on his lips. He was truly excited, especially to see people's reactions when they saw magic for the first time. Geralt looked at Cadmus with a confused expression. It was the first time the Witcher had shown an expression beyond coldness, indifference, and annoyance. Store the magic tower? He really had to believe that such a large tower could be stored. Seeing Geralt's expression, Cadmus's lips curved into an amused and proud smile. Just as Newton's commander had created his suitcase with countless extension charms and atmospheric charms, essentially creating an extremely large zoo, he could do something similar. The only problem was shrinking the magic tower, but with a large amount of magical energy, he could do it, even if only for a short time. I'll surprise you, Geralt of Rivia, magic is simply the most interesting thing in the world. Cadmus spread his arms and spoke in a tone full of admiration for the vastness of magic's power to change reality itself as if he were a god. Geralt had to admit, the boy had a look that showed how much he loved what he did. A look he himself had when he'd just left Kaer Morhen. However, the disgust, contempt, and fear of people had made him lose that innocent look. I'm getting old and emotional like Vizimir. Drinking all the contents of the glass, Geralt thought with a laugh. Cadmus didn't hesitate any longer. He grabbed his suitcase and left the magic tower with Geralt. The suitcase was made of very beautiful dark green scaly leather, with gold details on the edges and a silver handle. Although he knew this would happen, seeing the next scene truly shook Geralt. With a wave of the wand, the entire magic tower began to shrink. The gigantic stone colossus disappeared in mere moments, transforming into a small black tower, resembling a child's toy. After that, Cadmus picked up the magic tower from the ground and, under Gerald's stunned eyes, he opened the suitcase and climbed inside it with his whole body. "Aren't wizards gods?" Gerald muttered to himself with a grunt. He could understand why the church detested magic users. Such powers could simply end the reverence people had for the gods. And once someone ambitious enough appeared, it would be a great danger to the church's hegemony over the people of Westeros. Suddenly, a head emerged from the suitcase. It was Cadmus. He climbed out, and after pulling his leg from the suitcase, he crouched down and picked it up. Looking at Gerald, he said, "Don't underestimate magic, Gerald. Magic is someone's imagination and determination. Once these two things come together, magic distorts reality itself. In other words, magic is imagination and how much you want something to happen. The limit is only yourself and nothing more." Gerald nodded, feeling he understood a little more about the vastness of magic. He too wanted to be a wizard, but that was impossible. Before taking the mutagen, he had no aptitude for magic, and after taking the mutagen, his magical potential was so weak he could only perform magic through signs. In short, he had no talent, and what little talent he had was so insignificant that wizards despised witchers, who didn't know how to use true magic. Note, the wizards Gerald was thinking of were the wizards of blood, fire, water, and any other element. In this world, wizards are divided into schools. Each element has a school, and most are on the continent of Essos. What about the garden? Gerald looked at the beautiful garden with a touch of regret. In his eyes, abandoning such a good place was a tremendous waste. "You're more talkative, my witcher friend." Cadmus laughed and pointed at the garden. "But don't worry, I don't plan to abandon this place. No non-wizard can enter here, and even if they do, they'll be sent back by the spells I've placed." How could Cadmus allow his home to be invaded? Besides, he planned to build a castle in this location, which would serve his future plans. It wasn't that he wanted to be a teacher, but simply that he wanted to create a school and try, at least, to build up some resistance against forces that humanity could not face with armies alone. Gerald looked at Cadmus and mounted his mare, Plotka. He didn't want to talk to this annoying boy anymore. Cadmus shrugged and walked normally. Surprisingly, he could keep up with the horse's speed. If you looked closely at Cadmus's body, you'd see flows of air almost invisible around him, subtly propelling him forward. Suddenly, a sharp cry sounded in the sky, and a beautiful, noble bird landed on Cadmus's shoulder, catching Gerald's attention. As if noticing Gerald's gaze, Mitra looked with disgust at this lecherous man and turned her feathered head, as if looking at the Witcher for too long would dirty her vision or something. Gerald just grunted in dissatisfaction. It wasn't the first time he'd been scorned by the bird, though he didn't know why he was scorned, but he didn't ask either. Would he lower himself so much as to try to convince a bird to like him? "Be a good girl, Mitra," Cadmus said with an amused smile. The relationship between Mitra and Gerald was funny in his eyes. Mitra despised Gerald's lecherous thoughts, and Gerald despised arguing with a bird. Mitra rubbed her feathered head against Cadmus's cheek and nodded, not much different from a human. After all, she was a phoenix, a being as intelligent as a human. Turning to Gerald, Cadmus asked with a smile, "How long until we reach Harrenhal?" Gerald thought for a moment and spoke calmly. "About 9 days, if we stop to rest at inns and eat at taverns. No rush. It's the first time I've left, I want to enjoy every moment." Cadmus wasn't impatient. Studying for 5 years had forged his mind in the flames of knowledge. He had patience, determination, and the courage he never had in his past life. Gerald looked at Cadmus with a touch of pity. The boy seemed to think the world was beautiful and lovely. Maybe it was for some, but he knew it was a dirty world where prejudice, fear, and discrimination were like enormous mountains, especially for people who looked different, like him and Cadmus, who were a witcher and wizard, respectively. However, Gerald didn't speak and let the boy feel firsthand how bad humanity could be. Chapter 04, The Wizard and the Witcher. Walking along the King's Road, two peculiar figures could be seen, a witcher with 2 swords on his back mounted on a horse, and a young man wearing a dark green and gold cloak with a hood, obscuring all his features. A wizard must be mysterious to instill fear, Cadmus said, after covering his body with the cloak he had prepared for long journeys. The cloak was a magical artifact, and although he wasn't a very good craftsman, the cloak had basic cleaning spells, resistance to cold and heat, and looked extremely beautiful and luxurious. Gerald just rolled his eyes. Witchers tried to go unnoticed to avoid causing too much trouble, but Cadmus was exactly the opposite. Anyone wearing such a flashy cloak would be the center of attention in any town or village they passed through. After a day of travel, both arrived at a village. Since the Riverlands were fertile land, the people seemed well-fed, wearing clothes with vibrant colors, and life seemed quite peaceful. In Geralt's vast experience, it was a very wealthy village, as most villages he'd visited weren't so prosperous. As soon as Geralt and Cadmus entered the village, they became the focus of most people, especially children, who spied on both mysterious men with excited and curious looks. Suddenly, in the children's view, the hooded figure stopped, turned his head toward them, and showed a frightening smile. The children's frightened screams sounded the next second, before the children ran with all their might in different directions. Geralt looked at Cadmus speechlessly. "Did you have to scare them?" "I didn't scare them, I just looked at them with a smile." Looking innocently at Geralt, Cadmus responded in an amused tone, finding it incredibly fun to scare children. Thinking about the future school he would found and remembering the ghosts at Hogwarts, Cadmus let out an evil laugh and promised to make the children suffer at the beginning of their school life. It wasn't that he wanted to be a teacher, but simply that he wanted to create a school and try, at least, to build up some resistance against forces that humanity could not face with armies alone. Geralt rolled his eyes and headed toward the tavern. He was too lazy to ask about the reason for the villainous laugh. A village might not have a healer, but it certainly had a tavern. After a long day of work, most men would go drink a beer or two. Drinking seemed to be ingrained in male genes. Cadmus followed behind Geralt with a smile and looked around with curiosity. Although this era had stagnated shortly after humanity stopped being gatherers and hunters, these people had things that humanity would only have in the Middle Ages. Which was quite curious. However, Cadmus didn't delve into it. He didn't want to lose his good mood thinking about conspiracies of the gods or anything like that. Arriving at the tavern, the smell of cheap alcohol and sweat made Cadmus's face show an expression of disgust. As soon as Cadmus and Geralt entered, everyone's eyes focused on them. Seeing Geralt and his eyes, there was contempt, fear, distrust, and indifference among the gazes of the men inside the tavern. Since Cadmus was with Geralt, he also received those looks, but he didn't feel anything particularly significant. If there was one thing he had learned, it was that learning to live your own life was fundamental to mental health. If someone keeps caring about what others think, that person won't be living for themselves, but for others, trying to gain useless and totally unnecessary approval. "They're looking at us, I think they find us handsome," Cadmus whispered to Geralt, who simply looked at him with a helpless expression. Meanwhile, a procession of men and women mounted on horses traveled the King's Road, leaving a cloud of dust behind. All wore heavy clothes for the cold, regardless of the heat in the Riverlands after a day of rain. In the middle of the procession, protected on all sides, a carriage particularly drew attention, definitely not for its beauty, but for the banner above it, against a white background, the head of a fierce wolf. Inside the carriage, a girl begged her mother. "Mother, I want to ride with Rob and John outside, not stay in this boring carriage." "You can't, you're a lady, Arya." Lady Catelyn Stark, née Tully, spoke in a tone of severity and reproach. Arya showed no weakness before her mother. With a look of deep disgust on her face, she responded loudly. "I'm not a lady, I hate dresses and prefer to wear pants." The voice echoed outside the carriage where everyone heard and laughed, especially the women from Bear Island, who agreed with Arya, saying that pants were more comfortable to wear than flowery dresses. Catelyn only expressed displeasure upon hearing the words coming from outside the carriage. If it were any other lord with his vassals, something like this would be considered worthy of reproach, but not in the north, where northerners weren't afraid to express themselves, regardless of the consequences. "Mother, don't mind Arya, look at the handkerchief I embroidered." A girl with a notable resemblance to Lady Catelyn spoke, calling her mother's attention, who promptly praised her red-haired daughter with 1,001 compliments. "Humph. What's the point of embroidering a handkerchief you're going to give to someone else?" Arya muttered dissatisfied, feeling displaced by the attention given to her sister and full of jealousy over the preferential treatment that was unfair in her eyes. "You wouldn't understand, horseface. This tournament is my chance to get a prince as a husband, unlike you, who not even a pig would want to marry." Sansa mocked her sister, provoking a furious reaction from Arya. "I'd rather marry a pig than the men you prefer," Arya retorted angrily, abruptly rising from her seat. Both stared at each other in silence. Both showed disdain for each other, not hiding the disgust they felt for one another at this moment. "Enough. Both of you." Catelyn intervened before the situation escalated further. It wasn't the first time the two had fought since the march from Winterfell to the Riverlands. She began to miss and worry about her younger children, Bran and Rickon, who remained in Winterfell for being too young to travel so far. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, along with the entire procession, and Catelyn sighed in relief at being able to rest a little. Her patience and comfort were being tested to the limit during this day. Robb, who was sitting on a horse, dismounted and massaged the inside of his thighs, feeling the numbness in them. Riding is good, but riding long distances sucks. Theon, beside Robb, dismounted from his horse and grumbled. "Don't be so weak, Theon." The heir of Winterfell spoke, looking at his friend with a smile. He continued. "Look at Jon, he's silent without complaining. The bastard almost never complains, his mother makes sure of that." Theon looked at the taciturn Jon and spoke with an arrogant smile, his voice containing a touch of disdain. Jon Snow didn't show much on his face, though his eyes became slightly colder than normal. "Stop it, Theon." Robb frowned and spoke in a commanding tone. Although Jon was a bastard, he was his brother, and he didn't like at all how Theon and his mother treated him. In his eyes, it wasn't Jon's fault to be born out of wedlock, but his father's, who didn't control his own dick. Theon frowned in displeasure upon hearing Robb's tone. He wasn't just a vassal of Lord Stark, but his ward, so Robb couldn't speak to him in that tone. He was the damn heir to the Seastone chair, not some filthy commoner. But he chose to remain silent, letting out only a snort of displeasure and full of dissatisfaction with his friend's actions. Both stared at each other with irritated looks. Jon let out a resigned sigh and spoke calmly. "It's okay, Robb. We don't need to argue. Let's enter the village, I want a good night's sleep." Robb wanted to say something more, but seeing his look, the heir of Winterfell only smiled bitterly. He wanted to help, but Jon didn't want help, which left him very helpless. In his eyes, Jon had to stand up for himself, not accept everything he received. The men and women of the North naturally headed toward the tavern. Drinking and feasting had always been something the North greatly appreciated. Eddard, accompanied by his wife, daughters and sons, along with the lords and ladies of the North, entered the tavern under the cautious eyes of the village commoners. Fortunately, the tavern was relatively large, so it allowed the entrance of dozens of people. The grey eyes of the Lord of Winterfell observed all the men seated around. There weren't many, 6 men to be more exact. However, his eyes soon focused on 2 figures seated at the corner table. There was no way not to pay attention to the 2 figures. A witcher and a hooded man drew attention wherever they went. Chapter 5, The Known World of Westeros. The known world is composed of at least 3 continents, Westeros, Essos, and Suturios, a large landmass, Ulthos, and a number of many smaller islands. None of the 4 major landmasses have been completely mapped, and much of the world remains unexplored. Continents. Westeros. Located in the far west of the known world, the continent of Westeros is long and relatively narrow, extending from Dorne in the south to the lands of Always Winter in the far north. The Wall, the border between the 7 kingdoms and lands beyond the Wall to the north, is 300 miles long, indicating that Westeros is roughly 900 miles wide at its widest point, east to west. North of the Wall, much land remains uncharted. Essos. Separated from Westeros by the narrow sea, Essos extends eastwards for many thousands of miles. It is larger than Westeros, but much of it consists of less densely populated steppes, plains, and deserts. The western edge of the continent is controlled by the 9 free cities, while the city-states of Slavers Bay are in the south-central region. Much of the continental interior, known as the Dothraki Sea, is grassland ruled by the tribal warriors known as the Dothraki. Further east is Karth and the fabled Jade Sea. The mapped lands of Essos are divided by the Bone Mountains, which run from the Shivering Sea in the north to the Jade Gates in the south. East of the Bone Mountains are the plains of the Jogos Nai, E.T., the Grey Waste, Mossavi, and the legendary Ashai in the foreboding Shadowlands. Suturios. Suturios, also written as Sothoris, is south of Essos, on the far side of the Summer Sea. It is a large continent, perhaps as long as Essos is wide, consisting of deserts and jungles and mountains. It is said to be a haven for plagues and dangerous animals, and has not been explored much by Westerosi beyond the northern coastal regions. The Summer Islanders may have mapped the continent and its coastlines, but they do not share their knowledge. Off the coast of northwestern Suturios are the Basilisk Isles, and to the west is Noth. Ulthos, possibly. Ulthos is a large landmass to the southeast of Essos, across the Saffron Straits from the Shadowlands. It may or may not be a continent, and its size is still unknown, as it is on the edge of the known world. Islands. The largest island in the known world is Great Morak, between the Summer Sea and the Jade Sea to the south of Karth. The second largest appears to be Ibi in the Shivering Sea north of the kingdoms of the Ifaquevran, followed by the largest of the Summer Isles, Jala. See also various other islands. Seas. Shivering Sea. The Shivering Sea is a frigid sea north of Essos. It is bounded to the west by northeastern Westeros, to the south by the Narrow Sea and northern Essos, to the north by a vast frozen wilderness called the White Waste, and to the east by lands and seas unknown, perhaps the Sunset Sea. The Sunset Sea. The Sunset Sea or Sunset Sea is a sea to the west of Westeros. It borders the Reach, the Westerlands, the Iron Islands, the Riverlands, the North, and the lands beyond the Wall. The Summer Sea. The Summer Sea is a body of water located south of Westeros and Essos. The Southern Sea has deep blue waters and is warm from the sun. The Jade Sea. The Jade Sea is a large body of water in the far east of the explored world, beyond the Jade Gates, which separate it from the Summer Sea. The Narrow Sea. The Narrow Sea is the sea between the continents of Westeros to its west and Essos to its east. The sea is relatively narrow and easy to cross, but large enough to make large-scale invasions and military incursions between the Seven Kingdoms and the Free Cities difficult. There is regular trade across the Narrow Sea between the two continents and the port of Ibn. Westerosi nobles are sometimes fostered or seek refuge in the cities across the water. The Seven Kingdoms. The Seven Kingdoms refers to a realm located on the continent of Westeros, ruled by a monarch-styled king of the Undals, the Rhoynar, and the first man and lord of the Seven Kingdoms. The king rules from the Iron Throne within the Red Keep in the capital city, King's Landing. The kingdom's name derives from the situation 3 centuries ago when Aegon the Conqueror set to unite the lands of Westeros, which was then ruled by 7 independent realms, besides the lands beyond the Wall. The new kingdom created from Aegon's conquest is now divided into 9 regions or provinces. Regions and territory. The Crownlands. The Crownlands are one of the 9 constituent regions of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. It was never a sovereign kingdom, instead being contested by river kings, storm kings, and local petty kings until Aegon the Conqueror seized control of the area during his wars of conquest and made it his primary foothold on the continent. Since then, the Crownlands have been sworn directly to the Iron Throne, held first by House Targaryen and then, after Robert's Rebellion, by House Baratheon. Some notable houses of the Crownlands include Bar Emmon, Celtigar, Massey, Rosby, Ricker, Stokeworth, Sunglass, and Valyrian. Waters is a common surname given to bastards of noble origin in the vicinity of Blackwater Bay. Dorne. Dorne is the large peninsula which makes up the southernmost part of Westeros, and is one of the constituent regions of the Seven Kingdoms. The lords of the ruling house Nymeros Martell style themselves Prince and Princess in the Rhoynish fashion. The Martells rule from their capital, Sunspear, outside of which sprawls the Shadow City. Notable houses include Alairion, Blackmont, Dane, Fowler, Jourdain, Corgyle, Sant-Agar, Toland, Euler, Vaith, Will, and Ironwood. The Iron Islands. The Iron Islands, the Iron Isles, or the Kingdom of the Iron Isles, is one of the constituent regions of the Seven Kingdoms. The Isles were historically ruled by rock, salt, and high kings chosen in Kingsmoots, next by hereditary kings of the Iron Islands, and then briefly by kings of the Isles and the rivers. Since Aegon's conquest, the region has been ruled by House Greyjoy, lords of the Iron Islands, from their castle of Pike. The Iron Islands are home to a fierce seafaring people who call themselves the Ironborn. While some say the archipelago is named after the abundant iron ore on the islands, the Ironmen claim it is instead named after their own unyielding nature, for, it is often said that every captain is a king aboard his own ship, so the islands are also called, the Land of 10,000 Kings. Notable houses have included Blacktide, Botley, Drum, Good Brother, Grey Iron, Harlaw, Hoare, Merlin, Stonehouse, Sunderly, Tawny, and Wynch. Bastards of noble origin from the Iron Islands received the surname Pike. The North. The North, or the Winterlands is one of the constituent regions of Westeros and was a sovereign nation ruled by kings in the north before Aegon's conquest. The largest region of the Seven Kingdoms, the dominion of House Stark extends from the border of the New Gift, which is controlled by the Night's Watch, to the southern edge of the neck far to the south. The north has been ruled by the Starks for thousands of years from the castle known as Winterfell. The only city in the region is White Harbor, while the most prominent northern towns are the Wintertown and Barrowton. Notable bannermen of the region include Bolton, Serwyn, Dustin, Flint, Glover, Hornwood, Karstark, Manderley, Mormont, Reed, Risswell, Tallheart, and Umber. Bastards of noble origin raised in the north are given the surname Snow. The Reach. The Reach, historically the Kingdom of the Reach or the Green Realm, is one of the constituent regions of the Seven Kingdoms on the continent of Westeros. It was formerly a sovereign nation ruled by the kings of the Reach before Aegon's conquest. It is the second largest of the kingdoms behind the north and is considered the most fertile and heavily populated part of Westeros. The Reach is considered the home of chivalry in Westeros. It is the place where knighthood is looked upon with the greatest reverence and esteemed the most. It is also the place where the rules for tourneys are the most stringent and managed. The Reach is ruled from the Castle of Highgarden by House Tyrell. Notable houses have included Ashford, Caswell, Crane, Florent, Fossaway, Gardner, Hightower, Merryweather, Mullendore, Oakhart, Redwine, Rowan, Tarley, and Verwell. Noble bastards born in the Reach are given the surname Flowers. The Riverlands. The Riverlands, historically the Kingdom of Rivers and Hills, are a central region of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros, consisting of the rich, fertile, and populous areas around the Three Forks of the Trident and the northern Blackwater Rush. At the time of Aegon's conquest, the Riverlands and the Iron Islands were ruled by House Hoare, the kings of the Isles and the rivers, although native river kings ruled centuries earlier. Because of their central position in Westeros and lack of natural boundaries, the Riverlands have been a frequent battleground. The people of the Riverlands are known as Rivermen or occasionally Riverlanders, and they are a mixture of hardy warriors, peaceful fisherfolk, and devout small folk. Their lords have a reputation for being notoriously quarrelsome, and are referred to as River Lords. Noble bastards born in the Riverlands are given the surname Rivers. The Riverlands are ruled from Riverrun by House Tully, the Lords Paramount of the Trident. Notable houses of the region have included Blackwood, Bracken, Derry, Fry, Lothston, Mallister, Mutton, Mudd, Piper, Ryger, Strong, Vance, and Went. The Stormlands. The Stormlands, historically the Kingdom of the Storm, are one of the constituent regions of the Seven Kingdoms on the continent of Westeros. The Kingdom of the Storm was a sovereign nation until Aegon's conquest, in which the last Storm King was slain. The region is so named for the savage and frequent autumn storms that batter the coast after beginning in the summer sea. The Stormlands are ruled from the Castle of Storm's End by House Baratheon. Notable bannermen of the region include Buckler, Cairn, Cunnington, Dundarian, Errol, Estermont, Penrose, Selmy, Staidman, Swan, Tarth, and Wild. Noble bastards raised in the Stormlands are given the surname Storm. The Vale of Arryn. The Vale of Arryn, the Vale, or the Kingdom of Mountain and Vale, is one of the constituent regions of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros. It was formerly a sovereign nation ruled by the kings of Mountain and Vale before Aegon's conquest. The Mountains of the Moon surround the smaller Vale proper, although the valley's name is often applied to all of House Arryn's realm. The Vale is ruled by the Arryns from the castle known as the Eyrie. Notable houses of this region include Baelish, Belmore, Corbray, Egan, Grafton, Hersey, Hunter, Melcombe, Redford, Royce, Templeton, and Waynwood. 7, 8, bastards of noble origin raised in the Vale are given the surname Stone. The Westerlands. The Westerlands or Westlands, historically the Kingdom of the Rock, are a region in the west of the continent of Westeros. Before Aegon's conquest, it was ruled by the Kings of the Rock. People from the Westerlands are known as Westermen. The customary surname of bastards of noble origin born in the Westerlands is Hill. The Westerlands are ruled from Casterly Rock by House Lannister. Notable bannermen have included Baneford, Brax, Broom, Clegane, Crakehall, Farman, Lefford, Liddon, Marbrand, Payne, Prester, Rain, Serret, Swyft, Tarbeck, and Westerling. The Free Cities. The Free Cities, also called the Nine Free Cities, are a group of 9 independent city-states in western Essos, located west of the Dothraki Sea and the Painted Mountains and northwest of the Valyrian Peninsula. The Free Cities trade and interact frequently with the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros. Many in the Free Cities consider themselves more sophisticated than Westerosi, with some considering the people of the Seven Kingdoms to be savages. Bravos. Bravos, also known as Bravos of the 100 Isles and the Secret City, and sometimes referred to as the bastard daughter of Valyria, 9, is the wealthiest and likely the most powerful of the Free Cities. It is also the youngest of the 9 cities, and was founded by slaves fleeing the grasp of the Valyrian freehold. The ancestry of the founders of Bravos was highly diverse, and the founders of Bravos spoke many tongues. Because of this, they used the language of their masters, High Valyrian, as their common tongue. The current Bravosi tongue is a corrupt dialect of the original High Valyrian. Because of the diverse origins of the Bravosi, temples for all gods can be found in Bravos, including a temple for the Moonsingers of the Jogos Nigh of the further east. A seafaring city composed of many tiny islands, Braavos is known for its ships with purple hulls and sails, the powerful Iron Bank, the guild of assassins known as the Faceless Men, and the Titan of Braavos, the fortified statue and lighthouse that straddles the entrance channel to the city. Braavos is ruled by the Sea Lord, who is elected by the city's magisters and keyholders of the Iron Bank. Notable Bravosi include Sirio Farrell, a former First Sword of Braavos, and Tycho Nestoris, an agent of the Iron Bank. Lorith. Located on the largest of 3 islands at the mouth of Lorith Bay, Lorith is one of the northernmost of the 9 free cities. It is also the smallest, poorest, and least populous of the free cities, as well as the most isolated. While the islands were originally inhabited by the maze-makers, Lorith was founded when the followers of the god Bosch settled on the main isle in 1436 BC. Notable Lorathi include Jakin Hagar. Lys. Lys is located on an island near the southern coast. The blood of old Valyria still runs strong in this free city, and as such, many Lyseni, even among the small folk, resemble the dragon lords of old. Lys is well known for its pleasure houses, training slaves in the arts of love and selling them as concubines and bed slaves. Having once formed the triarchy with Tyrosh and Myr, Lys now frequently fights with them over the control of the disputed lands. Notable Lyseni include Varys, a eunuch and spymaster for several Westerosi kings, Salador San, a pirate and Sel, Doria, a handmaid to Daenerys Targaryen, Lysono Mar, a member of the Golden Company, and Tregor Malin, a merchant prince. Myr. Myr is a coastal city renowned for their master glass crafters, intricate lace, and fine carpets. It is considered to be among the most advanced of the free cities, and famed for its arts and learning. While Myr once formed the triarchy with Tyrosh and Lys, they now frequently fight over control of the disputed lands. Notable mermen include Tina, the wife of Lord Orton Merryweather, Thuras of Myr, a red priest of Lawler, and Sarala, the wife of Lord Dennis Darklyn, who was involved in the defiance of Duskendale. Norvos. Inland Norvos sits in 2 parts, one atop a high hill and the other beside the Noin. The surrounding area is a land of rolling hills, terraced farms, and white stucco villages. The city has 3 large bells, each with its own name and distinctive voice, which are rung to govern every aspect of city life. Norvashi men can be recognized by their dyed and upswept mustaches. The city is run by a council of magisters, chosen by the bearded priests. Notable Norvashi include Ario Hoda, the captain of Prince Doran Martell's guard, and Lady Melario, Doran's estranged wife. Pentos. Pentos is a major trading port on a bay of the western coast, at approximately the latitude of the Westerosi city King's Landing. The Prince of Pentos is chosen by the de facto rulers of the city, known as magisters. Khalasars of the Dothraki occasionally make their way this far from the Dothraki Sea, but the Pentoshi are spared much of the raiding and invasions by paying tribute to their khals. Slavery is outlawed in Pentos, but the Pentoshi flout these laws by keeping servants who, in essence, are slaves. Notable Pentoshi include Illyrio Mopatis, a powerful magister, and the Tattered Prince, the commander of the Windblown, a mercenary company. Qohor. Lying in the vast forest of Qohor, Qohor is known for its fine tapestries and its smiths, who have the rare ability to reforge Valyrian steel. The Black Goat is a prominent god in the city. Qohor's guard is comprised solely of unsullied eunuch slave soldiers, and has been ever since 3,000 unsullied soldiers successfully defended the city against a Khalasar. Notable Qohorics include Vargo Hoat, leader of the brutal mercenary company called the Brave Companions, and Tobo Mott, a master armorer in King's Landing. Tyrosh. A coastal city, Tyrosh is ruled by the Archon of Tyrosh. The Tyroshi are known for their greed. Traders deal extensively in slaves and Tyroshi pear brandy, and Tyroshi master armorsmiths make intricate armor in fantastic shapes. The city is often involved in conflicts over the disputed lands and the stepstones with Lys and Myr. Notable Tyroshi include Greenbeard, Roro Uhoris, and the flamboyant Dario Naharis, one of 3 captains of the Stormcrow's sellsword company. Volantis. The southernmost of the free cities, Volantis is situated nearest Slaver's Bay, and does extensive trade in slaves, glassware, and wines. The city is the oldest and proudest of the free cities, and only the old blood, those who can trace their lineage back to Valyria, may dwell within the part of the city behind the Black Wall. Volantis is ruled by an elected triarchy. Volantene sellswords are often recognizable by their fierce tattoos. It is not uncommon for the Volantene to mark the faces of their slaves and servants with tattoos as well. Volantis is sometimes drawn into conflicts over the disputed lands. Notable Volantens includes the Triarch Belicho, the Full Patchface, and the Widow of the Waterfront. Civilizations. The Valyrian Freehold. The Valyrian freehold was a great territory that spanned much of the continent of Essos, but has since fallen to ruin. It was destroyed approximately 100 years before Aegon's conquest, when it was brought down by a cataclysmic event known as the Doom of Valyria. At its prime, the Valyrian freehold encompassed most of the eastern continent and reached as far as the current Free Cities and the island of Dragonstone off the coast of Westeros. The freehold was technically never an empire, however for ease of reference it tends to be referred to as one. The freehold was an advanced civilization, and the dominant military and cultural power of the known world. Its capital was the city Valyria. The freehold was ruled by the lords freeholder, powerful noble families. The most powerful of these were the Dragon Lords. Origin. Ancient Valyria was a civilization sheltered in the 14 Flames, a ring of volcanoes on the Valyrian Peninsula. Valyrian stories claim that dragons originated in their lands, although tales from Ashai claim the beasts were brought to Valyria from the Shadowlands. The Valyrians tamed the dragons with magic, taught by a vanished people from the Shadowlands according to the Ashai, and mastered the technique of raising and training the dragons into devastating weapons of war. They began expanding their influence, establishing the freehold with the city of Valyria as its capital. Magic flowered, topless towers rose toward the heavens where dragons soared, stone Valyrian sphinxes gazed down through eyes of garnet, and smiths used spells to forge Valyrian steel weapons of legendary strength and sharpness. Rise to power and the fall of Guise. Some 5,000 years ago, in the early days of Valyria, the old empire of Guise dominated and controlled much of Essos. The Giscari attempted to stop Valyria's expansion and the burgeoning freehold was involved in a series of great wars against the old empire. The Giscari lockstep legions attacked Valyria 5 times, but they could never defeat them. With the help of dragons, Valyria was able to defend and emerge victorious each time. Finally, in the last of the Giscari wars, the Valyrians marched on their capital, Old Guise, razed it to the ground, and sowed its fields with salt, sulfur, and skulls, obliterating it and thereby destroying the old empire of Guise. Adopting slavery from Guise, Valyria expanded its influence over the surviving Giscari colonies of Slavers Bay, and continued to conquer and colonize further. Western expansion. The Valyrian freehold continued to expand and conquer further west, capturing many slaves from conquered lands and using them to mine great wealth from the 14 Flames, as well as build great cities and roadways that led to Valyria. For many years the Valyrians were at peace with the Rhoynar civilization of the Rhoyne, west of the Valyrian Peninsula. From the colonial freehold of Volantis, the Valyrians instead crossed the Rhoyne and marched west to wage war on the Undulls of Andalos. Rather than be enslaved by Valyria, the Undulls crossed the narrow sea and invaded Westeros. The Valyrians overwhelmed the remaining Undulls of western Essos and established colonies west of their peninsula. The Valyrians are believed to have traveled as far as Old Town, predating the arrival of the first men and trading with the elder races, according to Jellicoe. Septon Barth also claimed Valyrians came to Westeros because their priests prophesied that the doom of men would come out of the land beyond the narrow sea. Archmaester Perstan speculates some tragedy or mishap fell upon them and led them to shun Westeros ever after. People and culture. Valyrians are famous for having silver-gold hair and violet-purple eyes, characteristics not found amongst any other peoples of the world. This can vary from white to silver-gold to blonde hair, and from lilac to deep purple and pale blue eyes. The most noble of Valyrians were considered strikingly, some say inhumanly, beautiful. The Valyrian nobility valued purity of blood. Therefore, the practice of incest was common in Old Valyria, as the Valyrians would customarily wed brother to sister. These practices were not limited to the freehold. On Dragonstone the Targaryens continued to practice incestuous marriage and polygamy to keep the dragon bloodline pure. Legacy. At its apex, the freehold's capital, Valyria, was the greatest city in the known world, the center of civilization. Most of Valyria's culture, language, and craft was lost in the Doom, which was followed by the Century of Blood. Valyrian descendants scattered across the world, many across the surviving Valyrian colonies, the Free Cities, and across the cities of Slavers Bay. Many of the surviving Valyrians intermarried and became mixed with other peoples. Their descendants speak in various local dialects of Valyrian. Valyria is remembered for its ability to raise and command dragons and using them as weapons of war. This was demonstrated by the Targaryens, the last of the known Valyrian dragon lords, who used that knowledge to conquer and rule the Seven Kingdoms. Valyria is also remembered for forging weapons made of Valyrian steel, a magical alloy used to make weapons of unparalleled quality. The secret of forging such metal was apparently lost with Valyria, making those remaining weapons highly treasured and extremely rare. The Old Empire of Guise. The Old Empire of Guise was one of the oldest known nations and cultures in the world. It reigned supreme over much of Essos. Its founding and golden age predate that of its successor, the Valyrian freehold, by thousands of years. Harpy. The Old Empire used the harpy emblem of Old Guys. It depicted a fanged woman with leathery wings for arms, the legs of an eagle, and the tail of scorpion, clutching a thunderbolt in her talons. History. Rise. The Old Empire rose from the ancient Old Guys in Giskar, a city founded by Grasdan the Great. Old Guys fielded highly disciplined lockstep legions of free soldiers reputed to have been nearly unbeatable on the battlefield. The architecture of Old Guys was dominated by massive brick towers and pyramids built using slave labor. Since the Giskari Hills were rich in copper, the Old Empire used bronze weapons. After colonizing nearby land, Old Guys began subjugating its neighbors. The Giskari expanded south to Suturios and the Basilisk Isles, building Garrosh as a penal colony at Wyvern Point, Semeter at the mouth of the Zamoyos, and Gorgai on the Isle of Tears. Giskari Wars. After the Valyrians discovered dragons and quickly rose to power, the Giskari wanted dragons for their own. 5 great wars were fought between Giskar and the Valyrian freehold, 6, with the tall men of the kingdom of Sarnar participating in 3 of the conflicts. The Giskari won some battles, as there is a large ancient tapestry in the heart of the Great Pyramid in Meereen showing the last survivors of a defeated Valyrian army passing beneath the yoke and being chained. However, the Giskari eventually lost each war. The Old Empire fell 5,000 years ago. In the 5th Giskari War the Valyrians smashed the Giskari legions and used their dragons to burn Old Guys and its pyramids to the ground. The Valyrians sowed the fields with salt and sulfur to prevent any surviving inhabitants from returning. Government. The ruling structure of the Old Empire is unknown. 5,000 years after the Empire's fall, Hisdar zo Lorak's list of titles includes those of Scion of Old Guys and Octarch of the Old Empire. This may imply that the Empire was ruled by a council of 8, that it had 8 regional governors underneath an emperor, or that Octarch was a military title or rank. It is uncertain if Hisdar's title has any basis in the Old Empire's practices. People. The modern Giskari people are mongrels of a dozen races and peoples driven together by the Empire and its fall. They are spread over a large area around Slaver's Bay, west of the Gulf of Grief. Giskari have dense, dark amber skin and wiry hair with red highlights. Men of the slaver cities are known to wear their hairs teased, oiled, and twisted into fantastic shapes. They wear cloaks of yellow with copper discs sewn on. Their tunics are embroidered linen. Below the waist they wear pleated linen skirts and sandals. The richest classes, who are primarily made up of slavers, were the Tokar, and are fond of rich foods, such as dogs, octopus stew, and duck eggs. Legacy. The harpy is a Giskari symbol, in Game of Thrones, complete guide to Westeros. The old Giskari language, culture, and gods were largely forgotten over time, and the Giskari adopted the language of their Valyrian conquerors. Today, most speak a dialect of High Valyrian. The crumbling walls, stepped pyramids, and harpy statues are all that remain of the Old Empire's glory days. The unsullied tactics are considered a remnant of Old Guys. They are trained to fight in the same disciplined lockstep manner and are considered the legions of Old Guys come again, but are slaves instead of free men. The free iron legions of New Guys are also inspired by the lockstep legions of old. The harpy was adopted as a symbol by all the slaver cities and their silver coins are stamped with a harpy. The good masters of Astapor, the wise masters of Yunkai, and the great masters of Meereen have been training slaves for generations, much as their predecessors did, and are experts at it. The Roiner. The Roiner are one of the 3 major ethnic groups from which the humans of Westeros descend, the others being the Undals and the First Men. They were a culture of river-faring people who dwelt on the banks of the immense river Roine in Essos. After being forced to flee in 10,000 ships during the Roinish Wars with Valyria, the surviving Roiner eventually settled in Dorne in southern Westeros. While most Roiner integrated into Dornish society, especially into the so-called salty Dornishmen, the orphans of the green blood have retained their Roinish heritage and language. The Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, who sits Iron Throne, claims the title of King of the Undals, the Roiner, and the First Men. Appearance. The Roiner were a slender people with smooth olive skin, black hair, and dark eyes. Some maesters have controversially theorized that the people of Myr are related to the Roiner because of their similar olive skin. Culture. The Roiner practiced a number of customs that differ from mainstream Undal culture. These included equal primogeniture, granting inheritances to the eldest child regardless of gender. They also tolerated homosexuality. Due to their origin in city-states, the Roiner titled their rulers princes and princesses. Their influence made these customs standard in Dorne as well. The Rhoynar worshipped a number of river-themed nature gods. Their primary god was Mother Rhoyne, or Mother River, the personification of the river Rhoyne itself. Other gods include the Old Man of the River, a turtle god, and his adversary, the Crab King. Art and music flourished in the ancient cities of the Rhoynar. They were by and large a peaceful people, but were fiercely independent, and could be formidable when roused to wrath. History. The Rhoynar lived in city-states along the vast network of the river Rhoyne, including Arnoy, Croyane, Goyandro, New York Sar, Sarmel, and Sarhoy. The Rhoynish civilization was as storied and ancient as the old empire of Guise. The Rhoynar taught the Undals how to work iron, although the seven-pointed star of the faith of the seven teaches that the Undals received this gift from the smith. The Rhoynar used water magic to defend themselves from enemies. Garrus the Grey, Prince of New York Sar, is said to have driven hairy men from the Noin. However, the Valyrian freehold's expansion from the east threatened to overtake the Rhoynar hundreds of years before Aegon's landing. For some 2.5 centuries, the Rhoynish wars were fought between the Valyrians and the Rhoynar. In the last of these, Garin the Great, Prince of Croyane, led 250,000 Rhoynar to their deaths in battle against the Valyrians. Nymeria, Princess of New York Sar, led the surviving Rhoynar, mostly women and children, in fleeing Essos in 10,000 ships. During and after the Rhoynar evacuation, the Valyrians destroyed the great cities of the Rhoynish realm. Their massive ruins are still easily observed from the Rhoyne. Rhoynar in Dorne. Nymeria led her followers on dangerous journeys to the Basilisk Isles, Suturios, Noth, the Summer Isles, the Stepstones, and finally Dorne in southern Westeros. Nymeria married a Dornish lord, Mors Martell of the Sandship, and helped him consolidate Dorne under his rule through Nymeria's War. Under the rule of House Nimros Martell of Sunspair, the Rhoynar have lived and intermingled with the native Dornish since that time. Having abandoned the Rhoyne, most Rhoynar adopted the faith of the Seven in Westeros. In the conquest of Dorne, King Daeron I Targaryen differentiated between 3 sorts of Dornishmen, so-called stony, sandy, and salty Dornishmen. The salty Dornishmen are held to have the most Rhoynish blood, being dark-haired, olive-skinned, and living close to the shore. The salty Dornishmen no longer speak the language of the ancient Rhoynar, although they do speak the common tongue with a distinctive drawl. Unlike the rest of the Seven Kingdoms, equal primogeniture is practiced in Dorne as it was along the Rhoyne. Some descendants of the Rhoynar did not assimilate and continue to practice the traditions of their ancestors, however. Called the orphans of the Green Blood, these individuals live on rafts along the river Green Blood and consider themselves orphaned from their mother Rhoyne. They are of pure Rhoynar blood and still speak the Rhoynish language in secret. The Dothraki people. The Dothraki people are a culture of nomadic warriors in Essos who range across the vast grasslands of the Dothraki Sea in hordes known as Khalasars. People of the Seven Kingdoms and the Free Cities also refer to the Dothraki as horselords. Appearance. Dothraki typically have copper-toned skin, black hair, and black, almond-shaped eyes. Dothraki men wear their hair in long braids, oiled or greased with fat from the rendering pits. Dothraki warriors carry small bells in their braids, which ring softly when they move. They are only allowed to braid their hair after they have won a victory. A bell is added to their braid after each victory. The braid is only cut when a Dothraki warrior is defeated in battle, an act through which he lets the world know his shame. Only few men die with their braids never having been cut off. Men further might wear metal rings bound in their mustachios. Both men and women might wear painted leather vests over bare chests and horsehair leggings cinched by bronze medallion belts, although wealthier Dothraki might also have silver and golden medallions on their belts. Others might wear sand silk trousers. For footwear, Dothraki wear leather boots, leather sandals which lace up to the knee, or sandals of woven grass. However, when visiting the Free Cities, the Dothraki wear rich fabrics and sweet perfumes. Being accustomed to riding horses every entire day, Dothraki warriors walk with a bow-legged swagger on the ground. The Dothraki scrub themselves clean with sand. Culture and customs. Khalasars. Dothraki live in hordes called Khalasars. Their chieftains are called Khals, while the wife of a Khal is known as a Khaleesi. The heir of a Khal is named the Khalaka. A KO is one of the Khal's commanders within a horde. According to a semi-canon source, a Khaz consists of the personal guard of important individuals, such as a Khaleesi or a KO. Bloodriders fulfill the roles of guards, brothers, shadows, and friends to the Khal in ways that run deeper than the oath of the King's Guard to the King on the Iron Throne. The Khal and his bloodriders commonly refer to each other as blood of my blood. The Jaqqa-Ran are mercy men who move among the corpses in battlefields, cutting off the heads of the dead and dying. When the Kalasar is on the move, scouts range ahead while outriders guard the flanks. Kalasars keep two sorts of healers. The first are barren women who practice their healing with herbs, potions, and spells. Eunuch slaves, on the other hand, use knives, needles, and fire. Social status. The Dothraki consider riding a horse as a basic marker of social status. A Khal who cannot ride cannot rule. Custom decrees that the Khaleesi must ride a mount worthy of her place by the side of the Khal. Pregnant women are expected to ride on horseback almost up to the moment of birth. Doing anything else might be considered weak. Some women giving birth ride on a cart. A cart is of less prestige, and is further meant for eunuchs, cripples, the very young, and the very old. A man who does not ride is considered the lowest of the low. He is not even seen as a man, and considered to be without honor or pride. Although some are respected, women have a lower social status than men. For example, the blood riders of a Khal will not allow themselves to be commanded by his Khaleesi. Nonetheless, even the mightiest Khal will bow to the wisdom and authority of the Dosh Khaleen, the widowed Khaleesis who reside at Ves Dothrak. Most of all, the Dothraki follow strength. Should a Khal die without an adult heir, his Khos might fight among themselves to take the place of the fallen Khal. In the case that the Khal has a Kalaka who is still a child, this heir might be killed so as not to be a rival. Religion. The Dothraki worship a horse god. The Dothraki believe that when someone dies, the horse god parts the grass and claims the deceased for his starry Kalasar, so the deceased can ride the night lands. The Dothraki further believe that the moon is a goddess, and that she is the wife to the sun. In addition, they believe in hell. Dothraki consider the earth to be their mother and think it sinful to cut her flesh with plows and spades and axes. This leads them to burn down fields, farms, and towns to return the grasslands to their wild state. Economy. Buying and selling is considered to be unmanly by the Dothraki, and they instead use giving and receiving gifts as a common way for doing trade. However, giving a gift in return might not always occur immediately upon receiving a gift. This is exemplified by the Dothraki selling their captives on occasion to the slaver cities. They call these slaves gifts, and as payment receive gifts from the slavers. Trade is allowed in the sacred city Ves Dothrak, where, by the leave of the Dosh Khaleen, merchants and traders gather to exchange goods and gold, though they mostly trade with each other, and only little with the Dothraki themselves. In the western market merchants from the free cities come to trade, while in the eastern market traders from Ashai, the Shadow Lands, and the lands from beside the Jade Sea place their caravans. The merchants are tolerated provided that they do not break the peace of the city, do not profane the mother of mountains or womb of the world, and honor the Dosh Khaleen with the traditional gifts of salt, silver, and seed. The free cities, like Mir, Pentos, and Norvos, and the slave cities in Slavers Bay deal carefully with the Dothraki. The rulers of the cities give lavishly to every Khal who passes with his Kalasar, feasting them and giving them gifts, so the Kalasar will pass on without sacking the city. Slavers Bay. Slavers Bay is a cultural and geographical region of central Essos. Built from the ashes of the old empire of Guise, Slavers Bay became a wealthy hub of the global slave trade. It flows into the Gulf of Grief. Geography. Slavers Bay is located along the south of central Essos. In the west it reaches the eastern shores of the Valyrian Peninsula and contains Isle of Illyria. Tolos and the ruins of Borash are located along the Black Cliffs in the bay's north. In the east of Slavers Bay are the Isle of Yeris, the hilly peninsula of Giskar, and the great slave cities of Astapor, Meereen, and Yunkai. The bay is separated from the Gulf of Grief to its south by the Isle of Cedars, too. People. Although little Giskari culture survived the old empire's collapse, the modern people of Slavers Bay take great pride in their Giskari heritage, referring to themselves as the sons of the Harpy or the Harpy's sons. The cities each use a harpy as their emblem, similar to Old Guise. Where the harpy of Old Guise grasps a thunderbolt in its talons, the harpy of Astapor has a chain with open manacles at either end hanging in its talons, and the harpy of Yunkai grasps a whip and an iron collar in its talons. Although Meereen also uses a harpy as their emblem, it is currently unknown what their harpy has in its talons. The old Giskari tongue has been largely forgotten. Most modern Giskari speak in the language of their conquerors, High Valyrian. The dialects of Astapor and Yunkai contain a growl of the Old Giskari tongue, whereas in Meereen they speak a bastard form of High Valyrian blended with Old Giskari tongue. The modern Giskari do continue to write with Giskari glyphs. Descending from the Giskari of old, most Astapori have amber skins, broad noses, dark eyes, and black or dark red hair, or a mixture of red and black hair which is distinctive to the ancient Giskari. Astapori warriors of noble birth oil and twist their hair into fantastic shapes like horns, wings, blades, and grasping hands, giving them a demonic look, while other Astapori men might only oil their hair and beard. In Yunkai and Mirin, other nobility oils and twists their hair into multiple shapes as well, using combs, wax, and irons. The Yunkai wear tall helms in order to preserve the stylings. In all three of the slaver cities, freeborn men and women wear tokars, which is a sign of power, as the wearer is required to hold onto the fabric with one hand whilst wearing it. The fringe on the tokar signifies a person's status. Economy. Slavery is the dominant industry of Slavers Bay. Stories told about the flesh marts of the slave cities are dire and frightening. The city's slave traders form their ruling aristocracy. The slavers of Astapor, Yunkai, and Mirin call themselves the good, wise, and great masters respectively. The good masters are rivals of one another when dealing in bed slaves, field hands, scribes, craftsmen, and tutors. However, when dealing in their far-famed eunuch soldier slaves, the Unsullied, they work together as allies. Trained from a young age, the Unsullied are trained to be obedient, fearless warriors who feel no pain. The Astapori claim that the Unsullied are the lockstep legions of the old empire come again, although unlike the soldiers of these ancient legions, the Unsullied are not free men. Yunkai is known for training bed slaves who are taught the way of the 7 sighs and the 16 seats of pleasure. Mirin's fighting pits are far famed across the world, drawing trade to the city. Warriors are bred and trained in the fighting pits, and sold across Essos. The Dothraki deliver many of the slaves trained and sold on the slave markets of the slaver cities on Slavers Bay. Copper is plentiful in the Giskari Hills near Mirin. Giskari wine, made from small pale yellow grapes native to the regions, produces a notably inferior vintage. Cities. Astapor. Ruled by the good masters, Astapor is far famed for its eunuch slave soldiers, the Unsullied. Trained from a young age, these men are trained to be obedient and fearless. The Astapori like to claim that the Unsullied are the lockstep legions of the old empire of guys come again, but unlike these ancient legions, the Unsullied are not free men. An old rhyme about Astapor says, bricks and blood built Astapor, and bricks and blood are people, referring to the red bricks of which the city is built taking their color from the blood of the slaves who made them. Astapor is also known as the Red City. The Astapori emblem is a variation on the harpy of old guys, which shows a chain with open manacles at either end in the harpy's talons. Yunkai. Yunkai is ruled by cunning and corrupted slavers called the Wise Masters. The city is also known as the Yellow City, referring to the yellow bricks the city is made of. Yunkai is known for training bed slaves who are taught the way of the 7 sighs and the 16 seats of pleasure. The Yunkish emblem is a variation on the harpy of old guys, which shows the harpy grasping a whip and an iron collar in its talons. Mirin. The largest and most formidable of the cities along Slavers Bay, Mirin is as large as Astapor and Yunkai combined. The city is made of brick, but unlike Astapor and Yunkai, Mirin's bricks are of many different colors. The nobility of Mirin lives in stepped pyramids, each made of a different set of colors. The greatest pyramid of them all is the Great Pyramid, located on Mirin's Central Plaza, which stands 800 feet tall. The slavers who rule Mirin are called the Great Masters. Like the other slaver cities of Giskari descent, Mirin uses a harpy as its emblem. Ashai. Ashai is a mysterious port city in the far southeast of the known part of Essos, where the Ash River meets the Jade Sea at its eastern exit, the Saffron Straits. Ashai is on the southernmost edge of a mountainous peninsula known as the Shadow Lands, thus the city is often called Ashai by the Shadow or Ashai by the Shadow. To go to Ashai can be described as to pass beneath the shadow, and the area of the Shadow Lands and Ashai are sometimes referred to simply as the Shadow. City. Layout. Ashai sprawls for leagues across both sides of the Ash, and its great walls allegedly could contain Volantis, Karth, King's Landing, and Old Town combined. The population of Ashai, however, is no more than that of a good-sized market town. By night only one building in 10 shows a light. The buildings, streets, and walls of Ashai are made out of black stone that is greasy to the touch and seems to drink the light, making the city appear to be a dark and gloomy place. Structures include bazaars, halls, hovels, palaces, and temples. Trade. Ashai is a popular trading destination for ships. According to a semi-canon source, it is not as important to traders as Et and Lang, which are more easily reached from Karth. Ashai exports goods such as amber and dragon glass. Gold and gems are also common exports, though some say the gold of the Shadow Lands is as unhealthy as the fruits that grow there. The city is usually traveled to by ship, but it can also be reached overland by caravans. Trading ships from Westeros and the Free Cities bound for Asshai go east through the Summer Sea and the Jade Sea, which are connected by the straits at Karth, the Jade Gates. Caravans from Asshai traverse the Bone Mountains to reach V's Dothrak. Aside from traders, few from Westeros visit Asshai and little is known about it. The famous scribe and traveler Lomas Longstrider never visited Asshai, though he apparently heard from merchants in ET who did trade with Asshai that the vast gold of Casterly Rock was famous even there. All foodstuff and freshwater is brought in by ship, as animals brought into the city soon die, and the waters of the Esh glisten black beneath the noonday sun and glimmer with green phosphorescence by night. The only fish that dwell in its water are blind and deformed, and only fools and shadowbinders dare eat their flesh. People. Asshai and its few people have an ominous reputation in other lands. Asshai are described as having a dark and solemn appearance. The Dothraki believe that Asshai are spawn of shadows and hold them in contempt and fear. There are no children in Asshai. All who dwell there wear masks or veils, and often walk alone or ride in palanquins of ebony and iron, hidden behind dark curtains and carried upon the backs of slaves. Only the shadowbinders of Asshai dare to travel up the Ash, and even they fear to tread before the doors of the Stygai, the corpse city northeast of Asshai. Melisandre prays and sings in the tongue of Asshai. Esoteric knowledge. Asshai holds a significant amount of arcane knowledge. Of any current location, it is the most likely to have dragon lore. Ancient books of Asshai also record the Azor Ahai prophecy followed by members of the Lawler faith. It is rumored that spellsingers, aeromancers, and warlocks practice their arts openly in Asshai. Asshai is open to all sorts of practitioners of the higher mysteries, such as gods' wives, alchemists, necromancers, nightwalkers, pyromancers, bloodmages, as well as inquisitors, torturers and poisoners, and even worshippers of the Black Goat and Bacalin and the Lion of Night. No practice is forbidden in the city, however depraved. History. The origins of Asshai are lost in history. Even the Asshai do not claim to know who built it, stating only a city stood there since the world began and will stand there until it ends. Maesters find it difficult to discern the truth about legendary Asshai. Texts from Asshai speak of the Dawn Age. Annals from the city tell of Azor Ahai during the Long Night, and ancient books claim he will come again. Texts also claim that dragons first appeared in the shadow. Asshai has been a thriving port for centuries. Before the Century of Blood, merchants from the kingdom of Sarner traded at Asshai. Jarhan, one of the sea-green god emperors of Et, extracted tribute from Asshai during his reign. On the second of his 9 great voyages on Sea Snake, Corlys Valyrian sailed to Asshai, becoming the first Westerosi to visit the city. Tales claim that Corlys lost his love and half his crew there, and he claimed to have seen the sun chaser of Alyssa Farman in the harbor of Asshai. King Aegon V. Targaryen commissioned journeys in search of dragon lore from distant places, including Asshai. Miri Maz-Dur studied in Asshai, learning from a Moonsinger of the Jogos Nye, a Dothraki woman, Maester Marwyn, and a bloodmage from the Shadowlands. When a wrecked trading cog washed up on the frozen shore, a woman of the free folk found scarlet silk from Asshai in the wreckage. Her granddaughter later used the silk to mend the cloak of Mance Rayder. E.T. E.T. is a nation and region in Essos, east of Karth and the Bone Mountains and bordered by the Jade Sea to the south. Nearby islands in the Jade Sea are Lying and the Isle of Whips. North of Et are the Great Sand Sea, the Shrinking Sea, and the Bleeding Sea. A great river runs south from the Bleeding Sea through Et to the Jade Sea. East of Et are the Mountains of the Morn, the Shadowlands, and the city of Asshai. In the common tongue, things relating to Et are known as Yiddish. The realm of the Yiddish civilization is the Golden Empire of Et, which was, according to legend, preceded by the Great Empire of the Dawn. Maester Yondell speculates that the Yiddish civilization was contemporary with the realm of the Fisher Queens, whereas the Yiddish priests insist that mankind's first towns and cities arose along the shores of the Jade Sea, dismissing the rival claims of the Sarnori and Giskari as the boasts of savages and children. Region. The land of Et has thick green patchwork farmland and dense sweltering jungles. Rumors have it that basilisks roam the jungles of Et. There is a trade route from Asabad to Een along the coast of the Jade Sea. The 5 forts guard the northeastern marches of the empire. Throughout Et a great web of stone roads, built during the reign of the eunuch emperors, ensure that travelers can cross the lands of Et without much trouble. These roads are said to be equal to the dragon roads of the Valyrian freehold. The Zorses of the Jogos Nye have been bred by crossing regular horses with certain horse-like creatures from the southern regions of Et. Daenerys Targaryen remembers that basilisks infest the jungles of Et. Cities. ET has more cities than any other land in the known world, and according to Lomas Longstrider they are much larger and more splendid than cities in the West. According to Colloquo Voter there are 3 older cities buried beneath every Yiddish city. Known cities in ET include Een and Jinchi, along the coast of the Jade Sea, and Tiki further to the north near the Great Sand Sea. The city of Asabhad is at the west boundary of ET near the Bone Mountains and the Jade Gates. 5 massive forts known as the 5 Forts are along the northeastern boundaries of ET, between the Bleeding Sea and the Mountains of the Morn. During the time of the Golden Empire of ET, several cities served as the capital city, depending on the reigning dynasty. The Grey, Indigo, and Pearl-White Emperors ruled from Een on the shores of the Jade Sea. The Scarlet Emperors ruled from CQO, which they built in the middle of the jungle, and which has fallen and been reclaimed by the jungle. The Purple Emperors ruled from Tiki, in the western hills. The Maroon Emperors ruled from Jinchi. In the present day, under the rule of the Azure Emperor Bugai, Een again is the capital of ET. Over the last 2,000 years, a dozen Yiddish cities and 100 towns, and many farms and fields have been reduced to ruins by the Zorceriders of the plains of the Jogos Nai. The people of northern lying in the Jade Sea are Yiddish, while the south of the island is inhabited by the Lengii. Society. ET was one of the earliest civilizations where literacy arose. The most ancient Yiddish records are cherished and jealously guarded. ET is the oldest surviving continuous civilization in the world, having existed under one dynasty or another since the Long Night 8,000 years ago. Other ancient civilizations such as the Giskari or Valyrians have long since collapsed. As a result, their scholars tend to look down on other, younger civilizations as children and barbarians. The grand cities of ET dwarf those of Westeros or even the free cities. ET is ruled by a god-emperor. Lomas Longstrider once described ET as the land of 1,000 gods and 100 princes, ruled by one god-emperor. Of old, the god-emperors were extremely wealthy and powerful, and commanded large armies. In present times, however, 3 men claim the title of god-emperor, while their power does not extend past the cities in which they live. Instead, the 100 princes rule their own realms as they see fit, as do the brigands, priest-kings, sorcerers, warlords, imperial generals, and tax collectors outside their domains. There are many gods in ETI's religion, but 2 of the major ones are the Lion of Night and the Maiden Maid of Light. According to legend, their child was the first god-emperor of ET, the god on earth. A cult of sorcerers known as the Church of Starry Wisdom supposedly originates from ET as well, hated and feared by the general population. According to legend, its founder was the Bloodstone Emperor, and today its priests can be found in many cities throughout the known world. Men from ET are bright-eyed and wear monkey tail hats. People from ET use their family name first, their personal name second, the reverse of how full names are given in Westeros and the free cities. For example, the Scarlet Emperors were named Lo-Dak, Lohan, Lobu, etc. Economics. One of their major exports is saffron. Other exporting goods include spices and silk. Traders from ET travel to V's Duthrak to trade. Wines from ET can be found as far west as Pentos. ET is legendarily wealthy. Its princes are said to live in houses of solid gold, and to eat sweetmeats with pearls and jade powdered over it. Bravos, Pentos, and Volantis are known to trade with ET. ET traded with the Sarnori when the kingdom of Sarnor still existed. History. Great Empire of the Dawn. According to scribes of Een, all the lands between the Jade Sea and the Shivering Sea, the Bone Mountains and the Grey Waste were part of the Great Empire of the Dawn and fell under the control of the god on earth, the only son of the Lion of Night and the Maiden Maid of Light. He is said to have had 100 wives and to have reigned for 10,000 years, before ascending into the stars to join his forebears. He was succeeded by his eldest son, the Pearl Emperor, who ruled for 1,000 years. He was followed by the Jade Emperor, the Tourmaline Emperor, the Onyx Emperor, the Topaz Emperor, and the Opal Emperor, who all reigned for centuries. Each successive ruler had a shorter reign and faced rising problems, as mankind grew greedy and corrupt. The Opal Emperor was succeeded by his daughter, the Amethyst Empress. Her younger brother slew her and usurped the throne, an event which is remembered as the Blood Betrayal. He proclaimed himself the Bloodstone Emperor and began a reign of terror, practicing dark magical arts and necromancy. He cast down the true gods to worship a black stone which had fallen from the sky. According to the Annals of the East, the Blood Betrayal is attributed as the cause of the Long Night, as it caused the Maiden Maid of Light to despair and turn her face away from mankind, while the Lion of Night sent the generation-long winter to punish mankind. In the chaos that followed, the Great Empire of the Dawn collapsed. According to Colloquo Voter, as recounted in his Jade Compendium. A legend from E.T. claims that disaster during the long night was only averted by the deeds of a woman with a monkey's tail. The maesters of the Citadel in Old Town doubt that the great empire of the dawn ever truly existed, but most do agree that E.T.'s culture is very ancient, and a few believe that they were contemporary with the Fisher Queens on the western side of the Bone Mountains. Golden Empire. After the collapse of the great empire of the dawn, the Golden Empire of E.T. began. Since the end of the long night, 11 dynasties of emperors have ruled over E.T., each known by a color honorific. Some of them ruled no more than half a century, but the longest ruled for 700 years. The transitions of power between dynasties did not always occur peacefully, and on 4 occasions, the end of a dynasty led to a prolonged period of civil war and anarchy. The longest of these lasted more than 100 years. Under the Sea Green Emperors, E.T. reached the apex of its power. During the reign of God Emperor Jar, Leng was conquered. His sons further expanded the power of E.T., Jar Jok Great Morak, and Jar Han exacted tribute from Karth, Old Guys, Ashai, and other lands. Chai Duk, the fourth of the Yellow Emperors, married a noblewoman of Valyria, and kept a dragon at his court. During the past 2,000 years, E.T. has often fought against raiders of the Jogos Nai, whose lands are to the north. According to Maester Yondel, the raiders of the Jogos Nai have reduced a dozen Yiddish cities, 100 towns, and farms and fields beyond counting to ruins. To combat these attacks, many imperial generals and 3 god emperors invaded the plains of the Jogos Nai, but these attacks usually did not end well, as the Jogos Nai would usually evade capture for such long periods of time that the Yiddish invaders would give up and go home. Lo Han, 42nd Scarlet Emperor, invaded the plains 3 times without success, returning home after being unable to catch his enemies. After Lo Han's death, his son, Lo Bu, assembled a mighty host, supposedly of 300,000 men, and led his force into the plains, leaving a burning wasteland behind everywhere he went. During his campaign, millions of Jogos Nai were killed. During the last 2 years of the struggle, the rival clans of the Jogos Nai united against Lo Bu under a woman called Zia, whose riders eventually descended upon Lo Bu's host, slaughtering them all. Lo Bu was among those slain. Zia had his head stripped of its flesh and his skull dipped in gold, so it could serve as her drinking cup. Every Jatter of the Jogos Nai since Zia has drunk fermented Zor's milk from Lo Bu's skull. Around 100 BC, the island Leng broke free of E.T., although the northern 2/3 of the island are still under the control of the descendants of the original Yiddish invaders. On the first of his 9 great voyages, Corlys Valerian sailed to E.T. and Leng on the sea snake, returning with such a large amount of spices, silks, and jade, which made House Valerian the wealthiest house in the 7 kingdoms for a while. In the present day, E.T. is ruled from Een by the 17th Azure Emperor, Bugai. However, the amount of power he has is weak compared to older god emperors, and the local governors and tax collectors have carved out 100 princedoms among the provinces. In Carcosa, on the Hidden Sea, an exiled sorcerer lord resides, who claims to be the 69th Yellow Emperor. In addition, a general called Pol Quo has named himself the first of the Orange Emperors, using Trader Town as his capital. Leng. Leng is a large island in the Jade Sea, off the southern coast of Essos. To the north is the city of Jinchi in Et. East of Leng are the Shadowlands, while to the south are the Manticore Isles. The island of Marahai is to the southwest. Leng is ruled by god empresses. Geography. Leng is an island of forests and jungles, rich in spices and gemstones. According to Lomas Longstrider, the verdant Isle of Leng is home to 10,000 tigers and 10 million monkeys. The island is also famous for its great apes, including spotted humpback apes, almost as intelligent as men, and hooded apes, large as giants and very strong. Some of the striped horse-like creatures bred with horses by the Jogos Nai to create Zorses come from Leng. The city of Lengma is located on the central western coast, Leng-E is a principal town on the northern coast, and Turani is a port city on the southern shore. The people of northern Leng are descended from Et, while the people of southern Leng, the Lengii, are a culture native to the island. The Yiddish descendants appear very similar to the people of the Golden Empire of Et, speaking a dialect of the Yiddish language, praying to the same gods, eating the same foods, following the same customs. They even venerate the Azure Emperor in Een, although they worship only the god empress of Leng. Furthermore, Lengma and Leng-E resemble Yiddish cities in culture and design, whereas Turani's Lengii culture is very different. In the depth of the island's jungles are strange ruined cities, with massive, fallen buildings. The buildings are so overgrown with plants that only rubble is visible, but underground are endless labyrinths of tunnels that lead to vast chambers, and carved steps descend hundreds of feet into the earth. No one knows when these cities were built or by whom, and perhaps they are the only thing remaining of some extinct people. Those who entered the underground ruins often returned mad, and even today it is forbidden to enter them, under penalty of death. History. Leng was an isolated island for most of its history, as the Lengii did not welcome outsiders. Those who attempted to harvest the island's resources met a foul end, and it thus was avoided by mariners. Leng became known as a haunt of demons and sorcerers, a closed island. Merchants from the Golden Empire of Et periodically managed to open Leng to trade. However, according to the Jade Compendium, the Old Ones who lived below the island's subterranean ruins instructed the Empress of Leng to kill the foreign merchants on at least 4 occasions. Leng was eventually conquered by Jar Har, the 6th Sea Green Emperor of Et. He sealed the entrances to the underground cities and ordered them to be forgotten, after which there were no more massacres. The Yiddish colonized most of the island, with the Lengii confined to the southern third. Leng overthrew Yiddish rule 400 years ago, and power returned to the god empresses. Kiara the Great established a tradition whereby the empress takes 2 husbands, one each of Lengii and Yiddish descent, with one commanding the island's armies and the other its fleet. Some of the great wealth acquired by Lord Corlys Valerian during his 9 voyages was from Leng. In 111 AC or 112 AC, Prince Daemon Targaryen gifted his niece Princess Rhaenyra with a jade tiara said to have belonged to the Empress of Leng. Noth. Noth, known to the ancients as the Isle of Butterflies, is an island in the summer sea off the northwestern coast of Suturios. The natives of the island are known as Nothi. Geography. Noth is west of the Basilisk Isles and northern Suturios. It is located east of the southernmost and largest of the Summer Isles, Jala, and due south of the Valyrian Peninsula. Noth is separated from Jala and Valyria by large stretches of the Summer Sea. Noth is said to be a fair isle. It contains the ruins of a Valyrian fort with walls of fused dragonstone. History. During the height of the Old Empire of Guise, one of their ships briefly landed in the Summer Isles, alerting their inhabitants that lands and peoples existed beyond their own waters. Explorers from the Summer Isles then landed on Noth to the east. The Giscari seized Noth 3 times, and the isle has frequently been raided by corsairs from the Basilisk Isles. The Valyrian freehold erected a dragonstone fort, and a company of Volantene adventurers built a trade town with timber palisades and slave pens. The Nothi claim that none of these invaders maintained a permanent presence on the island for more than a single year, however, as the outsiders fell victim to the so-called butterfly fever which does not affect the peaceful people themselves. 1,000 years ago, Nothi welcomed the 10,000 ships of Rhoynar led by Princess Nymeria, who stopped at Noth after fleeing from their failed attempt to settle in Suturios. When they began dying from an unknown illness, however, presumably butterfly fever, the Rhoynar returned to their ships and departed. Slavers and corsairs learned to limit their time on the island to avoid catching butterfly fever, instead capturing the peaceful people in brief nighttime raids. The captives were then sold in Valyria and Slavers Bay. The slaver attacks worsened during the Century of Blood, since Valyria no longer controlled the seas after the Doom. Unwilling to break their vows of total pacifism, even to defend their homes and persons, the Nothi fled from their coasts to the hills and forests. As a result, the silk exports which once flowed from Noth have dwindled away. Missandei and her 3 brothers, including Mosadder and Marzelan, were taken from Noth by raiders from the Basilisk Isles and then sold into slavery in Astapor. The Children of the Forest. The Children of the Forest, sometimes referred to simply as the Children, are a mysterious non-human race that originally inhabited the continent of Westeros during the Dawn Age long before the arrival of the first men thousands of years ago. The giants call them Wodak Nag Gram, little squirrel people. They call themselves those who sing the song of earth in the true tongue. The children have not been seen by men for hundreds of years. Characteristics. The children are smaller than humans, but they are not childlike. They have nut-brown skin, dappled like a deer's with paler spots. Their hands have only 3 fingers and a thumb, with sharp black claws instead of nails. They have large ears that can hear things that no man can hear. 3. They usually have large gold and green eyes slitted like those of a cat. 1. Allowing them to see in dark passages. The children are slight, quick, and graceful. They weave leaves and vines and flowers into their hair, and wear cloaks of leaves. They may live for centuries. They often sing in their language, the true tongue. Very rarely, one of the children is born with mossy green or blood-red eyes, a sign that they have been chosen by the old gods. The chosen ones are not robust, and do not live long on the earth, but they have the gift of green sight and are known as green seers. Once they are bound to a weirwood, they live far longer than other children. The children are omnivores as they feed on different types of food they find and cultivate in and around their caves, such as fish, meat, mushroom, cheese, milk, oats, barleycorn, dried fruit, and onions. Culture. The children may have lived in clans. They did not use metal, weave cloth, or build cities. The children lived off the land, using stone and obsidian implements, wearing bark leg bindings and shirts of woven leaves, dwelling in caves, crannies, and hidden tree villages. Males and females both hunted side by side as wood dancers, using obsidian weapons, weirwood bows, and flying snares made with grasses. The children had no books, no ink, no parchment, and no written language. They were a people with a deep connection to the land. The children used their weirwood hunting bows and obsidian weapons in battle, but also used powerful magic. Legends say the children of the forest were gifted with supernatural powers. These included having power over the beasts of the wood, the ability to wear an animal's skin, the skill to create music so beautiful as to bring tears to the eyes of any who heard it, the green sight ability, and the ability to speak to the dead. It was the children who carved faces on weirwoods to keep watch over the woods. The children of the forest believed that the weirwood trees were gods, and when they died they became a part of them. Sept and Barth believed that the children could communicate from afar with ravens. It is unknown if there is a connection between the children of the forest and the Ifaquevran, or woods walkers, of northern Essos. There is a ruined settlement of carved trees and haunted grottos, called by the Dothraki V's Lacey, in the kingdom of the Ifaquevran. History. Dawn Age. It is unknown where the children of the forest came from, nor for how long they were in their land before humans arrived. For thousands of years during the Dawn Age the children and the giants shared the landmass that later became known as Westeros. The two races are believed to have sometimes fought, since Maester Kennet found a giant's barrow near Long Lake with obsidian arrowheads in the ribs. The children lived throughout Westeros, from the summer sea to the land of always winter. They called Dorne the empty land, however, and maesters doubt that the children lived on the Iron Islands. First men. Eventually between 8,000 and 12,000 years ago, the children came in contact with the first men, the first outsiders. Legends of the Reach claim they were led by Garth Greenhand. Crossing the Arm of Dorne, the land bridge connecting Westeros and Essos, these invaders built permanent settlements and brought with them bronze weapons, great leathern shields, the first horses, and their own gods. The children initially welcomed the newcomers, but they disliked the first men's harvesting of trees from forests, such as the rainwood. Fearing that the children used heart trees for spying, the first men burned and cut down the great weirwoods as they came, leading to war between the two races. For thousands of years the two races fought a desperate war for dominance. The legendary Brandon of the Bloody Blade slew numerous children at Red Lake. In a futile attempt to end the invasion, the children used the Hammer of the Waters to shatter the Arm of Dorne with the breaking, creating the broken arm and the stepstones. The histories say that some of the first men, the Crannogmen, grew close to the children of the forest in the days when the Greenseers at the Children's Tower of Moat Cailin tried to bring the Hammer of the Waters down upon the neck. Eventually the first men and the children fought to a standstill. The two races agreed to peaceful coexistence and signed the pact on the Isle of Faces, granting the open lands to humanity and the forests to the children, who had been greatly diminished. The children taught worship of the old gods to the first men. Age of Heroes. The Age of Heroes followed the pact between the children and the first men, 4,000 years of relative peace between the races. 5. Eventually the enigmatic others invaded from the uttermost north, bringing death and destruction to children and first men, during an extended period of winter known as the Long Night. The children joined with the first men, led by the last hero, to fight against the others in the battle for the dawn. Eventually the others were driven back into the lands of always winter. Bran the Builder, the legendary founder of House Stark, is said to have enlisted the magical aid of the children during the construction of the wall. The children began their slow withdrawal from the lands of men, retreating deeper into their forests and beyond the wall. It was recorded by the Night's Watch that the children of the forest gave the Black Brothers 100 obsidian daggers every year during the Age of Heroes. The free folk believe that Gendel and Gorn once mediated between rival children and giants. Children and their Greenseers supported the Ward King at Sea Dragon Point, but they were defeated by the Starks of Winterfell, the Kings of Winter. The Winged Knight in the Vale is said to have wed one of the children, but she died during childbirth. Some legends claim that children helped Durin build the 7th castle of Storm's End. Some maesters of the Citadel, such as Jellicoe, lived among the children. Undulls. The children again warred with humans when the Undulls began migrating from Andalos across the narrow sea to Westeros. Zealous in the faith of the Seven and armed with steel, having learned of ironworking from the Rhoynar, the Undulls resumed the cutting down and burning of weirwoods. Children are said to have sent wolves against Undulls at the White Wood. The Storm King Durin XXI Durand formed the Weirwood alliance with the remaining children in the Stormlands against the new invaders. Having seen the Undals overwhelm other kingdoms, Gawain IV Gardner, King of the Reach, sent men to seek aid from the children, although it is unknown if any were found. A hill, now known to the Westerosi as High Heart, was sacred to the children of the forest. There the Undal king Ereg the Kinslayer cut down the children's grove of 31 weirwoods. High Heart is said to be haunted by the ghosts of the children who died there, where the children's magic is said to still linger. True history states that the children had already abandoned the Riverlands before the arrival of the Undals, however. Because of the Undals' invasion and conquest of the first men, the old gods were largely supplanted south of the Neck by the faith of the Seven. Moat Cailin held back the Undals from the north, however, so some children fled north. During the reign of Doran Stark, king in the north, the Ranger Redwyn traded with children during a journey to Lorne Point and the frozen shore. Relations between the children and humans grew distant over the years, until they ceased altogether. Maesters largely believe the children have been gone for hundreds or thousands of years, but the free folk believe they still live beyond the wall. Some scholars have suggested that children may have survived at the Isle of Faces or in the bogs of the Neck. Some also theorize that the Crannogmen of the Neck intermarried with the children. Jenny of Old Stones always claimed that her woods witch friend was one of the children. Lord Eddard Stark taught his offspring in their youth about the age of heroes and the children of the forest. House Targaryen of Kings. House Targaryen of King's Landing is a noble family of Valyrian descent who once ruled the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. The Targaryen sigil is a red 3-headed dragon, breathing red flames on black. The house words are fire and blood. The only family of dragon lords who survived the doom of Valyria, the Targaryens left the Valyrian freehold 12 years before the doom. They resided for more than a century at Dragonstone Castle on Dragonstone Island, until Aegon the Conqueror and his sister wives, Visenya and Rhaenys, began the first of the Wars of Conquest in 2 BC. During Aegon's conquest, the family built the Aegon Fort in the new capital city of King's Landing. The Aegon Fort was later torn down and replaced by the Red Keep, which remained their main seat for the duration of their dynasty, and which housed the Iron Throne. Heir original castle was almost always given to the heir to the throne, the Prince of Dragonstone. The Targaryens eventually built the summer residence Summerhall, which has been given to several younger sons of the family over time. House Targaryen ruled as the kings of the Undals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the lords of the 7 kingdoms, and the great house of the Crownlands for nearly 300 years. 17 male Targaryens ruled from the Iron Throne. The dynasty ended with the death of Aerys the Mad King during Robert's Rebellion, in which the Targaryens were overthrown and replaced by House Baratheon. The 2 surviving children of Aerys II, Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen, fled into exile, and have resided in the free cities of Essos ever since. Culture. Traits. The phrase, blood of the dragon, refers to the Valyrian descent of the Targaryens, and more specifically to the fact that they were one of 40 dragon lord families of the Valyrian freehold. The Targaryens are renowned for their beauty. They usually have typical Valyrian features, pale skin, silver, platinum, or gold hair and eyes in various shades of purple or light blue. A few Targaryens had darker hair, such as Princess Rhaenys, Prince Baelor Breakspear, Prince Valor, and Prince Daeron. According to semi-canon sources, the Targaryens can tolerate more heat than most ordinary people, but they are not immune to fire. The Targaryens long believed themselves immune to illness, but Princess Daenerys then died of the shivers, and the Great Spring Sickness claimed the lives of King Daeron II, Prince Valor, and Prince Mataris. Another trait typical to Targaryens is the ability to have premonition-like dreams. The trait has been in House Targaryen since before the doom of Valyria, with the dreams of Daenerys Targaryen compelling the family to relocate from Valyria to Dragonstone in 114 BC. This trait was passed on to a branch of the family, House Blackfyre, as well. The Targaryens are seen as prone to madness, presumably caused by their inbreeding. According to King Jaehaerys II Targaryen, madness and greatness are 2 sides of the same coin. Every time a new Targaryen is born, the gods toss the coin in the air and the world holds its breath to see how it will land. Customs. House Targaryen's words are fire and blood. Their sigil is a 3-headed dragon breathing flames, red on black. The 3-headed dragon represents Aegon the Conqueror and his 2 sisters, Rhaenys and Visenya. King Aegon II Targaryen used a golden dragon to rally his supporters during the Dance of the Dragons. Some younger sons of the house used variations of the standard sigil. Before his own reign, Mikari Targaryen used the 3-headed dragon, quartered, while his son, Prince Aerion Targaryen, changed the colors of the 3 heads, 1 orange, 1 yellow, 1 red, while the flames they breathed had a sheen of gold leaf. In line with the sigil colors, most Targaryens used armor black in color. For instance, Prince Aemon Targaryen had knight black armor chased with gold, Prince Valar Targaryen wore armor black as knight in the tourney at Ashford Meadow, and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen had the three-headed dragon wrought in rubies on his black breastplate. Although the Targaryen kings took their seat at King's Landing, the place where Aegon and his army first landed in Westeros and made their first fort, replaced by the Red Keep later on, their earlier seat of Dragonstone remained in their possession as well. It eventually became the traditional seat of the heir apparent to the throne, who was known as the Prince of Dragonstone or Princess of Dragonstone, in a few occasions. In 188 AC, the Targaryens eventually built a third seat, Summerhall, which was granted to several younger sons who were granted the title Prince of Summerhall. House Targaryen historically followed the old gods of Valyria, but at some point before Aegon's conquest the family abandoned the Valyrian gods and converted to the faith of the Seven, the predominant religion in Westeros. The masts of the ships which carried the first Targaryens from Valyria were used to create the statues of the Seven within Dragonstone's sept, and Aegon prayed in the sept before beginning his conquest. Against the doctrines of the faith, however, the family continued to follow the Valyrian practice of incestuous marriage, wedding brother to sister, cousin to cousin, uncle to niece and aunt to nephew, holding themselves apart from and above the noble Westerosi families. This was eventually formulated as the doctrine of exceptionalism. 28. Deceased Targaryens are traditionally cremated, a custom since the days of old Valyria. If a dragon is available, it is used to light the flame of the pyre. The ashes of many of the dead of House Targaryen have been interred on Dragonstone, including those of King Aegon I, Queen Visenya, King Maegor I, Princess Daenerys, Princess Daella, King Jaehaerys I, and Queen Alysanne. However, Queen Rhaenyra's ashes were interred at Harrenhal, and her daughter Princess Arya's ashes were scattered on the wind. Dragons. As one of the 40 Dragonlord families of Valyria, the Targaryens were closer to dragons than other men. Aenar Targaryen brought 5 dragons with him when he moved from Valyria to Dragonstone, and Aegon I Targaryen and his sister wives, Rhaenys and Visenya, rode them to battle during the conquest of the Seven Kingdoms in 2 BC, 1 AC. The Targaryens rode their dragons during the first century and a half following Aegon's conquest. Deaths in battle, especially during the Dance of the Dragons, and a growing infirmity in each following generation caused the family's stable to dwindle. The last dragon was a deformed and sterile creature, who died young in 153 AC, during the reign of Aegon III, the Dragonbane. The Targaryens housed their dragons in an immense domed structure in King's Landing, the Dragon Pit, which was constructed during the reign of Maegor I Targaryen. Not all dragons which hatched were ridden, however. On the island of Dragonstone, several dragons, both wild and previously ridden, resided at least during the reigns of King Jaehaerys I, Viserys I, and Aegon II Targaryen. The Targaryens often gifted a newborn child with a dragon's egg in the cradle. This practice continued even after the death of the last dragon, with the last Targaryens confirmed to have been given an egg having been the sons of Prince Mikar during the reign of Daeron II Targaryen. Whether the tradition was continued beyond this point is unknown, but the Targaryens still possessed eggs as recently as the reign of Aerys II Targaryen, the last king of the Targaryen dynasty. Several attempts have been made, since the death of the last dragon, to hatch these eggs by members of House Targaryen, including by Aegon III and his younger brother and Hand of the King, Viserys, Baelor I, Aegon V, and Aerys II. History. A complete history of House Targaryen is planned for Fire and Blood, to be published several years after the completion of A Song of Ice and Fire. Origins and relocation. House Targaryen was one of the 40 ancient noble houses known as Dragon Lords who ruled the Valyrian Freehold, a great empire spanning much of Essos. The Targaryens were not one of the most powerful houses, however. The family resided in Valyria until Daenerys Targaryen, also known as Daenerys the Dreamer, the daughter of Lord Aenar Targaryen, had visions of a cataclysm that would come over Valyria. Aenar sold his estates in Valyria and moved his wives, children, other relatives, slaves, wealth, and 5 dragons, including Balerion, to Dragonstone, an island at the entrance of Blackwater Bay and the westernmost outpost of Valyrian influence, where he took possession of a castle of the same name, in 114 BC. 12 years later the doom descended on the city of Valyria, leading to the collapse of the freehold. The Targaryens were the only dragon riders of Valyria to survive. In the century that followed, 4 of the 5 dragons of House Targaryen died, with only Balerion surviving. 2 more dragons, Vhagar and Meryxes, were hatched from eggs on Dragonstone, however. During the century after the Doom, which became known as the Century of Blood due to the violent struggles for power in Essos, Volantis attempted to seize power over Valyria's colonies. Most of the other free cities rebelled against Volantis, and towards the end of the Century of Blood, the young Lord Aegon Targaryen, rider of the dragon Balerion, was approached by Pentos and Tyrosh to form an alliance. Aegon, mounted on his dragon Balerion, flew to meet the Prince of Pentos, and then to Lys, where he set the Volantene fleet aflame. With Volantis's campaign at an end, he returned to Dragonstone and focused his attention to the lands west, which had always been of interest to him. Aegon's conquest. Aegon Targaryen, Lord of Dragonstone, aspired to unite the 7 kingdoms of Westeros under one ruler. Slightly more than 100 years after the doom of Valyria, in 2 BC, he began his invasion, in which he was aided by his 2 sister wives, Rhaenys and Visenya. All 3 were dragon riders, and used their dragons, Balerion, Meryxes, and Vhagar in battle. Aegon's conquest, which lasted for 2 years, began with Aegon's landing at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush with a small force, and ended when Aegon was anointed king by the High Septon in Old Town. Aegon's conquest, which lasted for 2 years, began with Aegon's landing at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush with a small force. House Hoare, the kings of the Isles and the rivers, were extinguished in the burning of Harrenhal, and Aegon granted the Riverlands to House Tully. House Durrandon, the Storm Kings, were defeated in the last storm and replaced by House Baratheon, whose founder Orys was Aegon's half-brother. Visenya achieved the submission of Cracklaw Point, but Dorne refused to yield to Rhaenys. House Gardner, the kings of the Reach, were extinguished at the Field of Fire and replaced by House Tyrell, and House Lannister, the kings of the Rock, submitted the following day. Rather than face House Targaryen's dragons, House Stark, the kings in the north, and House Arryn, the kings of Mountain and Vale, also submitted to the invaders. The conquest ended when Aegon was anointed king by the High Septon in Old Town. From the swords of his enemies, Aegon created the Iron Throne, and the dynasty he began would rule for nearly 300 years. Aegon had constructed a wooden castle, the Aegon Fort, at the place where he had first come to shore, and the town that grew around it became King's Landing, the kingdom's new capital. Dragonstone remained in the possession of the Targaryens as well, and was one of Aegon's favorite places. The region around King's Landing became known as the Crownlands. During his invasion of the Iron Islands, King Aegon allowed the Iron Islands to choose House Greyjoy as their new rulers. First Dornish War. In 4 AC, Aegon's wars of conquest continued with the First Dornish War, during which he and Rhaenys attempted to bring the Dornish under Targaryen rule as well. This was a bloody war, during which Queen Rhaenys Targaryen was killed with her dragon, Meryxes, at Hellholt in 10 AC. An assassination attempt on Aegon that same year led to the creation of the Kingsguard, who would guard the kings of the realm for centuries to come. The First Dornish War eventually ended in 13 AC, after Nymer Martell, Prince of Dorne, had sent his daughter Dyria to King's Landing with a letter in the skull of Meryxes. Though the contents of the letter have never been revealed, Aegon agreed to end the war the next day. Chapter 05, The Wizard and the Witcher. Cadmus naturally noticed the arrival of dozens of people all at once. His emerald green eyes analyzed the newcomers. They wore thick winter clothes with furs and other things, clothing not commonly used, especially in the south of Westeros. Every man and woman had noble house sigils on their clothes. The most important was naturally the men surrounded in the middle. Gray eyes, medium-length brown hair, and an above-average, yet quite majestic, appearance. The wolf sigil on his robes was like a shout announcing the man's identity, especially next to his wife, sons, and daughters. House Stark of Winterfell. Cadmus really didn't expect to find such important people as soon as he stopped being a hermit in the forest. His green eyes quickly fell upon the silent young man with black hair and gray eyes. He looked more like a Stark than any of Eddard's other sons or daughters. Jon Snow. Looking at the young man, Cadmus was disappointed not to feel any fiery aura around him, showing that Jon Snow was indeed a bastard of Eddard Stark. However, he found this normal. Rhaegar and Lyanna were alive. If Jon were truly Rhaegar's son, the king, and the second queen of the 7 kingdoms would never allow the boy to go to the north and be raised as a bastard. This could only happen if Lyanna had died in childbirth and Eddard had the determination to steal the boy from his father. There were many thoughts in Cadmus's mind, but he didn't look at the Stark entourage from the north anymore. He was focused on devouring the chicken on his plate, which was unexpectedly delicious, despite lacking some seasoning. Tasting the beer, Cadmus discreetly spat the liquid back into the wooden cup and looked at Geralt in disbelief. "How can you drink this?" "You get used to it." Geralt replied with an indifferent tone. The drink was bad, but cheap, and it could warm the body on cold nights, and it was better than drinking water, which could be contaminated with something. This time it was Cadmus who rolled his eyes. He wouldn't get used to it and would never drink this beer, which could be called horse piss, again. Reaching into his pouch, Cadmus pulled out a delicate bottle of wine and served himself. It was a slightly sweet wine, but as it went down, it left his throat comfortable. He had some truly magical drinks, but he didn't take them out of the pouch. They were rare drinks even for him. Smelling the delicious aroma of the wine, Geralt looked at the beer in his hand and the delicious wine in Cadmus's cup. Seeing the green eyes full of provocation and amusement, he knew the boy wanted him to ask for some wine. Would Geralt ask for some wine? The answer was no. He would rather drink horse piss than humiliate himself for a drink. Seeing Geralt drinking beer with an indifferent expression, Cadmus was disappointed. He would have liked to see the Witcher's expression when he was asking. Boy, people are looking at us. Geralt drank a little and spoke in a deep tone. He could feel everyone's eyes focused on their table. Well, they must have smelled the wine, Cadmus said with an indifferent expression. Besides the wonderful taste, his wine exuded a tempting smell. Just as a bee is attracted to a flower, the same happened with humans. The wine, which had a purple and red appearance, looked very beautiful, exuding a slightly sweet, delicate, and smooth aroma. Fortunately, I have a scary witcher right next to me, or certain people would have caused trouble, Cadmus commented with a smile, looking at the people around. However, Cadmus underestimated something, especially the arrogance of a certain heir of the Iron Islands. Theon approached with a smile. He was a thin, dark-haired, handsome young man with black hair and a lean, dark face. He seemed to find everything amusing and wore a smug smile. How much does this wine cost? He asked with a smile. He didn't greet them. He didn't think it was necessary and definitely felt there was no point in greeting such people. Do I look like a merchant to you, little squid abandoned by your father? Looking at Theon, Cadmus spoke with a smile. His voice was not low, so everyone heard very clearly. The Northerners watched with excitement what was about to happen, especially John Umber, known as Great John Umber. Theon's jaw twitched. He looked at the figure covered in a cloak and hood with a cold and humiliated look. Since there was no sigil on the cloak, the man was not a noble. Putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, he practically growled his words. How dare you speak to me like that, the heir to the Seastone chair? The loud and furious voice made a silence hang in the air. Everyone's eyes were focused on the corner table at that moment. Little squid, if you draw your sword, I will deliver your head to your rapist father in Pike, to bury you next to your dead brothers. Calmly taking a sip of wine, Cadmus spoke in an amused tone, but tinged with a touch of danger. He hated being threatened, especially by someone he deeply despised. The Northerners showed excited expressions and banged their fists on the table, creating a tense and lively atmosphere. If there was anyone who hated the Greyjoys, it was the North. Over thousands of years, the North had been attacked and plundered by the Iron Islands fleets. In the Greyjoy rebellion against House Targaryen, Balon Greyjoy knelt before Rhaegar after a crushing defeat. Theon became heir to the Iron Islands in that battle, where his two brothers, Roderick and Meryn, were killed during the Battle of Seaguard. Feeling a chill run down his body, Theon unconsciously backed away. A trace of hesitation passed through his eyes before they became confident again. When he was about to draw his sword, a red-haired young man held his shoulder and looked at him with a deep gaze. I apologize for my friend's behavior. He drank too much on the way here. Robb spoke in a calm, yet quite sincere tone. It's all right, heir of Winterfell, but I would be careful in the future, Cadmus said with a smile, looking at Robb and Theon. Some people only change their nature when they suffer a lot. Robb frowned. He didn't quite understand the mysterious man's words, but he nodded and pulled Theon away. Is he Balon Greyjoy's only son? Geralt looked at Theon with a touch of curiosity. He had heard of the old Lord of Pike, the lord who had rebelled against House Targaryen because he thought King Rhaegar I Targaryen was weak. In the end, the rebellion lasted about 2 years before being crushed by the forces of House Targaryen. Balon lost his Seastone chair, 2 sons, and almost lost his head. He only didn't die because the king didn't want the Iron Islands to fall into chaos, and no one wanted to take Pike's place. He's lucky the king placed him under Lord Eddard's protection. Otherwise, with the Greyjoy house's reputation, it's very likely that Theon would die of some disease or simply a mysterious accident, Cadmus said with a sarcastic smile. No one liked Dorne, but they despised the Iron Islands even more. Those rapists were truly hated by everyone. Geralt nodded, agreeing with his words. Eddard Stark of Winterfell's reputation was truly impeccable, with nothing but a bastard born out of wedlock. But, in his eyes, this was not really a serious matter, especially for him, who was a witcher and had an extremely high libido. However, the king is quite benevolent, any other king would have cut off everyone's heads. Geralt commented in a calm tone. After all, the Baratheon rebellion ended only 13 years ago. Any chaos can lead the kingdom to even greater chaos. Especially with House Lannister becoming increasingly powerful. Cadmus commented in a calm tone. Honestly, without Robert spending countless golden dragons every year, House Lannister's gold mines could still provide gold, even if for a short time. The kingdom seems united, but it is not. House Lannister, House Tully, House Arryn formed an alliance after the rebellion. House Targaryen, House Martell, and now House Tyrell formed a delicate balance. Cadmus continued speaking. The king destroyed House Greyjoy's forces, leaving them powerless and unable to start another rebellion anytime soon. House Stark is still neutral, but who knows if Queen Lyanna can convince her brother to join the king. Geralt looked at the boy with a surprised look. He thought Cadmus would not be familiar with politics because he was isolated, but it seemed the boy had been preparing for a long time to enter the Targaryen court. This tournament at Harrenhal will be interesting. Cadmus said with a smile. Chapter 06, Encounter with Wolves. Those two are dangerous, especially the hooded men. Howland Reed, Lord of Greywater Watch, spoke in a calm and deep tone, his eyes still fixed on the two men in the corner with a curious look. In his eyes, Cadmus was someone extremely dangerous, so dangerous that he couldn't even do anything before being killed by the enemy. This surprised him. He was not only a powerful knight but also a wizard. Even if he was a wizard focused on auxiliary magic, such as seeing fragments of the future and controlling some swamp roots, he was still a wizard. Knowing the history of the Crannogmen's magic from House Reed, Eddard nodded, a solemn expression appearing on his face before relaxing again. He would not casually become an enemy of such a man. Arya's eyes were also focused on the two figures in the corner of the tavern. The curiosity in her grey eyes was so great that they seemed to shine. Noticing that everyone was no longer paying attention to the two mysterious men, she quickly sneaked away and approached their table. Arya's actions might go unnoticed by others, but for Geralt and Cadmus, the Stark girl was no different than walking in the light. However, neither of them did anything. She was just a curious child. But Cadmus was surprised. The girl sat down in the empty chair next to Cadmus and Geralt with a simply uninhibited naturalness. "I'm Arya Stark." Cadmus's green eyes and Geralt's golden cat-like eyes stared at the girl with curious looks. Both were surprised by the girl's courage. Just the existence of a witcher like Geralt was enough to scare most people. Not to mention Cadmus, who looked mysterious, and mysterious was even scarier. Arya was not intimidated by the looks in both pairs of eyes. Now that she was close to both men, she could see their appearance. Cadmus was handsome like a beautiful prince, an elegant, cold, and noble face. His green eyes looked like two beautiful emeralds. Geralt was naturally very handsome. His resolute, sharp face and defined jaw were capable of seducing countless women. Seeing Cadmus's appearance, Arya supposed that Sansa would fall in love with him without any shadow of a doubt. As for why Sansa would fall in love with a man, little Arya had no idea. Men were not attractive to her. Cadmus Peveril, young lady. Cadmus introduced himself with a smile as he placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly forward. His green eyes stared at Arya with an amused and provocative look. Just as Cadmus expected, Arya showed an unpleasant expression at being called a lady. She spoke, almost growling her words. "I'm not a lady and I never will be one. I hate dresses and prefer pants and swords." Cadmus laughed, and even Geralt showed a small and almost imperceptible smile on his lips. Arya's voice was not low, so everyone heard and looked back at the table in the corner. Everyone was surprised to see Arya sitting at the table and talking. "The girl is like Lyanna, a free spirit." The Lady of Bear Island and head of House Mormont, Meege, commented with a smile. The Stark girl was brave, free, and very much resembled Lyanna. She will be a great warrior in the future. Her words made the Northern Lords agree. They knew Lyanna and knew the girl was like Lyanna. However, not everyone was happy. Catelyn's face was livid. There was anger, resentment, and helplessness. In her eyes, Arya's declaration was not feminine and far from suitable to be a lady. How would Arya arrange a marriage with a man from a great noble house acting that way? "Ned, she might be in danger," Catelyn whispered in her husband's ear. Leaving aside Arya's words, she was worried about her presence around suspicious people, especially a cursed witcher and a suspicious hooded man. Eddard frowned. He looked at Arya talking amicably and then at the two men. Seeing that neither showed impatience and seemed to be answering her questions, he didn't think there was any danger. Especially since he recognized Geralt, the White Wolf, a famous witcher, and despite the reputation that he was a cruel man with enemies, there was never any report that he was evil. However, he was still worried. "Rob, John, go and stay with your sister," Eddard said in a calm tone. Although he didn't think anything would happen, it was better to be cautious than to believe in the kindness of others. Rob's eyes lit up at his father's words. He wanted to meet both men. After all, it wasn't every day that someone met a witcher and a man suspected of being a wizard. Rob and John exchanged glances and stood up. Both walked toward the table, and the closer they got, the more they heard Arya's surprised exclamations and admiration in her eyes. Seeing Rob and John approaching, Arya spoke excitedly to them. "Rob, John, Geralt was telling how he won a fight against a griffin." Both showed surprised looks and looked at Geralt with admiration. The North admired the strong, they were not exempt from this feeling. Cadmus wanted to laugh, but he held back, especially seeing Geralt's indifferent face, but he knew the man was quite happy with the sincere and pure admiration of a child. It was like being purified after seeing such human ugliness and sins. "Sit down, Rob Stark and Jon Snow." Cadmus invited the two with a smile and looked at them curiously. Rob and Jon were as different as could be expected. He understood why Catelyn hated Jon. The boy was a Stark from head to toe. Rob was the complete opposite. He inherited the blue eyes and red hair of House Tully. "I'm Cadmus Peveril. This cold and indifferent guy next to me is Geralt, known as the White Wolf." Cadmus introduced himself and Geralt, who only grunted in response. "Don't worry about him, he doesn't talk much. Forgive my ignorance, but I don't know any House Peveril." Rob sat down and asked curiously. Surnames were typical of nobles and powerful people. Commoners usually used the name of the city they were born in as a surname, like Thuras of Myr. "If you did, I'd be surprised," Cadmus said with a laugh. If Rob knew what House Peveril was, he would genuinely be surprised. After all, it was a noble house from a totally different universe. It would be a shock if that happened. Cadmus began to talk to both of them. The conversation was quite pleasant, especially with Cadmus sharing knowledge that most common people didn't know. "Lord Cadmus is a wizard." Jon Snow asked his first word during the conversation. The only reason Jon spoke was that he didn't feel any contempt or disgust coming from Cadmus, even knowing his origin. Cadmus looked at Jon and smiled. He didn't answer with words, but with actions. With a flick of his finger, Geralt's beer jumped out of his cup and took the form of a whale, floating around the table with elegant and smooth movements. Geralt looked at his beer with an expressionless look and then looked at Cadmus with an unpleasant look. "Incredible!" Arya exclaimed in surprise as she watched the beer whale pass close to her, her eyes shining with admiration, fascination, and disbelief, completely amazed by the scene before her. It wasn't just Arya. Rob and Jon were also equally incredulous and amazed by what was happening before them. "I wish I could do that," Arya said with a touch of envy. Cadmus looked at her, then at Rob and Jon, and smiled. "Technically, you of House Stark have a talent for magic, although it's only projection magic." His words made everyone around the table, and even at the table where Eddard Stark was, fall into complete silence. "You are descendants of the first man. Maybe you didn't realize it, but you've already had some magical experience. Especially the little lady next to me, she probably has dreams where she sees herself in an animal's body. That is her magic, the magic of projecting consciousness into an animal and seeing what happens through the eyes of an animal." Cadmus commented casually, as if it were not something incredible but completely normal. "Skin changer." Howard Reed spoke. Everyone looked at their liege lord and nodded. Although it was considered something dangerous and with an origin of fear, they didn't dare to say anything against their liege lord and sovereign. Arya's eyes widened. She never thought that her dreams were actually the magic inside her gradually awakening. Rob and Jon were also surprised. Although their dreams were not as frequent as Arya's, they also had certain strange dreams. Chapter 07, Encounter with Wolves. "Can I learn?" Arya asked without any hesitation or concern for the consequences of her own words. After all, despite what the girl said, she was a lady of a great noble house. Arya learning magic meant many things, especially for the faith of the Seven, who would see this as an affront to their authority. The North not only had different gods, but also harbored mages. This could very well trigger a chain of quite significant events throughout all the Seven Kingdoms. But Cadmus thought about this for only a moment and smiled gently. He didn't give a damn about what his actions would cause. Reaching into his bag, Cadmus took a while to find the books he wanted, and when he grabbed them, he pulled them out of the bag. The book wasn't thick, it had about 10 pages. It was a book containing everything about what the people of this world called Skin Changer. This book will help you enhance your powers. If you have talent, you could even control bears, lions, and even a dire wolf. Cadmus handed the book to Arya and said with a smile. Just like Brynden Rivers used to control hundreds of ravens, which became his eyes and ears. Hearing the name of the great bastard, Jon Snow's eyes lit up. Brynden Rivers had always been one of his favorite heroes from the stories, a royal bastard who became Hand of the King during the reigns of Aerys I and Mikar I. Note, the great bastards were the sons and daughters of King Aegon IV with other women of noble birth, so they were called great bastards. Robb also looked at the book with an excited gaze. Just hearing that he could control dire wolves was enough to make this young heir of Winterfell extremely excited. Heretical abomination, how dare he taint my daughter with his diabolic power? Catelyn could no longer stand still. As a faithful follower of the God of the Seven Faces, indoctrinated since youth to be an epitome of brainwashing, how could she accept her daughter performing such heretical acts? However, her words made all the Northern Lords show expressions full of displeasure. Although they felt fear of magic, this was, in the end, a characteristic of the First Man. Catelyn's words were practically insults to all of them, who were proud descendants of the First Man. Even Eddard frowned before relaxing again. He looked at his wife and spoke, whispering discreetly to his wife, "Cat, watch your words." Catelyn looked at her husband with an irritated look, but taught to be a good wife and submissive to her husband, she closed her mouth, but anyone could see the veins pulsing on her forehead, showing how irritated she was at that moment. She could only look with anger and resentment at the source of all this. As if feeling a gaze full of anger, resentment, and fury falling upon him, Cadmus raised the corners of his lips. He knew that Catelyn Stark, née Tully, was extremely irritated at that moment, but he didn't care about the faith of the Seven, so how could he care about a mere Catelyn? "Are you sure you want to give us this book?" Robb asked with an uncertain tone. It might seem like a simple book, but this book could create someone similar to Brynden Rivers from generation to generation for House Stark. As heir to the North and a talented strategist, he could see the infinite possibilities with this magic. As Cadmus had said, Brynden Rivers became a master spy with this power. If House Stark had this power, they could control the entire North much more easily. So Cadmus's gift was really very expensive. So expensive that he couldn't imagine why this mysterious man would share this knowledge. If Cadmus heard Robb's thoughts, he would have said that they both had different worldviews. If Robb had such knowledge, it would be a secret that only House Stark should possess, but in Cadmus's eyes, knowledge was everyone's right, regardless of noble birth or not. "It's just a copy, I have about 5 more, so don't worry and accept it." Cadmus spoke with a smile, and his words sounded enigmatic as a mage should be. "I'd like to see how much a book could alter someone's future." Robb, Jon, and naturally Arya didn't understand his words, but that didn't stop them from being happy to receive such an extraordinary book. Especially Robb, who was smiling as if he had just lost his virginity. As for the faith of the Seven, just like Cadmus, Robb never cared about that arrogant church. The North had its own gods and wouldn't accept other gods, especially those of the Undulls. If it weren't for Catelyn, the North wouldn't even have a church dedicated to the faith of the Seven. Cadmus smiled, seeing the expressions of the 3 Starks. He really wanted to see what a mere magic book could do to alter someone's fate. That's why he loved magic, only magic could perform this kind of miracle. "Let's rest." Geralt, who was already impatient with so many people around him, spoke in a calm tone. Cadmus looked at him and nodded, put the money for the meal on the table, and left with the Witcher, but not before nodding to Eddard Stark. In this alternate universe, this man endured immense pressure by remaining neutral in a political minefield. Everyone wanted the North as allies, as this cold and lifeless region had powerful and experienced warriors. Honestly, Cadmus found it hard to believe that Eddard would come to the south. It was obvious that the king wanted to conquer the north, and for that, the princes and princesses would probably become a political tool to unite the noble houses. Of course, Tywin Lannister wouldn't let that happen so easily. Cadmus could even imagine that through Hoster Tully, he had already influenced Catelyn to marry Sansa or Arya to Joffrey or Tommen Tully. Eddard nodded back and continued eating. He wouldn't easily become an enemy of such a mysterious mage, but he certainly wouldn't become his friend either. Magic was frightening, and he wanted to stay away from it. As for Robb accepting the magic book, Eddard turned a blind eye to it. Robb would become Lord of Winterfell and had his own thoughts, which made him happy, because a lord without courage or determination would never be able to lead the Northmen. Leaving the tavern, Geralt and Cadmus walked to a not-so-cozy hotel and rented a room for a day. Once inside the room, Geralt looked at Cadmus and spoke in a curious tone. You know you're going to cause chaos if the Faith of the Seven finds out about this, right? Cadmus lay down on one of the two beds in the room and spoke in a casual tone. Of course I know, but I need to face this stupid religion alone, so I have to win some allies. Who better than the future Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell? This is a dangerous game, Cadmus. Placing the two swords, one silver and the other steel, beside the bed, Geralt spoke in a solemn tone. Gods exist and aren't as benevolent as the Holy Scriptures claim they are. Cadmus looked at Geralt and smiled. Who said I'm less dangerous than a god? His words were arrogant, but when you have magic capable of distorting reality itself, those words aren't so arrogant. He wanted to be the Merlin of this world, and he chose Rhaegar as his King Arthur. If Rhaegar didn't work out, he would support Daenerys as Merlin supported Artoria Pendragon. As for the fear of death, he didn't have it. Dying erased his fear of death. Of course, that's not to say he wanted to die, but he simply no longer feared death. And if he died for his dreams, he wouldn't die with regrets. He had already lived a normal life and didn't want to live another normal life, especially with the power he had. Seeing the boy's relaxed expression, Geralt had to admit, he felt a bit of admiration for the boy. Not just anyone could remain calm and relaxed even knowing they would face gods. Just be careful and cautious. That was the only advice Geralt could give Cadmus. Cadmus looked at Geralt and smiled. Although it was difficult to become friends with this cold and indifferent witcher, it was a real and solid friendship. Don't worry, I'm the most powerful wizard in the world. Chapter 08, Encounter with Wolves. Cadmus and Geralt didn't stay long in the village and didn't want to accompany House Stark's retinue to Harrenhal. The Witcher continued riding on Plotka while the mage continued walking on foot along the King's Road. However, soon the entire House Stark retinue followed behind him without any delay. Which wasn't surprising, both weren't going fast, so it wasn't difficult for them to close the distance, although everyone kept their distance. Cadmus didn't mind, but he always stopped in a village during the journey, helping the sick with potions, especially children and the elderly, who were more susceptible to contracting diseases. He also explained the basics of hygiene, although he doubted some would follow through. Those nobles would kill to buy one of your potions and you give them away for free to the people. Seeing Cadmus helping a sick child drink the green healing potion, Geralt commented in a calm tone, but there was a touch of admiration in his voice. He had seen many noble houses over his 80 years, but none could have such a good upbringing to the point of teaching someone like Cadmus. Surprisingly, even having power above others, he didn't despise life, on the contrary, he seemed to value it more than anything, especially the lives of the poor and needy. I can make infinite money with my potions, so it costs nothing to use my potions to help those who never got help. Besides, I can see the results of my potions firsthand, which is a very good reward. Cadmus said with a smile. He touched the child's forehead, and feeling that the fever had gone down, he waved to the woman beside him, who thanked him repeatedly while looking at him gratefully. Fever in this world was a deadly disease, especially for children. Geralt rolled his eyes, feeling that Cadmus's reasons were just a disguise to prevent others from seeing that he was a good man. However, he didn't unmask Cadmus and just nodded. How many people have you saved this week? Geralt asked as he mounted Roach again. 42, 30 were children and 10 were elderly and only 2 were adult men. Cadmus said with a helpless sigh. The infant mortality rate was extremely high, but there was no way to improve it. On Earth, there were countries that had high birth rates, much less in this world stagnant in time. And the birth rate was so high that out of 6 children, 4 died before reaching adulthood. This wasn't Cadmus assuming, but what he had learned this week traveling. The most terrible thing was that people were used to death around them, showing how backward this world was. After seeing that no one was sick, Cadmus showed a satisfied look and left the village. However, a few miles later, he stopped. Not just him, Geralt also stopped. The medallion on his chest began to tremble uncontrollably. Geralt dismounted from the horse and drew the silver sword from the sheath on his back, his feline eyes scanning the environment with a cold and calm gaze. His nose twitched again, the smell of death and decomposition entered his nose. Ghoul. Geralt said in a calm tone. As an experienced witcher, he recognized the smell instantly. There are many. Cadmus said in a calm tone. A fog appeared in the surroundings, and even though it was afternoon, the environment seemed to darken in an instant. A wand appeared in his hand, black as night and even more magnificent. Let me remove this fog. Cadmus said and moved his wrist to the right. Ventus. With his words, a dome of wind expanded with Cadmus at the center, pushing away all the fog in the surroundings. Gerald's eyes sharpened seeing the dozens of ghouls, their putrid and disgusting bodies, their red eyes full of hatred and hunger for living beings. The Witcher didn't hesitate, entered combat position and waited. He knew that ghouls had no patience at all and would soon attack in a group. Just as Gerald expected, the dozen ghouls advanced with roars and open mouths. The Witcher moved to the side and with a quick movement, decapitated the nearest one. He didn't stop, took a step forward and cut the ghoul in half. When he was about to kill the next one, small fireballs advanced, tearing through the air and hitting the rest of the ghouls. Arg! Arg! Arg high! The bestial screams sounded full of pain as their bodies were engulfed by flames, soon after to be reduced to ashes in the next second. Gerald looked around and seeing that there were no more ghouls, he didn't relax and with the silver sword in hand, he walked toward the two ghouls he had killed. Seeing that one was still alive, even after being cut in half, the Witcher finished off the creature by plunging the sword into its head. As far as I know, ghouls aren't uncommon in cemeteries, ancient tombs, necropolises, and battlefields. Cadmus said, putting away his wand. Is there anything like that nearby? Gerald thought for a moment and shook his head. He had already traveled throughout the Riverlands and knew there was nothing of the sort in the surroundings, so the presence of so many ghouls was suspicious and very unusual. Could they have been brought from another location? Cadmus proposed a theory in a calm tone. He could imagine countless people trying to attack the king's reputation with this kind of cruel method. After all, if the king couldn't protect even the king's road, then his ability was questionable. I hate politics. Gerald spoke in a tone full of dissatisfaction. Although there was no proof or even indication, it was better to believe this than another crazier theory. Suddenly, hearing the sound of horses behind him, Cadmus saw that the Stark retinue had caught up with them again. Leading the group, Eddard Stark with his calm and silent expression. His eyes swept the battlefield, lingering for a moment on the bodies of the ghouls on the ground. He frowned before relaxing again. He used his heels to gently tap the horse's belly and approached. Many ghouls? He asked in a deep tone. A dozen. Cadmus answered with a smile on his lips. He looked at the Warden of the North and added. They probably came from outside the Riverlands. Eddard narrowed his eyes and understood the implications in the mysterious mage's words. There was only one person who could try to end the king's reputation in this way. The old lion of Casterly Rock seemed to watch the seven kingdoms lying on the great rock. Lord Stark should be careful in the south. Every time a Stark goes south it doesn't end well. Cadmus warned the silent wolf of House Stark. He wasn't lying. If Eddard went south and joined the political whirlpool in Harrenhal, things would get complicated. Both sides fought to conquer the north, and to prevent the enemy from gaining an advantage in the future war, they would rather destroy House Stark and leave the north in chaos. Of course, with one of the two queens being from House Stark, the most likely one to attack House Stark was House Lannister. After all, as long as House Stark remained neutral, House Targaryen wouldn't antagonize House Stark because of Queen Lyanna. Eddard looked deeply at the mysterious mage and nodded. He felt that the mage had good intentions, but it was inevitable to go to Harrenhal. He had to see his sister and help his nephew sit on the Iron Throne. Thank you, sir, I will proceed with caution. Eddard said in a polite tone and quickly returned to House Stark's retinue. What a stubborn wolf. Cadmus said with a laugh. Knowing he's walking into a trap, he still moves forward. Wolves are united, they don't abandon family. Gerald spoke in a calm tone as he mounted his horse, Roach, again. People are moved by emotion, how many can claim they remained indifferent to their own family's safety? Cadmus agreed with Gerald's words. As someone who loved with the intensity of a volcano and valued those he loved, he would fight fiercely for his family. However, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is nothing but a paper weapon, easily crushed. Cadmus thought calmly. He wasn't afraid of getting involved in conspiracies. Unlike Eddard, he had the strength to protect himself. Chapter 09, The Castle of Harrenhal. During the journey, Cadmus continued treating the sick, children, men, women, and the elderly. He didn't care if you were a beggar or a farmer, he treated everyone equally. The only inconvenience was that every village had some stupid fanatic who called him countless insults. Cadmus was not someone who liked to be insulted, so he would turn these people into frogs for a period of time. The expressions of the people when they saw that he had turned another person into a frog were simply funny. Cadmus's actions caused a little fear in people, but they were soon relieved to know that it was temporary. Although it still left the people afraid, after all, they were just simple, illiterate people, and anything unknown caused fear and admiration. On the King's Road, after 2 weeks of travel, Cadmus and Geralt saw a huge castle on the horizon. Harrenhal is a gigantic castle, enormous in proportion, with thick, black walls that seem to have been carved from stone darkened by fire. Its 5 huge towers, once the largest in the 7 kingdoms, rise like deformed columns, melted walls, deep cracks, and stone blocks twisted by dragon fire heat. Some towers are broken at the top, others tilted, as if about to collapse, but still colossal enough to cast vast shadows over the lake. Harrenhal's gates are tall and heavy, guarded by walls so thick they look like artificial mountains. Inside, the courtyards are wide and empty, flanked by burned structures, roofless halls, crooked arcades, and staircases that go nowhere. The melted stone runs down the walls as if it had flowed and hardened halfway, creating irregular and scarred shapes. From afar, the castle looks like a huge black ruin, too immense to be ignored, too large to have survived the fire intact, a monument of broken, scarred, and overwhelming stone. An eternal reminder of the flames of Baal Ryan, the Black Dread. Even knowing that the castle was large, Cadmus was still shocked to see the gigantic rocky monstrosity before him. He couldn't believe that such a thing was made by humans without any magic or science. It was madness to think that humans did such a thing with only human strength and primitive engineering. Seeing Cadmus's expression, Geralt was not surprised. He had the same reaction when he saw the gigantic castle. Anyone who saw such a large castle for the first time would be amazed at how incredible humans could be. Cadmus followed Geralt through the gigantic gates while admiring the inside of the castle. There were tents everywhere, each colored and with a different noble coat of arms. He estimated there were about 700 people, all from noble houses. This was the first tournament of the Targaryen dynasty after Robert's rebellion. It was a rare event where all young knights wanted to gain fame and perhaps even marry a princess. Although it was a foolish dream, it was what motivated these young knights full of ambition and naivety. Poor fools, they think a tournament is something without danger. Cadmus commented upon seeing the youth and ambition in the eyes of these young knights. Tournaments were dangerous, and even nobles could die in the combat tournament or in the jousting. If you were lucky enough to find a knight of the King's Guard, it could save your life, but if it's a knight who only thinks about winning, then pray to the god you believe in, because the chances of dying by a veteran and experienced knight are high. Men kill each other for glory, money, and women, there's nothing new about that. Geralt rode with a calm expression. In his 80 years, he had seen countless men die for these things, but there was something they all had in common. They all regretted it in death and were buried in the ground after they died. At the end of your life, will you regret it, Geralt? Cadmus looked at the Witcher and asked with a smile. I'll die in the mouth of some monster, alone and with only the emptiness of my mind, just as I was born. Geralt replied in a calm tone. There is no regret for a Witcher, only the lament of such a lonely life. Cadmus looked deeply at the Witcher and couldn't help but think that this was truly sad. This man risked his life to kill monsters and save people his whole life, but there would be no one by his side in the end. It was sad and personified well the phrase that heroes are forgotten. You won't die alone, Geralt. Cadmus said with a smile. Even in your death, I'll still be there to provoke you one last time. Geralt twisted his lips and felt he should draw his steel sword and kill Cadmus. The boy really knew how to annoy him. Didn't he even deserve a peaceful death? Ignoring the boy, Geralt dismounted from the horse and held the reins. He approached a young man who smelled of horse manure and spoke in a cold tone. If she loses a single hair, I will make you suffer. Faced with the cold, golden feline eyes, the young man felt his legs weaken. He swallowed hard and nodded quickly. Don't worry, sir, I'll take good care of her. Stammering, he said with a determined tone to protect the horse with his life. Geralt showed a satisfied look and walked away, but saw Cadmus hand a gold dragon to the young man before following him. Good cop, bad cop always works. Cadmus said with a laugh and didn't care if Geralt understood his metaphor. It wasn't the first time Geralt had heard strange words and phrases from Cadmus and he simply ignored him. I'm going to talk to the hand of the king, don't cause trouble. The Witcher warned in a calm and deep tone. Seeing Geralt's back moving away, Cadmus rolled his eyes. Although he liked to provoke people, it didn't mean he was a childish fool. Without Geralt, Cadmus walked through the tents, listening to people's conversations, gossip, and curiosities. Rhaegar Targaryen's court came down to one thing, a delicate political balance that made him admire the Targaryen king. This was not the Targaryen dynasty at its peak, the Targaryens had lost their dragons and consequently, their absolute dominance over the vassals. Robert's rebellion was not the first, House Baratheon had already rebelled before, as had other houses, although nowhere near as impactful. Westeros needed a king like Rhaegar, an experienced politician and warrior with prestige among the noble houses, which Rhaegar was. If it were a king like Baelor, Tywin would have rebelled once more. That's why Cadmus thought that Aegon, who was gay, would make the situation even more chaotic. Even if Aegon had Dorne's support, Dorne was too weak compared to the other kingdoms. A king should be respected and feared, and believe me, sleeping with other men did not make a king respected or feared. What man would respect a king who liked to sleep with other men? Cadmus was not prejudiced, but even on Earth, gay people still suffer from the stigma that they were not real men, much less in this backward world. So, in his eyes, Rhaegar, to prevent the war from breaking out again, should choose other people as heir or heiress. Princess Rhaenys was more suitable than Aegon, at least by marrying the right man, the princess could keep the throne. As Cadmus walked, he had arrived by the God's Eye, the largest lake in Westeros. The lake was magnificent with its blue and green color, and from afar, the mage could see the mysterious Isle of Faces, which was said to house the children of the forest. Black swans could be seen on the shore, their magnificent black feathers looked especially lustrous because of the water on them. Cadmus approached the lake and was surprised to find two figures, one short and one tall. Looking closer, they were a small girl and a man. The man seemed to be the young woman's protector, as he looked like a bodyguard. Cadmus intentionally stepped on a branch, which alerted the girl and her knight. He finally saw the girl's appearance. She was not beautiful, her chin was square, her ears large, and unexpectedly, she had beautiful blue eyes. However, what caught Cadmus's attention was the area of her cheek and neck. Her left cheek and most of her neck were covered by cracked and peeling skin, gray and black, similar to stone. Chapter 10, The Castle of Harrenhal. Did I scare you, little milady? Cadmus asked with a smile, and even though they couldn't see his face completely, his smile was particularly gentle and amusing, which made others relax in his presence. You just surprised me, sir, the girl said with a somewhat shy, but surprisingly gentle look. She looked down, never meeting anyone's eyes. She was obviously shy and had low self-esteem, which was not surprising given the grayscale on her face and neck. Cadmus Peveril, milady. Cadmus introduced himself while extending his hand. Shireen understood, but hesitated, but seeing the smile on the mysterious man's lips, she was brave for a moment and extended her hand, which Cadmus gently made the gesture of kissing, but did not touch his lips to the back of a maiden's hand. Shireen of House Baratheon. The girl, about 9 years old, introduced herself in a still shy tone. This one beside me is Lord Davos of House Seaworth. The man nodded to Cadmus, although his hand had not left the hilt of his sword for a second. Cadmus looked at the Onion Knight with a smile. Davos is a thin man, with brown eyes and an ordinary face, marked by time. His beard and sparse brown hair are sprinkled with gray. When Cadmus was about to speak, a beautiful and noble bird appeared in the air and perched on his shoulder. It was Mitra, who had just arrived. The noble creature looked at Cadmus and then at the child with ruby-red eyes. Shireen and Davos's attention was entirely on the bird. After all, besides its extraordinary appearance, it had just appeared out of nowhere, like a ghost. This is Mitra, my longtime friend, Cadmus said with a smile, but was surprised to see a phoenix feather separate from the bird's body and fall gently into Shireen's hand. The little girl felt her body warm up when the feather touched her hand. She looked at the beautiful, noble, and majestic bird with admiration, and even though she didn't know much, she knew it was an extraordinary bird. She liked you, she doesn't give her feathers to just anyone, Cadmus said, making a small smile appear on the child's lips. Turning to look at Davos, Cadmus spoke in a calm tone. Make a necklace with the feather and don't let the girl take it off for 3 days, not even to bathe. In the end, her disease will disappear. As soon as Cadmus's words sounded, Shireen's and Davos's eyes widened. Grayscale had no cure, but here was a mysterious man saying that the most mysterious and deadly disease would be cured because of a feather. This feather is not from a normal bird, it is the feather of a phoenix, one of the purest beings in the world, symbols of rebirth and healing. Her feathers can cure any disease. Cadmus explained with a smile and spoke of how extraordinary Mitra was. He wasn't afraid that others might become greedy, anyone who was so foolish he would kill. Mitra raised her head proudly and looked at both of them with a nobility worthy of a queen. She looked at the child with a gentle gaze and after letting out a sharp cry, she abruptly disappeared with a snap in the air. Shireen couldn't help but be disappointed to see the noble and beautiful bird disappear. At the same time, she held the feather firmly in her hands. A hope was lit in her fragile and unconscious heart. Seeing this, Cadmus smiled gently. In the end, Shireen's feelings were what moved the phoenix. People with dirty hearts and full of sins were not even worthy to stand before Mitra. We will see each other again, little milady. I hope that by then, you will have become as lively as a child should be. Cadmus said with a laugh and turned around, disappearing into the bushes. It was a surprise that he had met Stannis' daughter, but he had more important things to do. Shireen looked at the feather in her hand and felt a warmth spread through her body. Even being by the lake, the cold seemed to disappear with the warmth in her body. He is a mage. I saw someone. I was a smuggler. Davos spoke in a solemn tone. Mages were dangerous. The ones he saw were so arrogant that they seemed like kings just because they knew how to make a small flame or even scare some people, but the young man who disappeared before him was a true mage, of that he had no doubt. How could the owner of a bird as mystical as a dragon be simple? Shireen's eyes were full of childish curiosity and admiration. She never imagined that just by wanting to see swans, her destiny would completely change. While Cadmus walks through the forest next to Harrenhal, Geralt was inside a tent larger and nobler than the others. The Witcher was standing before a middle-aged man, with bowl-cut brown hair and light brown eyes. A silver hand-shaped brooch hung on his chest. It was Ser Raymond Darry, from one of the oldest and most powerful noble houses in Westeros. Unlike in another universe, House Darry only prospered and practically controlled half of the Riverlands, something Rhaegar was more than happy to see. Thus, the Riverlands were in a silent civil war that House Tully had no control over its vassals. Geralt, how was your trip to the north? My lands missed you. These damned monsters keep appearing more and more. Raymond asked with a smile. He had met the Witcher on a hunt and they soon became friends. Unlike people who thought that Witchers were the cause of monsters and only brought death wherever they went, he truly admired these men who underwent mutations just to hunt monsters. Dangerous, the monsters in the north are even fiercer with the lack of food. Geralt replied in a calm tone. Since the north was less populated, the monsters there were even fiercer, so fierce that they even dared to enter the great cities. Raymond nodded and was not surprised. The north was truly dangerous. Even the commoners had the combat power of trained soldiers, showing that the weak do not survive in the north. Remembering something, Raymond's good humor changed. He sighed and rubbed his forehead, feeling another headache coming on. He was really stressed these days. You look tired, old friend. Seeing Raymond's expression, Geralt spoke in a slightly worried tone. This damn tournament is expensive, time-consuming, and I still have to deal with these stupid nobles who get into duels over the slightest disagreement. Raymond commented in an irritated tone. He had dealt with such incidents so many times that he wished all these young knights would simply disappear from Harrenhal. However, what stresses me the most is the Queen Dowager. Leaning back in his chair, Raymond said, letting out a long sigh. Geralt raised an eyebrow and didn't even need to ask, as Raymond spoke before he could ask anything. The Queen Dowager is sick, and it's not an easy disease to cure. The maesters are doing everything, but nothing works. The king is worried, and when the king is worried, we, mere advisors, suffer. Maybe I can help. Geralt said, making the hand of the king's eyes widen slightly. Did you become a healer during your time in the north? Raymond asked in a teasing tone. He didn't believe Geralt's words. Not that he doubted the Witcher's abilities, but when it came to healing, there was no way a monster-killing machine would know the arts of healing. Not me, but I have a friend who can cure the queen. Geralt spoke in a solemn tone. How could he joke about something like that? Raymond's face finally showed a solemn expression. He believed that Geralt wouldn't joke about something like that. Satisfy my curiosity, Geralt. He said in a curious tone. My friend is a mage, an extremely powerful mage, but that's not what interests you. What interests you is that he is capable of manufacturing healing potions. Potions that I saw work on people in the last 2 weeks. Geralt explained and didn't hide anything. He also explained how Cadmus cured children, adults, women, and the elderly. Raymond's face was uncertain. He trusted Geralt, but bringing a mage before the king would bring unpredictable consequences. Whether it was the Order of Maesters or the Faith of the Seven, neither organization liked magic. However, remembering the king, Raymond's expression showed determination. It better be that this mage is as good as you say, or he will suffer the consequences. Raymond said in a solemn tone. He couldn't afford to fail in helping the queen, or his position as hand of the king would fly away from him. Geralt nodded, but was not worried. He saw Cadmus save a child on the verge of death. He was not a charlatan, but a true mage. Chapter 11, The Castle of Harrenhal. The first impression Raymond had of the wizard was mystery. Wrapped in an emerald green cloak with a hood covering his face, he exuded an aura of mystery and danger. However, as soon as he removed the hood, revealing his face, Raymond had another impression. It was nobility, beauty, and kindness. Raymond had to admit, the gods had their favorites, and the young man before him was exactly one of the gods' favorites. He was around 20 years old, with pale skin from lack of sun exposure. His hair was black, completely black, like a crow's feathers. Silky, shiny strands fell below his eyes. His features were sharp, elegant, and naturally symmetrical. Beyond his impressive appearance, what mattered most were his dark green eyes like beautiful emeralds. Cadmus Peveril, Lord Hand. Cadmus introduced himself with a polite smile as he placed his hand over his chest and bowed slightly forward. "I'll get straight to the point, Cadmus." Raymond didn't care about Cadmus's elegant actions and spoke in a solemn tone. "Are you sure you can cure the queen with one of your potions?" It was his career he was talking about. There was no room for jokes or hesitation. If it weren't for Geralt, he wouldn't have even met Cadmus. After all, a wizard was a wizard, dangerous and mysterious beings. "If she's not dead, I can cure her." Cadmus spoke in a solemn tone. He wouldn't play around with his future career. If Riella died, he would have serious problems. Raymond's expression became slightly relieved, but only that, slightly. Placing his hand on Cadmus's shoulder, he spoke in a tone tinged with a touch of hope. "I'll have them bring some sick people. I want to see your skills personally." Cadmus nodded and wasn't surprised. Trusting a complete stranger only happened in children's books. Adult life was much more complicated and full of dangers. Only a fool would trust a person they had just met, especially in such an important matter. Half an hour later, Raymond returned bringing about 11 people, 6 men and 5 women. What they all had in common were humble clothes and traces of illness on the faces of each man and woman. Cadmus didn't hesitate and began taking out potion after potion, feeding these people the semi-transparent green liquid. Seeing these people's faces become healthy with the naked eye, Raymond finally showed a smile and looked at Geralt gratefully. This was a real wizard, not a charlatan. Moreover, with his sense of profit, he could see that these potions were simply a gold mine. All people get sick, from commoners to kings and queens, everyone gets sick. A potion that could cure an illness in such a short time was simply a gold mine that even Tywin Lannister would be full of envy. "Cadmus, what do you want? Lands, titles, or women? Once the queen is saved, I can ask the king for these things," Raymond said in a confident tone. Rhaegar wasn't a petty king and was generous with rewards. "I want to participate in the king's court, if possible. I want a position on the small council. The court wizard seems like an interesting title." Cadmus didn't hide and spoke directly about his purpose. The frankness only showed that he would do everything to save the queen, because he wanted to enter the court and couldn't fail. Raymond was surprised by Cadmus's request. He looked at the young man with admiration and felt more secure in introducing Cadmus to the king. Stroking his chin covered by a thin beard, he spoke in a confident tone. "If it were any other wizard, this could never happen, but with your potions, the king should value you and the position of court wizard doesn't seem so unrealistic." Raymond didn't lie. Rhaegar really should be happy to win over such a talented person. Although recruiting a wizard might offend the faith of the Seven, the king was already in conflict with the faith of the Seven, as he had married 2 wives, Queen Elia and Queen Lyanna. Cadmus showed a satisfied look. Having the hand of the king as a political ally on the small council would be a good thing. "If the king accepts, a member of the king's guard will come get you," Raymond said before leaving the tent, heading toward the castle. Raymond stopped before the door to the king's chambers. 2 members of the king's guard had their hands on the hilts of their swords, faithfully guarding the door, and if anyone dared approach without permission, they would have their heads separated from their body in a mere instant. "I wish for an urgent audience with the king," Raymond said before the 2 legendary knights before him. Ser Barristan Selmy, the Bold, and Ser Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Barristan looked at Arthur and nodded. He turned and knocked on the door and spoke in a calm tone. "Your Grace, the Lord Hand wishes an urgent audience." "Let him in." Rhaegar's voice sounded a few seconds later. Under the eyes of both knights of the King's Guard, Raymond entered the room. The first thing he saw was the king, sitting behind a dark wooden desk with one hand on his forehead while the other wrote a letter. "Raymond, if you came because of another conflict between those knights, I swear I'll send you to the wall for a month." Rhaegar didn't stop writing and spoke in an irritated tone. It wasn't just Raymond who was already fed up with the constant fights between the young knights. It's about the Queen Dowager's health. As soon as Raymond spoke, Rieger stopped writing and finally raised his head, looking at Raymond with his deep purple eyes. Rieger was an extremely handsome man, worthy of holding the title of the most handsome man in Westeros. Medium-length silver-blonde hair framed a face that seemed to be made by the gods. He wore red and purple clothes, extremely beautiful and luxurious. At 39 years old, he was a mature man in his prime with a perfectly groomed beard around his face, making him even more majestic. What happened? Rieger frowned and asked in a hurried tone. His mother's health had always been a thorn in his heart, always making him feel worried. Raymond didn't hesitate and told everything that happened, hiding nothing. Unlike other hands of the king, he knew he should be sincere and frank above all before Rieger. The previous hand of the king, Tywin Lannister, had become practically taboo to speak of before the king. Rieger listened to everything in silence. After processing all the information, he leaned back in his chair and showed a thoughtful look. Court wizard. Rieger whispered with a calm look. Honestly, it wasn't a bad idea. He could fight on the battlefield, but when it involved monsters, magic, and the mysterious, he was a complete layman and the maesters weren't suited for the job, as few dealt with magic, or rather, they repudiated magic. At the same time, what really caught Rieger's attention were the potions mentioned by Raymond. Substances like these are worth true fortunes. After all, no one is free from getting sick, and the nobles, above all, never hesitated to spend exorbitant sums to save their own lives. The profits from healing potions were simply colossal, and that considering only Westeros. If trade reached Essos, then the gains would be unimaginable. Rieger, who for 14 years had dedicated resources to building an army for House Targaryen, knew better than anyone the cost of this. Maintaining 40,000 men would consume incalculable wealth from the royal coffers. With more money, he could increase the army by 20,000 soldiers in just 1 year. Raymond, I want to meet this wizard and see his abilities with my own eyes. I want to know exactly how powerful he is. Rieger made his decision without hesitation. As for the church, he simply disregarded it. It no longer mattered what they thought of him, especially after they called him the second coming of Maegor the Cruel for taking his second wife. I'll do as you command, your grace. Raymond bowed and left the king's chambers with a relieved expression and a smile on his lips. Rieger looked at the ceiling of his chambers and showed an amused look, thinking about the legends of wizards he would hear when he was growing up. How interesting, it will be the first time I see a wizard. I wonder if he can turn people into frogs. Chapter 12, The Meeting Between the Wizard and the King. Cadmus looked at the Kingsguard guiding him with curiosity. He looked at the legendary sword Dawn at the Kingsguard's waist and spoke. Meteor fragments are rare, especially a piece so large. Depending on the size, they break apart when entering orbit and scatter into small fragments. Does House Dane still have any piece of the meteor? Cadmus asked curiously. If possible, he really wanted to acquire such good metal. Arthur was surprised for a moment, but shook his head and answered in a calm, deep tone. My ancestor used the entire meteor to make Dawn. What a shame, that iron is good for making cauldrons. They don't explode, which, believe me, happens many times when someone is in the learning phase. Cadmus said in a slightly regretful tone. He had lost count of how many cauldrons had exploded trying to improve his potions. Improving a potion isn't easy, any change in ingredients is enough to blow up the cauldron. Arthur looked at the wizard wearing a cloak and hood with a deep gaze. Honestly, he didn't trust the wizard and didn't want the king to be near such a man. He could protect the king against men, but it was difficult to protect against magic. Is Sir Arthur afraid I'll hurt the king? As if noticing the caution in the legendary sword of the morning's gaze, Cadmus asked with a smile. Yes. Arthur didn't deny it and spoke in a calm tone. I feel you're dangerous. I am. Cadmus nodded and also didn't deny it, but continued speaking. But just as you will protect the king from men, I will protect the king against mystical forces. Arthur looked deeply at the wizard and continued on his way. Cadmus didn't mind and would prove it with actions instead of words. Suddenly, when Arthur and Cadmus turned the corner, 2 women appeared before him, accompanied by another Kingsguard. One of the women had brown hair with silver streaks and purple eyes, olive skin contrasting with the yellow dress. She was beautiful with delicate and graceful features, with an hourglass body, voluptuous in the right places. Unlike the woman with clear Dornish and Valyrian descent, the girl beside her looked like a pure-blood Valyrian. She was a fine and delicate beauty, almost supernatural. She was slender and small, with large eyes of a deep violet tone and thin, pale, porcelain skin, almost translucent. Princesses, Lord Commander. Arthur greeted the princesses and the elderly men with respect. The man was Gerald Hightower, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard and known as the White Bull. He was a middle-aged man at 45 years old, half his hair was graying, but his skill remained the same and even more deadly. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard nodded to Arthur and looked at Cadmus with a penetrating and hard gaze. "Who is this?" Rhaenys asked, looking at the mysterious man wrapped in an emerald cloak and hood. Daenerys, beside her niece, also looked with curiosity at the mysterious man. As if feeling her gaze, he turned his head and looked toward her. She saw his lips curve into a very beautiful smile and for a moment, glimpsed a pair of beautiful emerald eyes staring at her. Despite not being able to see his appearance, Daenerys knew he was a very handsome man, especially seeing those full and tempting lips. She wondered what it would be like to kiss those lips. Suddenly, noticing her own thoughts, she shook her head. Dany, you're an elegant and graceful princess, you can't have these types of thoughts about a strange man, but what if I get to know him?" Cadmus didn't know what was going through the hormone-filled mind of the girl. He was focused on the aura that Daenerys exuded. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling the absurd amount of magic dormant within the girl. And although it wasn't as great as his, it was incomparable to anyone else. Worthy of being the daughter of destiny of this universe. If Daenerys focused on fire magic, Cadmus could see that she would become one of the most powerful sorceresses this world had ever seen. "Looks like I found my Artoria Pendragon," Cadmus thought with a smile. "A guest of the king." Arthur answered Princess Rhaenys in a respectful tone. He didn't go into details because the king had asked for discretion, so he introduced Cadmus this way. Rhaenys and Daenerys' curiosity reached its peak at this moment. The more mysterious Cadmus was, the more curious they became. However, seeing Arthur's silence, they knew they couldn't get anything out of the King's Guard and left reluctantly. Before leaving, Daenerys winked provocatively at Cadmus, who returned it with a friendly and amused wave. Daenerys laughed and left with Rhaenys. Arthur looked deeply at the wizard, but said nothing and guided him to the king's chambers. Which took a while. Harrenhal Castle was truly enormous. Harren the Black must have been truly mad to build such a large castle. When Cadmus arrived at the door, he saw another legendary knight of the King's Guard, Ser Barristan Selmy, the Bold. He had to admit, Rhaegar really was lucky to have so many legendary knights of the King's Guard serving him. Cadmus looked curiously at the old man before him and knew he was even more dangerous than Gerald Hightower, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard. Despite being old, just the man's name was capable of stopping 1,000 knights. "The king is waiting." Barristan spoke in a solemn tone. He looked at Cadmus cautiously, but opened the door. Cadmus didn't hesitate and entered the king's chambers. Arthur and Barristan entered the room. How could they allow the king to meet with a wizard alone? As soon as he entered, Cadmus soon saw his target. After seeing Rhaegar, Cadmus had to admit that George Martin was a man of culture for creating the Valyrians. Whether men or women, all were beautiful. Although Daenerys was the most beautiful girl he had seen in his life. Nodding to Raymond, who was in the room, he greeted the king. "I am Cadmus Peveril, your grace, it's an honor to meet you." Cadmus placed his hand over his chest and bowed slightly forward before King Rhaegar I Targaryen, the king of the Seven Kingdoms, known as the Just among the people. "Will you hide your face before your king?" Rhaegar asked, seeing that Cadmus's face was still hidden under the hood. Cadmus let out a laugh and removed the hood, revealing his absolutely beautiful young face, hair black as a crow's feathers and emerald green eyes. "You're young, I thought you'd be an old man with a pointy hat on his head." Rhaegar was surprised by Cadmus's appearance, but soon smiled and joked. "If your grace wishes, I can fly on a broomstick." Cadmus joined in the joke and said with a laugh. By Merlin, he didn't like flying on broomsticks. After all, it was extremely uncomfortable for men to sit on a broomstick. "I'm curious, but not now." Rhaegar shook his head and looked at Cadmus with a bright gaze. "I'm curious about magic." Cadmus smiled and felt he had waited a long time for this moment. He drew his wand, under the curious and cautious eyes of everyone, and pointed at the wardrobe. The next moment, a blue light appeared at the tip of the wand and hit the wardrobe. The next moment, a pig with a classic wizard hat appeared under the shocked eyes of everyone present. Even knowing that magic existed, seeing it in person still made Rhaegar's eyes widen. Especially something so shocking as turning a wardrobe into a living pig. "This is transfiguration, I can transform anything I desire." Cadmus explained with a smile, but added. "Of course, this change isn't permanent, it takes some time for the pig to turn back into a wardrobe again. So, no infinite food and no turning stone into gold." Rieger was disappointed to learn it wasn't a permanent change. It could be said that if it were a permanent change, he would never have to worry about feeding his army or even running out of money in his life. Of course, he knew that if an infinite amount of gold appeared in Westeros, the currency would devalue and a really big crisis would be placed upon Westeros. Let's get down to business, Lord Peveril. Rieger straightened in his chair and spoke in a solemn tone. Now that he knew Cadmus wasn't a charlatan, he really wanted the wizard in his court. Cadmus also showed a solemn expression. After all, it was his career they were talking about. Chapter 13, The Meeting Between the Wizard and the King. 3 sick people were brought before everyone. 3 men, 2 young and 1 elderly, all 3 commoners. They looked scared before the king, the hand of the king, and the king's guard. Which was perfectly normal. This is a healing potion, obviously, as the name indicates it's for healing. Cadmus said with a smile as he showed the vial containing a semi-transparent green liquid and explained with a patient look. There are no side effects and it cannot heal broken bones, but it can cure almost all types of illnesses. Only illnesses that are not related to magic. Can it be mass-produced? Rieger couldn't help but ask with an excited look. He seemed to see a mountain of gold filling the royal coffers. It's possible. I can optimize the process so that common people can make it. Although the effect might be reduced by 30 or 40%. As a potions master, Cadmus was confident that after some training, he could get common people to produce the healing potion. Although the effectiveness of such potions could not even remotely be compared to his own. What if the recipe leaks? Raymond couldn't help but ask in a solemn tone. Just thinking that this kind of recipe could leak, he felt a pain in his heart. This recipe was like an infinite gold mine. The mere idea that the crown's enemies could obtain it was terrible. We can make an unbreakable vow with these people. If they dare to betray, they will die instantly. Cadmus spoke in an indifferent tone. Seeing the confusion on their faces, he calmly explained. The unbreakable vow is an extremely powerful spell made by 2 people. If the other party breaks the terms of the vow, they will die without any shadow of a doubt. Rieger's eyes lit up hearing about the spell. It was truly a perfect spell for a king. Unfortunately, he wasn't a wizard. We'll talk about that later. Let them drink the potion. Rieger spoke in a calm tone and looked at the potion with a bright gaze. Baristan took the healing potion and made all 3 men drink it. Even scared, they didn't dare refuse and drank it all at once. A few seconds later, the old man, who looked hunched over with terrible back pain, straightened up like a young man in his prime. The old man touched his own back in disbelief and, feeling absolutely nothing, showed a look of joy. The terrible pain in his back had completely disappeared. The remaining 2 young men who had the flu and a fever magically improved, as if they had never been sick. A relieved look appeared on Rieger's face. With this potion, his mother would recover her health without any difficulty. Personally confirming the effectiveness of the healing potion, he looked at Cadmus with a satisfied gaze. Waving for Baristan to take the commoners away, Rieger turned to Cadmus with a smile. Lord Peveril, from today on, you are the court wizard of King's Landing, responsible for the protection of House Targaryen and events related to magic. If you manage to cure my mother, I will give you lands and a title. Rieger made his decision in an instant. He was never a petty person when it came to winning over supporters. Cadmus looked surprised at Rieger and nodded. He took a step forward and bowed elegantly. It is an honor, Your Grace. I wish to make an unbreakable vow between myself and House Targaryen. Cadmus said with a smile. He knew better than anyone how powerful he was. If there wasn't some kind of security, King Rieger would never trust him. How do I make this unbreakable vow? Rieger asked with a smile. He really liked talking to intelligent people. It saved a lot of unnecessary time and headaches. While holding my wrist, say your name, the terms, and if I find them suitable, I will accept the terms. Cadmus said in a solemn tone. He extended his arm, which Rieger promptly held firmly. Cadmus also held his arm and looked into the king's eyes. I, Rieger of House Targaryen, first of my name, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. Do you swear never to harm me or my family, unless someone in my family attacks first? I swear. Cadmus replied, without the slightest hesitation. After all, the vow was between him and Rieger. Members of House Targaryen could still attack Cadmus, and if he couldn't defend himself, that would complicate things. Do you swear to serve me with all the knowledge and power you possess? Rieger continued. I swear. Cadmus affirmed, firmly. Do you swear to protect the king from all forces of evil and any monster? I swear. As Cadmus and Rieger exchanged words, everyone around witnessed white threads appearing in the air, faint at first, then intensely luminous, winding and intertwining around both their arms. "I, Cadmus of House Peveril," Cadmus declared, his voice firm. "Do you swear never to harm me or my family, unless someone in my family attacks first?" "I swear," Rieger replied, in a grave and solemn tone. "Do you swear to share bread and water with me, and that I will always have a place at your hearth?" Cadmus asked, keeping his gaze fixed on the kings. "I swear," Rieger said, without any hesitation. "Do you swear never to betray me?" Cadmus asked again. "I swear," Rieger affirmed, and the next instant, the white threads shone like living fire before disappearing into the air. "Your Majesty." Cadmus bowed with a smile on his lips. "My court wizard." Rieger also greeted Cadmus with a smile. "Want to test the oath?" Cadmus asked in an amused tone. "I won't die?" Rieger asked confused. "Unless the act is actually carried out, we will only suffer a pain so strong that we will beg to die," Cadmus said with a smile. Rieger was speechless, but nodded. He was curious if the unbreakable vow was really working. Drawing his sword from the scabbard, Rieger pointed it at Cadmus. The king's relaxed face became tense the next moment. He turned pale, the veins on his face contorted grotesquely as he breathed heavily. Only when Rieger lowered the sword did the pain disappear. He leaned on the desk under the worried eyes of the king's guard and the hand of the king, Raymond Darry. "Damn, that fucking hurts." Rieger couldn't help but curse out loud. He finally believed in the oath he had just taken. For the first time he saw that words had power. Cadmus drew his wand and pointed it at Rieger. When he wanted to attack the king, the pain began. His already pale face became even paler, if that were possible. The veins on his face contorted grotesquely as he felt a simply indescribable pain run through his body. "Damn, that hurts." Cadmus also couldn't help but curse out loud, making Rieger laugh, almost guffawing. Cadmus and Rieger looked at each other and laughed, feeling a trust in each other. Betrayal resulted in death and only a fool would kill himself for some stupid profit. "I am at your disposal, Majesty," Cadmus said with a smile. The first step of his plan was a total success. How could he not be happy? His political life had just begun and he aimed for much more. He wanted Westeros to become a home for his school of magic. "You will be presented at the small council meeting that will take place in Harrenhal." Rieger nodded and spoke with a smile. Gaining a talent like Cadmus was a surprise he didn't expect when he held this tournament. "Your Grace, I have to report an unusual occurrence that happened when I was walking along the King's Road." Cadmus spoke in a calm tone. Then, Cadmus spoke about the attack of ghouls on the King's Road and their abnormal quantity. Rieger frowned and showed a trace of coldness in his gaze. He knew that the old lion was conspiring against him again. It was a subtle and difficult way to prove that it was Tywin who committed the crimes. Does he think he's untouchable because of his gold? Rieger showed a sarcastic smile. He was no longer a prince without much power. He was a king, and even if Tywin did everything, the people would be on his side, because he was the Orthodox king and no one could shake that. Cadmus didn't comment. He had just arrived, and as a newcomer, he should listen more and speak less, at least for a while. Besides, Rieger didn't need his advice to deal with Tywin. "I will treat the Queen Dowager, Your Grace," Cadmus said with a smile. Hearing this, Rieger put all thoughts aside and focused only on helping his mother and nothing else. Chapter 14: The Meeting Between the Wizard and the King. The Queen suffers daily from chest pains, headache, dizziness, ringing in the ears, weakness, blurred vision, and nosebleeds. Raymond spoke about the Queen's symptoms with a worried look. It could be said that he lost many nights just trying to find a cure with the maesters. Walking towards the Queen Dowager's chambers, Cadmus was accompanied by the king, 2 members of the King's Guard, and Raymond, the hand of the king. He listened to the Queen Dowager's symptoms and couldn't help but be surprised to realize the Queen had hypertension. Does the Queen like to eat food with salt and fry meats in lard? Does she do any exercise, train with a sword, or walk? Cadmus asked. Although lard for frying was expensive, it was expensive for commoners. A queen could naturally eat such rare fried foods for the common people at will. "My mother likes to eat fried chicken, especially with the skin. As for salt, all her food has salt. She doesn't exercise or train." Rieger naturally knew his mother's daily routine. He was an intelligent man. After hearing Cadmus's questions, he knew that these were the cause of his mother's illness. "Your mother has hypertension, a common illness for those who eat a lot of salty food and are sedentary. In short, just put her on a strict diet and have her do some training sessions 2 or 3 times a week. Cadmus said in a calm tone. He was a wizard, and every wizard was a scholar, especially a potions master like him, who knew well all the benefits and side effects of the ingredients. Essentially, he was also a doctor, as he cured people with specific potions for different illnesses. Lord Peveril truly has a lot of knowledge. He seems more like a maester versed in the healing arts. Raymond said with a touch of admiration. He had never heard some of Cadmus's words, but he felt that these words were quite appropriate and sounded very convincing. Don't compare me to the butchers you call healers and maesters. Cadmus said in a helpless tone. The healers and maesters of this era were essentially a bunch of butchers who liked to use bloodletting to cure patients and milk of the poppy. And although bloodletting could relieve some symptoms, this technique, which consists of making the patient bleed in large quantities, definitely couldn't cure anything. Remember, bloodletting only helps relieve some symptoms of only a few specific illnesses, but it doesn't cure anything. Many times, it kills more than the illnesses themselves. Cadmus spread knowledge to the king and those present. He didn't want to see any of these people dead because some idiot said that bleeding a lot can cure something. Everyone nodded. Cadmus's abilities brought a confidence that they could trust his words. After a while, everyone arrived at the queen's chambers. Rhaegar walked to the door and opened it. Seeing that his mother and his 2 wives were dressed appropriately for visitors, he opened the door for everyone to enter. As soon as he entered the room, Cadmus's gaze fell on the woman in bed. At 53 years old, the Queen Dowager of Westeros looked like a very beautiful woman. Her skin was pale from lack of blood and her eyes slightly sunken. However, the woman's beauty still existed, a true queen MILF in every sense of the word. Will Rhaegar accept me as a stepfather? Cadmus thought amusingly as he saw the beautiful Queen Dowager lying in bed. His eyes fell on the other 2 queens in the room. Elia Martell was beautiful, slender, with black eyes and a flat chest. She wore a yellow dress with orange tones. Her skin, like her daughter's, was a very beautiful olive color. The queen had a gentle and elegant smile on her face. Unlike the queen consort, the girl next to her, Lyanna Stark, seemed completely the opposite. Tall and thin, with brown hair, a long face, and gray eyes, she was a beautiful woman, but she had a completely different posture from Elia. She seemed more like a wild beauty. She had a quite brave and sharp look. If Cadmus had to describe the woman who married into the civil war in Westeros, he would summarize Lyanna as a tomboy, yes, quite masculine behavior for the men of this world. Rhaegar had the elegant and sweet Elia and the wild and brave Lyanna. Cadmus had to admit, the king knew how to have fun in bed. Husband. Seeing Rhaegar's arrival, Elia greeted her husband in a gentle and sweet tone. Rhaegar. Lyanna smiled at Rhaegar and greeted her husband in a cheerful and lively tone. Rhaegar approached his 2 queens and kissed each one's lips with a gentle and tender look. He was obviously a husband who loved his wives. Who would this gentleman be? After the kiss, Lyanna asked, noticing a very handsome young man with black hair and emerald green eyes. Rhaella also looked at the young man with curiosity. Placing his hand on his chest, Cadmus introduced himself with the most beautiful smile he possessed. I am Cadmus Peveril, the court wizard of King Rhaegar, my queens. All 3 women were surprised by the introduction and looked at Rhaegar with a touch of confusion and curiosity, as if asking if it was true or just a joke. Rhaegar nodded and spoke in a calm tone. It's true, he is my court wizard. He will protect me and the members of House Targaryen with matters related to magic and other mystical things. All 3 women showed surprised looks. They looked at Cadmus with intense gazes and full of curiosity about the new member of the small council. Cadmus laughed, drew his wand and waved it with a flick of his wrist. The next moment, the flames of the torches seemed to come to life, transforming into 4 fire dragons and flying elegantly around the 3 queens. After the fear, there was an exclamation and soon the 3 women showed admiration in their eyes. This was a true wizard, not a charlatan pretending to be one. Magic has always been something that brought fear and fascination to people. Rhaegar also showed a surprised look, but soon calmed down. Compared to the fire dragons, seeing a wardrobe turn into a pig was even more shocking. Mother, besides being a wizard, Lord Peveril is the one responsible for curing you. I thank you in advance, Lord Peveril. Rhaella looked at Cadmus and showed a fragile smile on her pale face. She was already tired of spending her days lying in bed and was genuinely grateful. As for whether Cadmus could cure her or not, the queen didn't think about it for a second. If Cadmus couldn't, there was no reason for Rhaegar to have brought him. Before curing the queen, I want to check her body for any other problems. Cadmus said with a smile. After seeing the queen nod, the wizard pointed his wand at Rhaella and began to investigate the queen's body. Under his surprised eyes, a translucent figure floated out of Riella's body. Surprisingly, this figure looked like Riella. She was standing with her arms open as she slowly spun in the air. The translucent figure showed different colors for each part of the body. Green for healthy, yellow for some organ damage, and red for emergency. Most of Riella's body was yellow. She was a woman over 50 years old and didn't exercise, so it was normal for her body to be in this stage. With a normal diet and exercise, the yellow color could turn into a faint green. However, ignoring the faint red parts near the heart, Cadmus's gaze was looking at the veins in Riella's body. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes seeing the extremely red color running through the bloodstream. Poison. Cadmus thought with a calm look. Seeing that the poison only acted in the bloodstream and didn't damage the organs, he knew it was a slow-acting and possibly non-lethal poison. The poison was harming something and he needed to know what it was. The queen has to stop eating fatty, fried, and salty foods, as well as start doing some exercises like sword training or even walking for some time every day. Cadmus said with a smile. He clearly wouldn't say that the queen was poisoned, he would talk to Rieger in private. My fried chickens. Riella showed a pained expression, making Elia and Lionel laugh. The atmosphere in the room became lighter with the queen's joke. I would like a drop of the queen's blood for further testing. Cadmus added with a smile, something Riella didn't refuse and extended her hand to Cadmus. Cadmus pricked Riella's fingertip and extracted a few drops of blood before closing the wound with magic, which made everyone marvel at the magic again. Putting away the vial containing the drops of blood, Cadmus took out a green potion and handed it to the queen while speaking in a solemn tone. Just drink this and the queen will be well again, but as I said before, this will only cure the symptoms, not the root of the problem, so the queen has to adjust her diet and start doing physical exercises. Sounds just like my father talking. Riella murmured to herself with a smile, but didn't hesitate to drink the potion. It was strangely tasteless, as if she were drinking water, but with a slightly different taste. Seconds later, Riella felt her mind clear, the tiredness and dizziness she felt completely disappeared, even her skin gained a touch more color. Thank you, Lord Peveril. Riella sat up in bed and spoke in a grateful tone. I am at your disposal, my queen. Cadmus said with a perfect smile on his lips. Chapter 15, The Poisoning Case. As soon as Rieger left the room with Cadmus, Raymond, and the two members of the King's Guard, the gentle smile on his lips disappeared. He looked at Cadmus with a sharp and oppressive gaze. Tell me, what did Lord Peveril find in my mother's body? Although Cadmus had hidden his emotions well, the person before him was a king, one of the humans most capable of discerning a person's intentions. After all, a king's basic quality was to try to see people's thoughts through their expressions. Give me 2 hours and I'll bring you a complete answer. The mage looked at the king and spoke in a calm tone. Cadmus didn't speak directly about his suspicion of poison. He could be wrong, after all, there were some blood diseases. Therefore, he needed some tests to draw conclusions. Just tell me something. Rieger said in an equally calm tone. Is it very serious? Cadmus nodded his head. If his suspicions were correct, it was a very serious matter. So serious that it would shake the entire kingdom if it were true. Rieger took a deep breath, clenched his fists, but soon relaxed again. He looked at the room behind him with a somber expression. He only hoped that his mother was well, he wanted nothing more than that, something any son could want for his mother. Baristan, guide Lord Peveril to a private room and protect him. Leaving those words, Rieger left with Arthur Dane. Cadmus looked at the king's back and let out a sigh. Being a king wasn't so easy, especially with a second civil war getting closer and closer. Follow me, Lord Peveril. Old Baristan spoke in a harsh and solemn tone, but without the previous animosity and caution. With the unbreakable vow, Cadmus couldn't hurt the king. He had personally seen what effects the contractor would suffer just by thinking about hurting the other contractor. Baristan then guided Cadmus to a room not too far away and stood at the door, protecting the room with a cold and relentless expression. His hand was on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw the sword at any moment. In the room, Cadmus wasted no time and took a work table from his bag. This table had all the items he needed to begin his experiments. Taking Riella's blood, Cadmus placed a drop of blood on a small glass square, then another drop on a small glass square and repeated the process 8 more times, totaling 10 blood samples. The first thing he did was place the blood under a magnifying glass, which looked more like an extremely realistic eye, and magnified the image of the queen's blood. The first thing he noticed was a substance that was attacking the white blood cells. And if anyone knows something basic about biology, they know that white blood cells are responsible for a person's immune system. If something is wrong with the immune system, the patient will at the very least be exposed to diseases much more easily than anyone else. Honestly, this poison in adult men and women won't have much effect, but when a person gets sick with this poison, it will practically increase the chances of mortality to extremely dangerous levels. Not to mention that for babies and the elderly, this poison is basically lethal. Cadmus couldn't help but take a deep breath upon learning the effects of the poison. Remembering how many babies Queen Riella lost during and after pregnancy, a shiver ran through Cadmus's body. This poison wasn't just cruel, it was simply inhumane. Especially remembering how many stillbirths, miscarriages, and infant deaths occurred with House Targaryen over the past nearly 300 years. Cadmus practically saw a huge cemetery of children and babies before him. After learning the effects of the poison, Cadmus began to extract samples of the poison from the queen's blood. It was such a small amount that it was only possible using magic, but Cadmus was confident he could reverse engineer and reconstruct the poison. Once you have the poison in hand, it's easy to make an antidote. 2 hours later, Cadmus already had a flask containing 100 milliliters of a colorless and odorless liquid. Looking at the liquid in the flask, Cadmus couldn't help but think that such a small thing was capable of killing countless people without them even knowing about it. Storing his work table, Cadmus wasted no time and left the room, where he found Baristan still standing by the door. Sir Baristan didn't need to stand guard at the door, I know how to protect myself. Cadmus said with a serious look. He really didn't need protection, he could reduce someone to ashes with a wave of his wand. The old knight's protection was useless to him. I'm following my king's orders, Lord Peveril. Baristan spoke while walking beside Cadmus, always looking around for any dangers. Although it was unlikely to happen, the castle was heavily guarded, not to mention that the king was protected by Arthur Dane, a man who could kill dozens of assassins as if they were chickens. Cadmus nodded his head and with quick steps, walked rapidly toward the king's chambers. His eidetic memory had already recorded the exact location of the king's chambers. Baristan felt that something was wrong with Cadmus's haste and couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. As soon as Cadmus entered the king's chambers, he noticed that it was already dark through the window and the number of torches around had increased, but the atmosphere was tense and shadows moved around with the flickering flames. Cadmus found Rhaegar behind a desk signing something. The king was truly hardworking. With his arrival, the king stopped writing and looked up, staring into Cadmus's green eyes with a deep and almost frightening gaze. It's poison. Cadmus got straight to the point and spoke. He took it from his bag and placed the flask containing the poison on the desk. Rhaegar's face turned cold. He looked at the colorless poison in the glass flask. A complex emotion passed over his face, before a chilling coldness appeared in his eyes. He stood up and stood before the window with his back to Cadmus. Arthur and Baristan gritted their teeth. Both were furious for not protecting the queen from being poisoned. What does the poison do? Looking at the moon rising in the night sky, Rhaegar's voice sounded cold and emotionless. It attacks the immune system. Cadmus said in a calm tone, but thinking that the king wouldn't understand these modern terms, he began to elaborate. The human body is something highly complex. It wants to stay alive at all costs, so it creates countless defenses to fight diseases. Imagine an army inside the human body fighting against any disease and unknown things. That's the immune system. For young and adult men and women, the poison doesn't have much effect, but when the host gets sick, the poison attacks the human body's immune system, thus preventing the body from recovering from a disease. The poison basically increases the mortality rates of someone who is sick. Another thing worth mentioning is that this poison is particularly lethal for babies, children, and the elderly, as the immune systems of these types are developing or are too old. This poison is chronic, so they poisoned the queen when she was still young, perhaps at 13 or 15 years old. If I were to say precisely, I would say it was at the moment she became pregnant for the first time. As soon as Cadmus finished speaking, a frightening silence hung in the air. The sound of gritted teeth sounded particularly clear. Are you sure it wasn't because of incest? Rhaegar's voice sounded a minute later. His voice was tinged with a faint hope that he didn't even realize. Cadmus didn't hesitate to respond. If that were really a problem, old Valyria would have disappeared in the first 100 years and wouldn't have lasted 5,000 years. In just 3 generations there would be deformed children, with mental problems, and perhaps they wouldn't even walk. Blood magic is magic that can alter the human body. Vampires and werewolves are some of the experiments of Valyria's blood magic. The dragon lords of old Valyria were so good at blood and fire magic that they practically created a civilization based on it. With the amount of blood that was used in annual sacrifices, I doubt they even got sick, gaining a pseudo-immortality. Cadmus stopped speaking and looked at the king, who was still with his back to him. My king, I have something else to report. Cadmus spoke in a calm tone. Speak. Rhaegar's voice sounded deep, but Cadmus knew the king was furious. It's likely that the poison has passed from mother to child and so on, although in smaller doses, that is if they weren't poisoned again. Arthur and Barristan became as cold as the winter of the north. They drew their swords and knelt before Rhaegar. We failed to protect you, my king. Both spoke at the same time. The swords were placed on the ground as if they wanted Rhaegar to kill them for failing to protect him. Sheath your swords and stand up. Despite Rhaegar's words, Barristan and Arthur remained kneeling, too ashamed to do anything else. Have you become so rebellious that you no longer consider me your king? Rhaegar's voice rose this time. There was deep anger in his tone. In the same instant, Barristan and Arthur stood up, but still had their heads down. Raymond. Rhaegar's voice sounded again. The hand of the king, who had been in the room the whole time, stepped forward. My family has been poisoned. There are 3 suspects. The faith of the 7, the Maesters, and House Lannister, possibly all 3 together. I want you to search for everything, medical reports and any records of diseases over nearly 300 years of my house. Rhaegar said in a cold tone. He already had the suspects, he just needed some evidence. As for proof, he didn't need proof. He was a king. He wasn't a weak king. He was a king who would make the 2 oldest organizations in Westeros know the pain of a father, brother, and son. Cadmus, if I ask you to fight politically against the faith of the 7, will you accept? Turning to look at Cadmus, Rhaegar asked in a calm tone. You didn't even need to ask. I'm a mage and they're clerics. We've been enemies since I joined the court of House Targaryen. Cadmus said with a smile. Rhaegar nodded and extended his hand. Cadmus understood what he wanted to do and took the king's blood and placed it in a flask. If I have poison, I'll bring the rest of the family to you. Rhaegar said in a solemn tone. Don't worry, your majesty, the antidote isn't so difficult with the poison in hand. Cadmus said in a confident tone. I hope so. Rhaegar replied in a deep and tired tone. Chapter 16, The Poisoning Case. I see that everything is well, the king seems to treat you well. Gerald, sitting on the couch, commented seeing the huge room. The entire room seemed full of colors and alive, totally different from what people might assume when thinking of castles. Seeing the liquid slowly dripping into the flask, after a long process of purification, heating, and movement, Cadmus showed a satisfied expression and looked at the Witcher sitting on his couch. Of course, I'm a member of the small council and court mage. Cadmus said with a smile and looked at the Witcher with a grateful look. All thanks to you, you grumpy old Witcher. You have my gratitude. Although he could do everything alone, Gerald helped him save a lot of time, so he was genuinely grateful. Gerald nodded his head and showed a calm look on his face. Just be a good lord and help people, even if just a little. He didn't do it just to help Cadmus, he also had reasons to help. After all, having one more friend inside the center of political power was something very good for him. However, I just entered the court and I'm already involved in a major conspiracy. Cadmus spoke in a calm tone, but his lips were curved in a smile. Politics is complicated, however, I like these conspiracies, assassinations, and duels of intelligence. Gerald raised his eyebrow but didn't ask which conspiracy. If there was something he learned throughout his life, it was not to meddle in matters that didn't concern him. This saved him from losing his life or even going to prison countless times. The church will react. How will you deal with them? Gerald asked in a calm tone. Knowing these stupid septons well, he was sure they would react drastically. They would try not only to tarnish Cadmus's name but also say that he whispers the influence of hell in the king's ear. There were 4 types of people the church hated most. Mages, witchers, bastards, and kinslaying. Since Cadmus fit into one of the categories, Cadmus had no doubt about what would happen. My dear friend, are you underestimating me? Cadmus asked in a curious tone and with a smile. I'm not underestimating you, but certain things can't be done with force. Gerald said in a calm and deep tone. He didn't doubt Cadmus's strength. A being capable of creating a magic tower and controlling an entire forest was far from being classified as weak, but force isn't always the right option. Cadmus gave a laugh but didn't explain to Gerald. He was a mage, and a mage wasn't someone foolish. Of course, he knew that force sometimes would only make things worse. He couldn't just burn down Old Town, right? Since he decided to join the court of King's Landing, he already had a solid plan to deal with the great influence of the Church of the Seven. Only a fool would think of fighting alone against an organization with more than 6,000 years of existence. Moreover, he never underestimated the power of faith in common people, so for his future plans, he had to damage the foundations of the Church of the Seven. What can damage the foundations of a church? Obviously, the believers and faithful. Once that is shaken, the church won't have as much power as at this moment. Gerald looked deeply at Cadmus and didn't comment. He drank the glass of wine with a harsh and resolute expression. "I'm leaving," he said, drinking the last drop of alcohol in the glass. "I'll return to the north to investigate the Whites and the White Walkers." Gerald felt that the return of these creatures so close to the wall was something incredibly suspicious and dangerous, especially because Cadmus had said that a great war between races could come. Witchers weren't born just to hunt monsters. 8,000 years ago they were born to fight against these humanoid creatures. "I'll invite my Grandmaster and 5 more Witchers and we'll depart beyond the wall," Gerald said in a calm tone. There was no fear and uncertainty in his voice, only the determination to fight to the death against these creatures. Cadmus lost the smile on his lips. He opened his bag and threw 3 items to Gerald, who caught the items still in the air. Gerald looked at the items and saw that it was a dagger, a ring, and a necklace. "Although I'm not very proficient in alchemical items, I still have some knowledge." Cadmus spoke in a calm and solemn tone. "The dagger is made of dragon glass. It's capable of killing the White Walkers, in addition to being embedded with fire runes, capable of generating a normal blade. The ring has a spell called Protego, which can protect you from physical and magical attacks for 30 seconds. The necklace has a spell called Revelio. It's capable of revealing any magical item or creature. It's not single-use, the runes will recharge themselves, but it takes about a day." Gerald nodded his head and stored all 3 items carefully. Cadmus had just given 3 items that could be used as heirlooms for thousands of years among noble houses. Especially the ring, which could create an energy shield against physical and magical attacks, was a ring that would be worth more than a Valyrian steel sword. Don't think Gerald was wrong. Prince Aemon, son of Jaehaerys I, died because of an arrow. If he had a ring like that, the course of the entire history of House Targaryen would change completely. Don't die. In the great war that is to come, we'll need experienced witchers like you," Cadmus said in a solemn tone. He knew that the long night would come and with it, all kinds of monsters coming from hell. Humanity really needed experienced witchers like Gerald, who were experts in killing monsters. Gerald nodded his head and spoke in a calm tone. "If fate wills it, we'll meet again, boy." "Yes, old man," Cadmus said with a smile. Gerald said no more and left without looking back. He was used to goodbyes, especially with his witcher profession. "Don't die, Gerald," Cadmus said, letting out a long sigh. He knew the numbers of Whites beyond the wall. It was a number so large that no army could fight head-on. They didn't need to rest, eat, or drink water. They were an army that all kings wanted, as they wouldn't spend anything on logistics. The wall must not fall, dragons must also return to life. Cadmus murmured with a touch of helplessness, there were many things to do in little time. Remembering Daenerys, he showed a smile and whispered, "It seems I have to talk to my lovely Artoria Pendragon." After all, without dragons, the war could take a very different course, and unlike the series, dragons weren't so easily killed. They had scales as hard as rocks and an ability to breathe fire capable of burning an entire city. Such weapons of war were essential on the battlefield. House Targaryen must have dragon eggs hidden somewhere. Cadmus continued to murmur, countless ideas bubbled in his mind. Making the dragons hatch wouldn't be something difficult, especially with Daenerys by his side. Taking a deep breath, Cadmus set these thoughts aside and focused on the most important thing, the antidote for the poison in the queen's and king's bodies. Yes, after checking Rhaegar's blood, he was also poisoned. He had to admit, the faith of the Seven was cruel to try to control the numbers of Targaryens being born. Cadmus presumed that all members of House Targaryen were poisoned, perhaps even the 2 queens were. However, this poison is irritating. Even with the antidotes ready, none had the expected effect. Cadmus murmured, seeing his countless flasks. They were his failures, about 21 failures in total. It seems it's not a common poison. I must use blood magic to remove the traces of poison. That was the conclusion Cadmus made after conducting 21 experiments. As for blood magic, he had some idea. After all, it was magic in the end. A purification bath is the most effective. However, the blood must be special or must possess magical properties, which is not difficult. I can use animal blood and put a vitality potion in each bath. Cadmus looked at the colorless poison before him with a smile. He liked this. Solving things easily wasn't his style. Chapter 17, The Poisoning Case. When Cadmus left his room, he walked down the corridor, ready to meet the king, when he stopped and saw a boy in front of him. Black hair with some white streaks, he had deep purple eyes that resembled Rhaegar's eyes. He looked very thin, silent, and taciturn, especially holding a large book in his arms as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Behind him, a Kingsguard knight in his polished white armor, the man was tall and had a serious and cold demeanor. Brown hair and eyes, his gaze was cold and piercing like a sword, something all members of the Kingsguard possessed. It was Jonothor Darry, Raymond's cousin and brother of Willem Darry, the men who took care of Daenerys and Viserys in exile in Essos, master-at-arms of the Red Keep. Honestly, House Darry was truly blessed with many positions at court. The 3 members of House Darry held high positions at court. Cadmus smiled and greeted the little prince. "Hello, little prince, I am Cadmus Peveril, your father's court mage." As far as Cadmus knew, the king had 5 children. 3 boys and 2 girls. With Queen Elia, Rhaegar fathered Princess Rhaenys, and Crown Prince Aegon. With Queen Lyanna, Rhaegar fathered Prince Mikar, Prince Gaemon, and Princess Naerys. Note, if based on the series, Jon Snow would be Mikar. The one standing before Cadmus was precisely Prince Gaemon, who was known at court as silent, taciturn, and an avid reader and library frequenter. In the eyes of the court people, a true bookworm. The prince's eyes blinked twice, surprised by Cadmus's introduction. He looked at Jonothor, and seeing the Kingsguard knight nod his head, confirming the words of the men before him, Gaemon spoke in a courteous and polite tone. "It's a pleasure, Lord Peveril." Gesturing for the prince to join him for a walk, Cadmus looked at the book in the little prince's arms and asked with a smile, "Do you love knowledge, my prince?" Gaemon nodded his head but didn't speak. He looked discreetly at Cadmus as if to ask something, but out of shyness, he didn't ask anything. Noticing the prince's glances, Cadmus laughed. He liked children who sought knowledge. He looked at the prince and spoke in a gentle tone. "One of my duties is to assist the king in magical matters, including knowledge. My role extends to the members of House Targaryen." Gaemon gathered courage with Cadmus's words and asked in a slightly embarrassed tone, "Are the books containing magical knowledge interesting?" "Very interesting." Cadmus said with a smile. He could see the child's eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge that he knew very well, as it was the same look he had when delving into magic books. "There is the knowledge of potions. Some can save lives, others can even control luck itself. There is the knowledge of runes that serve to create items with all possible magical effects. And most importantly, there is the knowledge about magic." Cadmus explained to the young prince with an amused smile. "With magic, it is possible to tame the forces of nature like fire, earth, water, wind, even elements like lightning, light, and shadows. There is the magic of transfiguration, capable of changing the matter of an object into whatever you simply imagine. There are magics for all kinds of things, from a simple magic to unlock a lock to a magic capable of controlling space and time." The more Cadmus spoke, the more Gaemon's eyes shone. There was a deep eagerness for knowledge. "Are you interested?" Cadmus asked, even knowing the answer. If you are a common person, there wasn't a single person who could refuse to learn magic. Gaemon nodded his head and for the first time in a long time, spoke with such a determined tone that it made Jonothor Darry look surprised at the young prince. "If your father allows it, come to my room and I will begin your studies." Cadmus said with a smile. For the first time, he felt a weight on his shoulders. Perhaps it was something every novice teacher felt when thinking about giving lessons for the first time. Seeing that he had arrived at the king's chambers, Cadmus looked at Gaemon and said in a gentle tone, "I will meet with your father. I hope for good news, young prince." Having said that, he didn't wait for Gaemon's answer and arrived at the door, where Arthur and Barristan were guarding. Cadmus didn't even need to speak, as Arthur had already spoken. "The king awaits you, Lord Peveril." Cadmus nodded and entered the room, where, surprisingly, he found Rhaella next to her son. The woman was helping her son deal with some state affairs and even advising him, just as Alysanne, the good queen, once did alongside her husband/brother, Jaehaerys I. Barristan and Arthur entered the room, closed the door, and then locked it, making the atmosphere slightly tense. Looking at the relaxed expression of the Dowager Queen, Cadmus felt that the conversation would be difficult, as it seemed Rhaegar had not mentioned the poison. Feeling all the lightness he had from the conversation with Gaemon disappear, he showed a solemn expression and greeted both of them. "Good evening, Your Grace, Queen Rhaella." "Cadmus, your arrival surprised me." Rhaella looked surprised at the handsome young man and spoke in a gentle, yet noble and graceful tone. "Unfortunately, I don't come with good news." Cadmus said with an imposing tone. he looked at the king with a touch of accusation, as if blaming Rieger for not preparing the ground and calming the queen. In the face of his young minister's accusing eyes, Rieger pretended not to notice and then feigned a cough, making Riella show a confused expression. "I presume you succeeded." Demonstrating a solemn expression, Rieger asked with a hopeful tone. "Yes, but it wasn't as easy as I thought. The poison is more potent and volatile than expected. I will have to use blood magic to cleanse the poison from the king's and the dowager queen's bodies." Cadmus spoke in an equally solemn tone. Riella finally understood Cadmus's words and looked at Rieger with a shocked and worried look. "Rieger, you..." Knowing that he was also poisoned, Rieger closed his eyes for a moment and remembered his sons and daughters. Of all his sons and daughters, only Gaiman and Nereis were born with fragile health, especially Nereis, who couldn't even leave her bed without starting to cough violently. Rieger felt his blood boil, a fury ran through his veins like magma from a volcano. He wanted to destroy everything and everyone at that moment. But, when he opened his eyes again, there was only a depth in his gaze that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. "What is happening?" Riella asked with a tone full of concern, especially after learning that Rieger was poisoned. She didn't even care about her own condition. Barry, Stan and Arthur squeezed the hilts of their swords so hard that their fingers were pale. They had failed. They had not only failed the king but everyone around him. The members of House Targaryen were poisoned, and they had no idea this had happened. Rieger looked at his mother and felt the words stuck on his lips. He never felt that words were so difficult to utter. However, seeing his mother's eyes, he knew she had the right to know and the culprits who made her lose so many sons and daughters, so many miscarriages and stillbirths. "Mother." Rieger began to say what Cadmus had said before. The more she listened, the more Riella's expression changed from concern to total paleness. She staggered and held her chest tightly. If it weren't for Arthur being quick, the dowager queen would have fallen to the floor with such a shocking revelation. Riella felt her world go blank, even breathing became difficult. The memory of the miscarriages passed through her mind, the pain she felt, the desolation, the anger, the resentment towards the gods, and the deep sadness. She remembered the baby she held who died in her arms, whom she personally buried and burned the funeral pyres. The small, delicate, but cold bodies. Sheena, Darren, Aegon, Jaehaerys. Riella murmured the children's names with such great sadness that it made Cadmus feel an enormous weight on his shoulders. Rieger clenched his fists and bit his lips hard. Hearing the names of his brothers and sisters made him feel the fury bubbling in his chest again. Arthur helped the dowager queen sit on the couch while showing deep sadness in his gaze. Seeing a mother mourn for her sons and daughters with such pain was so sad that he would rather be on the battlefield than see something like that again. Rieger, how could they do such a monstrosity? They were children, innocent children, so fragile and delicate. Riella murmured with a tone full of sadness, without a hint of anger in her tone. She was so sad that she couldn't even feel angry at that moment. "I swear, they will pay for every life and Targaryen blood spilled." Rieger spoke in a terribly cold tone. Riella didn't answer. She didn't have the strength for such a thing. At that moment, she was just remembering her dead sons and daughters. Chapter 18, The Poisoning Case. Cadmus let out a sad sigh seeing the woman still stunned and with an inexpressive face, but he had work to do. He took a step forward and said in a lower tone, he didn't want to bother Riella in that state. "Your Grace, to perform the removal of the poison, I need animal or human blood, it doesn't matter." Rieger frowned for a moment and nodded his head. "A lot of blood?" he asked in a calm tone. "Since it's possible that all members of House Targaryen, including the two queens, were poisoned, I will need 200 or 300 liters of blood." Cadmus said in an equally calm tone. He added, "If it were human blood, I would only need a few dozen liters." Rieger frowned again, but shook his head. The king spoke. "If it were in King's Landing, it would be possible to use human blood. There are many rapists and murderers imprisoned, who have been condemned to death, but we are in the Riverlands." Cadmus understood the implications, although he felt he would have much more work with animal blood. As for any apprehension about using rapists and murderers, he was no saint and this type of people served especially for experiments and sacrifices. What could they say, right? If rapists knew the meaning of no, the world would turn upside down. "I will order the animals to be sacrificed for the banquet. No one will suspect that House Targaryen is using blood magic," Rieger said in a calm tone. He didn't want to cause too much gossip among the common people, especially at this moment. Cadmus nodded and said calmly, "When I have the blood in hand, I will begin the preparations for the bath." "Bath?" Rieger asked with a strange expression on his face. He hoped it wasn't what he expected from his words. Yes, bath, the king has to bathe in blood. Cadmus confirmed Rhaegar's suspicions with a casual look, as if it were nothing much in his eyes. However, seeing the strange expression on Rhaegar's face, he added calmly. Don't worry, there won't be any bad smell, I will add some air fresheners. Apart from the texture, the king won't even notice he's bathing in blood. Rhaegar's lips twitched abnormally. He would like to tell Cadmus that bathing in blood is not something so common, but seeing his casual look, he knew that the boy was beyond help and had some strange thoughts. I know that you mages are quite exotic, with certain strange habits, but I don't want to see any very exotic experiments. Rhaegar said in a calm tone, but anyone could see the king's expression of helplessness. I am different from the mages of Essos. I am not a barbarian who thinks that magic is chaos and madness. My branch of magic is solid and doesn't need those kinds of things. Just imagine mages like me as maesters versed in much knowledge. Cadmus said with a touch of displeasure in his voice. Being compared to the barbarian mages of Essos left him quite dissatisfied. Rhaegar nodded his head and let out a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to wake up to the news that there were chimeras and other scary things roaming the city. Seeing Rhaegar relieved, Cadmus rolled his eyes and felt that he was still being insulted by being compared to the barbarian blood mages in Essos. Of all the paths of magic, blood magic was considered the most barbaric because it used blood, at least in the eyes of the people. At the same time, unlike the world of Harry Potter, magic in this world is divided into rigid and clear classes. Blood mages, fire mages, water, earth, wind, and others. Each person could only specialize in one element. Which, honestly, created specialists in specific areas, but when it came to comprehensive knowledge, these mages were completely incompetent. Cadmus was especially good at elements. He could control all elements, transfiguration, potions, and alchemical items. His knowledge of runes was also extraordinary. Cadmus felt that Dumbledore still owed him a medal for being the best interdimensional student at Hogwarts. If he could go to Hogwarts, he would ask for a medal for being the best student Hogwarts has ever seen, even better than Tom Riddle. Of course, Voldemort would be vehemently against it, but Cadmus didn't care at all about the coward who feared death more than anything. I will withdraw, my king. Cadmus said in a solemn tone. He looked at Riella, who was still silent, and let out a sigh. Rhaegar would really have a lot of work to do to get the queen to smile again. After all, any mother would be heartbroken to know that her sons and daughters were murdered, some who couldn't even develop properly in the womb. Rhaegar noticed Cadmus's look and also let out a sigh, but he couldn't be in mourning like his mother. His mourning would come in a different way. He would make everyone pay, and his enemies would see blood and fire before death. Cadmus left the room and heard the door behind him close with a heavy sound. Thinking about Riella, he felt sorry for the woman but knew it was not appropriate to say anything. I have to create some items that protect the king's safety, as well as warn that there are enemies nearby. Cadmus felt that being the court mage was tiring work, but he seemed more motivated than ever before. Taking a step forward, Cadmus operated back to his room. Feeling the firm ground again, Cadmus envied the portal magic of the Witcher and Marvel world. This type of magic was really more comfortable than being squeezed through a channel in time and space. Sitting on the couch, Cadmus began to think about how he would do things. There were plans for everything related to the future in his mind. He was always this type of person, who liked to plan the future. This provided many good things in his life. This habit didn't change when he arrived in this world. Cadmus stood up, went to the desk in the room, and took out a black candle that looked like it was made of glass, but was made of obsidian. Glass candles, famous during Old Valyria, were an extremely useful magical item. It could project its own image to other glass candles regardless of the distance. In short, they were magical webcams. Lighting the glass wick, Cadmus saw the heat emanating from the candle move the air, where it transformed into a square. The image of a woman with long black hair and red eyes appeared in the air. The woman was almost naked, with only a thin bathrobe covering some parts of her body. Did I interrupt your bath, milady? Observing the beautiful body before him, Cadmus said with a laugh. The woman casually put on the bathrobe, although the robe itself only enhanced the beautiful curves and made things only more tempting. It's been a while, Cadmus, still in your lonely tower? The woman asked with an elegant and graceful smile. I'm in Harrenhal, working for the king is tiring, my dear friend. Cadmus spoke in a playful tone as he watched the woman sit on a red couch and cross her legs. When she crossed her legs, he glimpsed something, but it was only a fleeting glance. He knew the woman was trying to seduce him, but he didn't let himself fall for her charms. The woman raised her eyebrow and her dignified and beautiful face showed a happy expression. You became King Rhaegar's court mage. Yes. Cadmus didn't hide it and said with a smile. That's great. The woman showed a satisfied look, as if she was very happy with such good news. I'll get straight to the point. Showing a solemn expression, Cadmus lost the smile on his face and spoke in a calm tone. The king is preparing to face the fate of the seven. When Cadmus said this, the woman's red eyes seemed to burn with crimson flames. Her lips curled into a smile. Since I can't just burn down Old Town, I thought of you, my lovely high priestess of Volantis. Cadmus said with a smile. I will speak with the king and he will allow the creation of a red temple in King's Landing. I don't need to explain the implications of this. Cadmus said with a smile. The woman before him knew that he was using the red faith to fight the faith of the seven, but this was insignificant compared to the permission to expand the red faith on the continent of Westeros. Of course, Kinvara knew this, but she didn't care. The red faith fought against other religions in Essos, and it would be no different in Westeros. She was more than satisfied with the permission to expand to Westeros. I expect good news, Cadmus. Kinvara said with a smile. I will prepare 20 ships with priestesses, fiery hands, and red priests. All free men and women, no slaves. Cadmus added in a solemn tone, he was against slavery and Westeros was also against it, so there could be no slaves on the ships. Don't worry, they will all be free men and women. Kinvara said with a smile. Cadmus nodded and with his hand, extinguished the fire on the wick of the glass candle. Chapter 19, The Tournament at Harrenhal. At night, House Targaryen was gathered, eating around a long rectangular table. With the exception of Princess Naerys, who was bedridden in King's Landing, all of Rhaegar's sons and daughters were present at dinner. Rhaegar looked at his sons and daughters with a deep gaze, but behind the depth, there was a deep-seated worry. Especially looking at his son, Aegon. The boy had inherited nothing from his Dornish descent, white skin, silver hair, and lilac eyes. However, seeing his thin body, without any muscle or even any masculinity, Rhaegar's worry increased. Aegon didn't train, and when he did, it was only for a few minutes before giving up. This wouldn't be a problem if he were good in his private lessons, but the boy didn't even manage that. It wasn't that his son was stupid, but he was simply too lazy to study, regardless of the punishments, reprimands, or chastisements Rhaegar gave. This was already making the king completely fed up with so much ignorance. The kingdom was on the brink of a civil war, and the heir didn't even know how to fight or care to study. Could such a prince truly be king? Was Rhaegar confident that Aegon would control the vassals if he eventually died? The answer was a resounding no. Although Aegon had the support of Dorne, that was it, only the support of Dorne. By the other noble houses, especially those of the Stormlands, Aegon was simply ignored as an heir. His Dornish heritage was a stigma for all the seven kingdoms. Sighing, Rhaegar looked at his other sons, Mikar and Gaemon, both young boys, one 13 and the other 10 years old, respectively. Compared to Aegon, Mikar was a prodigy with the sword and was preparing to win the title of Knight of the Tourney of Harrenhal. Although he wasn't as studious, he wasn't bad and received praise from his teachers. Gaemon was the complete opposite of Mikar, he was a scholar from head to toe. Since he had a weak body, he never picked up a sword, but he was extremely intelligent and was simply praised as a prodigy by the maesters. Honestly, Mikar would be a good king and Gaemon a hand of the king. Gaemon was fine, as he could be the hand of the king, but unfortunately, Mikar was not born before Aegon, so he was only second in the line of succession to the throne. This brought a great headache to Rhaegar. He couldn't simply make Mikar the crown prince, this would shake his government and make countless noble houses dissatisfied, as they followed the law that the firstborn was the heir. What example would this set for the sons of countless noble houses? It could be said that it would cause countless brothers to fight for the title of lord. After all, if the king's second son could be king through ability, they could too. That's why Rhaegar had never deposed Aegon from the title of Crown Prince and Prince of Dragonstone. He would not plunge the continent into chaos, especially with a decision that would make him lose the loyalty of countless noble houses. Suddenly, noticing an empty chair, Rhaegar put aside his thoughts about the Crown Prince and asked with a dissatisfied tone. Where is Viserys? Rhaenys, who was eating elegantly, commented casually. He went to the brothel in Harrentown. Rhaegar's face darkened in an instant. His brother had received the title of Prince of the Roses, but it wasn't because he had roses on his armor or shield, but simply because he spent his days drunken in brothels. Dany, didn't you stop him? Rhaegar spoke to Daenerys, who pretended to be invisible before her older brother's penetrating gaze. Brother, do you think I can control Viserys? Daenerys said with an equally helpless tone. She tried to stop Viserys, but only received a push aside and some sarcastic comments. Rhaegar frowned and sighed again. After he had imprisoned his father, King Aerys II, in one of the towers in the Red Keep, the relationship between the two brothers was completely gone. Viserys called him a usurper and a jailer for deposing and imprisoning his own father. When Rhaegar had an expression full of helplessness with so many problems and worries, his son's voice pulled him out of this state of deep thought. Father. Rhaegar raised his head and looked at Gaemon, who was staring at him with an expectant look. What is it, my little prince? Rhaegar asked with a smile. Gaemon was one of the few children who didn't cause him problems. I found Lord Peveril, the court mage. When Gaemon spoke, everyone's eyes were surprised, especially Rhaegar. He told me that if I wanted to learn magic, I would have to have my father's permission. Gaemon was not indecisive, and despite feeling a little shy being the focus of everyone, he spoke with a tone full of hope. Magic. Aegon was surprised. He knew nothing about what Gaemon was talking about, just like Rhaenys, Daenerys, and Mikar. Only the two queens present, the king's guard, the hand of the king, and the king himself knew about Cadmus. He said you could learn. Rhaegar ignored everyone's surprised eyes and was even more surprised by Gaemon's words. In Rhaegar's eyes, as in all the noble houses of the world, Cadmus would guard his knowledge for the use of his future descendants. The king never thought that Cadmus would actually pass on his knowledge to others who were not of the future House Peveril. If I had father's permission, yes. Gaemon nodded and replied with a tone still full of expectation. Can I, father? Rhaegar thought for a moment and replied with a solemn tone. Yes, you can. In his eyes, if Gaemon became a mage, he could have the power to protect House Targaryen should anything happen to him or Cadmus. This was a good thing, not to mention Cadmus's knowledge of potions, which was a gold mine. How could he forbid Gaemon from getting such a precious opportunity? As for what the church thought of a prince mage, Rhaegar wouldn't give a damn. He had already decided to fight the faith of the Seven. What was one more sin in the eyes of the Seven? Is he serious? Magic. Should I prepare a stage for a show? Aegon said with an amused tone, clearly thinking his younger brother had been tricked by some charlatan, as his father could accept a mage at court. Gaemon is right. I recently accepted a mage into my court. He is Lord Peveril and will be responsible for the protection of the king and the royal family and mystical matters involving magic. Rhaegar drank some wine and spoke with a calm tone. Daenerys couldn't help but remember the mysterious man wrapped in an emerald cloak that Ser Arthur guided to the king's chambers. Her curiosity, which was already great, reached its peak at this moment. She had so many questions in her mind, but instead of asking Rhaegar, she decided to ask the court mage personally. Rhaenys was equally curious about the mysterious court mage. She looked at her aunt and saw her bright gaze. The princess immediately knew what her aunt was thinking and smiled. She had similar thoughts. After all, he was a mage. Father, the church won't like this at all. It's better to dismiss the mage. Aegon didn't know what his aunt was thinking. He spoke, asking Rhaegar to dismiss the mage. However, to Rhaegar's ears, his son's words sounded more like an order than advice. Aegon. Rhaegar spoke with a calm tone, but it silenced everyone. Even Rhaenys stopped eating. You are not the king. Do not use that tone with me again. His words sounded calm, but they carried a weight that made Aegon's face feel a scorching heat. He felt shame and humiliation at being treated that way in front of his family. Father. When Aegon tried to speak, Rhaegar's voice sounded again. Aegon. It was just his name, but it made Aegon shut up. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. He felt anger, humiliation, and resentment bubbling in his chest. He spoke for the good of the family, but his father simply ignored him and humiliated him in front of the family. Rhaegar clearly saw his son's expression and looked at him with disappointment. It was no secret that House Targaryen was in conflict with the faith of the Seven for him marrying twice, but Aegon simply ignored this and focused on what the church would think instead of thinking about what House Targaryen needed. Power to face the church and power to subjugate houses Arryn, Lannister, Tully, and House Baratheon. Aegon, study before trying to advise anyone. Rhaegar said with a calm tone before continuing to eat with a solemn expression, but the idea of making Mikar the heir only grew in his mind. Aegon was incompetent for the throne, and House Targaryen did not need such a king, especially with the fragility of the situation the Seven Kingdoms were in. Aegon did not respond and ate in silence, which made the atmosphere even more tense. Chapter 20, The Tournament at Harrenhal. The next day. Cadmus, who had spent the entire night without sleep, gently placed the glass vial containing another healing potion. When the tourney of Harrenhal began, knights would be injured, and nothing was better for marketing than a grand event where the most influential people on the continent were watching. It could be said that the tournament would be the best way for him to show his skills. When these nobles saw the power of the healing potion, he would profit, and his reputation would also increase enormously. He would be known throughout the continent in the shortest possible time. Let's find the king. Not feeling tired at all, Cadmus murmured as he put all the hundreds of vials into his bag. It was a small amount, but enough to impress the injured nobles during the tournament. Leaving the room, Cadmus suddenly felt a touch of tiredness and yawned as he walked towards the king's chambers. Honestly, he was used to sleeping late or even staying up all night until the next day. A bad habit he brought from Earth. With a snap, a beautiful bird appeared in the air and landed gracefully on Cadmus's shoulder. The mythical bird proudly raised its head and looked at Cadmus with a humanized look of affection and happiness. "Good morning, Mitra." He greeted his companion in arms with a smile. "Do you like the change of scenery?" The bird nodded its head. She really liked seeing a different scenery, especially seeing so many different people. Some of these people were clearly evil, others were neutral, and there were rare people, pure souls, that she really liked to see. Seeing the bird happy with the trip, Cadmus smiled and continued walking towards the king's chambers. Nodding to Baristan, who was guarding the door, as soon as he entered, Cadmus saw that not only the king was there, but the two queens were present, as well as someone unexpected. The white wolf sigil on his clothes and the Valyrian steel sword explained his identity. Lord of Winterfell, Eddard of House Stark. "Good morning, everyone," Cadmus said with a smile. He looked at the Lord of Winterfell with curiosity and then at the king. Seeing his calm expression, he knew that the conversation was not being pleasant. "This is my court mage, Lord Peveril." Rhaegar introduced Cadmus to Eddard with a calm tone. He really felt a headache talking to this silent wolf. "We have met before, Your Grace," Eddard said with a calm and surprisingly indifferent tone. Without needing the king to ask, he continued speaking. "It was on the King's Road, and I didn't imagine he was the court mage. I became the court mage shortly after my arrival, my dear lord," Cadmus said with a smile. He looked at Rhaegar, and seeing the king's helpless look, he knew the reason for the conversation. Eddard was surprised and nodded his head, focusing on the king again. The Lord of Winterfell spoke with a determined tone. "As I was saying, the North will remain in the North. You will not support me, Lord Stark." Rhaegar narrowed his eyes and asked again. His look was increasingly dissatisfied with the situation he was in. The North was home to a powerful army, which he did not want to fall into Tywin's hands. "We will remain neutral." Eddard spoke again, this time, with a harder and more inflexible tone, which caused Rhaegar a great headache. "May I speak, my king?" Cadmus, seeing the impasse, spoke at that moment, drawing the attention of everyone present. "You may." Rhaegar agreed, with a faint hope in his voice, but not much. Eddard Stark was famous for being someone who did not change his mind. Lord Stark was not prepared to be the Lord of Winterfell, correct? Cadmus asked with a serene tone, making Eddard frown. "Yes. My father trained my brother, Brandon." Even without understanding the purpose of the question, Eddard answered honestly. A trace of sadness passed through his eyes as he remembered his lost father and brother. "Then allow me to offer you a lesson on the cruel politics that govern this continent," Cadmus said, with the same imperturbable calm. "If you believe you can remain neutral in this civil war, you are being naive. And surprisingly foolish, Lord Stark." Eddard frowned even more. Even Rhaegar and Lyanna exchanged surprised glances at Cadmus's cutting frankness. "If you don't choose a side, you will be attacked by both," he continued, completely ignoring the reactions around him. "Even if you swear neutrality, Tywin will not trust you. He will sow chaos in the north, finance your enemies, and instigate a rebellion." Cadmus leaned slightly forward, his voice low and firm. "Then tell me, will you be able to defend the north while a civil war consumes your own lands and Tywin marches his armies towards Moat Cailin? What will happen when Tywin controls the food coming from the south? Your people will starve, you will have no food for your vassals and your own army. If you are asking what will happen, then I answer you, my dear lord, you will die, as will your wife and your sons and daughters, because you have no allies, only enemies." Cadmus said with a calm and indifferent tone. As soon as Cadmus finished speaking, silence hung in the air, only everyone's breathing could be heard. Lyanna felt her heart tighten, hearing Cadmus's words. Eddard clenched his teeth, he didn't want to believe that Tywin would do this, as he himself had sent a raven to the Lord of Casterly Rock, but Cadmus's words were like demonic whispers in his ear, preventing him from dismissing the mage's words. Rhaegar did not speak, only looked at Cadmus with a surprised look. He did not expect a young man of about 20 years old to be so politically intelligent. He looked at the boy with an envious look. If Aegon had this perception, he would wake up every day smiling happily. Eddard finally spoke. He looked into the mage's emerald eyes and then at the king and said with a calm tone, "I cannot answer now, I will give an answer after the tournament, your grace." Having said that, he did not wait for the answer and left with an indifferent expression but with a hidden worry in his eyes. "Lord Stark, be careful, Tywin Lannister is not a kind person, and you know that more than anyone, he will do everything to make House Lannister survive this civil war." Cadmus spoke to Lord Stark, who stopped his steps, but started walking again the next moment. "Thank you, Lord Peveril." Lyanna spoke with a genuinely grateful tone. She knew that Cadmus's words had impacted Eddard in a shocking way. Elia also looked gratefully at the mage, who was helping her husband. "Don't thank me yet, my queen. Lord Stark still hasn't agreed to ally," Cadmus said with a touch of helplessness. Despite saying those words, he didn't know if Eddard would listen or simply ignore them as if he had never heard them. "Making him think about the proposal is already surprising, especially after what my father did to his father and brother." Rhaegar spoke at that moment. His voice was laden with visible tiredness. The children carried the sins of the fathers. This was never so true with him. "If you want my advice, have a private conversation with Lord Stark and show sincerity, as well as the threats that surround him and House Stark. He was trained to be a warrior, not a lord, so he cares more about the feelings of his own family than about House Stark," Cadmus said with a calm tone. Eddard died as a traitor to save his daughters, so the men valued family more than House Stark. In the end, Eddard is not a suitable lord, but a warrior and general. Rhaegar spoke with a calm tone. He felt that he was being too delicate with Eddard. He was afraid of forcing Eddard to the enemy side, but with Cadmus's words, he felt that he could make Eddard ally with him. Cadmus nodded his head. In Westeros, lords valued their own noble houses more than family, which is why even small noble houses could survive for thousands of years and powerful noble houses for tens of thousands of years, like House Dane, which had existed for more than 10,000 years. In the fight to preserve the noble house, everything can be sacrificed. "The tournament will start at noon. You will be in the box along with House Targaryen and Tyrell." Rhaegar spoke with a calm tone. Cadmus's eyes shone with a touch of joy. Mountains of gold seemed to manifest on the horizon. "It will be an honor, my king," Cadmus said. Chapter 21, The Tournament at Harrenhal. The stands covered both sides of the arena. Men and women dressed extravagantly filled the seats. A large amount of voices hung in the air, making it impossible to understand anything. The commoners, who were on the ground, gathered in crowds, creating a large multitude around the entire tournament. Those who were tall at that moment could have a better view, but those who were short only lamented not being able to see the arena in its entirety. The arena of wet dark sand made the terrain more solid and flat. In the most important seats, covered by a luxuriously decorated ceiling, away from the sun and rain, were all the important nobles and court ministers. In the first row were the king and the two queens, with their sons and daughter, followed by the Lord Paramount of the Mandar and Lord of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell, a fat man in green robes with the House Tyrell sigil embroidered on his chest. Besides Mace, there was an old woman with a harmless appearance next to him. A green and gold dress covered her small body, a white scarf covered her hair and surrounded her face, closing just below her chin, leaving only the woman's face visible. Of course, the protagonists of the tournament were the Prince of Dragonstone, Aegon Targaryen, and Margaery Tyrell, the flower of House Tyrell. The future couple was smiling, showing polite and elegant smiles. They looked like a beautiful couple. Margaery was beautiful with her thick, slightly curly brown hair and large brown eyes. She has a slender but feminine figure, with smooth, unblemished, pale skin and small breasts. She wore a slightly low-cut floral green dress, showing a little of her modest but undeniably attractive breasts. She displayed a shy and sweet smile on her red lips. Besides the members of House Tyrell, there was House Stark, who were all together, like a united pack. House Baratheon had only two members, Lady Shireen Baratheon and her knight, Ser Davos. There were also members of House Tully, Lord Edmure Tully and his wife, Lady Cersei Lannister, and the noble sons and daughters of the couple. Furthermore, there was a dwarf drinking next to Cersei. House Arryn was also present, but it wasn't Jon Arryn who came personally, but a young blonde man with blue eyes named Harold Harding, accompanied by 3 knights. House Martell had no one but the Queen herself, and House Greyjoy was not invited. Suddenly, When everyone was talking among themselves, Cadmus abruptly appeared next to the king with a loud crack. He took a step forward and sat on the king's left side, where there was no one. "I apologize for the delay, Your Grace, I was busy with my books." Rieger felt his heart stop for a moment and looked at the boy with a slightly accusatory look. He was sure Cadmus was taking revenge on him for being present when the truth was revealed to his mother. However, as he was in public, he was a generous king and ignored the boy's petty revenge. "I hope my enemies don't have this magic of suddenly appearing next to me," Rieger whispered to Cadmus, who smiled. "Don't worry, there is a spell to prevent that from happening. When we get to the Red Keep, I will cast that spell to cover the entire castle." Cadmus replied in a low tone that was impossible for others to hear. Rieger showed a satisfied look. This magic was truly dangerous. There would be Northwest safe place in the world if someone had equal or similar magic. "Lord Peveril." Elia greeted the court mage with a sweet and gentle smile. "Cadmus." Lyanna greeted Cadmus with a cheerful smile. Cadmus looked at both queens and bowed with his hand on his chest in a purposefully exaggerated salute, earning laughs from both queens. After that, he winked at Gaiman, who was staring at him with a happy look, and then greeted all the members of the royal family, who seemed to be seeing his true appearance for the first time. Daenerys looked at the court mage and got lost in those beautiful, warm green eyes, exuding an almost mesmerizing kindness, yet containing an almost supernatural confidence, as if he could do anything. She was right, as Daenerys expected, Cadmus was young, but she didn't expect him to be so handsome. And she had to admit, she wanted those eyes to reflect only her and no one else. "Behave yourself, you wicked princess, don't let him see your ugly and indecent side," the princess thought as she smiled politely at Cadmus and looked away from him. Rhaenys was more open. She winked provocatively at the court mage and smiled amicably, making Daenerys next to her look at her niece with a dissatisfied look. Cadmus didn't know what the dragon princess was thinking, but he didn't care. He didn't want to seem rude and didn't look at the princesses for too long. His gaze fell on the protagonist couple of this tournament and he couldn't help but show an amused smile. The first impression he had of the crown prince was that he was handsome. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, he was the son of Rieger and Elia, two beautiful people, but he was surprised to see the hostility in the prince's eyes towards him. The mage didn't understand why Aegon seemed so hostile towards him. Cadmus thought that the plans to depose Aegon had been leaked, but that was impossible. He hadn't even started. How could Aegon know about it? Although he was confused by Aegon's hostility, Cadmus didn't care. Aegon had Northwest power at court, so he wasn't worried about anything, as the young prince presented no danger, either personally or politically. However, seeing Aegon ignore Marjorie and talk cheerfully with the bride's twin brother, Loras Tyrell, Cadmus wanted to laugh and lament the fate of the Rose of House Tyrell. Her husband was more interested in her brother than in herself, which was a laughable and tragic thing at the same time. "Should I prepare a potion for Aegon? I can make one that will make Marjorie look like a man," Cadmus thought with an amused look. "Who would this be, Your Grace?" Olenna, seeing Cadmus and the king sitting so close to each other and talking like friends, asked with a smile on her lips. The Queen of Thorns' gaze was somewhat penetrating and strong. "My new minister on the small council." Rieger replied calmly, but didn't go into detail. At the same time he was cautious with this sharp-tongued old woman. "That's good news, one more lord to worry about our beautiful kingdom." Olenna's smile deepened. She looked at Cadmus and narrowed her eyes. "The way he suddenly appeared is quite interesting, it even looks like a magic trick." Cadmus narrowed his eyes. He looked at the old woman with interest and asked with a smile. "Do you want to see a magic trick, my lady?" "Surprise me, my lord," Olenna said with a provocative smile. "Maybe I'll clap." Cadmus didn't care about the sarcastic comments and put his hands together. When he opened his hands, a cloud of green and red butterflies flew around, making everyone exclaim in surprise and some in shock. The women around were enchanted by the beautiful scene, especially Marjorie, who saw the green and red butterflies as a symbol of her marriage. She looked at the handsome young man with green eyes with a look full of interest and a touch of gratitude. Olenna narrowed her eyes and looked at Cadmus with a solemn look. She knew how to recognize a charlatan when she saw one, but in front of the handsome young man, she felt that his smile was oppressive and those beautiful green eyes were frightening. It seemed that there was no secret that could be hidden from him. A mage, a true mage in the court of the Seven Kingdoms. Olenna could imagine the earthquake it would be when the news reached Old Town. However, looking at the king who was still smiling calmly, she knew that things had become more complicated. "Did you like the magic, my lady?" Cadmus asked with a smile, feeling satisfied for intimidating the scary old woman. "Surprisingly." Olenna said with a smile as she slowly clapped her hands. The others followed and clapped together. Everyone's eyes were focused on Cadmus, who simply laughed and accepted the applause without any modesty. This old woman is scary, Cadmus commented with a smile to Rhaegar, who nodded his head. She is a sharp-tongued old woman, but with great power in her hands. Others may think it's her son who rules House Tyrell, but it's Olenna herself. Rhaegar said with a smile, looking at Olenna, who was staring at him with a harmless smile on her lips. I love politics, this old woman will be a good adversary. Cadmus commented with a laugh, feeling that it was the right choice to come to Rhaegar's court. He would never be bored in this place. Rhaegar rolled his eyes and spoke, hearing the trumpet being played. The tournament has begun. The king stood up and began his speech. Chapter 22, The Tournament at Harrenhal. Today is a memorable day for me, as a father and as a king. My son will finally take the first step to becoming a true man, and that is a cause for great joy, Rhaegar declared. For a brief moment, silence took over the place, before being broken by enthusiastic applause and whistles. Rhaegar smiled. When he felt that the acclaim was sufficient, he slightly raised his hand. The noise gradually subsided, until it completely ceased, although the atmosphere remained vibrant and festive. I see that everyone is excited, and I share that enthusiasm. So many young knights ready to show the world their skills, proving that this new generation is the one we should trust when the years catch up to us, the king said in an inspiring tone. The young knights, many of them no older than 18, puffed out their chests with pride. There was a fierce determination in their eyes, as if they were willing to fight to the death to make the king's words come true. The king knows how to make these young knights fight for him. Tyrion brought the glass of wine to his lips and spoke with a laugh. What do you mean, uncle? Young and gentle Tommen asked with a confused look, but there was a look of admiration and childish joy as he looked at the king. Boring adult things, little lion. Tyrion showed an amused and provocative expression, making Tommen laugh and, like any child, lose focus and start looking around with extreme curiosity. Tyrion looked at Tommen and Myrcella with a gentle look, but this gentleness soon disappeared when he felt his sister's look of disgust and coldness. Don't soil my children's minds with your strange thoughts, Tyrion. Cersei commented in a lower tone, as if she was afraid the children would hear. Tyrion just shrugged and drank wine with a casual expression. He was already used to it, so he simply ignored it. However, looking at Cersei next to him, Tyrion showed an expression of sarcasm, especially seeing Cersei's envious look at the Targaryen king's two queens. He knew more than anyone how much Cersei wanted that position, how much she wanted to be the center of attention, how much she wanted her sons and daughter to have the king's silver blonde hair and purple eyes. However, what Cersei got was not a handsome, powerful, and intelligent dragon, but a shy fish as a husband and a mediocre man in every sense of the word, who didn't even know how to handle a bow with precision. Looking at Edmure Tully, who even adored the ground Cersei walked on, Tyrion felt a little sorry for the men. If betrayals could be seen as a bull's horns, Edmure wouldn't be able to lift his head with so many horns on his head. Suddenly, Tyrion felt a gaze on him and raised his head, where he saw a young man with black hair like a raven's feathers and a pair of emerald green eyes. Seeing him smile and nod his head, Tyrion was surprised because there was no disgust or any negative feeling towards him, which was rare. Tyrion toasted towards the young man, who returned the gesture with an amused smile. The dwarf couldn't help but think that they could be friends. The tournament will begin. With Rhaegar's words, the herald blew the horn once more. The king sat down and drank some water, feeling his throat dry after a speech. Your Grace knows very well how to inspire loyalty, and even a certain fanaticism in these young knights, Cadmus commented with a contained laugh, observing the still beardless faces, full of pride and ready to die in the name of glory and fame. You should be like them. However, you look more like an old man, without youth or naivety, Rhaegar replied, also laughing. In his eyes, Cadmus was a strange figure, a young man who behaved like a cunning old man, without the impulsiveness or the eagerness to prove his worth to the world, traits so common in young people, especially men. Just as a knight sharpens his own sword, I sharpen my mind with knowledge, Cadmus replied with a smile. This is quite useful for not falling into the manipulation of old men who like to send young people to kill each other on battlefields. Rhaegar rolled his eyes, but couldn't deny the truth in his words. All the knights approached with plate armor, shields, and swords. The herald announced the most important ones with a loud and lively voice. Arthur of House Dane, member of the King's Guard and Sword of the Morning. The first name made the audience explode in applause, some women even fainted seeing the white and gleaming armor of the legendary King's Guard knight. In this world, there was no young man who didn't long to be Arthur Dane and there was no man who didn't admire Arthur Dane. The knight was so legendary that his name alone could make 1,000 knights not take a step forward. That was Arthur Dane of the King's Guard. Although the next names were not as legendary as Arthur, they still made the audience applaud and shout loudly. Ser Brynden of House Tully, the Blackfish. Ser Jaime of House Lannister, the Golden Lion. John Umber, Great John. More and more names were called, but a silence hung in the air when the next name was announced by the herald. Prince Mikar of House Targaryen, the Black Dragon. Wearing black armor with dragon features on his chest plate and helmet, the 14-year-old prince entered the arena with a black shield with the House Targaryen sigil. The three-headed red dragon looked especially striking at that moment. Prince Mikar. Prince Mikar. Prince Mikar. Cadmus couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration at the audience's admiration for the young prince. In comparison, Aegon didn't even have 1% of the boy's popularity, which could be seen by the thunderous sounds of the people. Nobles and commoners were applauding with an intensity that seemed to shake the place. After all, unlike other participants, this was a prince. Even if others were famous, in the end, status still spoke louder in the eyes of nobles and commoners. It's a shame the crown prince won't participate in the combat. A duel between princes would be interesting. Cadmus commented while also clapping. He spoke a little loudly, so Prince Aegon's face twitched slightly. My son is not good with a sword, Cadmus. Elia spoke in a sweet and gentle tone, wanting to inform Cadmus of Aegon's lack of talent with the sword. Cadmus couldn't help but twitch his lips hearing the queen's words. He certainly was good at handling other men's swords. However, her words, which were not intended to hurt anyone, made Aegon clench his fists tightly as he looked at Mikar on the battlefield with a look full of dissatisfaction and anger. It was his day, the day he should be the center of attention, but his brother, as always, had to interfere and steal everything from him. His mother's words echoed in his mind again, making him feel like an arrow had hit his heart. Not even his mother had confidence in him, which left him full of anger, helplessness, and mainly resentment. Thank you for explaining, my queen. Cadmus looked gratefully at the queen and smiled, then looked at Aegon with a playful look. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the boy. Although he wasn't a psychologist, he could imagine what Aegon was feeling and thinking at that moment. After all, having a talented brother was one of the most terrible torments a brother could have. Envy, resentment, and anger could work wonders in the minds of teenagers, especially in Aegon, who was the crown prince, but was always surpassed by his younger brother. So, Aegon's mentality was quite predictable in Cadmus's eyes. Your Grace seems to put a lot of pressure on Aegon. Cadmus commented with a smile, looking at Rhaegar with an amused look. He's going to be king. If he can't even overcome this, how can he rule? Rhaegar spoke in a calm tone. As an intelligent man, he knew he was creating a rivalry between the brothers. After all, he always praised Mikar and criticized Aegon, but he felt he was doing the right thing. Only when Aegon felt pressure could he want to be better than his brother. Unfortunately, it seems that this education was not having the effect he expected. Aegon seemed further and further away from what he expected and Mikar closer and closer to what he really wanted. Note, Rhaegar is the father of the year. We have to clap for him. Chapter 23, The Tournament at Harrenhal. Cadmus smiled at the king, but didn't say what he was thinking. Rhaegar might be thinking he was doing the right thing, but in his eyes, the man was creating a possible civil war within House Targaryen, which others could use to make the kingdom even more fragile than it was. Could Prince Mikar try to rebel? Not at the moment, but with the right flatterers and ambition inflamed by anger and resentment, things could turn into something extremely bad in the future. Cadmus didn't think things would be peaceful. Cadmus stopped thinking and watched the melee combat with curiosity and interest. All the knights were together in the arena, everyone against everyone. It was a chaotic fight with men fighting and defending with ferocity. Of course, because of the plate armor, it was extremely difficult to injure the opponent, but experienced warriors tried to pierce the armor joints while the young ones tried to cut the enemy's armor with their swords. The young knights, when they saw that it wasn't working, resolved things by throwing the opponent to the ground and starting a fistfight. The smart ones drew daggers and tried to attack the exposed parts of the opponent's armor. This is brutal. Cadmus commented upon seeing a young knight be stabbed with a dagger that pierced his neck. The 18 or 17-year-old boy died drowning in his own blood. It was simply brutal and bloody. Tournaments are like that. I didn't want Mikar to participate, but the boy is more stubborn than an untamed horse. Rhaegar said with a sigh. There was a feeling of concern in his eyes. After all, he knew what tournaments were like and how many died. Another young man had just died, but the opponent didn't leave unscathed, as there was a dagger in the armor joint in the armpit region. He staggered before fainting. Some squires quickly pulled him out of the arena. I presume that most of these knights are second sons of noble houses? Cadmus asked in a calm tone. What a waste of people, they are the height of the world's militarism, they are trained from childhood in war tactics and know how to ride a horse. Do you think I wanted this to happen? Rhaegar asked in an imposing tone. These second sons want fame, honor, and glory, but what they want most is lands and titles. They don't want to join my army and prefer to help their own noble houses. Moving his wand to create a silence field around them, a spell created by Snape, Cadmus looked at the king and said calmly. I've cast a spell over us, even if we shout, no one will hear anything. Rhaegar showed a surprised look and knew that Cadmus wanted to say something serious. Centralize the king's power, your grace. Cadmus said in a calm tone. Take away the nobles' right to create and change laws within their own territory, take away their right to create an army, create schools, and promote commoners to important positions. There are many ways to centralize power. Rhaegar was silent for a moment, before finally speaking. My grandfather, Aegon V, tried to make reforms, giving a little power to the commoners. The following month, all the nobles were in King's Landing gently asking the king to reconsider. In the end, the reforms completely failed. The House Targaryen of the age of Jaehaerys I no longer exists. Of course, Rhaegar wanted to make reforms and decrease the power of the nobles, especially after Robert's rebellion, mainly at this moment, where great noble houses no longer accepted his orders. He saw how much power the nobles had, but he had no way to change that. Even if it were only in the Crownlands, he had no way to do it or the support he had would completely disappear. In the end, a Targaryen without a dragon is not strong enough to subdue everyone. Rhaegar said with a tone full of helplessness, revealing thoughts he hadn't even spoken to his own wives or anyone. And if your grace had a dragon, would you burn your enemies or would you be like Jaehaerys I, wanting a status quo instead of a long war to pacify everything? Cadmus asked in a solemn tone and continued speaking. If Jaehaerys had burned Old Town, burned the enemies, burned the traitors, even if everything was fragmented, full of death and ashes, over time, everything would heal and a continent clean of 90% of the rebels would have disappeared. House Targaryen could create as many laws as they wanted and would have control over the entire continent. Rhaegar showed a cold expression when he heard Cadmus's words. He felt a deep envy of Jaehaerys, who had House Targaryen at its peak. If he were in the old king's place, he would have done what Cadmus had just said. And Jaehaerys would have done the same if he knew the current situation House Targaryen was in. A fragmented world of House Targaryen was better than an intact world of some other great noble house. Unfortunately, I don't have a dragon. Rhaegar said, sighing. There was a deep helplessness in his voice. Cadmus didn't answer, but there was a satisfied smile on his lips. Rhaegar was more determined than he expected. This was good. The world needed a determined and cruel king in the future, not a pacifist and naive king. While the two were talking, the fight in the arena continued. Mikar used his shield to defend against the enemy's sword. When he blocked the attack, he advanced towards the opponent, knocking him to the ground. The young prince wasted no time and drew his dagger, plunging it without any hesitation into the enemy's neck. The prince could see the knight's eyes widen. The fear and terror in his gaze made Mikar seriously wonder why this tournament was happening. To die was to never have hope, to die was to never have the chance to see those he loved again. Was dying for glory as important as he expected? Mikar withdrew the dagger from the enemy's neck and breathed heavily. Just one battle left him out of energy. He finally understood why Arthur always said to make the minimum effort possible in a battle, especially in a war. Humans didn't have infinite energy, and when two men fought, they used all their strength to kill the enemy, so it was very common to get tired in just one exchange of blows. People who kill 3 or 5 men on the battlefield were the elite of the elite, a men who could fight against a crowd of 20 unarmed men without any problem. Looking around, Mikar saw Arthur Dayne not far from him. The legendary swordsman was calm and didn't even look like he had fought. Which was not possible, given the 5 men lying on the ground around him. None were dead, as they gave up when they were defeated. Mikar felt sincere admiration in his eyes. He was truly worthy of the best swordsman Westeros had ever seen. However, he noticed that Arthur was not looking at him, but at the men wearing golden and red armor, lions on both shoulders. Jaime Lannister. Mikar recognized the men in an instant. Ser Arthur. Jaime greeted the men who taught him to train when he was still a Kingsguard. There was bitterness in his voice. It's been a while, Kingslayer. Arthur said in a calm tone. His blue, almost purple eyes stared at Jaime with an indifferent look. Jaime's jaw clenched upon hearing his words, but he relaxed again. The king dismissed me, he broke my vows. he said with a tone full of bitterness and pain. Being the first man to be expelled from the Kingsguard would be a stain he would carry for eternity. Tywin wanted peace, and for that, he asked for you in exchange for peace. Arthur said in a calm tone. He looked directly into Jaime's eyes and continued. But that doesn't change the fact that you wanted to kill King Aerys. You know what he wanted to do. Jaime almost growled when he mentioned it. I would rather die than try to kill the man I promised to protect with my life. Arthur said in a calm tone. Even being mad, he trusted us more than anyone in this world, but you still tried to kill him. There were other ways to stop him, but you chose to raise your sword to the men you swore to protect. He didn't say that Jaime was wrong to stop the king, he said that Jaime was wrong to try to kill the king. Aerys was a weak and powerless old man. Jaime could have tried to arrest him and wait for the arrival of Prince Rhaegar. But instead, he tried to kill Aerys. If it weren't for the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard arriving in time, the king would be dead and Jaime would be called Kingslayer from that day on. Jaime smiled bitterly. He was young and thought he was doing everything for the kingdom, but seeing it now, Arthur was right. He could have locked the king in one of the rooms and waited for reinforcements or even the prince. I have no excuses for that, let's fight. Jaime said in a calm tone. He wielded his sword with both hands and entered a combat stance. Arthur didn't seem surprised and drew his sword. The legendary sword Dawn, said to be made from a star, came out of the scabbard with a milky golden glow. Chapter 24, The Tournament at Harrenhal. Everyone's eyes were focused on two people. Arthur Dayne and Jaime Lannister. Clang. 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 The clash of both swords seemed particularly clear in the silent environment. Everyone was afraid to even breathe louder for fear of disturbing the two men. Arthur was fast, deadly, and intensely quick. Even wielding a long sword, his blows were nothing more than a fleeting flash in the air. Jaime, on the other hand, used the sword as if it were an extension of his arm. His strength was greater than Arthur's, but being larger and more muscular, he was slower than his opponent, which made him feel extremely pressured by Arthur's extremely fast attacks. The Golden Lion only managed to see the attacks before blocking them at the last moment. If Jaime were not an experienced warrior, he would have been defeated a long time ago. Arthur Dayne was fast, too fast, even for someone of Jaime's level. With eyes as sharp as a hawk's, Arthur advanced mercilessly, pushing Jaime to the limit. His sword moved faster and faster, the milky glow of dawn cutting through the air like a shooting star, hitting the enemy blade with absolute precision. Unlike Dawn, Jaime's sword was terribly battered, resembling the teeth of a toothless old man, full of flaws along the forged steel blade. Since the beginning of the combat, Jaime had already started the duel at a disadvantage. Arthur wielded Dawn, a legendary sword with more than 10,000 years of existence, which had never lost its edge or suffered any damage, living proof of how extraordinary the weapon was. Jaime's blade, in turn, although resistant and well-forged, was nothing more than a sharper and more durable stick compared to Dawn. Forcing every muscle in his body to the extreme, Arthur swung his arm and, at that moment, had the sensation of delivering the fastest blow of his entire life. In the eyes of those present, it was just a sudden flash of light in the air, followed by a dry and violent crash that echoed across the battlefield. Jaime's sword broke in two while the knight felt his arm numb, as if he had been hit by a hammer. Half of the blade spun in the air and fell to the ground, burying its tip in the earth. Under his helmet, Jaime was breathing heavily. He looked at Arthur before him with admiration. There was no resentment in his eyes. He never thought he could defeat Arthur, who was at his peak at that moment. However, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to his former comrade in arms, which brought a smile to his lips. I surrender. As soon as Jaime spoke, Arthur, who was about to continue, stopped and looked deeply at Jaime, then turned and left in search of another worthy opponent. Watching his back, Jaime opened his mouth to say something, but the words were stuck on his lips. He wanted to talk to Arthur, drink with him like when he joined the Kingsguard at 15, but he remembered that he was no longer a member of the Kingsguard. Arthur didn't know what Jaime was thinking and didn't care. A traitor and oathbreaker was not worthy of his concern. Arthur's eyes found the figure of Prince Mikar facing a tall and muscular knight. The young prince was losing, and he himself didn't see how the prince could win. What naturally happened the next moment, the prince's shield broke with the opponent's sword blow, and Mikar lost his balance, falling to the ground. Although the armor was heavy, it was extremely agile and mobile, so the prince tried to get up quickly, but the experienced warrior he was facing did not allow this, placing a sword at the prince's neck. When Arthur was about to move, to save the prince from any accident, he sighed with relief when he heard Mikar's voice. I surrender. Arthur saw the knight stop attacking and move away in search of another opponent. Looking back at the prince, still on the ground, there was a touch of appreciation in the Kingsguard's gaze. Knowing how to recognize oneself was a quality that few knights had the chance to experience in life, as they died in battle before they could develop that kind of self-recognition. Fighting a losing battle was foolish. Approaching, Arthur asked with a calm tone. How does it feel to lose? I feel like trash, but I know it was impossible to defeat an adult and veteran knight. I was not only weaker than him, but also slower. Even though I was more agile, that advantage was not enough to guarantee victory. Mikar removed his helmet as he spoke, displaying an open and sunny smile. The prince's black hair was especially dark, soaked with sweat and stuck to his skin. His deep purple eyes, so similar to the king's, shone brighter than ever. You will be a great knight in the future, but this is not your moment yet, Arthur said with a serene smile, taking care not to undermine the young prince's confidence. Keep that feeling and train even harder. Mikar was too young. Although he was a prodigy, he was still just a teenager, with a body still forming and insufficient strength. Facing adult, experienced, and fully developed knights was simply impossible. Mikar nodded his head and looked towards the special seats, where he looked at his father with a big smile as he got up from the ground. He waved to the crowd and left the arena with the broken shield in his hands. His gait was somewhat limping and his arm was retracted, probably fractured, but he continued to show a big smile, feeling satisfied and full of a sense of accomplishment. Do you think he will be the second Dragon Knight? Rhaegar asked Cadmus, who was watching everything with an expression full of satisfaction. Apparently, Cadmus was enjoying watching the brutal fight before him. If he focuses on training, abandoning all ambition and joining the Kingsguard, he will be another Aemon the Dragon Knight. Cadmus said with a smile. However, not all men can abandon everything and swear a life of training and strength. Rhaegar knew this, but he wanted a different opinion. However, just the fact that Mikar had this potential showed that his son was extraordinary. He would never let Mikar abdicate all titles and possessions to join the Kingsguard. In this world where death was common, the second in line of succession could not simply disappear like that. Cadmus looked at the king's thoughtful face and shook his head. He knew that Rhaegar was thinking about many things, especially regarding the succession of the kingdom. Which, honestly, was a more than valid concern for a king. Elia, did you see how good Mikar was in battle? He defeated 2 knights and lost in the third, much better than these young knights. Lyanna said with a big smile on her lips, there was a mixture of tenderness and pride in her eyes. Obviously a mother proud of her own son. As someone who disguised herself as a man to enter the tourney of Harrenhal, the previous one that was happening at that moment, she was naturally a strong and experienced warrior, defeating some strong men at the time. She could see that Mikar only lost because he was not an adult. If he were, he probably would have been among the top 5. Yes, he was amazing. When he gets older, he will be a great knight. Elia was also proud of Mikar. She and Lyanna raised their sons and daughters together. She considered Mikar as her son, just as Lyanna also considered her son and daughter as her own. However, he looks hurt. Elia said with a worried look on her face. This was not the first tournament she had watched. She knew better than anyone how brutal these battles were. Mikar's actions before leaving the battlefield indicated that he was injured. Finally noticing this, Lyanna looked at Cadmus and asked with a quick tone. Cadmus, do you have any more of those potions? Hearing the queen's words, Cadmus finally saw his business opportunity arriving. He looked at the queen and spoke with a tone full of confidence. I prepared some potions for any accident. As long as he is not dead, I can heal him in less than an hour. Chapter 25, The Tournament at Harrenhal. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Cadmus seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force and, with a loud crack in the air, disappeared before them all. Rhaegar wore a calm expression, but he was still filled with admiration for the magic. Remembering that House Targaryen should have its own blood and fire mages, Rhaegar felt a pang in his heart. 5,000 years of magical heritage simply vanished like that. He wanted to go back in time and slap every Targaryen king before him. Especially Jaehaerys I, the old king. While the king was brooding over his arrogant ancestors, Olenna spoke once more. Your new minister is interesting, your majesty. Rhaegar put aside his bitter thoughts and looked at Olenna with a calm gaze. He understood the implications in the Queen of Thorns' words. What can I say? I quite like having interesting people around me. Interesting people are always the most pleasant. They can always surprise you at the best times. Olenna said with an ever-deepening smile. She did not deny Rhaegar's words. It was better to have useful people by your side than useless ones. However, Rhaegar's choice was also quite bold. When Old Town found out, or rather, when the High Septon found out, things would get out of control. The king narrowed his eyes and continued to smile, as if placing a mage in his court was something normal and totally accepted by the people and the church. However, remembering the bloody and eternal feud between House Targaryen and the Faith of the Seven, Rhaegar did not care at all. Seeing the king in that manner, Olenna raised her small wine glass to her lips and narrowed her eyes. The calmer the king was, the more she knew something was very wrong. The act of having a mage in court was simple. It was simply throwing a large stone into an already turbulent, shark-filled lake. The king not showing concern only showed that he was ready to face all the consequences. Olenna raised her head and looked directly into the king's eyes, which stared back at her with a cold gaze, making her feel a shiver down her spine. For the first time, she saw what a truly strong king was like, not a madman like Aerys or a weakling like Jaehaerys II. The Queen of Thorns did not feel sad about marrying her granddaughter to the son of a man like this. On the contrary, she felt they had won this war. Only a king who was determined to kill his enemies could pull Westeros out of this tension that had lasted for almost 2 decades. Elia and Lyanna, who were beside Rhaegar, also looked at Olenna, who was talking to her husband, with smiles. Although they seemed sweet, cheerful, and elegant, they were neither foolish nor naive. The queen must control the feminine part of the court, and believe me, although women did not have as much power as their husbands or men, they were by no means simple to deal with, especially the old women in court. They knew better than anyone what would happen in the court when Cadmus's reputation appeared. It would be a madness that they were already trying to mitigate by telling some stories of mages using magic for fun things. Elia held Rhaegar's hand, and Lyanna held Elia's hand. The three showed calm expressions, but there was a silent feeling of companionship between them. In the end, they would face what was coming together and without any fear. Rhaegar felt this through their hands and couldn't help but smile. He thanked any deity for giving him 2 wonderful women in such troubled times. On the other side, in the tents, Cadmus appeared with a crack in the air and looked at the dozens of wounded in beds, being helped by men wearing simple, humble brown robes. They were maesters, all versed in the art of healing. Of course, their healing was to give a simple treatment of bandaging the wound with a cloth and milk of the poppy for any pain. Cadmus couldn't help but lament that this world hadn't advanced even in 8,000 years of history. It was as if they were stuck in the age right after they stopped being hunters and gatherers. Putting those thoughts aside, Cadmus quickly located the prince and walked up to him. The prince was lying down while 3 maesters helped him with everything he needed. "Hello, my prince, I am Cadmus Peveril, your father's court mage," Cadmus said with a smile and continued. "I was tasked by 2 worried mothers to heal their son." Mikar was surprised by the words of the young man before him and smiled, remembering Gaiman and Rhaegar's conversation at dinner. "Thank you for your help, Lord Peveril." Looking at the maesters, who were completely paralyzed and shocked by Cadmus's words, Mikar waved his hand and sent them all away. Turning back to Cadmus, he saw the mage take 2 vials from the small pouch he carried, always hidden by the green cloak. "These are 2 potions, one for vitality and the other to repair any bone damage." Cadmus presented the potions with a smile. Mikar did not hesitate, but the maesters who were not far away had furious expressions. Regardless of the prince's previous orders, they approached like warriors ready to start a great battle. "My prince, do not drink that. There are no potions and elixirs, they are all rumors and people's imagination." The oldest of the 3 maesters spoke in a voice loud enough for everyone in the tent to hear. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked confused about what was happening. Mikar frowned. Cadmus did not come on his own, it was Elia and Lyanna who asked him to come. He did not trust Cadmus, but he trusted his 2 mothers. "Enough," Mikar said with a voice full of dissatisfaction. "My mother sent Lord Peveril. The queen has been deceived by this charlatan, your highness." The second of the 3 maesters spoke in a hurried tone. He could not believe this was happening. How could they let the prince drink something so unknown and dangerous? Cadmus frowned. He looked at the 3 maesters before him and spoke in a calm but slightly threatening tone. "You better shut up, or I will do it for you." Being called a charlatan really offended him quite a bit. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? You are nothing but a fraud, an alchemist, and that kind of thing doesn't exist. They are just inventions of men with rotten souls like you who sell ideas to powerful noble houses." The oldest of the maesters present spoke with a tone full of arrogance, sarcasm, and contempt towards Cadmus. Silence. Cadmus simply conjured the spell with his own hands, without needing a wand. The next moment, the men tried to speak, but no sound came out of their mouths. Naturally, they panicked as they furiously pointed at Cadmus. "Excuse me, I can't hear you, can you repeat that?" Cadmus showed an innocent expression and asked confusedly. However, the smile on his face revealed his true feelings. Poor fellows, they were born mute. Mikar's eyes shone, seeing magic for the first time. Although he knew it was true because of his father, seeing magic was a completely different thing from just hearing about it. Looking at the two potions, Mikar removed the corks and drank both potions in sequence. He didn't feel anything in the first 5 seconds, but soon began to feel a warm sensation run through every part of his body. The pain in his arm, which was extremely strong before, was now quickly disappearing. He was sure he had fractured a bone, as this was the arm he used his shield with, which was destroyed in the fight with the third knight he fought. However, Mikar moved his arm and felt no pain, as if it were completely healed. Besides his arm, Mikar felt healthier than ever. The extreme fatigue from the battle completely disappeared. He felt he could fight 100 more rounds without getting tired again. This left him completely shocked. "Thank you, Lord Peveril, I am completely healed." Getting out of bed, Mikar spoke in a grateful tone while looking at Cadmus with curiosity. Seeing Mikar getting out of bed as if he had never been injured made the surrounding knights' eyes widen. Not only them, all the maesters also widened their eyes. Previously, they had seen the state of Mikar's arm. It was swollen and purple, looking like it was about to burst, but now, seeing his completely healed white arm, it made these knights look at Cadmus with an increasingly warm gaze, as if they were looking at a beautiful naked woman. Seeing this, Cadmus felt a shiver and felt that he had underestimated the power of the potion he had made. Chapter 26, Danger Lurking in the Surroundings. If there was one thing Cadmus never changed, whether in this life or the last, it was that he was a staunch capitalist. Before the eyes of the nobles, the price he had previously set increased enormously. It wasn't a 10-fold or 100-fold increase, but simply more. Originally, he was going to sell each potion for 100 gold dragons, but now, he increased it to 1,000 without any hesitation. There was no governmental body to control the price of things, so he unleashed his greed without any hesitation. In the future, Cadmus even felt he would increase the price even more, especially by controlling the quantity of potions, increasing their rarity and price. It was an evil thing, but they were nobles. If there was one thing they had, it was money, at least the nobles of the south. The nobles of the north, apart from House Manderley, the other houses were poor, even House Stark was poor. Mikar, seeing the nobles' looks, understood and began to help Cadmus, who accepted the help with a satisfied smile. By the end of the sale, Cadmus had earned about 47,000 gold dragons. Although the price was expensive, some even bought 3 vials of potion, which made Cadmus understand that health has always been and always will be an extremely lucrative thing. Especially for rich people, who wanted to live longer than anyone else in the world. Cadmus wanted to laugh when he saw the amount of money. He made these potions with extremely cheap and common raw materials, meaning that with a cost of about 50 gold coins, he profited 47,000 gold dragons, a 94,000% profit. Looking at Mikar, Cadmus gave the prince 1,000 gold coins with a smile. "Thank you for the help, my prince." Mikar's eyes lit up when he saw how much Cadmus had given. Even being a prince, he didn't have money. His father gave him everything, so he never needed money. So, seeing such a large amount of money was quite pleasant. Mikar did not show modesty and accepted without any hesitation. Of course, 1,000 coins was not a light amount, so he waved to some squires and whispered something to them before turning to Cadmus and thanking him. "Thank you, Lord Peveril." Cadmus just nodded and with a wave of his hand, the bags containing 46,000 gold dragons flew into his pouch. Everyone around watched with admiration, fear, but mainly admiration. "Your mother is waiting, please hold my arm," Cadmus said with a mischievous smile. Before operating with the prince, Cadmus looked at all the maesters around with a look of disdain and simply operated away. Mikar looked confused, but still held Cadmus's arm, but the next moment, the worst experience of his life happened. Mikar felt Cadmus's arm twist away from him and redouble its grip, then everything went black. He felt his body being pressed in all directions. He couldn't breathe. There were iron bars squeezing his chest, his eyes were being forced to turn inward, his eardrums were being pushed deeper into his skull. The next moment, Mikar felt the firm ground again under his feet and desperately breathed air into his lungs. Looking around, he found himself in the exclusive stands, where he saw his father, his 2 mothers, and other members of House Targaryen, as well as those of the other great noble houses. "Are you all right, dear?" Lyanna asked with a worried expression upon seeing Mikar's pale face. She didn't care how or why Cadmus and her son suddenly appeared, she was simply worried about her son's condition. "I'm fine, it's just that Lord Peveril's method of travel is quite uncomfortable." Showing a smile, Mikar explained with a touch of uncertainty and helplessness. "You're good, my prince, most people vomit after operating for the first time." Cadmus said with a smile, observing the young prince, who was still pale and nauseous. He knew exactly what Mikar was going through, so he wasn't surprised at all, although he wanted to see the prince vomit. Hearing his words, Mikar naturally knew that Cadmus wanted to provoke him from the start. He couldn't help but think that the mage was truly dangerous and had a simply too playful mentality. Rieger looked at Cadmus and ignored him. He was already getting familiar with Cadmus. The boy was quite cheerful, playful, but could be serious in delicate moments that required solemnity. "You did well, Mikar, you honored our house." Rieger looked at his son and said in a gentle tone. "I'm sure at the next tournament I will knight you." Mikar showed a happy expression. Like any son, making his father proud was a very good feeling. All the hard work, sweat, and tears shed in his training were worth it at this moment. This made him happy and proud of himself. He looked at Aegon and showed a confused expression. Instead of his brother being happy for him, Aegon seemed to be looking at a complete stranger with indifference, which genuinely confused him. But he put it aside, thinking that Aegon was trying to show a pose worthy of a Targaryen prince. Cadmus didn't care and looked at the arena again. There weren't many people. Those who were still standing were the elite of the elite. However, the winner of the battle was the one who had defeated the most enemies, which was naturally Arthur Dayne. The man was a monster in human skin. Whether it was reflexes, stamina, or strength, he seemed more like a witcher than a common human. "Are you sure Sir Arthur didn't go through the trial of the grasses?" Cadmus asked the king curiously. After all, Arthur didn't seem very human. "Some people are simply born to fight." Rieger spoke calmly, his eyes looking at Arthur with a smile. Although they were king and Kingsguard, they were friends who fought side by side in countless situations. "It seems they've stopped," Cadmus commented, seeing that no one was moving anymore, as if they were ready to end the first phase of the tournament. "First place is already decided, there's not much to do," Rieger said with a smile. "The next thing is the archery tournament, then the main event, the jousting." "How much does the first place winner get in all the tournaments?" Cadmus asked curiously. He was genuinely interested. Seeing a medieval tournament was quite an experience, although he found it a bit too brutal. "It depends a lot, but I put 10,000 gold dragons for each first place, besides, obviously, a knighthood for the winners," Rieger replied while keeping his eyes on the arena. He could put a bigger prize, but he thought it wouldn't look good, especially with his expenses with the army. Having an army of 40,000 men was quite draining for the royal coffers. If it weren't for the help to House Tyrell in the wedding, he wouldn't even have come to Harrenhal and would have preferred the betrothal at the Red Keep. "I will congratulate the top 10," Rieger said with a smile. Perhaps other kings wouldn't do this, but he liked to show respect to the great warriors of the tournament. It not only flattered them but also inspired loyalty. Before leaving, Rieger spoke with a smile. "The tournament will have a break to organize the next event. Take the opportunity to mingle in the court. Everyone is very curious about you." Cadmus let out a laugh hearing this and showed no surprise. Only a blind and foolish person wouldn't be curious about a mage and magic. The mysterious, although it caused fear, also aroused curiosity and fascination in people. As Rieger said, everyone was more relaxed with the tournament break for the next event. The maids and servants served wine and food to the nobles, making the situation more welcoming and pleasant for a conversation. Cadmus brought the cup to his lips and drank the sweet wine, although he thought it was a very sweet wine for his taste, but it was much better than the wine from the taverns and hotels. Suddenly, Cadmus's expression changed drastically. He felt a slight magical energy lingering in the air. Putting the wine aside, he began to observe the surroundings carefully. There were people everywhere, talking to each other, and the collective buzz made it almost impossible to distinguish any isolated sound. After a careful search, Cadmus's emerald-green eyes landed on a servant circulating among the guests with a silver tray. He maintained a cordial smile on his lips and a respectful look while serving those around him. Cadmus realized that the man was gradually approaching the personal circle of the two queens, where other ladies were also present, especially the bride, Marjorie, and her grandmother, Lady Olenna. Without any hesitation, Cadmus approached and appeared next to the queen, causing the women around to scream, startled. "What happened, Cadmus?" Lyanna was also startled by the sudden appearance. However, noticing the cautious look on his face, the queen's expression became serious, and she instinctively placed herself in front of Elia, protecting her. "Assassins," Cadmus said in a calm tone, keeping his gaze fixed on the disguised aggressor, who was using some kind of magic. He was not a true magic user, as he hadn't even bothered to hide his own magical aura. Upon hearing Cadmus's words, the expressions of the women around changed drastically. Chapter 27, Danger Lurking in the Surroundings. The assassin, seeing that his targets were looking at him with caution and fear, continued to smile. Throwing the tray into the middle of the women nearby, causing screams of fear and shouts, the assassin drew 2 daggers and advanced extremely fast. The distance of 5 meters was covered in an instant. Reaching the queen, he ignored the handsome, thin-looking boy and turned the dagger towards Lyanna's neck. Obviously, the main target was Lyanna. Expelliarmus. A dazzling red light shot out from Cadmus's hand and hit the assassin squarely, throwing him far away. He collided with one of the wooden pillars that supported the wooden structure and let out a muffled groan as he fell heavily to the ground. Assassins. A woman screamed in a loud, horrified tone. The chaos truly began at that moment. People ran in panic as they tried to flee as quickly as possible, including stepping over others. Cadmus couldn't help but want to kill that woman. The assassin took advantage of the moment of chaos and sneaked away, escaping. Lyanna was terrified. She had seen the cold blade coming dangerously close to her. If it weren't for Cadmus, she really would have died at that moment. This completely terrified her. Protego. Cadmus spoke in a cold tone. A shield of blue energy formed around all the women present. My queen, stay within the shield. It will protect you from any physical or magical attack. Cadmus spoke to Lyanna with a solemn expression. He felt more magical signatures around, showing that it wasn't just one assassin. I won't leave. Lyanna said in a firm tone. She believed in her savior without any hesitation. Looking at Queen Elia, who was being protected behind Lyanna, and then at Princess Rhaenys and Princess Daenerys, Cadmus spoke in a calm tone. Do not leave under any circumstances. There are several assassins around. They all nodded. They had personally seen how fast the assassins were, showing that they were beyond professional. They were true killing machines. Not caring about the other women, Cadmus did not hesitate to step out of the Protego. He did not draw his wand and continued walking around while dodging the running and screaming people. The king's guard had not arrived, nor had the soldiers of House Targaryen, showing that they were equally busy. It was a large, premeditated attack. Cadmus wanted to kill all the assassins as soon as possible. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from behind a person and advanced towards Cadmus. The mage showed a cold smile and was not slow in his actions. He raised his hand and fired a bright plasma bolt at the assassin. The assassin did not expect the mage before him to be able to react at such a short distance. Mages always had fragile bodies. If he could get close to Cadmus, he was confident in killing the mage in an instant. However, this was only his thought, as the plasma bolt hit him instantly. His clothes evaporated before the terrible heat of the plasma bolt, followed by his flesh and blood. In the end, a charred corpse fell lifelessly to the ground. Cadmus did not lower his guard. He looked up and felt that the other magical auras were approaching. Frowning, he noticed that the energy was greater than the assassin's, but it wasn't a mage's magic, but rather like magical items. Cadmus's response came in an instant. 2 shadows advanced towards him from different directions. They were as fast as the wind, looking like blurs in the night. The mage simply created a protego around himself, watching the daggers, glowing with runes, collide against the magical barrier. The runes used on the dagger are the work of an amateur, who should complain to the manufacturer. Cadmus said with a touch of mockery in his voice. The assassin's response was a flaming blade that collided with the protego, but the spell remained motionless. Aha! If things were in chaos before, now they turned into complete pandemonium. The flames from the daggers began to burn the wood around. Cadmus frowned, and with a movement of his hands, a large amount of water manifested around and swept away the flames. Controlling the water, he made sure the people around were thrown safely away from the assassin's attacks. However, Cadmus did not move the protego that protected the members of House Targaryen and House Tyrell. The assassins had magical items, which made things quite problematic. He didn't know what items they were or their capabilities. Suddenly, Cadmus retreated while maintaining the protego around him. In the place where he was, a fiery red light swept the surroundings with even more voracious flames. The flames seemed alive, swallowing everything around with hunger and destruction. Inside the protego, Lyanna was frightened by the flames colliding with the blue shield, but she was relieved to see that the shield remained firm and showed no sign of breaking. Incredible. Daenerys commented with wide eyes as she watched the fight with fascination and admiration in her gaze. It was a fight she had never dreamed of seeing in her life. He seemed perfectly calm while fighting the assassins, as if he were playing a fun game. She had to admit, she liked seeing the cold smile on his lips. It was terribly charming and dangerously beautiful. Daenerys was not the only one showing admiration. Rhaenys, Marjorie, and even Olenna watched the scene with admiration. Cadmus was fighting the assassins by manipulating lightning, water, and flames. The whole process seemed easy and not dangerous at all for him. Since my future husband is going to betray me, I might as well betray him, right? Marjorie thought with a calm expression. There was a smile on her lips as she watched Cadmus masterfully fight the assassins. Cadmus didn't know he had gained the women's admiration. He was enjoying the battle. Although they weren't mages, the assassins seemed accustomed to using the magical items, so they were efficient. However, no matter how strong a magical item is, you are not mages. Cadmus murmured with a calm look as he watched the two figures circling around him, looking like wolves ready to bite their prey. Removing the protego that protected him, Cadmus took a step forward. How could the assassins miss such a good chance? They advanced instantly, their daggers glowing with a vibrant and hot red sheen. However, they soon regretted their actions. Petrificus totalis. Showing a mischievous smile, Cadmus cast two spells at the same time. A purple light flashed and hit both assassins simultaneously, freezing them. Only their eyes moved. It's a spell used by young apprentice mages. Cadmus commented with a cold smile, seeing the two assassins at his mercy. Although it's said that you should approach mages to defeat them, attacking an experienced mage head-on is extremely stupid. I'm going to enjoy getting information from you too. Cadmus said, smiling, ready to use Crucio on these people. However, he didn't, as he heard heavy and fast footsteps coming in his direction. A large number of soldiers were arriving. It seems the attack has been neutralized. Cadmus murmured as he conjured a steel chain with transfiguration and bound the two assassins. Of course, he also took the 6 daggers from the 3 assassins. 3 assassins, 1 dead and 2 captured. I really have to make some magical items to protect the members of House Targaryen. I might not arrive fast enough. Although he was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, he was not omniscient, where he could protect the king and everyone around 24/7, that was impossible. While he was muttering, the army had already arrived, and leading it was the king himself, protected by the king's guard. There was blood on the king's clothes and on his sword, showing that he had also fought. Rhaegar looked at the scene before him with a pounding heart. There was nervousness and even an incredibly strong fury bubbling in his chest. Fury that was extinguished when he saw his 2 wives, sister, and daughters completely safe. Looking at the blue shield protecting them, Rhaegar knew that Cadmus had protected them. He couldn't help but thank the gods for having accepted Cadmus. Just thinking about what would have happened if Cadmus hadn't been present, a bad chill ran through his body. I have to say, my king, this job is quite dangerous. I want a raise. Cadmus said with a smile as he kicked one of the assassins in his private parts. The assassin's eyes widened as he glared furiously at Cadmus. The men present made the same expression, an expression of pain and fright. I will give you a rich fiefdom. Rhaegar let out a laugh and spoke in a genuinely grateful tone. He was truly grateful at that moment. I thank you in advance. Cadmus bowed elegantly as he looked at the king with a satisfied look. Working for a generous boss was very good. However, we have work to do, especially to find out who ordered this assassination. Showing a cold look at the 2 assassins, Cadmus said calmly. Rhaegar showed an equally cold look and asked. I presume you have some magic that causes pain. Of course I do, they will love to experience it. I just hope they can last a minute. Cadmus commented, looking at the 2 captured assassins with a playful look. After all, the Cruciatus curse was not something a human could endure for long. Chapter 28, Danger Lurking in the Surroundings. How many attacked? After seeing the king comforting both wives and the remaining women, Cadmus looked at Arthur beside him and asked in a calm tone. The blood on Rhaegar's clothes and Arthur's armor showed that there had been a fight. About 50, a small army fully armed with steel armor and swords. Arthur looked at Cadmus with a grateful gaze. If Cadmus hadn't been present, this celebration would have ended in a great disaster. Cadmus looked at Arthur in shock and asked with a skeptical and incredulous tone. Are you saying that an army of 50 fully armed men was hidden nearby and no one saw anything, not even a suspicious movement? Arthur's face was grim. Just as Cadmus said, such a large group of people, fully armed and hidden nearby, was completely insane. No one was blind, and such a massive movement of people could not go unnoticed. We are waiting for the Master of Whisperers' report. Arthur said in a calm tone, but there was an unmistakable coldness in his voice. Not only him, but it was a look that all the king's guard around also displayed. It seems Tywin really wants to make things as chaotic as possible. Cadmus said, looking at the king with a deep gaze. He could imagine how furious Rhaegar would be if Lyanna or Elia had died at that moment. Does he want to force the king to attack and gain the initiative of the war? But no one is foolish enough to fall into such an obvious trap. Cadmus asked with a curious tone. Even if Rhaegar were forced to march towards the rock, no one would be foolish enough to go to the Westerlands knowing there was an ambush. If it really is Tywin, I have to say he is truly a monster to use his own relatives, especially when his heir, son, daughter, and grandchildren are present at this moment. If something happened, the main line of House Lannister would disappear. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard, Gerald Hightower, spoke in a calm tone. It's likely not Tywin. Cadmus shook his head. If there was one thing Tywin cared about, it was House Lannister itself. Without descendants, House Lannister would simply cease to exist, at least the main line. If it's not Tywin, who is bold enough to orchestrate such a large assassination and offend all the nobles present? Lewin Martell, King's Guard and brother of Doran Martell, spoke with a confused tone. The Dornish prince looked exactly like a Dornishman, olive skin, black hair and eyes. He had a beard around his face and looked courteous and handsome. Who knows, but the mastermind will eventually appear. After all, he wants something. Cadmus was not worried about finding out who it was. Whoever it was would eventually reveal themselves. Gentlemen, I have work to do. I will extract information from these two human wastes. Cadmus said with a smile as he grabbed both assassins by the collars. I advise you not to get too close to the dungeon, or you will hear quite frightening screams. The King's Guard looked at each other, and they all felt shivers running down their bodies. They did not doubt for a minute that Cadmus could inflict pain on someone. Cadmus didn't know what the King's Guard was thinking. He arrived at the dungeons below Harrenhal and had to admit, Hair in the Black was crazy. Even the dungeons seemed to be used to torture and imprison giants. With a wave of his hand, the chains attached to the walls looked like snakes, wrapping around the limbs of the two assassins, lifting them into the air. Look, I'm quite gentle, so I'll give you a chance. Cadmus spoke as he put black gloves on both hands. He looked at both assassins with a calm gaze. You tell me who the mastermind was, and I will give you a quick and painless death. After a minute of silence, Cadmus knew that the assassins would not reveal anything unless they suffered a little. I am quite reluctant to use dark magic. They are quite invasive to the mage's own mind. Unfortunately, you are not giving me a choice. Gentlemen, there are 3 unforgivable curses in magic, one of which is exactly what I am about to perform on you. Cadmus said in a calm tone. He pointed his glove-covered finger at the first assassin and whispered. Crucio. There was no flash of light when the magic was performed, only the purest sound of horror reverberating off the dark, damp walls of the cell. Argig. Agur. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. The assassin didn't even last 10 seconds before begging for death. He thrashed, the chains clanging, screaming a high, loud sound. The second assassin had an expression of pure horror and fear. Both were assassins who were trained to remain firm and indifferent to torture, but his companion simply started screaming in 10 seconds. Not even when they were children did he hear his comrade in arms scream like that. Cadmus stopped and asked again. Who is the mastermind? The tortured assassin raised his head with difficulty and looked directly into Cadmus's eyes. There was fear in his gaze, but he remained silent. I admire people like you. Cadmus said, but he raised his hand again. Crucio. Argig. Agur. Arghara. The screams sounded again as the assassin thrashed. Blood ran from his wrists, but he didn't seem to feel anything but the pain of the crucio. Which was normal. The crucio simply caused the pain the person feared the most. It was such a terrifying magic that the creator was a total madman. 30 seconds later, Cadmus stopped again. He looked at the assassin, who was now unconscious, with a calm gaze. With a movement of his hand, a ball of water formed around the assassin's head. 5 seconds later, the assassin woke up, but Cadmus did not undo the ball of water, which naturally began to drown the assassin. When he saw that the assassin was about to lose consciousness again, Cadmus stopped and undid the ball of water. I can't use Crucio on you repeatedly. After all, you will become demented if I continue, but don't think I'm not creative. Cadmus commented as he approached the assassin. He couldn't use Crucio on the assassin, or he would either die or become mentally ill. The mage took a vial from his pouch and made the assassin drink the liquid against his will. It's an itching potion, harmless, but when the dose is high, well, it will be a little uncomfortable, my dear friend. Cadmus said with a smile, but that smile looked scarier than a demon coming from hell. The assassin's exhausted eyes widened, feeling the itch all over his body. He wanted to scratch, but his hands and feet were bound by the chains, which made things even worse for him. he thrashed as his eyes turned red from all the pain and anger he was feeling. "You son of a bitch. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your whole family. It itches, damn it." Cadmus didn't show much reaction to the insults. He waved his hand, and the ball of water reappeared around the assassin's head. Itching, drowning, pain, and heat. Cadmus began to use magic and potions to undermine the assassin's will. Honestly, he could extract information much easier using Imperius, but this magic was quite ineffective against people with strong wills, so he had to torture the assassin before he could perform Imperius. Half an hour later, Cadmus was about to continue but stopped when he saw that the assassin was not moving. Approaching, he understood that the assassin had completely died, which confused him, as he had perfectly controlled the strength of his spells. "I forgot that the human mind has a pain limit," Cadmus muttered to himself with a quite dissatisfied tone. Looking at the second assassin, who was trembling with pure terror in his expression, Cadmus said in a gentle tone, "Fortunately, I have another chance to hone my techniques." Seeing that the demon was looking at him, the second assassin screamed loudly, his voice so shaky that if Cadmus hadn't listened again, he wouldn't have understood a word. "I'll talk. If you had cooperated from the beginning, you wouldn't have seen anything scary or suffered any pain," Cadmus said with a smile. "However, I only believe in my magic. Imperius." Cadmus cast the magic instantly. The assassin's expression changed from pure terror to a serene and gentle expression. Unlike the Cruciatus curse, being targeted by the Imperius curse, when cast properly, was not an unpleasant experience. In fact, it was the opposite. The victim of an Imperius curse was placed in a calm, trance-like state, in which all feelings of responsibility and anxiety were banished. "Who was the mastermind?" Cadmus asked with a smile. "I don't know. He arrived at our organization in Pentos and bought the deaths of Queen Elia and Lyanna." The assassin did not hesitate to answer with a gentle and warm tone, as if he were talking to a longtime friend. "Any special features or smell?" Cadmus continued to ask. He was not particularly surprised by the assassin's words. However, the next words surprised him. The man had a thick, aged voice, perhaps around 50 years old, but he smelled of lavender, lilac, or rose water. Chapter 29, Danger Lurking in the Surroundings. "Commit suicide," Cadmus said in a calm tone as he threw a dagger at him. The assassin simply smiled and plunged the dagger into his own head while still smiling gently, as if what he was doing was a good thing. "What terrifying magic!" Cadmus muttered in a calm tone. He was truly shocked by the three curses. All three spells were extremely inhumane, capable of killing, torturing, or controlling a person's mind, body, and soul. However, his last words are a problem. Cadmus said with a tone full of helplessness, although the smell and voice were indeed a clue, this was easily changed with a little makeup and disguise techniques. If he were to arrest anyone with a voice like that and smelling of lavender, lilac, or rose water, Cadmus felt that the Harrenhal dungeon didn't seem so big at that moment. However, he discovered that the assassins were from Essos, which was a step forward in the clues. Looking at the two lifeless bodies, Cadmus shook his head and left the dungeon with a calm expression. As soon as he saw the sun outside, he noticed that the guards around looked at him with frightened expressions. They had obviously heard the screams inside the dungeon. The poor guards didn't even dare to raise their heads when Cadmus passed by them. Their bodies even trembled for a moment, showing how scared they were. This left Cadmus speechless. He felt he had reinforced the stereotypes that mages were dangerous and inhumane. People's prejudice is like huge mountains. Not even I, a handsome mage, can escape this situation. Although he spoke this way, there was an amused smile on his lips. Having a reputation for being cruel was not entirely bad. After all, fear was still one of the best ways to control people. When Cadmus returned to stand before Rhaegar, the king was in comfortable clothes with both wives beside him. There was an exchange of comfortable smiles full of kindness between the three, leaving the mage speechless. He refused to accept that he was envious and spoke in a calm tone. "Your Grace, the result of the torture was not as good as expected. Just say what you got, we will try to unravel this together." Rhaegar certainly knew how firm and tough an assassin could be, so he was not surprised by Cadmus's lack of success. However, the next words surprised him. The assassin said that a man came to Pentos, where his organization's headquarters is, and bought the death of Queen Elia and Queen Lyanna. The man had a thick, aged voice, perhaps around 50 years old, but he smelled of lavender, lilac, or rose water. Cadmus said in a deep tone. Elia and Lyanna's faces did not look good at all with Cadmus's words. No one would be happy to have an enemy in the shadows ready to send assassins at any moment. Could they sleep without worries? Especially after seeing Cadmus's fight with the assassins. Rhaegar's face was also grim. There was obviously a force in Westeros looking at his kingdom with greed. As for who it was, he had no idea. Could it be a descendant of Sarah, the old king's daughter? Elia regained her composure and spoke with an uncertain tone. In her eyes, to get the throne, one would at least have to have Targaryen blood, so Sarah's descendants were the main culprits. They have an empire of brothels throughout the continent of Essos, which Sarah built hundreds of years ago. They have never shown any interest in returning to Westeros. Rhaegar shook his head and spoke with an equally uncertain tone. Although Sarah's descendants had never given any sign that they wanted to return to Westeros, Rhaegar knew that people changed. No one could remain the same as they were, especially a new individual with great ambitions. We were free from House Blackfire, now another bastard house appears looking at the Seven Kingdoms. Lyanna said with a distressed expression. The Blackfire rebellions were truly a bad thing for Westeros, as they came every few decades. Fortunately, in the last Blackfire rebellion, the Kingsguard Knight, Barristan Selmy, had cut off the head of Meleys the Monstrous, ending the male line of House Blackfire. A light bulb went off in Cadmus's mind upon hearing the name Blackfire. He looked at the king and asked, could it be the Blackfires? The one who answered Cadmus was Barristan Selmy the Bold himself. Lord Peveril, I personally killed Meleys the Monstrous. I cut off both his heads. Meleys had two heads, his own and the head of his dead twin brother on his neck, as Meleys himself had killed his brother while still in the womb and become deformed. You killed the last male member, which doesn't mean he didn't have daughters in secret in the Golden Company. Cadmus's words surprised everyone, but Rhaegar shook his head and spoke in a calm but helpless tone. If it's true, then we will face a Blackfire rebellion while fighting a possible civil war. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air. If it were true, then the future would indeed be troubled. It was wars on all sides. Looking at their expressions, Cadmus sighed and did not mention that humanity would face a war for survival in the coming years. Otherwise, Rhaegar's expression would not be so calm at that moment. Your Grace, I wanted to talk about my confrontation with the Faith. Feeling that the atmosphere was too tense, Cadmus changed the subject. He wanted to give some good news amidst such bad news. Rhaegar nodded and spoke. Any doubts? Not at all. I already have a plan to weaken the influence and strength of the Faith. Cadmus's words surprised Rhaegar. He didn't expect Cadmus to make a plan in such a short time. My plan is simple. We will invite a new religion to Westeros. Cadmus once again surprised Rhaegar, making the king's eyes widen. Fighting the Faith is quite complicated, so it's better to leave it to professionals. I spoke with Lady Kinvara, the High Priestess of the Red Temple of Volantis, and she was quite interested in making a proselytizing trip to Westeros. She would bring 100 ships full of red priests and priestesses, as well as a fully equipped and experienced army. Cadmus said with a smile. What do you want to do, Cadmus? Get straight to the point. Rhaegar felt quite tempted to accept the proposal but wanted to know what Cadmus was thinking at that moment. Let the two religions kill each other while weakening themselves. The king will only need to intervene when things escalate into a situation of total chaos, becoming a mediator between the two religions. Over time, the influence of both faiths will balance out, and the faith of the Seven will not have as much prestige or strength among the common people. Cadmus's strategy was simple, something used over millennia by kings and queens to weaken the ruler's enemies. Will the High Priestess agree to become a sword in my hands? Rhaegar frowned and felt that the plan was good, but would anyone really willingly agree to become a pawn in someone else's hands, especially someone as powerful as Kinvara? Your Grace underestimates the eagerness of religions to spread their faith to other peoples. The Red Faith has always wanted to spread throughout Westeros but never had the opportunity, and the Targaryen kings were also not interested in it. Cadmus said with a smile. The more influence the Red God had over Westeros, the more power he had. It was a temptation that Kinvara and other leaders of the Red Faith could not ignore and did not want to. A smile appeared on Rhaegar's lips, good news after a long time. Perhaps another Targaryen king would have hesitated, but Rhaegar was everything one could expect from a bold king. Knowing that the situation was so critical, he didn't mind following Cadmus's plan. I accept. You can ask the High Priestess to come as soon as possible. She is authorized to build a red temple in King's Landing. Rhaegar spoke in a calm and deep tone. There was sarcasm in his gaze, as the place he expected the old temple to be built was in front of the Great September of Baelor. However, the Red Faith must adapt to the customs of Westeros, no slaves and no burning people. Rhaegar added with a touch of harshness, remembering what society was like in Essos. I had already told her that, and she accepted the terms. Cadmus said with a smile. Rhaegar was surprised and looked at Cadmus with a satisfied gaze. Having such a good subordinate was truly comfortable. Chapter 30, Danger Lurking in the Surroundings. Before leaving, Cadmus remembered something and spoke to the king in a calm tone. My king, I will craft some magical items with defensive magic. I may be absent for some time, as they are quite laborious to make. That's fine, I will call you if anything urgent comes up. Rhaegar nodded and didn't worry too much. He looked at Cadmus. By the way, the tournament will continue tomorrow. I won't let these things spoil the best day of my son's life because of a few conspirators. I will prepare a gift for the newlyweds. Cadmus said with a playful expression. He wanted to burst out laughing thinking about the gift but restrained himself. However, Marjorie will certainly thank him when she receives his gift. After leaving the king's chambers, Cadmus wasted no time and returned to his personal quarters. He had a lot of work to do. Unlike potions that needed a cauldron and chemical flasks for purification, the crafting of magical items was more simple. It only required carving runes onto the object. Of course, if it were that simple, magical items wouldn't be rare, especially powerful rare items. However, Cadmus had even made a briefcase that looked more like a small world, so what were a few basic magical items containing protective spells? The only problem was that carving runes was time-consuming and mentally exhausting. 7 items are enough. Cadmus muttered as he took 7 different objects from his pouch. 3 were rings, 2 were earrings, and 2 were bracelets, all made of silver without any jewels or other luxury. Now that I think about it, these things are more expensive than a Valyrian steel sword. He muttered as he took his wand and began to carve runes onto the silver body of the first ring. Safety items are always more expensive than attack items. The magical item was not single-use, it could be passed down from generation to generation, especially with a shield spell like Protego. Cadmus could imagine that many would give a mountain of gold just for one of these magical items. Being so good is sometimes quite sad. Cadmus whispered with a laugh, feeling satisfied at his ability to earn money easily. Money was never too much, especially in this world where armies cost a lot. Cadmus concentrated and began to carve the runes into the silver metal and let time pass. When he looked up, he noticed that the moon was already high in the night sky. Stretching, he looked at 2 of the 7 finished items and let out a tired sigh. 3 days should be enough. Pouring himself a glass of wine, Cadmus was about to drink to relax, but as he was ready to drink, he heard someone knock on his door. Without getting up, he waved his hand, and the door opened, revealing a figure he didn't expect. It's a bit late for a visit, my lady. Cadmus commented casually, looking at Marjorie at his door. Good evening, Lord Peveril. Marjorie tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and said with a smile on her lips. May I come in? Cadmus narrowed his eyes but nodded and gestured for her to sit beside him, something Marjorie readily accepted and sat down some distance from him. Would you like a drink? Cadmus asked like a good host. There was an amused smile on his lips. I want something strong. She said with a smile, looking at Cadmus with a narrow, seductive gaze. The smile on her red, plump lips seemed especially tempting at that moment. Cadmus transfigured a flower into a glass and poured whiskey for the young woman before him. Then he made the glass float to the young woman, who watched everything with an expression of admiration and fascination. Magic is truly interesting. Marjorie said with the glass in hand. Her words were genuine. Magic was indeed interesting. It could turn a flower into a glass and even float items, although it wasn't as impactful as the fight she witnessed. Cadmus laughed and didn't comment, just drank his wine while looking at Marjorie. He had to admit, the young woman was beautiful. Although she didn't have a voluptuous body, she was graceful and elegant, extremely attractive. The mage began to talk to Marjorie without asking the reason for the young woman's visit. Only someone inexperienced would start a conversation by asking the reason for her visit. The conversation was light and quite cheerful, with Cadmus making the white flower of House Tyrell laugh and exclaim in surprise with some jokes and curiosities. Suddenly, during the conversation, Marjorie let out a sigh that caught Cadmus's attention. Am I such a bad host that I made my guest sad? He asked with a smile, sensing that the main topic was beginning. I presume Lord Peveril knows about the rumors circulating about my fiancé. Marjorie said as she brought the whiskey to her lips. She liked the drink, much better than wine in her opinion. Although she knew that many preferred wine to such a strong drink. Yes, but they are just slanderous rumors, you don't need to worry. Cadmus comforted the young woman with an amused smile on his lips. If they were just rumors, I would be fine, but my fiancé doesn't seem interested in me. Marjorie spoke calmly while smiling elegantly, remembering the interaction she had with Aegon. She was used to seeing the lustful looks of the men around her, so she could tell who was interested in her or not. In Aegon's gaze, she only saw a feeling of friendship, without any feeling of lust. There was not a drop of lust in the gaze of Aegon, a 15-year-old boy. No matter how much she looked, there was something wrong with her fiancé. Along with the rumors circulating about Aegon, she knew that her future life would be difficult, or rather, non-existent. He seems more interested in my brother. The casual touches on Loras's body, the smiles, and the laughter between them seemed almost like a couple. Every word that came out of Marjorie's mouth carried a tone of helplessness and sadness. I came to ask for some advice, or even if there was something I could do to be attractive to my future husband. Marjorie looked at Cadmus with a look full of tears and expectation. Cadmus wanted to laugh at what was happening. If he didn't know Marjorie's personality, he might have been fooled by the girl's acting, but since he knew exactly who Marjorie Tyrell was, he just found it all funny. However, Cadmus was willing to play this game, as he knew who would get burned in the end, and believe me, it wasn't him. Cadmus shook his head and let out a helpless sigh. There is a love potion that can make a man fall madly in love, but this potion does not alter someone's nature. If a man who likes men takes the potion, it will not change his tastes at all. Just as a man who likes women will not start liking men. Marjorie was surprised by the existence of such an unusual potion, but soon showed a disappointed expression. It seems I have no hope, she said with a desolate and sad tone. A tear dropped down her cheek, but she quickly wiped it away with the sleeves of her dress. Although I can't make Aegon change his nature, I can make a hallucinogenic potion. Cadmus, seeing her expression, added with a smile. If he takes the potion, he will see the person he desires the most. Although Cadmus's words sounded good and full of kindness, just thinking that her husband would be thinking and seeing a man in her place while they were in bed made anger and frustration bubble up in her chest. It was so insulting that Marjorie wanted to scream at her father for choosing Aegon to marry her, a man who didn't even like women. However, as she was in front of Cadmus, she just let out a sad and cute sound. Am I really that ugly, Lord Peveril? Marjorie asked with a tone full of desolation. She was so anxious that, apparently in a casual movement, she placed her hand on Cadmus's thigh and looked directly into Cadmus's eyes. Looking at Marjorie, especially at her beauty, Cadmus spoke sincerely. You are beautiful. Any man would thank the gods for having you as a wife. Although Marjorie was a manipulator, in a world like this, where women had no power, this was a very good survival quality. Furthermore, to control a woman like this, one had to be a real man. Suddenly, in a moment of impulse, Marjorie advanced, claimed Cadmus's lips for a second, and as if she knew what she had done was wrong, she pulled away. Standing up quickly with a panicked expression, she tried to speak, stammered, and when she couldn't say anything, she hurried out of the room. Cadmus looked at Marjorie's back and, seeing the door closed, could no longer hold back his laughter and began to laugh. She has a good act, posing as an innocent and young maiden, worthy of being Olenna Tyrell's granddaughter, who stole her sister's fiancé on the wedding day. Cadmus muttered with a laugh. Olenna's husband was originally engaged to Olenna's sister, but on the wedding day, Olenna invaded the groom's room and slept with him with such intensity that the poor man couldn't even walk to attend the wedding. But I am not someone satisfied with a simple kiss, and I don't like to be provoked or manipulated. You will get burned in this dangerous game, dear Marjorie. Cadmus muttered with a predatory look in his usually gentle eyes. Chapter 31, The Blood Ritual. The next day. Lord Peveril. Barristan greeted the mage with a frigid expression. The old Kingsguard knight rarely showed any emotion. Perhaps the years of assassination made people quieter and colder. The blood has been prepared. As soon as Barristan spoke, Cadmus, who had been locked in his room for 3 days, nodded. His green eyes narrowed, and he looked at the Kingsguard with a calm gaze. Who won the tournament? Sir Arthur Dane, who crowned Lady Marjorie as the Queen of Love and Beauty. Barristan spoke while gesturing for Cadmus to follow him, something the mage did while showing a bored reaction to who won. It seems the king wanted Arthur to win to make the betrothal even more legendary for the people. Cadmus said with a laugh. Rhaegar was truly shrewd, doing everything to improve his son's image in the eyes of the commoners and nobles. Barristan did not respond, but his silence was more than revealing, showing that Cadmus's words were correct. Although there were knights as skilled as Jaime Lannister or Brynden Tully, facing Arthur wielding an unbreakable sword was a completely unfair fight. When Cadmus arrived at the king's chambers, he was surprised to see Queen Rhaella present. After 4 days, the queen's appearance was very healthy. She showed no paleness or sadness in her gaze. However, looking into the queen's lilac eyes, Cadmus seemed to see an unquenchable flame burning. It was such a strong feeling of revenge, anger, and resentment that Cadmus could feel that the room's temperature was slightly warmer than usual. It was the first time Cadmus had seen a person manipulate magical energy without any training, based only on feelings. Emotion has always been a quite mysterious aspect of magic. A mother could conjure a protection spell so powerful that it killed a Dark Lord. The queen, who knows nothing about magic, is using her own will mixed with feelings to perform a miracle that only mages could. Cadmus thought with a great emotion bubbling in his chest. What he was seeing was so extraordinary that it made him wonder if he could unconsciously manipulate magic using only his own feelings. And after thinking about it, he found it impossible. Not that he didn't have emotions, but he simply had no reason to have such a great emotion. Averting his gaze from the queen, Cadmus greeted the king. "My king, as I said before, I have made all the magical items." With a wave of his hand, 3 rings, 2 pairs of earrings, and 2 bracelets flew towards the king and landed on the dark wooden desk. Each magical item is enchanted with a protection spell called Protego. The spell creates a barrier around the user, protecting them from all physical and magical attacks. Cadmus explained in a calm tone with a touch of pride in his voice. The spell lasts 15 minutes and takes a day to be used again. Rieger looked at the items on the table with a satisfied expression. This was a legacy that could protect all future kings and queens. This was so important to House Targaryen that he couldn't help but be moved. Looking at the young man with black hair and green eyes before him, Rieger showed a solemn expression and spoke with a tone full of majesty. "I will not be stingy, Cadmus. From this moment on, you are the Lord of Harrenhal." Cadmus seemed to have misheard. He looked at the king with disbelief. "What about House Went?" he asked with a confused tone. Harrenhal Castle was the property of House Went, which served King Mikar I Targaryen. Rieger sighed and spoke with a tone full of regret. "Didn't you notice that there are no members of House Went so far? Lord Walter Went passed away without direct descendants, and his wife had died giving birth to the stillborn child." "And the secondary branch?" Cadmus asked, frowning. Although he didn't care about the problems, if he wanted to control this huge castle, he would have to make the branches of House Went meet their maker beforehand. "They are too close to House Tully," Rieger said with a particularly cold tone. He deeply detested House Tully, filthy traitors, who didn't even have reasons to rebel during Robert's rebellion. Besides, those with the best chance of inheriting are Edmure Tully, since he is the son of Manisa Went, who was married to Hoster Tully. Rieger said calmly, he would never allow House Tully to get Harrenhal, much less the branches of House Went that were too close to House Tully. Cadmus finally understood why Harrenhal fell into his lap. However, he didn't complain at all. He was more than happy to get this huge castle. He was already planning to rebuild the castle the way he wanted. At the same time, he also wanted to kill those members of the secondary branch of House Went. He didn't want to wake up and hear furious screams from some stupid descendants of House Went. "Your Grace is certainly the best king a vassal could have," Cadmus said with a laugh and praised Rieger without sparing compliments. Although he knew that the king wanted him to serve as a wall on the Trident, preventing House Tully's advance. However, he didn't care about that, as he was also using Rieger to get what he wanted. Rieger rolled his eyes but really didn't deny Cadmus's words. If he hadn't been quite generous, things would have been very different. After all, loyalty was a good thing, but loyalty linked to a network of interests was more solid than any loyalty based on words. Losing his smile, Rieger looked at Cadmus and spoke in a calm tone. "The blood for the ritual has been prepared. We killed about 140 pigs and sheep. The blood is stored in a part of the dungeon. My mother will be the first, then me and my whole family," he said, then looked at Riella with a complex gaze. He managed to calm his mother, but he knew better than anyone how complex the feelings his mother was experiencing at that moment were. His concern was that Riella's eyes resembled his father's eyes, a calm and deep gaze that hid a madness about to explode at any moment. According to the report Rieger received, Viserys' former wet nurse, who always accompanied Riella, was found dead on the first day the truth was revealed by Cadmus. There were hand marks around the wet nurse's neck, while her eyes only presented 2 empty eye sockets. This shows how unsustainable his mother's mind was. Not only that, anything that involved the faith of the 7 was destroyed, including the people. In 3 days, dozens of people died, including 2 septons, who committed suicide with 7 stab wounds in the back. Fortunately, Rieger was quick and covered everything up, so no one noticed the lack of dozens of servants in this huge black castle. Riella, who had been silent until now, looked at Cadmus with a calm gaze, although Cadmus felt that her eyes resembled those of a wounded animal pretending to be strong. "I will take care of you for the next few hours, my queen." Cadmus said in a gentle tone. He truly felt sorry for this woman who had suffered her whole life. At least at this moment, he wanted to give this strong woman some peace. "Thank you, Lord Cadmus." Riella finally spoke. Her voice sounded hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken for some time. However, looking at Cadmus, her gaze was gentler. "The ritual is private, so no one other than me and the queen will be present at the location." Cadmus said in a calm tone to Rhaegar. Anyone else could disrupt the blood ritual, as it was a meticulous and extremely delicate process. He didn't want to risk the widowed queen's life or even risk turning the king's mother into an insane and mad monster. He had just gotten a big promotion and didn't want to destroy his career because some idiot couldn't keep quiet during the process. Rhaegar didn't show much reaction and just nodded. With the unbreakable vow, as long as his mother didn't attack Cadmus, her safety was guaranteed. Chapter 32, The Blood Ritual. Cadmus arrived at the dungeons again, but this time, he did not head toward the bars where the cells were, but rather toward a dark, damp stone chamber. Behind him, Riella, who remained silent, looked at the surroundings with a touch of curiosity. Upon reaching the location, the smell of blood was so strong that it made the mage and the queen frown, but both soon relaxed again. Given the importance of what was about to happen, what was a mere foul odor? Entering the stone chamber, Cadmus saw wooden basins a meter in diameter scattered throughout the place. However, even with dozens of these basins filled to the brim with animal blood, the place was still relatively empty. Cadmus wasted no time. He quickly took the potions from his pouch and began to prepare the blood. With the addition of the potions, the foul smell the blood exuded completely disappeared, leaving only a faint sweet scent lingering in the air. Seeing that the blood was ready, the mage began to draw a huge blood pentagram while placing red candles at each point of the pentagram. Runes were written in blood along the edges of the pentagram. Riella watched everything in silence. She couldn't help but think that if Cadmus had appeared decades ago, her sons and daughters would have been saved, but fate was cruel and only allowed her to meet her savior decades later. However, Riella did not complain about fate, not when she also discovered that her daughter and sons had also been poisoned with the same venom that had claimed her children. Without Cadmus, she did not know how many miscarriages, babies, and children would suffer from the poison running in the veins of the women and men of House Targaryen. When Cadmus finished painting the entire pentagram and the runes on the floor, he checked the work 3 times, trying to find any flaw, and after seeing that everything was perfect, he looked at Riella and spoke in a solemn tone. "I will use the blood to purify the poison within the queen. It will be a little painful, but try to remain as still as possible." Riella was indifferent to the pain mentioned by Cadmus. She preferred physical pain 1,000 times over the pain her soul was feeling at that moment. "What do I need to do?" she asked calmly as she stood in the middle of the pentagram. "Take off your clothes and stand naked, then I will bathe you in blood, and we will begin the ritual." Cadmus said while waving his wand. A large amount of blood rose from the basins and floated above Riella. Riella nodded and simply removed the dress she was wearing, including her underwear, standing completely naked before Cadmus. The queen might have been over 50 years old, but her body still exuded beauty and sensuality. Cadmus nodded and showed an indifferent look, as if the beautiful naked body before him was nothing more than a piece of wood. Without any hesitation, Cadmus injected magic into the pentagram drawn on the floor. The runes at the edges began to glow with a devilish red hue. The blood above Riella seemed to be guided by an invisible hand, and a drop of blood touched the pale forehead of the widowed queen. The red candles lit up all at once. Flames shot up to the ceiling as terrible heat spread through the surroundings. Soon after, another drop and then another. In a short time, Riella's entire naked body was completely drenched in blood. The blood outlined the curves of her body, which added a touch of wicked charm to her. Cadmus did not have time to appreciate the beautiful sight before him. The delicate process of magic manipulation required the mage to concentrate fully. The magic coursed through the queen's body like extremely fine threads. Where these threads passed, a slightly transparent liquid running with the queen's blood was gradually eliminated. It was a slow and complex process. Any failure or distraction could lead to a disastrous end for the entire ritual. For Riella, the process was even more exhausting and invasive. It felt like something was running beneath her skin. Besides being extremely uncomfortable, it was painful and agonizing. However, even suffering such intense pain, her expression had not changed at all. 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Feeling that there was no longer any trace of poison in Riella's body, Cadmus opened his eyes and stopped the spell. There was a deep exhaustion in his gaze. Staying 3 hours in a state of extreme concentration was extremely draining. Cadmus felt a deep admiration for the doctors who spent 12 hours in surgery. Although it was not the same, he still felt admiration. Looking at Riella, naked and covered in blood, Cadmus approached her and used his cloak to cover her nudity. "It's over, my queen," he said in a gentle tone while looking at Riella with admiration and respect. The woman had not let out a single whimper of pain, her expression remained the same from beginning to end. This kind of determination was simply astonishing. Riella reacted and looked at Cadmus. Just like the mage, there was a deep exhaustion in her gaze, but her eyes were firmer and more determined than ever. "They will feel the pain I felt, I will make them regret being born into this world. I will kill everyone, women and children, everyone will burn with fire and blood," Riella said in a chilling and terribly cold tone. The pain had only clarified her thoughts. She would make everyone who dared to poison her and her family suffer 10 times worse. "Burning Old Town is a good choice. I can imagine the Hightower House tower burning like a gigantic torch," Cadmus said with a smile, showing an equally cold grin. Before, it was just a natural antipathy against the faith of the Seven, but now he truly wanted to destroy this filth from the face of the planet. As for the gods, Cadmus was very interested in dissecting the body of a god. "Aren't you going to try to stop me or advise me?" Riella was surprised by the answer and asked in a curious tone. Even Rieger would not support her in burning Old Town because the citizens were innocent. "No," Cadmus said with a smile. "I'll watch you burn that city with a bucket of popcorn. I truly want you as my good son," Riella said with a laugh, her first laugh in those 4 days. Cadmus blinked and asked with a chuckle, "Are you offering your daughter's hand? If so, I might consider being your good son. It seems Daenerys has charmed you, my dear Lord Peveril," Riella said with a gentle smile. She was not surprised. All the women of House Targaryen were beautiful, few could be considered normal, and Daenerys was not normal. On the contrary, she was simply a beautiful and perfect woman. Cadmus shrugged and didn't mind being discovered. After all, everyone likes beautiful women, and he was no different. As for passion, Cadmus always thought that companionship and love were what truly made a marriage last. "However, I also think you are a good suitor for my daughter." Riella adjusted the cloak that covered her nudity and spoke in a soft tone. "You have the power to protect her. For me, that's what matters most." Cadmus looked at Riella in surprise but understood the queen's thoughts. If something were to happen in the future, Riella hoped he would flee with Daenerys far away. The mage wanted to laugh. Him, flee? Although he didn't think he was more powerful than a god, Cadmus feared no one in this world. Even Sung Jin Woo's low-budget version, King of the Night, only represented a slight danger due to the mystery and unknown abilities. But Cadmus could understand Riella's concerns. The future was destined to be chaotic, so chaotic that even a dynasty could crumble like a sandcastle. "I am honored to have the queen's trust." Cadmus looked directly into Riella's eyes and spoke in a calm yet extremely confident tone. "But I am strong. So strong that I could simply wipe a city off the map." Riella looked into Cadmus's unwavering eyes and sighed. However, she chose to believe Cadmus, especially after seeing the look in his eyes. It was such a confident look that, for a moment, it seemed he could do anything. "I hope so, my dear lord," Riella said with a smile. Chapter 33, The Blood Ritual. As soon as Rieger entered the place, he smelled a slightly sweet scent, unlike the horrible odor he expected. Looking at the pentagram on the floor, the strange runes, and candles at each point of the pentagram, he looked at Cadmus and said with an amused tone, "You look exactly like the church describes mages, demon worshippers." Cadmus looked around and had to admit that it was indeed similar, but he refused to be associated with crazy cultists. "Don't compare me to cultists, they are crazy people who think demons should be them." Rieger raised an eyebrow and looked at Cadmus with a surprised look. "You talk as if you truly believe in their existence." "I am a mage, believing that demons exist is not that strange," Cadmus said as he finished painting the pentagram again. He looked at Rieger and spoke in a calm tone. "Now take off your clothes and stand in the center of the pentagram." The king looked at the mage and frowned. He couldn't help but ask with a somewhat unpleasant expression, "Did you see my mother naked?" "A beautiful woman indeed," Cadmus said, remembering Riella's body, but seeing the king's unpleasant expression, he laughed and said with a provocative tone, "Unfortunately, she didn't want to give you a stepfather." "Cadmus, has anyone ever told you that you are really annoying?" Suppressing the anger in his chest from hearing someone trying to be his stepfather, especially someone so young, Rieger spoke with a slightly annoyed tone. "Well, Geralt usually wants to kill me with his 2 swords, he says I know how to annoy people," Cadmus said in a casual tone. It wasn't his fault that people had sensitive feelings and couldn't handle the truth. I can imagine why. Rhaegar said with a laugh, standing naked in the middle of the pentagram. Cadmus rolled his eyes at the king's words and spoke in a calm tone. As I told your mother, it will hurt. I can handle it. Rhaegar said with a confident tone, but his confidence soon crumbled like a sandcastle, his face contorted in pain as he felt something crawling beneath his skin. It was such an uncomfortable and painful feeling that he took a deep breath. Cadmus looked at Rhaegar's expression and couldn't help but compare his behavior with the queen's. This only confirmed the fact that one should never underestimate an angry woman. They are the cruelest creatures in the universe. Leaving his thoughts aside, Cadmus focused on his work. Since it was the second time doing the process and the amount of poison was less, the mage felt he was better at it, and the process was faster than Riella's. Instead of lasting 3 hours, it lasted about an hour and a half. When the process finished, Rhaegar was kneeling in the center of the pentagram, breathing heavily. I really want to kill all the septons and maesters. Rhaegar said with a tone full of anger regarding the pain he felt. At the same time, he was worried if his sons and daughters could endure such torture for so long. How are you feeling? Cadmus asked with a touch of exhaustion in his voice. He looked at the king with a curious gaze. Aside from the pain in some parts of my body, I feel great, stronger than ever. Rhaegar said as he stood up and stretched his body. I kind of understand why old Valyria was so obsessed with blood and dragons. Those two things are simply incredible. I can't even imagine how many miracles they performed in 5,000 years. Blood magic acts mainly on the body, so what you are feeling is normal. Cadmus nodded, and seeing that there was nothing wrong with the king, he showed a satisfied expression with his work. However, 2 procedures a day is my limit. If I push for one more, I will fall into a coma. Feeling dizzy and his legs a little weak, Cadmus said in a calm tone. Almost 5 hours of extreme concentration was too exhausting for him. Although he could take some potions to speed up his recovery, there was no need to rush, no one was dying at the moment. Rhaegar nodded, seeing Cadmus's slightly pale face, he couldn't help but sigh and looked at Cadmus gratefully. Thank you for your effort, Cadmus. If it weren't for you, my family would have suffered even more. No need to thank me, you've already given me titles, lands, and a castle, I'm just doing my job. Cadmus spoke in a calm tone, he did nothing more than his job and was paid, so he really saw no need for thanks. Just accept my thanks, you annoying boy. Rhaegar rolled his eyes and said solemnly, looking at the young mage. He was truly grateful for Cadmus's work. Without him, the future would be dark and cold. When I marry your sister, I want to see if he will thank me. Cadmus thought, laughing, imagining Rhaegar calling him good brother. He was sure the king's expression would be priceless. Looking at Cadmus's smile, Rhaegar, for some reason, had a bad feeling, but he thought he was being too paranoid. Picking up his clothes from the floor, he began to dress while still looking at Cadmus with a skeptical and cautious gaze. Come on, my mother finally wanted to have dinner with the family again and invited you, although other houses are present. Already dressed, Rhaegar spoke to Cadmus with a smile on his lips. Seeing Rhaella eating with the family made his day more relaxed and happy. Cadmus was surprised but nodded, thinking that the queen was indeed quick and decisive. She obviously wanted to bring him and Daenerys closer as soon as possible. Unaware that he was being manipulated by his own mother, Rhaegar left the dungeons with a smile and saw Arthur and Barristan waiting for him. Both king's guards visibly relaxed with the king's arrival, especially seeing that he looked healthier than ever. I need to take a bath, and then we'll go to the dining hall. Rhaegar said as Cadmus walked side by side while Arthur and Barristan followed behind with their hands on their sword hilts. Even with no danger, they were still on guard for any occasion. Cadmus also felt he needed a comfortable bath after working so hard. Arriving at the dining hall, Cadmus saw a long table full of food, different dishes, and cutlery spread along the table, which could easily accommodate 50 people. Cadmus looked at the guests. They were members of House Targaryen, Baratheon, Tully, Stark, and Tyrell. As for House Lannister, Jaime certainly couldn't appear, not when Rhaella was present. Aerys might be mad, but in the end, he was still Riella's brother. Jaime trying to kill her brother and husband/brother was still a fact that could not be ignored. Although Jaime was not present, his twin sister, Cersei, acted as the representative of House Lannister. Cadmus felt that dinner would be fun, especially seeing Cersei's closed expression and the graceful smiles of Queen Elia and Queen Lyanna. Rhaegar seemed indifferent to the gaze of so many people, especially the looks coming from House Tully. Accompanied by the 2 members of the King's Guard, the king sat in the main seat, but not before gently kissing both queens. Curiously, Cadmus sat next to Daenerys, where there was an empty seat. He looked at Riella, who winked at him, encouraging him. The mage was speechless at the actions of the widowed queen, but he didn't complain. He really wanted to talk to Daenerys. However, Cadmus did not start talking immediately. He looked toward the only member of House Baratheon present and showed a satisfied look upon seeing that Shireen's face no longer showed the gray scale. Although the girl was not considered beautiful, without the gray scale, the girl could get a marriage with a good man in the future. Suddenly, feeling a gaze upon him, Cadmus looked toward House Stark and was surprised to see Arya wearing a blue dress, although the girl had an unpleasant expression on her face. However, upon seeing him, she waved animatedly at him, which Cadmus returned with a nod and a smile. "Do you and the girl from House Stark know each other?" Hearing the sweet and curious voice beside him, Cadmus looked at Daenerys and replied with a smile. "I met House Stark on the King's Road, and when I saw that she had some talent for projection magic, I gave her a book to study." Daenerys's eyes lit up at Cadmus's words. She looked at him with admiration and asked with a hopeful tone, "Do I have that talent too?" Looking at the absurd amount of dormant magic within Daenerys, Cadmus wanted to say that she not only had talent, but the girl was truly a genius among geniuses. "You have more than anyone in this room or even on this continent." Cadmus was sincere and spoke with a laugh, especially after seeing Daenerys's bright eyes. Chapter 34, Chaotic Dinner. Daenerys looked into those beautiful dark green eyes full of a confidence she did not have in herself. He seemed to see something special in her more than she saw herself. As if he was sure she could do it. "Lord Peveril has more confidence in me than I have in myself," Daenerys whispered, keeping her gaze on his eyes. She found that she liked seeing that unconditional confidence in her. A look that no one had ever given her before. In the eyes of men, even her brother, she was a princess destined to marry to strengthen House Targaryen in this troubled and tense time. But before those eyes, she felt she could be much more than a princess. "You should be more confident, my princess. Your destiny is to be more than a simple princess," Cadmus said with a smile. Unlike the Daenerys who suffered exile in Westeros, ate garbage, and suffered all kinds of abuse, the Daenerys before him lacked determination and cruelty, but that was not a problem in his eyes. When one gains power, people change. When she gained dragons, Daenerys would change, becoming a true dragon. Cadmus had no doubt about this, as Daenerys's nature was to be strong in the face of adversity. Daenerys's cheeks gained a faint, lovely blush. She felt a little shy before that gaze and looked away. "You know how to compliment a lady, Lord Peveril," she said with a touch of jealousy in her voice. Cadmus laughed and drank some wine while looking at Daenerys with amusement. He had to admit, the girl was adorable. He really wanted to tease the princess, but since they were in public, he refrained from it and just looked at her. "As I said before, you are a genius among geniuses," Cadmus said with a smile and continued speaking. "The princess is like the mother of all flames. Your control over flames surpasses anyone, and this is not flattery. The amount of magic within you is frighteningly large." Hearing his words, Daenerys lost her shyness and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She looked at her small body and felt absolutely nothing that Cadmus had spoken of. The princess looked at the handsome mage with a confused expression. Finding her reaction adorable, Cadmus said with a laugh, "Your magic is dormant, it needs a little stimulus to awaken." This was also a characteristic of this world. Magic in people was dormant, it usually only awakened with a strong stimulus, such as someone's death, the fear between life and death, or simply falling from a relatively high place. "Will I be able to have a power like yours during the assassination?" Daenerys asked with a solemn look. The memory of the assassination truly impacted her deeply. It was the first time in her life that she felt the world was truly dangerous. At that moment, she wished for power more than ever. That is not power, it is just a simple application of basic magic against non-magical people, Cadmus said in a casual tone. A real fight between powerful mages would impact everything within 100 meters, or even kilometers. Daenerys widened her eyes at Cadmus's words. The desire for power only grew in her chest. She wanted similar power, the power to control her own destiny. Seeing the ambition growing in Daenerys's eyes, Cadmus smiled with satisfaction. Ambition, envy, and greed have always been the feelings that drive the human race. Without these things, most people would be content with the status quo and would never try to be better. But to answer your question, yes, you will have similar power, Cadmus said, looking into Daenerys's lilac eyes. Seeing that perfect face full of complex emotions, he had to admit, the girl before him was worthy of the title Delight of the Realm. "I hope Lord Peveril can awaken my magic," Daenerys spoke in a solemn tone. There was no way she could refuse the power that was before her. She would not only have the power to control her own destiny but also the power to protect her family in this chaos on the continent. How could she deny that? "Don't worry, I know exactly how to awaken your magic," Cadmus said with a confident tone. After all, it was simply throwing the girl onto a burning funeral pyre. Daenerys felt a wave of emotion run through her body. She wanted to awaken her magic as soon as possible, but she knew it was not the right time, especially during such an important dinner where almost all the great noble houses were present. Across the table, Riella watched Cadmus and Daenerys interact with a small smile appearing on her lips. She knew her daughter better than anyone in this world. If Daenerys was not interested in someone, she would not even talk beyond a few words, speaking only with short and distant answers. She would never have smiled or even talked with such intensity as she was doing with Cadmus at that moment. This made Riella happy, as she felt that marrying Daenerys to Cadmus would not be as difficult as she expected. "You are smiling, mother." Rhaegar noticed his mother smiling and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. "I am seeing two young people suitable for marriage." Riella drank some wine and whispered to her son, who was one person away from her, with Elia separating them. Rhaegar followed his mother's gaze and saw Cadmus talking to Daenerys. His sister was laughing happily, and seeing the happy look on her face, he knew they were having a pleasant conversation. Remembering his mother's words, the king couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You want to give me a good brother?" Rhaegar asked in the same low tone while using his wine glass to block the view of his mouth. The conversation was all discreet, something Elia helped with by raising the volume of her voice while talking to Lyanna. "I just think the two are suitable, plus they can bring House Peverell closer to House Targaryen," Riella commented in a calm tone. Every man needs a woman to give advice in difficult times. Honestly, Rhaegar was not against this marriage, not when Cadmus was so useful. Yes, it was a cold and self-interested view of the world, but as king, he had a duty to put the kingdom above his own feelings. "Do you think Daenerys will accept?" Rhaegar asked in a calm tone. Looking at her expression, she won't refuse. Riella stated in an equally calm tone. "I will talk to Cadmus. If he accepts, we will set the wedding date as soon as possible," Rhaegar said with a smile and quickly decided on one of the most important events in a woman's life. In this delicate moment, being in a hurry was essential, especially with a civil war exploding at any moment. "Since you gave him Harrenhal, you should also increase his fief, encompassing a good part of the Riverlands," Riella said, already wanting to help Cadmus get an extremely large fief for a future good son. Rhaegar rolled his eyes at his mother's blatant favoritism, but he also did not oppose his mother's words. He wanted Cadmus to enter into conflict with the rebellious lords of the Riverlands. Nothing better for this than allocating a large fief to Cadmus. Honestly, House Darry already controlled 30% of the Riverlands, House Peverell would also control 30%, and the remaining nobles the other 40%. In his eyes, this was enough to tip the balance of power in the Riverlands toward House Targaryen, weakening House Lannister's dominance. Riella also smiled upon hearing Rhaegar's words. It was the most she could do to help Cadmus and Daenerys. Seeing that Riella and Rhaegar's conversation had ended, Elia and Lyanna returned to talking in a normal tone of voice. "Elia, that bitch is looking at our husband again," Lyanna commented, noticing Cersei's gaze focusing on Rhaegar again. This made her furious. She wanted to destroy that arrogant and narcissistic smile of Cersei's. "Let her look, she can look, but not touch. Is there anything more painful than that for a woman?" Elia said in a calm tone. There was a touch of sarcasm in her usually sweet and elegant voice. She knew Cersei loved Rhaegar. It was not once or twice that the Golden Lioness made sarcastic comments to her. "Still, I want to hit her," Lyanna said in a cold tone. As a woman of the North, she really had difficulty controlling her anger and impulse. "You don't need to hit her to cause her pain. Words are much more painful than a slap, my dear Lyanna," Elia replied in a gentle and warm tone. "I'll leave that to you. I'm terrible at a war of words," Lyanna said, looking at Elia with a smile. Elia laughed and looked at Cersei with provocation. She knew exactly which words would hurt Cersei the most. "Is there a problem, Elia?" Noticing Elia's provocative gaze, the arrogant Cersei asked in an elegant tone, but the presumption in her voice was unmistakable. Chapter 35, Chaotic Dinner. "It's nothing, I can't help but look at your beautiful children," Elia replied with a gentle and graceful tone. She looked at the three Tully children with a deep gaze. The golden hair and green eyes were so characteristic of House Lannister that there was no Tully trait in the children. "After all, they are my sons and daughter." Cersei spoke with her lips raised, apparently satisfied with Elia's words. There was a sense of superiority in her gaze, especially looking at Rhaenys' mixed appearance and Aegon's pure appearance. And although Aegon looked like a Targaryen from head to toe, he did not have Rhaegar's strength or intelligence, meaning weak seeds with Dornish blood in Cersei's eyes. But Elaya's next words made Cersei's smile stiffen. They look so much like Ser Jaime that sometimes I think he is the father. Silence took over the surroundings for a moment. Everyone's eyes focused on Queen Elia and Cersei. Whispers began to echo in the dining hall. However, many eyes focused on Cersei's sons and daughter. Just as the queen said, there was no trait of the father in the children. Some eyes fell on House Stark. Seeing the appearances of Robb, Sansa, and Arya, many eyes showed strange looks. Although Robb and Sansa did not have many Stark features, everyone could see a resemblance to the Lord of the North, and Arya was a Stark from head to toe. As for Tommen, Myrcella, and Joffrey, all three looked like a mold of Cersei. It would be normal for one or two to look alike, after all, House Stark was there as an example, but all three. The looks directed at Cersei could not be stranger at the moment. If she were a Targaryen, it would be fine, everyone was already used to it and ignored it, but Cersei was from House Lannister, which repudiates these heinous acts with all its might. Of course, they look a little like uncle, since we are twin siblings. Cersei spoke with a smile, but there was a cold and murderous look behind her calm gaze. She hated Elia for stealing her dragon and making her marry a fish, now she hated her even more. She really wanted to tear Elaya's flesh and drink her blood. I know that, what did you think I was talking about? Elia showed a genuine expression of confusion and asked in an innocent tone. She was laughing inside, seeing that Cersei was actually trying to explain. Although she knew Cersei was not that intelligent and easily impulsive, she never thought it would be so easy. However, to prevent Cersei from escaping her trap, she looked at Edmure with a penetrating and cold gaze. If there was anyone more cowardly and incompetent in that dining hall, it was the heir of Riverrun. Even the children in the place were more competent than this cowardly man. Cersei clenched her teeth tightly, knowing she had fallen into Elaya's trap. Having explained before Elia said anything else only made her situation even more passive. Under the queen's gaze, Edmure, who was about to speak, fell silent instantly. It was as if he were before a snake staring at its prey. The fear was so great that his face slightly paled. He shrank back and did not dare to look into the queen's eyes. Seeing Edmure's reaction, a dark and cold look reflected in Cersei's eyes. If Edmure had defended her, she might have escaped the trap, but her imposing husband could not even be brave before a fragile and sick woman. Cersei couldn't help but feel relieved that she had never given him a son or daughter. Such a weak man could never generate a descendant worthy of the sons and daughters she had with her twin brother. She was sure that, even without resorting to moon tea, Edmure's weak seed would never have managed to take root in her womb. When Cersei's brain was working at full speed, trying to find a way to try to diminish the rumors that would spread from this dinner, an unexpected voice sounded in the place. My sister thought too much, my queen, our Lannister blood has always been strong, and all Lannisters have golden hair. Tyrion spoke at that moment, he looked at the queen with a respectful gaze. You are right, my lord, lion's blood has always been strong in the descendants of House Lannister. I hope these children are as strong and warrior-like as their uncle. Elia smiled at Tyrion and spoke in a sweet and gentle voice. She did not mention the father for obvious reasons. I also hope so. Tommen and Joffrey will be great knights like my brother and will bring honor and glory to House Tully. Tyrion's smile deepened as he looked at the queen. His palms were sweating before Queen Elia's curious but penetrating gaze. Elia couldn't help but think that the dwarf was cunning with words, but looking at Tommen and Joffrey, she scoffed inside. One was as sweet as a girl, and the other seemed so arrogant that someone might think he was a prince. She seriously doubted they would be great warriors like Jaime Lannister. Cersei stared at Tyrion with a grateful look, but this look soon turned to disgust, seeing Tyrion's ugly appearance and different-colored eyes. Noticing this, Tyrion regretted having helped Cersei. He really wondered if there was a brain inside Cersei's skull, as he had never seen anyone so stupid as to look with disgust at their own savior. This is so interesting. Cadmus, who was watching everything, couldn't help but comment to Daenerys. Seeing Cadmus's genuinely animated appearance, Daenerys couldn't help but find it extremely cute and laughed. My good sister has always fought with Cersei, they both hate each other to the extreme, you will see a lot of this in the future. I can imagine Cersei's hatred, after all, Cersei would have married Rhaegar if it weren't for Elia. Cadmus said with a laugh, finding the battle of words before him extremely amusing. If it weren't for Queen Elia's fragile health, he could assume they would fight physically. After all, Elia was a martell, a sand snake is always a sand snake. Daenerys nodded and was relieved that Rhaegar had not married someone like Cersei. If there was a venomous snake in the place, it was Cersei. She had never seen a woman as vile as Cersei, and she lived in King's Landing, the home of the most cunning and cruel ladies in the Seven Kingdoms. Suddenly, Daenerys looked at Cadmus and asked in a confused tone. Lady Margaery looked at you about 22 times. While everyone was focused on the conflict, she kept looking at you. Cadmus looked out of the corner of his eye and indeed saw Margaery, who was next to Aegon, discreetly looking at him, and couldn't help but look at Daenerys with a surprised look. The princess was truly observant. Showing a smile, Cadmus did not feel fear or nervousness. He really was not afraid of what Daenerys would think if she knew what happened the night before. He just commented with a laugh. The beautiful flower of House Tyrell is quite interesting, she likes manipulation. Daenerys understood the implications of Cadmus's words and couldn't help but get angry. Margaery was engaged to her nephew and dared to approach another man. However, she did not look at Margaery and focused her gaze on Cadmus. It seems you quite enjoyed provoking her. Daenerys said. She herself did not notice the trace of jealousy in her words. If the dish fell on the plate, should I refuse to eat? Besides, I'm single. Cadmus said with a laugh and teased the girl. Daenerys snorted and did not deny his words. He was single, as he had said. But she is the future wife of the king of the Seven Kingdoms, the future queen. The princess said with a penetrating look. Do you know why she came to my room? Cadmus asked with his lips curving into a smile. Without needing her answer, he answered the question. She saw her brother entering her fiancé's room in the middle of the night. Daenerys tried to open her mouth, but no words came out of her lips. She imagined herself in Margaery's situation and would probably be furious to lose to a man. Looking at the tall, handsome, and charismatic Cadmus, he was indeed an excellent lover. That's no excuse to get involved with an engaged woman. Daenerys snorted and crossed her arms. I have seen countless men fleeing through windows and being chased by their lovers' husbands. It usually ends in death. Cadmus nodded and did not doubt it at all. The lover usually ended up dead or crippled. I promise to stay away from her if she doesn't look for me, of course. Before Daenerys's gaze, Cadmus said with a smile. Although he knew it was impossible for Margaery to stop what she started. Daenerys showed a satisfied look and drank the wine from her glass, feeling happier knowing that she interrupted the affair between Margaery and Cadmus. Chapter 36, Chaotic Dinner. Arya didn't understand what was happening between the adults. However, when she saw the arrogant-looking blonde boy staring at her with a smug look, the girl got angry. Sticking her fork into the chicken thigh, she glared fiercely at the boy and spoke. What are you looking at, you golden idiot? I look wherever I want, even if it's at horse-faced girls. Joffrey spoke with an angry and arrogant tone, looking at Arya as if he were looking at someone insignificant. Even though he wasn't a prince, he seemed as arrogant as one. How could Arya remain calm in the face of such insults? Without waiting for anything, she simply kicked the chair next to her hard. Since Joffrey was sitting on the edge of the chair went backward and the heir of Riverrun fell to the floor, but not before trying to balance himself on the table and pulling the white cloth off the dining table. What followed was the sound of countless things falling to the floor. Food, plates, and wine fell onto Joffrey's body, leaving him stunned by what had just happened. It wasn't just him, everyone near him had their clothes soiled and food on their bodies. Joffrey. Cersei was shocked by what happened and quickly approached with worry stamped on her face. She kicked my chair. Joffrey pointed at Arya and shouted with a tone full of anger and humiliation, especially seeing everyone looking at him. He felt everyone was mocking him and became even more furious. I want her to die. Silence hung in the air before the chaos finally began. Eddard rose from his chair and looked coldly at Joffrey on the floor, but then looked at Arya with a reproachful gaze and then looked at Cersei, who was helping the boy clean himself up. I apologize for my daughter's actions, Lady Tully. She was wrong and will be punished accordingly. Eddard spoke in a calm tone, but then his tone became more penetrating and colder. But controlling your son, wanting to take someone's life because of a children's fight is unacceptable. Cersei Tyrion tried to stop his sister from speaking, but it was too late. Are you teaching me how to raise my son, you stupid barbarian? Cersei stood up angrily and spoke with a cold and threatening tone. She looked like a lioness defending her son's honor against a threatening wolf. Your stupid wolf cub has no manners and looks just like her father, a barbarian. I will send a Lannister bastard to marry her, maybe then you tree-worshipping barbarians can have a little civilization. Tyrion felt his head spin hearing those words and knew that things would get completely out of control. Eddard's face darkened, and before he could do anything, Rob stood up furiously and spoke with an equally angry tone. "Watch your words, Lady Tully, my sister is not someone for you to talk about however you want." "How scary, I'm trembling," Cersei said with a sarcastic tone. Turning to look at Caitlin, she spoke with an even more sarcastic tone. "I expected too much from my good sister, who can't even control her own children." Caitlin stood up furiously. She was already enraged when Cersei mentioned marrying Arya to a bastard. Now she completely lost control. If there was one thing she was, it was a mother who protected her own children. Without any hesitation, Caitlin slapped Cersei across the face. The pleasant sound of the slap echoed in the place, reverberating through the walls. The mouths of countless people opened watching the scene. "This is better than any K-drama," Cadmus murmured with a genuinely excited tone. He knew the dinner would be chaos. After all, what could go wrong with bringing friends and enemies together for dinner, but he never thought things would escalate so quickly. "Hit her harder, Lady Caitlin." Cadmus cupped his hands around his mouth and spoke loudly, breaking the silence around. He feared the fight would be too peaceful. He wanted chaos, especially at that moment. Cersei woke up from her stunned state and touched her cheek with an incredulous look, then the confusion was replaced by anger and fury. Without any hesitation, she lunged at Caitlin and pulled the red hair of the Lady of House Stark. Caitlin showed no weakness and also pulled Cersei's beautiful golden curls. Both began the most brutal fight in the animal kingdom, a brawl between women. Under the eyes of shock and disbelief, two of the noblest women on the continent began to roll on the floor while pulling each other's hair. They used their nails to scratch their opponent and kicks flew everywhere. Arya opened her mouth and never thought her mother could fight like she was doing at that moment, then a surge of pride bubbled in her chest. "Hit her, mother. Teach that bitch the northern way. Where did you learn that word, girl?" Eddard, who was also shocked by what was happening, couldn't help but look at Arya with an angry gaze. "I heard Theon and Robb talking." Arya didn't hesitate to turn in the culprits while watching the fight with a look full of joy and excitement. Eddard looked coldly at Robb and Theon, who flinched under the cold and penetrating gaze of the Lord of the North. Both knew they were in deep trouble, and Eddard was creative with punishments. "Hit her, Lady Caitlin." Elia raised her small fist and shouted loudly. There was a smile on her lips, showing how happy she was feeling at that moment. If it weren't for her weak physique, she would have done it a long time ago. Defeat that stupid and arrogant lioness. Lyanna was also fervently cheering for her good sister, fighting against Cersei. Rhaegar didn't seem to be in a hurry to stop the fight. There was a smile on his lips as he watched the fight between the two women. It was a rare spectacle that he didn't want to stop anytime soon. Remember Marjorie, never show weakness at a time like this. Women's fights are crueler than men's. Olenna didn't miss the chance to teach Marjorie and spoke with a sarcastic tone watching the two women rolling on the floor. "You crazy bitch." Cersei screamed as a fist hit her nose, making it bleed. She was completely furious and started fighting even more wildly. Strands of red hair with blood fell to the floor amidst her golden hair. Eddard finally felt that the fight was going too far and pulled his wife away, who was still trying to scratch Cersei's face and pull out a few more strands of her hair. "Eddard, let me go. I'm going to teach that woman not to offend my daughters." Eddard was sweating profusely. He had never seen Caitlin so furious in his life. There was a gentler look in his eyes. Although he hadn't married the woman he loved, he felt that his marriage wasn't entirely bad. A woman who cared for her sons and daughters was worthy of his love. "Enough, Cat." Eddard spoke in a firm tone. "Your daughters are watching." Caitlin finally stopped and looked back, where she saw Sansa's horrified expression and Arya's excited and admiring expression. For the first time in her life, she felt that Sansa wasn't as strong as she had hoped. If her future husband wasn't kind, how would she protect herself? Determined to make Sansa a strong woman, she showed a gentle smile to both daughters and calmed down. Looking arrogantly at Cersei, who had a broken nose with blood on her face, with missing strands of hair and some bruises on her face, the Lady of House Stark smiled elegantly again. Of course, Caitlin herself wasn't in good condition. Just like Cersei, she was missing strands of hair, and superficial bruises and scratches could be seen on her face. Her dress was wrinkled and even torn in some parts. However, it was obvious who had won the fight. The blood on Cersei's face contrasted sharply against her pale skin. Women's fights are infinitely more interesting than men's fights, Cadmus said with a smile, feeling a little disappointed that it ended so quickly. She should have hit her more with closed fists to cause more damage. Daenerys next to him spoke with a tone disappointed with Caitlyn's lack of technique. Cadmus just laughed and looked at the scene before him with a huge smile on his face. Chapter 37, Chaotic Dinner. Seeing Caitlyn's husband helping him and seeing her own husband standing shocked, Circe had never felt so furious in her life. Edmure was simply useless, so useless that he couldn't even protect her. With her face still bleeding, the beautiful woman shouted loudly. "Aren't you going to defend my honor, Edmure?" Edmure, despite being a weak man, still showed the determination to protect his wife, and before Tyrion could say anything to calm things down, the heir of Riverrun stepped forward and spoke loudly. "Lord Stark, your wife almost killed my wife, she has to take responsibility for her actions." Caitlyn couldn't believe those words had come from her own brother's mouth. "Edmure, has this woman manipulated you so much that you would say such things about your own sister?" Edmure showed a conflicted expression, but looking at Circe, the woman he loved more than anything in this world, he showed a determined expression and ignored his younger sister's words. Stepping forward, Eddard, with his cold grey eyes, spoke in a terrifyingly calm tone. "And what do you suggest to resolve this conflict, Lord Edmure?" "Naturally, a duel. Your wife offended mine with dirty and vile words, she has to pay." As soon as Edmure spoke, everyone's eyes widened to the extreme, even Rhaegar, who was watching everything, started coughing up the wine he was drinking at that moment. Although Eddard was not as famous as in the other universe, Eddard was still a renowned, experienced warrior who wielded the legendary sword of House Stark, Ice. There were not 5 people in the entire continent who could make the silent wolf of House Stark take a fight seriously. Who was Edmure? Mediocre in every sense of the word, he earned the title of knight because he was Hoster Tully's son. A title he suspiciously won in a tournament at Riverrun. So, knowing that Edmure dared to challenge Eddard to a duel shocked everyone, even Circe thought Edmure was crazy. Eddard frowned and looked coldly at Edmure. He wasn't worried about the possibility of winning, but Edmure was his wife's brother, by law, he was his good brother. And although he disliked Edmure, he was indeed his brother through his marriage to Caitlyn. Killing a relative, even if it was a relative by marriage, was not something well regarded, much less honorable. The title Kinslayer was not a light one, it was a stigma that would stain his honor forever, a stigma that even his sons and daughters would carry for life. When someone thought of Robb in the future, people would remember that he was the son of the Kinslayer, which would not only make his eldest son's rule over the North difficult but would also affect the marriage of all his sons and daughters. "I will ignore your words because you have drunk too much wine, Lord Edmure." Eddard said in a calm and cold tone. The words of the Lord of the North essentially gave Edmure an escape to retract his words. Everyone would think it was just the words of a drunk, and no one would care. Tyrion, seeing such a good chance, quickly intervened and spoke in a calm tone. "My dear lords have drunk too much wine, it is best that everyone returns to their respective chambers and enjoys a good night's sleep." The dwarf could not even suffer the consequences if Edmure died during the duel, it would be the spark for a civil war without a doubt. And although he thought a war was inevitable, he wanted to postpone this terrible event as much as possible. "Lord Tyrion is right. Everyone should return to their respective chambers and rest, tomorrow will be a long day." Rhaegar had similar thoughts to Tyrion. He wanted to delay the war as much as possible. The longer it extended, the more he could strengthen himself. At the same time, he couldn't believe how crazy and stupid Edmure was to challenge the lord of a great noble house. Any fool with a minimum of noble education knows how terrible the consequences of killing a lord of a great noble house were. Circe also knew this and held her husband's arm, looking at him with a penetrating and sharp gaze. All of Edmure's courage drained away before the gaze of his beloved wife. Without saying anything, she held her sons and daughter and dragged her husband out of the dining hall. But not before looking coldly at Caitlyn, like a poisonous snake looking at the prey that escaped. Caitlyn showed no weakness and looked into Circe's eyes with a smug look. She had just won the battle and had reason to be proud. "Mother, you were amazing." Arya approached her mother and looked at her with admiration for the first time in her life. Looking at the little eyes full of admiration, Caitlyn felt a different feeling and admitted that she liked seeing her daughter looking at her with such admiration. Robb also looked at his mother with admiration. There was no son in the world who wouldn't be amazed to see his mother defending her own child. However, he soon frowned and spoke in a worried tone. "Will this make our relationship with House Tully worse?" After seeing Edmure controlled like a puppet by Circe, Robb had no doubt that things between House Stark and Tully would become tense. And at this moment, where a war was already on the horizon, this was a terrible thing, as it meant that House Stark had no allies. Unlike Eddard, Robb was raised to be a lord and understood politics, as well as controlling the army, and he was a good warrior. Even being young, he could see that things would be complicated in the future. Eddard looked at Robb with a satisfied look and then looked at the king, seeing the king's purple eyes staring at him, the Lord of Winterfell nodded his head. He saw a smile appear on the Targaryen king's lips. Remembering the wizard's words, Eddard knew he had no choice. His antipathy towards House Targaryen could not outweigh his concern for his own family. If House Stark had no allies, it would be isolated and surrounded by enemies. Especially with Riverrun on the right and the Vale on the left, once an army positions itself on the Trident, the entire supply line of the north will be cut off. Once that happens, the commoners will die without food, and from the cold, he will have no hay for the horses or food for the army. With the Greyjoys at sea, it made trade and purchase impossible. Rhaegar, seeing Eddard nod to him, knew that the alliance between House Stark and Targaryen could resurface once again. This relieved much of the pressure on him, as 40,000 experienced soldiers were an army everyone wanted. Martell, Tyrell, Stark, and Targaryen could now be considered a huge power in his hands. This gave Rhaegar the confidence to resolve this war once and for all. "Mother, do you think we can marry Rhaenys and Gaemon to Robb and Sansa? Maybe Arya?" Rhaegar asked in a calm tone. To further relax the tensions between houses Stark and Targaryen, he planned to marry his son and daughter. The marriage with Lady Sansa will not be difficult. From what I see, the girl daydreams about princes and heroic knights. Rhaella said in a calm tone. She knew Sansa's mentality well, as she spent some time with Catelyn and Sansa. But the heir of Winterfell is difficult. Lord Eddard will not accept and will marry the heir to some lady of the north, perhaps with House Manderley. I heard that the Lord of White Harbor has 2 beautiful daughters. Rhaella explained in a calm tone. After all, his marriage to Lady Catelyn, who is a faithful believer in the Seven, caused much discontent among the lords of the north, especially after a sept was erected in Winterfell. The heir needs a wife from the north to calm the hearts full of suspicion and skepticism of the lords of the north. Eddard really wasn't raised to be a lord. How could he allow his wife to erect a sept in Winterfell in a region where the old gods are worshipped? Rhaegar shook his head and sighed. He will still try to marry Rhaenys to Robb, but if not, marrying Sansa to Gaemon will also be good. As for Mikar, Rhaegar planned a marriage with the Stormlands. Shireen Baratheon was a good choice, as Robert's legitimate line had no children and the apparent heir was Stannis Baratheon. Cadmus looked at the subtle politics in the place and smiled. He truly found it fascinating how people without a drop of magic could decide the lives of tens of millions of people on a continent with just a few conversations. Suddenly, Cadmus saw Arthur Dayne approach the king and whisper some words in his ear. Then the king's face had a slight change in his expression. "Looks like I have work to do," Cadmus murmured to himself, seeing the gaze fall upon him. Chapter 38, The Burning of Duskendale. After dinner, Cadmus was urgently summoned to the Hall of 100 Hearths, where Rhaegar was seated on a black stone throne. The king's expression was indifferent, but his words made many eyes widen. Duskendale has turned into a hell on earth. The entire city is full of zombies and ghouls. It wasn't just Cadmus who was present. Practically almost all of House Targaryen and 100 noble houses were also present. When everyone heard about the city's situation, they were completely incredulous. "How did this happen?" Eddard asked with an incredulous and confused expression. Duskendale was a fortress city. A large, thick wall protected the city. It wouldn't be so simple to invade the city that was once a power before the creation of King's Landing. My Master of Whisperers, Lord John Cunnington, stated that the ghouls and zombies advanced from the port. Rhaegar answered what he read in the Raven that urgently arrived from King's Landing. The city's situation is critical. Tens of thousands have died, and the number only increases as we speak. Everyone held their breath as they heard that tens of thousands of people had died. This was not tens of thousands of animal lives, but tens of thousands of people. Although nobles have a certain contempt for ignorant commoners, they know better than anyone that people are the nobles' greatest treasure. Without them, the lord was just that, a lord without an army. So, hearing about the death of tens of thousands of commoners was a rare event. "This is terrible," Raymond, the hand of the king, said with a worried and solemn tone. "If the city gates are opened." Raymond didn't need to finish the sentence for everyone to understand the implications of his words. Everyone felt chills imagining so many monsters spreading through the Crownlands. The horde of man-eating monsters would only increase with the destruction of villages and hamlets. Honestly, if such a disaster were to happen, everyone would have a monster epidemic of hundreds of thousands of dead. There is one more thing I must mention. Rhaegar spoke again, making people numb. Was there more bad news? Balon Greyjoy has rebelled for the second time and enthroned himself as Balon, the 9th of his name, Lord of the Iron Islands, King of Salt and Rock, Son of the Sea Wind, Reaper Lord of Pike. Rhaegar spoke the terrible news without hesitation. There was a terribly cold look in the king's eyes. Rhaegar could imagine that the House Greyjoy rebellion would be the spark for the civil war, something he desperately tried to avoid, happened because an idiot thought he was strong enough to be king because he had a meager army of 15,000 men with 100 warships. It's too much of a coincidence for the two things to happen at the same time, especially since the monster epidemic came from the city's port. When Cadmus said this, everyone connected the dots and truly felt that it was too much of a coincidence for the two things to happen at the same time. Could Balon have used this to prevent House Targaryen and the vassals from marching towards the Trident? Raymond said with a skeptical and incredulous tone. It's unlikely, after all, if things got out of control, even the Iron Islands would be affected. Eddard said with an affirmative tone, but he himself didn't believe his words. If there was one thing Balon was, it was a careerist who would do anything for his throne. It doesn't matter at this moment, we have to find a way to deal with Duskendale. Rhaegar interrupted his vassal's reasoning and said in a calm tone. It didn't matter who was to blame at this moment, the most important thing was to prevent an army of zombies and ghouls from spreading through the Crownlands. Rhaegar looked at Cadmus and asked in a calm tone. What do you think, Lord Peveril? As soon as Rhaegar finished speaking, the lords who didn't know Cadmus looked at the young men with black hair and green eyes with surprised and confused expressions. After all, Cadmus was really young by the standards of everyone present, he didn't look like someone experienced or even a strong warrior. Although Cadmus had sold potions to the sons, brothers, or cousins of these lords, the news had not yet spread so quickly. As if seeing the lords' doubts, Rhaegar felt it was a good time to announce Cadmus's entry into the small council and spoke in a calm tone. This is Cadmus Peveril, Lord of Harrenhal and the court mage. He will assist the crown in matters involving magic, monsters, and my safety. Everyone's gaze changed when they heard the king's presentation. Aside from the mage part, the title of Harrenhal was simply shocking in the eyes of these people, especially the lords of the Riverlands. Everyone looked at Cadmus with angry and hostile looks. These were the lords who hoped to receive the castle of Harrenhal, but knowing that the castle already had an owner and was a complete stranger with mysterious origins made things even more complicated. These lords even ignored that Cadmus was a mage. In their eyes, the title and lands of Harrenhal were more important than anything else. Even Eddard was surprised by Rhaegar's words. He didn't expect Cadmus to go from a commoner to a noble owning one of the most important castles on the continent in less than a week. Your Grace. One of the lords of the Riverlands stood up and spoke loudly. I don't think this is appropriate. Lord Peveril is not even from Westeros, perhaps he is a barbarian from Essos. Furthermore, he has no merit to receive a castle like Harrenhal. Seeing that the first one had already stood up, the other lords quickly stood up and voiced their opposition. The first lord to stand up, seeing this, felt more confident and looked at Cadmus with an openly hostile gaze. Cadmus looked at each face and name, noting all the names in the black notebook of revenge in his mind. He was quite vengeful, especially towards those who hindered his plans. Rhaegar looked at the lords who forgot about the important matters currently happening, prioritizing their own interests with a cold gaze. What he hated most were these annoying leeches. Lord Peveril deserved the titles and castle he received. Rhaegar spoke in a calm and serious tone, but did not go into detail about the poison that was removed from his body and his mother's. If this were announced, the Faith of the Seven and the Order of Maesters would know that he has knowledge about the poison and would prepare adequately for his revenge. Although Rhaegar's words were convincing, the lords were still dissatisfied with a stranger controlling the largest castle in Westeros, even if it was just a ruin. However, faced with the king's gaze, these nobles were intimidated. Rhaegar was not a weak king, he built an army of 40,000 fully armed men and was an excellent commander. However, they decided to meet in secret to find a way to expel or even kill Cadmus. Cadmus was sensitive to murderous intentions and looked at the group of nobles with a touch of amusement in his eyes. He hated being threatened, it was one of the things he most detested, and these nobles had just dug their own graves. As for fearing them, Cadmus looked at those nobles as if they were ants. Common people had no chance of fighting a mage, especially a mage like him. He had countless ways to kill these men, whether through accidents or even diseases. Only an Imperium could make these lords die the way he wanted. Does this make me Kira? Cadmus thought with a touch of amusement appearing on his face. My king, I can deal with the zombies and ghouls, I can burn them all without any problem. Cadmus spoke in a calm and confident, even arrogant, tone. Do you think you have a dragon to burn an entire city? One of the lords spoke with disdain, not just him, most of the people present didn't believe it. However, Cadmus laughed and replied with a provocative tone. I don't actually own a dragon, but I have something similar. Cadmus felt it was a good time to grow his reputation and that of the future House Peveril. Mitra, the black phoenix, could grow to a size similar to an adult dragon without any problem. Note, there is not much exact information about the size of an adult dragon, so I chose an exact number to make it easier. 60 meters equals 196 feet. Cadmus's words made everyone's gaze change drastically, even Rieger showed a look of shock and disbelief. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, the sound of flapping wings sounded outside the castle, and a sharp, penetrating cry like that of an eagle reverberated, full of majesty and nobility. Chapter 39, The Burning of Duskendale. What is the impact of seeing a colossal black bird with red eyes perched on the wall? You don't know. Gerald Hightower can tell you. It was a truly desperate feeling, the feeling of helplessness, horror, and fear mixed in a chorus of negative emotions. The old King's Guard knight couldn't even move in front of the colossal creature, the swordsmanship he was so proud of seemed like child's play. It was a force that the human race could never fight head-on. Gerald was not the only one, whether noble or commoner. When they looked at the gigantic bird perched on the wall of Harrenhal, they were completely terrified. If this were the age of Jaehaerys or Viserys, people would be used to seeing such a large creature, or rather, they would find it a bit small compared to old Vhagar, the dragon that Queen Visenya Targaryen rode. Rieger swallowed hard in front of such a large creature, but an unknown fire was awakening in his chest. At that moment, he had never wanted a dragon so much. The fascination of controlling such a large creature was a temptation that he, a Targaryen king, could almost not control. This is my companion in arms, Mitra, a black phoenix. Cadmus proudly introduced the bird with a smug expression, especially looking at the lords of the Riverlands who wanted to take his castle. She can't breathe fire like a dragon, but she can control fire magic to create a fire just as strong. Cadmus said with a laugh. The king's expression was simply funny in his eyes. Seeing Cadmus's smug and proud expression, Rieger had never felt such a strong urge to punch someone. Of course, he knew it was his envy speaking louder. If he had a being as great as Mitra, he would wake up smiling every morning. In front of such a large monster, who was Tywin Lannister, he could simply go to Casterly Rock and destroy the entire House Lannister army just as King Aegon I did in the battle known as the Field of Fire. Can it destroy a city like a dragon? Looking at the noble and elegant-looking bird perched on the wall, Rieger looked at Cadmus and asked. If so, then he would have to re-evaluate Cadmus. Yes, it is perfectly capable of destroying a city. Cadmus said in a casual tone, as if it wasn't really incredible. However, in his eyes, Mitra had more of an auxiliary role than a weapon of war. The reason for this was simple, he himself had more power than Mitra. So, he was genuinely being casual, as he himself could destroy a city even more efficiently than the Black Phoenix. Looking at the king's expression, Cadmus could imagine that he wanted a phoenix egg or to ask if it was possible to hatch a dragon with the remaining dragon eggs. If your grace wants to ask if I can make dragons be born again in Westeros, the answer is yes and no. Cadmus spoke in a calm tone. He had already cast a spell around them that prevented others from hearing their conversation. Rieger was happy and confused by Cadmus's words. Yes and no, what was that supposed to mean? To put it very simply, it takes a special person to bring dragons back to life. Cadmus said in a calm tone. Although it didn't seem like it, Daenerys had used blood magic when she hatched the dragons. A woman who had never touched magic performed a sacrifice like old Valyria did and brought back the dragons using magic, life, and blood. Rieger frowned hearing Cadmus's words. He looked at the mage and asked in a calm tone. And who would that person be? Princess Daenerys. Cadmus had no reason to hide and spoke without hiding anything. The princess has an absurd amount of dormant magic inside her. By performing a blood ritual, she can get the dragons to be born. Rieger's face relaxed when he heard it was Daenerys. He feared it wouldn't be a Targaryen. That would be terrible. We will talk about this after resolving things in Duskendale. The court will return to King's Landing to deal with the Greyjoy rebellion. Rieger said in a calm tone. He needed time to get the dragon eggs hidden on Dragonstone. At the same time, he had to return to King's Landing and summon his banners to destroy the Iron Islands once and for all. Cadmus nodded and spoke. I cannot manage an entire city alone. I need soldiers to maintain order or to rescue civilians. I will send 10,000 men. Rieger did not refuse and spoke in a calm tone. If possible, avoid burning the entire city. Burning Duskendale was the last option, but faced with the safety of the entire kingdom, Rieger became determined. But do not hesitate if you see things getting out of control. I prefer to lose one city than all the Crownlands. Cadmus was not surprised by Rieger's words. Losing one city was a much smaller price than losing all the Crownlands. A fool would know which was better, and even if it was cruel to the people, the lesser evil would be better than a greater evil. I cannot guarantee that the city will remain intact, but I will not destroy it. Cadmus was confident in gathering all the monsters in one place in the city and destroying them all in one attack. Although that part of the city would be destroyed, it was better than the destruction of the entire city. I thank you on behalf of all the people of Duskendale. Rhaegar said with a genuine tone of gratitude and respect. Being a vassal does not mean being a slave. The king, although powerful, would never be anything without the lords around him. Only a foolish king thinks everyone should bow to him simply because he is a king. What will the king do with Theon Greyjoy? Cadmus didn't care about the thanks, he also had selfish reasons for facing an entire city full of zombies and ghouls. Not only would his reputation spread throughout Westeros, but he could also take the chance to create a potion against the undead. This would be of great help in the war coming from beyond the wall. Rhaegar's face turned cold at the mention of Theon Greyjoy. He looked at Cadmus with his lilac eyes and spoke in a deep tone. Since Balon doesn't care about his own son, he will receive the head of his third son to bury next to his other two dead sons. Cadmus nodded his head. Theon was essentially a hostage to prevent Balon from rebelling again. However, seeing that this didn't work, the reason for Theon to stay alive until now was non-existent. Be careful with the House Greyjoy fleet, they will attack the Reach at the most unexpected moment. Cadmus warned the king with a solemn expression. When it came to piracy, the Greyjoys were arguably the first in Westeros. My Lord of Ships, Lord Montford Valerian, is an experienced captain. He will guard the waters competently, as he has done in these almost 2 decades of war. Rhaegar certainly knew how skilled the Greyjoys were, but the royal fleet and the House Valerian fleet were not something that could be faced with just 100 warships. We will see each other again in King's Landing, Cadmus. Rhaegar spoke in a calm tone. He couldn't waste any more time and had to return to King's Landing as soon as possible to control the war from the Red Keep. I will bring good news when I return. Cadmus said with a laugh that lightened the heavy atmosphere hanging in the air. With a laugh, Rhaegar placed his hand on Cadmus's shoulder and felt that Cadmus would not be a bad good brother. Cadmus separated from Rhaegar, and when he arrived in the courtyard wearing clothes suitable for riding, Mitra was already waiting for him. Her enormous body covered in feathers as black as night seemed to absorb the light around her. Her frightening red eyes stared at Cadmus with a surprisingly human and gentle look. The phoenix lowered her head and brought her face close to Cadmus, gently stroking his face with delicate and soft movements, afraid of hurting her master because of her current size. Who is the most beautiful girl? Cadmus stroked Mitra's neck feathers and said with a tone full of playfulness and gentleness. Which seemed a little funny, a colossal monster being petted like a domestic cat. Suddenly, Mitra's enormous red eyes moved to the side and stared at the figure who had just arrived with a piercing and sharp gaze. Cadmus turned around and was surprised to find Daenerys looking at Mitra with admiration and envy. His lips curved into an amused smile, and he greeted the princess. What an honor for me to receive the visit of such a beautiful princess. You are so gallant, my dear lord. How many ladies have you charmed with your charisma? Daenerys was not a shy girl and replied with an amused tone, but the happy smile on her lips showed that she liked the compliment. You are the first. I am very selective with the women I compliment. Cadmus said with a laugh. What is his or her name? Trying to hide the growing happiness on her face, Daenerys changed the subject and felt she couldn't hide her happiness upon hearing the compliments from the men she was interested in. Looking at the elegant, noble, and graceful gigantic bird, Daenerys swore she had never seen such a beautiful creature. The black feathers shone with a red glow that resembled flames burning paper. Mitra is a female of the species, practically made of fire and magic. Cadmus said with a smile as he stroked the feathers on the beautiful bird's neck. Seeing Daenerys's envious look, Cadmus took Daenerys's hand and made her touch Mitra's feathers. So warm and soft. Daenerys murmured as she felt Mitra's warm and soft feathers. She imagined that dragons had a similar warmth. However, feeling Cadmus's heavy hand on hers, she felt her heart beat faster, and a smile appeared on her lips. Have a good trip, Lord Peveril. I await your arrival in King's Landing. Withdrawing her hand with a certain reluctance, Daenerys looked at Cadmus and said in a soft tone before leaving with slightly hurried steps. Does that count as a declaration? Cadmus murmured to himself with a slightly amused tone. Chapter 40, The Burning of Duskendale. A gigantic black bird flew over city after city, leaving what seemed to be a trail of embers behind, which naturally generated chaos and fear among the people. With a length of 60 meters and a wingspan of 100 meters, the bird was simply a living nightmare in the eyes of the people. Cadmus did not care about this, he was quite happy riding Mitra. It had been a long time since he had done something like this, and when he did, it was at night. It was the first time he had ridden Mitra during the day, and he had to admit, it was a completely different experience. Looking at the beautiful bird below him, Cadmus smiled and looked at the surroundings. The speed was dizzying. Cities, forests, mountains, and rivers all seemed like a blur when looked at closely. Unlike a dragon, the phoenix was truly fast, reaching 60% of the speed of sound. Note, 204 meters per second, m/s. It seems I've arrived. Suddenly, seeing a city appearing on the horizon, Cadmus spoke in a calm tone. Duskendale. Originally home to House Darklin, but after the events of Duskendale, where Aerys II Targaryen was held hostage by Dennis Darklin, House Darklin was destroyed by Aerys in the hand of the king, Tywin Lannister. After being destroyed, Duskendale came to be owned by House Ricker. The current lord of Duskendale was Renford Ricker. In the city's largest inn, called Seven Sword, a man with olive skin, black hair, and dark eyes looked from a hidden angle through the window. Seeing the street full of zombies and ghouls, the man's face became solemn. After carefully closing the window blind to avoid making a sound, the man looked at the room he was in. 5 women were present. All had similar origins to the men, olive skin and black hair. In particular, the men wore yellow noble clothes, and the other woman wore a flowing dress and jewelry on her fingers, neck, and earlobes. "Uncle, how is the situation?" Arianne asked in an extremely low tone, full of worry. If it weren't for the silence hanging in the air, it would have been difficult to even hear what she had just said. "I only see zombies and ghouls everywhere, hundreds or thousands. The city has practically been taken over." Oberyn replied in a heavy and solemn tone. He could not believe that a simple stop to resupply the ship would end in the situation they were currently in. The face of Arianne, the heiress of Sunspear, instantly darkened. Not to mention them, a group of 6 people, even an army of 10,000 men would not be enough to face an entire city infested with zombies and ghouls. The longer it takes, the more ghouls and zombies will be generated, which will make the situation extremely dangerous. Not that it isn't already. Arianne said in a solemn tone. Looking at her uncle, she asked, "Has King's Landing received the Raven?" They had sent a Raven to King's Landing just over a day ago. Logically, the Raven should have arrived in less than 2 hours in King's Landing, as the distance between King's Landing and Duskendale was short. The king is holding a tournament in Harrenhal. It will take a while for King's Landing to contact the king, and it will take even more time for the army to be ready to march towards the city. Oberyn said in a calm tone. As a veteran general and warrior, he knew better than anyone how time-consuming it was to mobilize a large army. Logistics were terribly slow, and without logistics, the army could not be mobilized. To relieve your stress, let's visit every brothel in King's Landing. Let's try every prostitute, whether woman or man. Ilaria Sand, Oberyn's lover and mother of his 4 daughters, whispered sweetly in his ear while her hand firmly held his private parts. Oberyn knew she was a typical Dornish woman, as wonderfully seductive in bed as she was deadly with a dagger. "You really know how to cheer a man up, my love." Oberyn spoke with a smile, leaning down to claim his lover's lips, who completely surrendered to the kiss. "Wait until we get to King's Landing. We are still in this cursed city, uncle." Oberyn's niece, the Princess of Dorne, Arianne Martell, spoke, resting her head on her hand while smiling sensually. She wore almost transparent blue clothes and many glittering jewels adorned her beautiful body. "Can't we just kill them all? They don't seem very strong." Obara, Oberyn's eldest bastard daughter and leader of the Sand Snakes, spoke. She was tall and had a strong body, with a voice not as delicate and strong as a man's, but a little more feminine. "Don't be an idiot, there are thousands, if not tens of thousands. We will run out of strength after killing 3 or 4. Nymeria, the second eldest daughter, replied with an elegant smile on her red lips. Although she looked like a virtuous lady from a noble house, one never knew if she was hiding a dagger in her hands until it was too late. "Humph." Obara snorted, looking at her sister with displeasure. "Don't fight, my ears are calloused from all your fights on this trip." Tyene, the third daughter of the Red Viper, spoke with a sweet and silky voice. Small and delicate, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes, her appearance was deceiving about her skill with poisons. Oberyn's third daughter was as deadly as her sisters. Her delicacy perfectly concealed her mastery of poison, which she manipulated with deadly skill. However, Lord Renford not mobilizing his own soldiers to prevent the spread of the zombies is suspicious. Rolling her eyes at the 3 women, Arianne said with a tone still confused and incredulous at the slowness with which the Lord of House Ricker was acting. the men practically watched his city being consumed and dying. Even if the city were saved later, it would be nothing more than a dead city, and the power that House Ricker had would cease to exist, just like House Darklin. It's very likely that Renford is dead or taken hostage. Tyene commented with a sigh. No lord would be foolish enough to watch his own city die and do nothing, so it was likely that he was dead or taken hostage by the perpetrators. A silence hung in the air with her words. This was what everyone was thinking. There was no way Renford would stand idly by in the face of his city's destruction. Suddenly, a loud noise in the inn drastically changed the faces of the people inside the room. A man's screams could be heard downstairs. The most frightening thing was that after the man's scream, grotesque, loud, and high-pitched roars sounded from outside, followed by the desperate sound of something colliding heavily with the door. With each knock, the doors trembled and opened slightly, revealing a horrible monster smelling of decaying corpses. Shit. Oberyn cursed under his breath and quickly began to place the room's furniture against the door. He did the whole process making the least noise possible. All the women helped. There was only everyone's breathing in the room as the furniture piled up against the door. After finishing, Oberyn sighed with relief but did not relax. His spear was already in his hands. Although using a spear in a small space was disadvantageous, he was facing ghouls and zombies, beings that could infect a person with poison and diseases. Suddenly, the man's scream sounded again, but this time, full of pain and despair, attracting more and more monsters drawn by the sound, who entered the inn. Oberyn knew the man was dead. Screaming loudly in that place was a death sentence. Frightening everyone in the room, the furniture barricade trembled a few times, and growls sounded behind the door. Arianne could even hear the monsters breathing, the smell of decaying corpses entering the room, making everyone hold their breath in disgust. Then, a loud sound echoed and reverberated throughout the city. The sound strangely resembled a bird flapping its wings. However, this should be impossible, as there was no bird in the world that could be so large that an entire city could hear its wings flapping. The sound attracted all the zombies and ghouls, causing the creatures to go outside and look at the sky with curious and hungry expressions. A gigantic creature flew over the city, covering the city with a colossal shadow. Oberyn and Arianne opened the blinds and looked at the sky in complete shock and disbelief. Then, a male voice echoed throughout the city. I am Cadmus Peveril, Lord of Harrenhal and Court Wizard to King Rhaegar I Targaryen. From this moment on, all survivors must remain indoors and not leave. Oberyn and Arianne looked at each other and saw each other's surprise. When did the court have a mage? However, they soon put those thoughts aside with the terrifying scene. Fiend Fair. The sound echoed like a decree from the gods. Chapter 41, The Burning of Duskendale. Moments before the black magic spell, Fiend Fire. Cadmus, mounted on Mitra, flew over the city in circular movements. With his hair fluttering in the wind, he looked down and saw a sea of people walking in the streets, but looking closely, Cadmus noticed they were not people, but zombies and ghouls. There were at least 50,000 of these monsters, all transformed from a small number of zombies and ghouls, which spread through the city like a plague. Frowning, the number was higher than he expected, showing that the city suffered heavy casualties. What happened to the city guards was a mystery at the moment. After all, even if Lord Renford was dead or taken hostage, the city guards could still operate normally, but there were no guards on the wall, which was both good and bad news. The good news was that the gates could not be opened by zombies and ghouls. The bad news was that things became even more complicated. Even if it was no longer such an important city, the number of guards reached 500. Looking towards Dun Fort, the home of House Ricker, Cadmus did not hesitate to use a slightly modified Revelio. Instead of revealing hidden things, the modified Revelio spell acted as a radar for living people. Like a pulse of transparent blue energy, the spell spread throughout the city. Wherever the energy wave passed, it revealed some phosphorescent human outlines. It was very obvious even during the day, so Cadmus saw the number of people still alive in this city. Seeing about 14,000 people, Cadmus's face sighed sadly. Duskendale's population was about 70,000 people or something close. More than 50,000 people died because of a conspiracy. Cadmus had to admit something: people who want to change the world are truly cruel, capable of doing anything, even genocide, to gain more power and influence. Letting out another sigh, Cadmus looked at Dun Fort. Under the modified Revelio spell, the entire castle was dark and lifeless, meaning there were no living people in the castle. Is it possible that Balon has a way to kill so many people silently? Is there a mage in the city? Cadmus murmured in a calm tone, his dark green eyes staring at the castle with a deep gaze. Looking away from the castle, Cadmus looked at the city below him and spoke in a calm tone. I am Cadmus Peveril, Lord of Harrenhal and Court Mage to King Rhaegar I Targaryen. From this moment on, all survivors must stay indoors and not leave. After seeing the number of victims, Cadmus, who planned to use Mitra's flames to purge the city, decided to use one of the most powerful black magics on the planet. Whoever the mage was who killed almost everyone in the city wanted an army of monsters, and he would destroy that army of monsters. Slowly extending his hand forward, Cadmus's dark green eyes shone with a demonic blue tone. Looking with pity at the 50,000 meters below him, all looking at him with a hungry and bestial gaze. The spell left Cadmus's lips. Fiend fire. In the next moment, a fleeting light shone in the air before a gigantic wave of blue fire descended from the sky like a divine punishment. From Cadmus's hand, a torrent of fire poured non-stop over the city. Mitra flew almost horizontally around the city, giving Cadmus a complete view of the city without blind spots. The blue fire took the form of a blue fire serpent kilometers long. It descended from the sky beautifully, but extremely deadly. Even though it was daytime, the world seemed to have a second sun in the sky. It became extremely bright. Reaching the ground, the pale blue flames swept the environment, swallowing everything in front of them. The fire serpent advanced through the city streets, letting out a roar similar to a dragon's. All ghouls, zombies, and anything else were reduced to ashes the moment they touched the flames. In the air, with his hair fluttering in the wind, Cadmus's face was illuminated by the flames that continued to pour from his hand. Looking at the streets covered in blue flames, Cadmus's eyes were calm. He was not an idiot who used fiend fire in a place full of wooden objects like a certain Slytherin member who could not even control his own spell. Ceasing the magic, cutting off the magical energy, Cadmus's hand stopped pouring flames, and the mage concentrated on controlling the blue demonic flames. Like a maestro controlling an orchestra, the pale blue flames were successfully controlled. However, as the flames were sentient, Cadmus felt an uncontrollable resistance, but his face did not change at all. Obey. He murmured to himself as he enslaved the flames without any hesitation. The flames let out a roar full of sadness and were forced to stop destroying everything in front of them and only attack the monsters in the streets and nothing else. For a demonic and elemental being, this was worse than torturing it. However, the flames had no choice at that moment. They were forced to act as something they never were in their existence. To save the souls of these people, even if it meant destroying them. Below, in the city, Oberyn abruptly moved away from the window as he watched the pale blue fire serpent the size of houses pass through the street where he was staying. Holy shit. Oberyn could not help but curse as he watched the apocalyptic scene with horror and fear while moving even further away from the window. Prince Martell was not a cowardly man, on the contrary, he was a veteran who had seen all the human evil in his life. But what was before him truly deeply impacted him. Not just him, everyone present was numb and full of fear at what was happening. He really saw men mounted on a huge bird burning an entire city with pale blue flames. If he were not seeing it personally, he would not even want to believe that such a fantastical story existed in life. He's a god, right? Tyene murmured with her eyes lost in thought. No one said anything about her words. She was right, in their eyes, the man called Cadmus Peveril was a god. No human had such great power in the world. Uncle, are mages powerful? Arianne asked in a slightly trembling tone, full of admiration for the figure flying around the city. I've never seen one so powerful, but at the Temple of the Immortals in the free city of Karth, I saw a mage controlling a shadow the size of an elephant. Sitting on the bed, holding his lover's hand, Prince Oberyn spoke in a confused and incredulous tone. Oberyn considered himself someone who had traveled to many places, but even the places he had set foot in did not have such a powerful mage. He presumed that not even the rectoress of the Academy of Magic for Women, Tisea de Vries, was as powerful as the mage who was burning the city at that moment. Note, Aretuza, girls only, Ban Ard, boys only, are located on the continent of Suturios. After the disbelief and fear came relief in everyone's mind. We are finally safe. Arianne said with a smile. She definitely did not want to die, at least not before she was 80 and surrounded by a large number of sons and daughters. There were relaxed and happy smiles on the lips of everyone present. This feeling of security was something you only valued when you lost it. When will we be able to meet this mage? Tyene asked with a tone of expectation. Do you already want to get into his bed? Arianne asked with a laugh, making the other women laugh too. She wants to thank him with her body, the cliché of the knight saving the innocent maiden. Obara said with a sarcastic tone. Arianne laughed at Obara's words and, Noticing that Tyene was getting angry, she stopped laughing and looked out the window. In her view, the enormous bird flew around the city with its huge wingspan. She had never seen such a large and beautiful bird in her life. The feathers seemed to be burning with hot embers. What is it like to fly in the sky? Ariane asked herself. It must be pleasant, free from all worries and problems. Chapter 42, The Burning of Duskendale. Seeing the gigantic pale demonic fire serpent roaring as it burned the entire city, Cadmus could see the smoke rising towards the sky, long and winding trails of smoke. The terrible smell of ashes hung in the air. Cadmus's expression did not change, and he narrowed his eyes, feeling a faint magical energy within the burning city. A smile appeared on his lips. It seems the hidden little mouse finally couldn't contain itself and is spying on what I'm doing. It just remains to be seen where he or she is. Cadmus's magical senses were extraordinary. He could feel that he was being spied on by something, probably a magical creature focused on espionage and assassination. He was very confident in his senses. A faint murderous intent emanated from the spy. Since you want to watch, I'll let you watch the greatest show of your life, little mouse. Cadmus murmured. He looked at the city burning in demonic blue flames with a calm gaze. Even with his exceptional control, the flames still melted about 10% of the city. Extending both hands and making them into a ball shape when the fingers touched, Cadmus began to mold the fiend fire spell again. With his movements, all the blue flames in the city began to gather above the city, gradually forming a fireball. Unlike other fire spells, fiend fire could not be extinguished normally. It was black magic for a reason. It was uncontrollable for amateur wizards and unquenchable in a normal way. It was a magic that could even damage a Horcrux, which was said to be almost indestructible. If Cadmus let the demonic fire burn in the city, it would take weeks or even months to gradually extinguish itself. Seeing the blue fireball grow rapidly, Cadmus began to compress the fireball, and in the next moment, the gigantic fireball, which easily had a diameter of 2 kilometers, began to shrink. With each meter shrunk, the core of the fireball changed color slightly, from a sky blue to an increasingly pale and immaculate blue. In the end, the fireball shrank to the size of a baseball, floating above his hand. The entire fire orb was white, and if one looked closely into the orb, they would see demonic snakes, wolves, serpents, and dragons and griffins floating inside the orb. All roared furiously, full of murderous and destructive intentions. Looking at the orb floating stably above his hand, Cadmus smiled satisfactorily. He was someone who liked to visit others' homes with a gift. How could he show up empty-handed at someone's house? Looking at Dunfort, Cadmus simply jumped off Mitra and began to fall towards the ground with his hair trembling wildly. Just like his hair, the green cape on his shoulders fluttered while making a snapping sound in the air. Seeing Dunfort getting closer and closer, the mage smiled gently and made a gun sign with his right hand. Aiming at the castle, he murmured. Boom. In the next moment, the white orb advanced at an extremely high speed in a straight line. If someone looked up, they would see an extremely white beam of light hitting the castle, and in the next moment, a gigantic hole appeared in the castle, piercing it from one side to the other. The walls that could resist sieges for years in the castle were nothing before such a powerful magical attack. Cadmus gradually stopped his acceleration and floated above the now ruined castle. On the wall, Mitra perched while cleaning her feathers with her beak, but her gaze was always on Cadmus, watching over him to protect him. Did you like my gift, little mouse? Cadmus asked with an amused smile. You were watching, and I thought we could have a pleasant fight. Oh, sorry, I thought you might be an interesting punching bag. Seeing the silence in the ruins, Cadmus's smile grew. Do you think you can hide and leave when I'm gone? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'll have to destroy this entire castle and bring you in for questioning, little mouse. He said with an interesting look. Cadmus did not plan to kill the mage immediately. He wanted to know how such a powerful mage could ally with someone as poor as Balon 9 Greyjoy. Although they were pirates and had some money, they were pirates. They spent everything they stole from merchant ships. It seems you don't want to surrender, but that's more interesting. Cadmus said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a massive Maximus Protego formed around the castle. It was not a shield to protect against attacks from outside, but to prevent anything from getting out. Cadmus landed on the ground gracefully and walked towards the castle, which had a huge hole in the middle. Looking at the damage from the spell, he murmured to himself. Is this a new spell or a fiend fire variation? Both options are powerful. Shaking his head, Cadmus put those thoughts aside and entered the castle with a smile on his lips. The huge wooden gates in the castle moat did not impede his entry at all. He seemed to be walking in his own garden. The interior of the castle was empty, with no bodies or blood on the site, which was quite bizarre given the absurd number of guards and servants in the castle. Cadmus touched the wall with his fingertips and narrowed his eyes. He could feel remnants of magic on the walls. Looking at the black particles on his finger, he smiled and murmured, "A shadow mage and necromancer. The little mouse is really a little mouse." Now he understood why there was no life or bodies in the castle. Obviously, the mage devoured all the bodies. Which, honestly, disappointed Cadmus. Devouring bodies might seem normal, but only madmen would do it. The body is the boat of the soul. Devouring a body meant devouring part of someone's soul. Part of the soul that had memories and feelings. Now imagine devouring thousands of corpses at once, memories and feelings of thousands of people invading your mind, turning you into a schizophrenia patient. Cadmus could imagine the mental state of the enemy mage, a man or woman hearing voices and seeing unreal things. A hostage within their own mind. However, the enemy was a genius. Cadmus had no doubts about that. Although the magic system of this world was quite suitable for people with little talent who specialized in only one branch of magic, a genius could still choose multiple branches of magic to train. The mage he was facing used at least 2 different types of magic, which made him better than mediocre mages. Cadmus continued down the castle corridors. The entire place was silent, only his footsteps echoing in the long corridor. From time to time, the sound of falling stones could be heard far away. The hole he had made was starting to take its toll on the castle's structure. The royal mage finally felt a weak wave of magic behind him and smiled. Moving his body to the side, he saw a shadow spear passing a few centimeters from his cheek. Cadmus continued to move his body from side to side as he dodged the enemy's relentless attacks. Turning around, Cadmus saw the attacker's appearance. It was a monster made of shadows. The features could be faintly discerned, but not much. It looked blurred as if it were a poorly drawn picture by a small child. What a cruel method, using a fetus still in development to create a shadow child. Cadmus murmured with a look of pity, looking at the shadow before him. He could understand why people had demonic impressions of mages. These methods were truly cruel and inhuman. At the same time, Cadmus also knew the mage's identity. A shadowbinder from Ashai. However, it's a good assassin against common people and other inexperienced mages, but you chose the wrong opponent. Cadmus raised his hand, and several Lumos spells appeared next to his body. The spell molded itself to Cadmus's will and transformed into blades of light. With a quick movement of his hand, the blades of light advanced extremely fast and pierced the shadow child, impaling it against the wall. The shadow roared painfully, but before the blades of light, resistance was useless. That's the biggest flaw of specializing in only one branch of magic. Every element has weaknesses. Cadmus murmured, watching the shadow child disappear forever from this world. Since you attacked me, it means I'm close. Looking at the corridor before him, Cadmus laughed and started walking again, disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 43, The Burning of Duskendale. Cadmus opened the heavy doors and found himself in the castle's lord's hall. A throne could be seen above the steps. It was a normal stone throne. It was a hall that every lord, no matter how small, would have a similar one. In this era where the king's power is not centralized, all nobles were small kings within the 7 kingdoms. The king was just the most powerful noble and nothing more. If it were before Aegon's conquest, these lords would even have a crown, and some still did, especially those noble houses that fought in the era of the 100 Kingdoms, where kingdoms were destroyed and created every year. With a wave of Cadmus's hand, all the torches around lit up, illuminating the place. His dark green eyes swept the environment with an amused look. Taking a step forward, he said in a playful tone, "You are here, aren't you, little mouse?" Cadmus's answer was silence as his own footsteps reverberated through the lord's hall. The sound was particularly clear. "Let me guess what you're thinking," Cadmus said with a laugh. "You think you can't face me with magic, so you decided to fight me in hand-to-hand combat. Smart. I don't look physically strong or like I've thrown a punch in my entire life." Opening his arms and bowing in an exaggerated and comical way, Cadmus said with a provocative tone, "I am entirely at your disposal, my dear friend from afar." With Cadmus's words, the shadows around began to move, and in a mere instant, they transformed into shadow spikes, dozens advancing towards Cadmus. The intention was to impale the mage alive. But clearly, Cadmus would not stand still and wait to be impaled alive. He operated away and watched the shadow spikes hit the spot where he had previously been. "You missed, you should aim better," Cadmus said with a particularly audible laugh in this silent environment. The enemy's response was a wave of darkness heading towards him. Where the shadows touched, they were swallowed by the shadows. Cadmus apparat again. This time, he appeared behind the stone throne, and an invisible blade pierced the stone seat. The sound of tearing flesh hung in the air as drops of blood appeared on the invisible blade. "I found you, little mouse," Cadmus whispered with a happy smile. "Our little game of cat and mouse is over." However, the Shadowbinder did not think the game was over. A human shadow rippled on the stone throne and quickly hid in the darkness. The flames of the torches went out, and darkness reigned over the environment. "You hit again, you're a sore loser," Cadmus said and wiped the blood on the invisible blade on his clothes. However, the smile on his lips said he was having fun. Fighting a Shadowbinder was quite interesting. He was a mage focused on sneaking, hiding his own presence, and elemental attacks at long and medium distances. Cadmus saw that the mage had systematic training, or he would not be so competent, showing that Ashai was indeed a good city to teach its mages. The royal mage did not use lumos and walked in the dark, only the sound of his footsteps echoing in the place. Suddenly, a cold wind advanced against him, and Cadmus did not hesitate to cast a spell. Expelliarmus. The red light shone in the air, and the sound of a body colliding with the wall was heard. When the red light disappeared, the environment became dark again. "Don't be afraid, little mouse," Cadmus said with a low, cruel laugh. "The voices in your head are ordering you to kill me, but I advise you to run away. I'm particularly hard to kill." The Shadowbinder's response was a storm of spikes, fired from all directions. The magical fluctuations in the air alerted Cadmus at the exact instant of the attack. Maximus Protego. A shield of intense blue formed around him, shining like a beacon and illuminating the surroundings. Cadmus looked up and smiled as he saw hundreds of spikes collide with the magical barrier, but being repelled without even scratching it. "Now it's my turn." A red flame crackled in the air before him, expanding until it took the form of a huge fire serpent. The creature seemed alive, hissing, writhing, and opening its incandescent mouth as if it were about to tear its prey apart. With a single movement of the serpent, the flames spread, engulfing the entire Lord's Hall. The fire covered the floor from end to end, turning it into a burning sea. Seeing no sign of movement among the flames, Cadmus raised his head and cast his gaze towards the ceiling, letting out a satisfied laugh. "I found you again, little mouse." With Cadmus's words, the fire serpent hissed menacingly and advanced towards the ceiling, carrying an unbearable wave of heat. The Shadowbinder, knowing he was in danger, covered his body with shadows and advanced against Cadmus, ready to initiate hand-to-hand combat. 2 daggers made of shadows appeared in both hands, and he propelled himself using the shadows. Cadmus felt no fear and attacked head-on. An invisible blade blocked the attacks of the shadow daggers. Looking at the Shadowbinder for the first time in his eyes, he spoke with a provocative tone. "I don't know if you know a mage named Gandalf. He taught that when magic can't solve things, the fist is still the best dialogue that can happen between mages." Spinning his body, Cadmus simply kicked the shadow magic user's chest. A pained groan escaped the Shadowbinder's lips. However, Cadmus did not stop. He apparad behind the Shadowbinder and once again plunged the invisible sword into the Shadowbinder's body. A glimpse of blood appeared in the air before being evaporated by the high temperature covering the place. This time, Cadmus pinned the Shadowbinder to the ground, using his sword, which pierced the enemy mage from one side to the other. "Finally got you, little mouse." "Who got who, you arrogant fire mage?" The Shadowbinder spoke for the first time. He showed a victorious, conspiratorial smile. With his words, spikes made of pure darkness emerged from him, just like a hedgehog. The Shadowbinder was confident in this attack. He had killed countless enemies with this attack. There was no person who would not relax after seeing that they had defeated their opponent. However, his smile could not remain on his face. A blue barrier blocked all the shadow spikes. Looking at the Shadowbinder's face full of confusion and disbelief, Cadmus said with a laugh. "Are you stupid? What kind of foolish mage can't conjure a defensive spell? The mages you fought must be stupider than you. Honestly, Protego has always been an essential spell for any mage. Most mages used it to protect themselves against all types of attacks, especially because of the spell's quick conjuration." Pointing his hand towards the Shadowbinder's head, Cadmus said in a gentle tone. "Have a good night, Cinderella." Stupefy. With a white flash, the spell hit the magic user's head squarely, stunning him instantly, and with the force of Cadmus's magic, the Shadowbinder fainted directly. Making a sliding gesture with his hand, the flames around disappeared, leaving behind a charred and blackened place. Removing the invisible blade and making the sword return to a simple button on his clothes, Cadmus grabbed the Shadowbinder by the collar of his clothes and dragged him across the floor without caring about anything else. Looking at the Shadowbinder, Cadmus was really curious how Balon convinced this mage to work for him. There was no reason for such a dangerous mage to work for someone as poor as Balon 9 Greyjoy. This was not a normal mage, he was an experienced and powerful mage. Although it did not seem like it because of the beating he was always taking from Cadmus, he was facing Cadmus, a complete aberration and a monster among monsters. Any other mage would be at a great disadvantage against such a sneaky, hidden, and murderous mage. Leaving the castle, Cadmus used his hand to block the dazzling glare of the sun, and when his eyes got used to the environment again, he looked at the wall and saw Mitra staring at him with her red eyes. "We will stay in the city for a while until the king's army comes to take care of things," Cadmus said in a calm tone. Remembering something, Cadmus looked at the city and spoke, his voice spreading throughout the city through magic. "The army of zombies and ghouls has been killed, and even the mastermind of the entire attack has been captured. Survivors must come to the castle for shelter until the arrival of the royal army. The army of zombies and ghouls has been killed, and even the mastermind of the entire attack has been captured. Survivors must come to the castle for shelter until the arrival of the royal army. The army of zombies and ghouls has been killed, and even the mastermind of the entire attack has been captured. Survivors must come to the castle for shelter until the arrival of the royal army." Cadmus spoke 3 times so that everyone understood and waited for everyone to arrive. Chapter 44, Capital of the 7 Kingdoms. Cadmus transfigured a chair and sat on it, the Shadowbinder served as a footrest. He poured himself a cold drink and waited patiently. The drink had a beautiful sky blue color and seemed to glow under the sunlight. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard, and Cadmus looked forward. He was surprised to see 5 women and 1 man. By the man's clothes, he was definitely a noble. The yellow clothes seemed to have gold threads and jewels on his fingers. The same was true for the woman next to him, wearing a flowing blue silk dress that completely enhanced her voluptuous body. Looking into her eyes, Cadmus felt that the woman was seducing him with her gaze. Cadmus could not help but notice the coat of arms of the red sun with a spear piercing the sun. From this, he knew who these people were. While Cadmus looked at them, House Martell also looked at Cadmus. The entire stereotype they had of mages was subverted when they saw Cadmus. Unlike the deformed and crazy appearance, the 20-year-old young man before them was beautiful. Black hair like a raven's feathers, a handsome face, and a courteous and gentle smile on his lips. The pair of dark green eyes seemed to carry an air of mystery and knowledge, as beautiful as they were mesmerizing. "I am Prince Oberyn Martell, my lord. These are Princess Ariane Martell, the heiress of Sunspear. The others are my lover, Ilaria Sand, and my daughters, Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene Sand." Oberyn looked first at the huge hole in the castle and then at Cadmus with an elegant and courteous look. Cadmus nodded his head, looked at everyone, stopped for a moment at Ariane, and focused on the intimidating-looking man with narrowed eyes, who strangely resembled a viper. "Oh, the famous red viper. I heard you used poison to win a tournament, is that true?" Cadmus drank the blue touchdown punch and asked with a curious tone. "Rumors, my lord, just nefarious rumors that slander my good name." Oberyn spoke with the most sincere tone he could at that moment, although his features were naturally cunning, which did not help much with his sincere tone. Cadmus looked at Oberyn somewhat skeptical if he believed his word. The man definitely looked like a villain with an always cynical and cunning expression on his face. However, he asked out of curiosity and was not interested in delving into Oberyn's life. "Well, I believe your words," Cadmus said with a casual tone and continued speaking. "I presume Lord Oberyn is versed in controlling people. I hope you will take control of the city until the royal army arrives in the city." Cadmus was not at all interested in administering such a large city. The chaplain, the accountant, the administrator, all were dead or missing. Administering a city alone was a foolish dream that he definitely did not dream of. "I have some experience, and I will help." Oberyn did not refuse and spoke with a smile. His black eyes fell on Cadmus's footrest, which was a man in dark robes stained with blood. "This man is..." Cadmus looked at the Shadowbinder, who was still unconscious, and spoke in a calm tone. "The one responsible for all the deaths in the city, a Shadowbinder from Ashai." Everyone present's eyes widened, especially Oberyn, who looked at the Shadowbinder with a murderous expression. He almost died because of this person. How could he not be angry seeing the culprit? Is he still alive? Oberyn almost growled as he spoke those words. The spear was already in his hand, ready to impale the Shadowbinder alive. He has to stay alive, Lord Oberyn. I have to get information about the real mastermind of this attack. Cadmus certainly could not let Oberyn kill the Shadowbinder. If the worm died, from whom would he get the information he wanted? Oberyn could not help but be confused by Cadmus's words. It seems you don't know, Cadmus said in a calm tone. Balon Greyjoy rebelled a second time. He named himself King of Salt and the Iron Islands. Coincidentally, this kind of tragedy happened in Duskendale. Oberyn's face showed a shocked expression, but he soon calmed down and understood why the Shadowbinder was still alive. It was really too much of a coincidence that the two things happened so close to each other. Seeing Oberyn calm down, Cadmus showed a satisfied expression. He liked talking to intelligent people. It saved a lot of breath explaining. By the way, Queen Elia and Queen Lyanna suffered an assassination attempt a few days ago, but both queens are fine, and all the assassins were killed. Remembering that Oberyn was Elia's brother, Cadmus spoke in a calm tone. The hand holding the spear tightened so much against the resistant metal that it turned white. There was a deep murderous intent in the eyes of the Red Viper of Dorne. The news that his sister suffered an assassination attempt really made him furious. Any clue who the mastermind was? Oberyn asked with a cold and chilling tone. He was ready to start a war at that moment. A mysterious man bought the lives of the two queens in Pentos. As for the other clues, he is a man with an aged voice around 40 or 50 years old, smells of lavender, lilac, and rose water. Cadmus replied, taking another sip of his refreshing drink. Oberyn mentally noted everything and promised to go to Essos to find any clue about the mastermind, and when he found out who it was, he would do everything to make that person's life a living hell. Looking at Oberyn, Cadmus could guess what the man was thinking. However, he was not very optimistic about it. If Oberyn really goes to investigate in Pentos, the only result will be his death. He had no doubt that Pentos had become a nest of snakes, rats, and birds. If I were you, I wouldn't step foot in Essos for a while. Since Elia was a good queen and a good person, Cadmus spoke, looking at Oberyn. Whether the men heard the implications in his words was not his problem. He had already helped. Oberyn understood what Cadmus meant. Pentos was probably an extremely dangerous place, especially if he went to investigate things. Ilaria, seeing her lover with a grim expression, whispered some words in his ear, making Oberyn's expression relax and smile again. Cadmus looked at this with curiosity and could not help but think that women really had a great influence on men. Even seeing him burn an entire city, his warning did not make Oberyn change his mind, but a few words from Ilaria made Prince Martell change his mind. Suddenly, feeling his human fortress start to move slightly, Cadmus looked at the Shadowbinder with a smile and, without any hesitation, kicked his head, making the mage faint a second time. Arianne, who was looking at Cadmus with interest, could not help but laugh at the scene. I apologize for my indelicate acts, but this man needs to take a beating for me to be satisfied. Cadmus looked at Arianne with a gentle smile and said with an amused and cheerful tone. Looking at the woman before him, he could not help but think that she was truly beautiful, especially those lips curved in a graceful smile. Don't worry, my dear lord. Arianne looked at Cadmus, ran her eyes over his handsome face, and focused on his lips that were completely capturing her attention. The man before her was something truly deadly and dangerous. If Arianne were an innocent and inexperienced maiden, the moment her eyes fell on him, she would fall in love with him with absolute certainty. Arianne mentally thanked this man's mother for bringing such a blessing to women into the world, while at the same time cursing how cruel the gods were for making someone so perfect and beautiful. Even with all her resistance to handsome men, Arianne supposed that if she spent some time with this charming and mysterious mage, her heart would be cruelly taken by him, and she would fall deeply in love with him. Call her futile, but she felt nothing wrong with loving beautiful things. Cadmus's lips twitched, feeling the increasingly hungry gaze of the woman before him. He felt like a piece of meat in her eyes. It was the first time he had felt such a burning and blatant look of desire. She simply did not hide anything, especially looking at her face, which was increasingly seductive and elegant. Damn, if I sleep with this woman, she's going to devour me. Although in a good way. Cadmus cursed mentally and looked away. Chapter 45, Capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Suddenly, hearing footsteps coming from afar, Cadmus's expression became serious again, especially seeing more and more people arriving. Just over an hour and a half later, about 10,000 people arrived, which was less than he expected. The city still had about 14,000 people, but there were only 10,000. 4,000 people simply did not come to the castle as he had previously requested. This made him frown, and he thought something had happened to the remaining 4,000. Cadmus operated in front of the crowd, causing fear and exclamations among the people around. After all, anyone would be scared by someone's sudden appearance. What happened? Didn't I say everyone should come to the castle? Why are there fewer people than expected? Cadmus asked in a calm tone, his green eyes focused on the middle-aged man who seemed to be considered the leader of this group. Faced with the gaze of the men who burned the entire city while riding a huge bird, the middle-aged man swallowed hard and said with a slightly trembling tone. Our group was divided into two groups, the other group simply refused to accept your orders. Cadmus's lips curved into a happy smile, he looked at the men and asked with a cheerful tone. May I ask who is leading this group? The Septon Dendel. Hearing the name, Cadmus's smile grew wider. Since they want to be alone, let them be, I hope they don't regret it later. Cadmus said with a laugh. He only burned the ghouls and zombies from the streets, it was quite likely that there were still some hidden in houses, wells, or any hole that he did not bother to burn carefully. As for feeling sorry for these people, sorry, Cadmus was not a saint. He could be a gentleman, but he knew that some people simply did not deserve help. He could imagine that all 4,000 people were faithful believers of the Seven and would not join a demon-worshipping heretic like him. Suddenly, Mitra, who was standing above the wall, moved her huge head and stared at the people in the place. A trace of pity shone in her blood-red eyes. However, the movement of the huge bird only caused even more fear and terror. No matter what Mitra had done, it was human nature to feel fear in the face of something they had no control over. Especially something so large. Incredible. Nymeria said with a tone full of admiration, seeing the gigantic black bird perched on the castle wall. It was huge, it looked like a monster in every sense of the word. It must be amazing to ride and fly in the sky. Tyene also had a look of wonder at the enormous creature. Not just the two of them, Oberyn, Ilaria, Ariane, and Obara were also shocked and full of admiration for the huge bird. Cadmus did not care about the fear people had of Mitra and spoke, his voice reaching every person present. Prince Oberyn Martell will be responsible for all of you until the royal army arrives to clean the city of the remaining ghouls and zombies. The mage did not wish to stay in the city any longer, he would arrive in King's Landing today, as he had a lot of work to do, especially finding a suitable location to place his magic tower in the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Honestly, no one was against it, although ghouls and zombies were scary, Cadmus was even scarier. These people saw him burning an entire city with blue flames, some even called him the demon of blue flames. Cadmus noticed this and scoffed, but he did not scoff at the people, but at himself. He arrived as quickly as possible and saved this city, what he received in return was fear, horror, and even more caution. As if he were going to kill everyone at any moment. I kind of understand Superman right now. People are ungrateful. Cadmus murmured with a calm and even cold look. Grabbing the Shadowbinder by the collar of his clothes, Cadmus looked at Oberyn and the others and nodded his head. After that, he simply operated, appearing above Mitra. The huge bird opened its magnificent wings and soared towards the sky. Ariane could not help but feel a pang in her heart seeing that Cadmus looked so lonely at that moment. She wanted to tell him to stay, but the words got stuck in her throat, as the huge bird had already taken off. Oberyn shook his head and felt a little of Cadmus's helplessness, being at the top was always lonely. Just as a commoner would be apprehensive in front of a noble, the same happened with Cadmus, no one could really be calm in front of him. He was practically a machine for killing and destroying a city, such power was simply too gigantic for people not to be afraid. Oberyn put those thoughts aside and looked at his eldest daughter. Obara, until the royal army arrives, recruit 500 men and patrol the city, we cannot allow chaos to spread further. Duskendale could not fall into chaos again, he could imagine that some people would start stealing, killing, and raping. This was human nature, especially after a long period of stress. It was common in war for soldiers to commit all kinds of barbarity after living through hell on the battlefield. Obara nodded her head and quickly went towards the 10,000 people. Meanwhile, Tyene and Nymeria helped their older sister, choosing the strongest and fittest for the job. We also have to get to King's Landing, I want to talk to my sister and help my nephew. Oberyn said, looking at his lover, Ilaria Sand. The rumors about the prince are increasingly widespread among the people, everyone knows that the prince is a sword swallower. Ilaria said in a calm tone. There was no contempt in her voice, it was quite common for women in Dorne to experiment with both sexes. However, this was not common among the other kingdoms. There are many people who want Prince Mikar as heir to the throne, this is already getting increasingly insane, maybe we will have a war of succession. Oberyn said with a heavy and solemn tone. He really had a headache about this. The king would not change the heir, especially with the civil war getting closer and closer. Balon Greyjoy has already taken the first step, and the others will follow. Ilaria said in a calm tone, her eyes were brighter than ever. I hope so. Oberyn did not think things would be that simple. Although the king had not changed the heir, any fool could see that he was more inclined towards Prince Mikar than Prince Aegon. But Oberyn felt that this was not without reason. He knew that his nephew did not train or even study seriously. How could someone like that be king? Especially at such a delicate moment. A mad king had already led to the near ruin of House Targaryen. A stupid king could really make House Targaryen perish. So, Oberyn could understand Rhaegar's indecision. Prince Martell decided that he would make Aegon a better prince, train with a sword, and study more deeply to be a good king. On the other side, Cadmus was flying on Mitra's back with the Shadowbinder still unconscious. Duskendale and King's Landing were close. He only needed to travel for 30 minutes with Mitra. Soon after, a city appeared before him. It was King's Landing, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms and the place where Aegon and his two sisters/wives first arrived in Westeros during the conquest. The city was large, with an approximate population of 500,000 people. The Red Keep, built on Aegon's Hill, was the seat of House Targaryen. It was a huge and red castle, just like the colors of House Targaryen. Mitra's arrival over the city caused exclamations and shocks among the population. Cadmus looked down and felt that he had arrived earlier than expected. The king has not yet arrived from Harrenhal. Cadmus murmured with a helpless look. He finished things in Duskendale faster than expected. The king had not even arrived in the capital. Looking at the panicked people, Cadmus was speechless and felt a headache. Asking Mitra to shrink and return to her normal size, the mage apparat, disappearing from the sky and causing widespread confusion in the city. Chapter 46, Capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Rhaegar, who was in the carriage with his entire family, looked at everyone present and felt like he was forgetting something. After glancing over his family and seeing that everyone was accounted for, he decided it wasn't anything important and ordered the entire procession to continue marching toward King's Landing as quickly as possible. It wasn't just House Targaryen that left in a hurry. House Stark and House Tyrell followed the king toward King's Landing as well. The rebellion of House Greyjoy was an extremely serious matter, potentially even the spark for a civil war. How could Eddard and Olenna stay away at a time like this? So, both followed the king to King's Landing. It is worth noting that Theon Greyjoy, Balon Greyjoy's only male descendant, was taken into custody the same day news of the Greyjoy rebellion spread. With Eddard Stark's help, the young man's life was saved, but the fate of being imprisoned could not be avoided. The tourney at Harrenhal, which should have been a joyful and perfect event, was a complete disaster. There was an assassination attempt, the House Greyjoy rebellion, and the attack on Duskendale. In Harrentown, Viserys woke up with a sleepy and confused expression. He looked around and saw two naked women, prostitutes he had paid for the night before. Scratching his head, he climbed out of bed and looked out the window. Seeing that the bustling city was gone, his expression grew even more bewildered. Never mind, let's go back to sleep, he muttered as he returned to bed, embracing the two warm, soft bodies once more. The poor prince, unaware that he had been forgotten, slept comfortably while holding two prostitutes. Back in the carriage, Daenerys looked at her mother and spoke in a surprised tone. Mother, you look better, even your skin is glowing. The princess wasn't lying, the queen's skin was bright and lustrous, as smooth as a baby's skin. This piqued the princess's curiosity, and she wondered if her mother had found something to improve her complexion. For any woman, this was a fatal attraction, even for young girls like Daenerys. Rhaenys, Marjorie, Lyanna, and Elia also looked at the dowager queen with curious gazes. Their eyes sparkled more than a man seeing a beautiful woman. The temptation of youth was more alluring to them than anything else. I underwent a magical procedure, and this was the result, Rhaella replied, her tone also carrying a hint of surprise. She felt as though she had rejuvenated by at least 5 years. Her skin had never been so smooth and soft in her life, which truly amazed her. Now she believed the stories that Shira Seastar bathed in blood to stay young. No woman could remain indifferent to something so beneficial. Furthermore, it was only a ritual to purify her body. If it had been an actual rejuvenation ritual, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. Rhaegar was also surprised by his mother's words and touched his own face, feeling that his skin also seemed softer and younger. He couldn't help but recall Cadmus's words, saying that Valyrians were semi-immortal while using blood magic. The king somewhat understood why old Valyria needed so many slaves. If this was possible with animal blood, he couldn't imagine the miracles that could happen with human blood. Suddenly, noticing his own thoughts, he couldn't help but shudder. That kind of thinking is dangerous, Rhaegar thought cautiously. The eyes of the 5 women sparkled. Even Aegon, who was listening intently, touched his own skin and couldn't help but think that magic wasn't so bad. At the same time, a thought occurred to him. Could he change someone's gender? This thought appeared in Aegon's mind and could no longer be extinguished. You're going to love it. Looking at the sparkling eyes of the 5 women and Aegon's strangely excited gaze, Rhaella said with a gentle smile, but that smile hid a touch of malice. The pain she had suffered, just as Rhaegar had, was quite agonizing. She wanted to see how they would react during the pain. Rhaegar also looked at them with a gentle smile. He wouldn't suffer alone, and the whole family would suffer together like a beautiful, united family. Unaware of Rhaella and Rhaegar's malicious thoughts, all the women seemed happy to receive the call for the magical procedure. Only Daenerys felt something was off with her mother's and brother's looks, but she brushed it off, thinking it was just her imagination. The procession moved forward quickly. Unfortunately, even with the King's Road, the entire journey took about 7 days. When Rhaegar returned to King's Landing, he noticed the city seemed quieter than usual. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly reached the Red Keep on Aegon's Hill and saw his Master of Whisperers, Jon Cunnington, waiting for him at the entrance. Jon was a man with red hair and a red beard, tall, strong, and handsome. He looked more like a knight than a member of the small council, who were generally not physically imposing. "My king," Jon greeted the king with a smile on his lips, choosing to ignore both queens by the king's side as if they didn't exist. Lyanna and Elia narrowed their eyes and exchanged a secret glance. They saw the anger in each other's eyes. However, they said nothing, knowing Rhaegar would be busy with the House Greyjoy rebellion. "Let's talk in the throne room." Rhaegar didn't even bathe, he went straight to the throne room. The entire Kingsguard followed the king, protecting him in a 5-pointed star formation. The other 2 Kingsguard stayed behind with their hands on their sword hilts. Above the steps, the Iron Throne rose like a monster of blackened, uncomfortable steel. Aegon I Targaryen had made the throne from the swords of defeated enemies and forged it so that whoever sat on it would feel uncomfortable. As if he wanted to remind his successors that being king was not easy. However, if Rhaegar were to stand before Aegon, he would have asked if there was something wrong with his head, for he and all the Targaryen kings after Aegon were not masochists like the first Targaryen king. Rhaegar sat uncomfortably on the throne and listened to Jon's report with an impassive expression. The entire court gathered in the throne room upon the king's arrival, including the members of the small council. "Your Grace, I took the liberty of summoning all the banners to King's Landing to speed things up," Jon spoke in a calm tone. Even though he wasn't the hand of the king, he held more authority than Rhaemon, as he had followed Rhaegar since they were both teenagers. Rhaegar nodded and showed a satisfied expression. Although it would have been a somewhat treacherous act if it were anyone else, he trusted Jon, the men who had always followed him. "So far, the traitor has not yet left Pike," Jon said in a solemn tone, and whispers echoed throughout the court. The Greyjoy rebellion had come abruptly, catching everyone by surprise. However, Greyjoy's movements were unusual. In the past, Balon would have already used his fleet to attack the coast of the north and the Reach, perhaps even the Westerlands. It seems he learned from his defeat last time. Raymond Darry, the hand of the king, spoke in a calm tone. "Which is terrible news for us. It only means he is more cautious and prepared than last time." Montford Valerian, the master of ships, spoke in a cold tone. Having lost 2 sons in Robert's rebellion, the men seemed colder than ever. The royal fleet must be prepared for any surprise attack. The waters must be guarded more strictly at this time. Rhaegar looked at his loyal master of ships and ordered him in a solemn tone. He didn't want to wake up and find that his city had been attacked by the pirates of the Iron Islands. "It is already being done, Your Grace." As an experienced warrior and general, Montford had already ordered the royal fleet to protect the surrounding waters and search for any trace of Iron Island pirates. Fortunately or unfortunately, nothing has been found. Rhaegar's entire small council was composed of experienced men who had fought in 2 rebellions and knew exactly how to conduct themselves during a revolt. One could say that everyone on the small council was an experienced general who had fought in 2 rebellions in less than 2 decades. Recalling something, Jon stepped forward and spoke in a solemn tone. He still perfectly remembered the massive bird that flew over the capital of the 7 kingdoms. "My king, I must report that a massive bird flew over King's Landing 7 days ago and magically disappeared the next moment." Rhaegar was not surprised by Cadmus's arrival riding the bird named Mitra, but he was surprised by how quickly Cadmus had resolved the situation in Duskendale. "Any news from Duskendale?" Rhaegar did not comment on the bird, to John's surprise, but John still replied in a calm tone. I sent 10,000 soldiers as your grace ordered in the raven sent from Harrenhal. John continued. From the messages I received from Duskendale, the city is already under control, and Lord Oberyn is assisting with the temporary administration of the city. It is impossible to count the total number of dead, but there are about 15,000 men, women, children, and elderly still alive in the city. When John finished speaking, silence hung in the air. 15,000 might seem like a lot, but Duskendale was an important city before the arrival of House Targaryen, and even if it wasn't at its peak, the city still boasted a considerable population. Knowing that so few people remained left everyone shocked. Rhaegar's face grew dark. Although he knew the number would be high, he didn't expect it to be so large. One could say that Duskendale was finished, such a small population could not sustain such a large city. However, Septon Dendel said that an evil mage burned the entire city with blue flames. He says the mage had no mercy for the people and burned them alive. He called the mage the Blue Flame Demon. John spoke in a strange and confused tone. It was no wonder he was confused, such a thing was complete nonsense. Who would believe that one person could cause so much destruction? John felt the Septon was mad. Rhaegar couldn't help but take a deep breath hearing John's words. He didn't care about the Septon's words, but he was completely shocked that Cadmus had actually managed to burn an entire city. The idea of marrying Cadmus to Daenerys grew stronger than ever. He would never allow such a dangerous person not to be completely allied with House Targaryen. Harrenhal is not enough, the entire Riverlands should be enough as Daenerys's dowry, Rhaegar whispered to himself in a calm tone. At that moment, even if Daenerys were against getting married, he would tie his sister up and throw her onto Cadmus's bed without any hesitation. Chapter 47, Capital of the Seven Kingdoms. When Rhaegar was about to ask more, he heard a loud sound similar to a sharp crack, and a figure appeared in the middle of the throne room. It was a young man in his 20s with black hair and dark green eyes. A beautiful bird sat on his shoulder, looking proudly at everyone. Curiously, he was holding a man in black robes by the collar. Cadmus didn't mind being the center of attention and walked forward under the curious, shocked, and confused gazes of everyone present. My king, I have completed the mission in Duskendale. I burned the entire army of ghouls and zombies, Cadmus spoke, looking at Rhaegar seated on the Iron Throne with a touch of curiosity. He had to admit that, although it didn't look comfortable, the throne was truly imposing, making anyone who saw it feel frightened and small before the aberration of blackened and twisted steel. Tossing the Shadowbinder onto the floor like a piece of trash, Cadmus spoke in a calm tone. The culprit is this man, a Shadowbinder from Ashai. He killed Renford Ricker and all members of House Ricker, as well as all 1,000 city guards. Rhaegar's eyes grew terribly cold at Cadmus's words. He looked at the unconscious man with a murderous gaze. At the same time, he feared this power more than ever. For one man to be capable of so many murders was insane. He asked himself how the continent of Essos remained in order with so many mages and other mystical things. Looking at his court, Rhaegar noticed that everyone who hadn't been at Harrenhal was staring at Cadmus with curiosity and confusion. This is Cadmus Peverell, Lord of Harrenhal and the court mage. He will be responsible for the court's magical affairs. Rhaegar introduced Cadmus to the entire court. At this point, there was no turning back. Once the Faith and the Order of Maesters learned of this, there would be even more chaos. Cadmus couldn't help but be surprised by Rhaegar's introduction. He thought it would take some time for the king to present him, but it seemed that with so much happening, the king no longer cared about the repercussions. Many men frowned upon hearing the king's introduction. Aside from the title of court mage, the title of Lord of Harrenhal was simply insane in their eyes, especially for a mage. A mage had just created an army of ghouls and zombies, and the king was welcoming one into the court. There were many who followed the faith of the Seven. They looked at Cadmus with gazes full of disgust and anger. As if anticipating the words of the lords present, Rhaegar spoke in a calm yet powerful and regal tone. I am not informing you, I am telling you that Lord Peverell is part of the small council. The words that were about to leave these men's mouths could no longer be uttered. They looked at the king in disbelief, but faced with his cold and deep gaze, they chose to hold their tongues and did not dare to cross him. Cadmus looked at these men with a cold stare. Aside from the members of the small council, the rest were ladies and lords living in King's Landing, leeches who had no real power and lived at court simply to flaunt their noble status. Lord Peverell, did you extract any important information from this Shadowbinder? Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Rhaegar looked back at Cadmus and asked in a deep tone. Cadmus didn't answer immediately. He kicked the Shadowbinder, waking the mage instantly. He is under the effect of a truth serum. He will answer anything the king asks without hesitation. He lied. The Shadowbinder was not under the effect of any potion, but he would not reveal the 3 unforgivable curses to outsiders. That knowledge belonged to him and no one else. After all, it would only cause unnecessary chaos. Rieger's eyes lit up at Cadmus's words. He truly wanted a few vials of that potion. However, he set those thoughts aside and looked at the Shadowbinder, whose features were hidden by black robes and a hood, with only his eyes visible. "Are you and Balon Greyjoy working together?" Rieger asked in a cold, deep tone. "Yes," the Shadowbinder replied without any hesitation. Under the Imperious Curse, he had received orders from Cadmus to answer any question from the Targaryen king. Whispers echoed in the throne room. Everyone looked at the Shadowbinder with incredulity and at Cadmus with genuine fear. "Why?" Rieger couldn't help but ask, confused. Whether it was House Greyjoy or the Iron Islands, both were poor in resources, people, and money. How could such a powerful mage ally himself with Balon? "That stupid mortal has a finger of a true god, the drowned god. He traded that finger for me to cause chaos in the Crownlands. Since the Targaryens are weak without blood magic, fire, and especially without dragons, I accepted without hesitation." The Shadowbinder's words made Rieger's face turn livid with rage. Clenching his fists tightly, Rieger controlled the urge to cut off the Shadowbinder's head. He had never felt such humiliation in his life as he did at this moment, being called weak in front of his entire court. Cadmus didn't seem surprised by the Shadowbinder's words, though he had also been surprised when he first heard that Balon actually had a sacred relic in his vaults. Cadmus had already interrogated the Shadowbinder, so he already knew about the sacred relic. However, the Shadowbinder's words made many eyes widen, not because of the disrespectful words toward the king, but because of the news that House Greyjoy actually possessed a sacred relic. One of the reasons the faith of the Seven was so powerful was that they held sacred relic of saints from the Undul heroes. These relics gave extraordinary power to those who held them. Everyone wanted that kind of power, but no one imagined that poor House Greyjoy had such a powerful item. They also never imagined that Balon would actually use something so precious as payment. Rieger smiled sarcastically, knowing why the Shadowbinder hadn't simply stolen the sacred relic and preferred to make a deal instead. "It seems Balon is truly prepared," Rieger said in a cold tone. He smiled and looked at everyone present. "John, from this moment on, the city is under martial law. Everyone entering must be interrogated and searched. No carriage may enter without being inspected. Raymond, prepare the logistics. House Tyrell will assist with food during this war. Montford, I want you to lead part of the royal fleet to attack the Iron Islands. I don't want Balon getting too comfortable. The rest of the royal fleet must join the Red Wine fleet and protect the entire coast from any suspicious vessels." Rieger began giving orders with speed and efficiency. He had already fought and commanded in 2 rebellions and was no novice. "Cadmus, what shall we do with this Shadowbinder?" Rieger asked for Cadmus's advice regarding the Shadowbinder, who hadn't even moved. He seemed strangely happy and at peace to the king. "We can use him like a dog. I know how to train a dog well," Cadmus said with a cold smile on his lips. "He will obey my orders without hesitation, even if I ask him to kill himself before the king." Cadmus's words sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, including Rieger. However, the king looked at the Shadowbinder with a glint in his eye. This was no novice mage, but a truly experienced and powerful one who had killed thousands personally and tens of thousands indirectly. He was an extremely potent weapon. "I will leave that matter to you, my dear lord." Rieger gave all the power to Cadmus. He treated Cadmus with respect and even spoke to him as an equal, rather than the tone he used for his vassals and subordinates. After all, Cadmus had destroyed an army of tens of thousands of monsters. If Rieger were to treat Cadmus as a subordinate after learning that fact, he would be a fool. He knew better than anyone that if Cadmus wanted to, he could have taken King's Landing easily. Cadmus nodded and smiled at the Shadowbinder. "My king, let me know when the materials for the ritual are ready so I can begin the next session," Cadmus spoke in a calm tone while grabbing the Shadowbinder by the collar. He had to perform the ritual on more members of House Targaryen. Rieger nodded and did not forget that fact. His family was still poisoned, and he needed more animal blood for the ritual. Cadmus didn't linger and operated away before the still shocked and fear-filled eyes of the entire court of King's Landing. The mage knew it wouldn't be long before everyone knew of his existence and his deeds. Chapter 48, The City of Conspiracies. In a mere 2 days, just as Cadmus had expected, rumors about him and what had happened at Duskendale spread like wildfire across a prairie. His healing potions during the tourney at Harrenhal had helped, and most of the nobles on the continent already knew his name and his power. At the same time, the burning of Duskendale shocked the entire country, which was no surprise. An entire city had been nearly destroyed, and its population had almost completely vanished. This was no ordinary news, and the people were truly terrified. Rieger seized the opportunity to speak about the Shadowbinder and Balon. If the Greyjoys' reputation had been bad before, they were now demons in the eyes of the people. Although the rumors had impacted Cadmus's reputation, since he had burned the entire army of zombies and ghouls along with a good portion of the city, people still felt a sense of admiration for the court mage, who strangely brought a feeling of security. But it wasn't all sunshine and roses. The faith of the Seven reacted violently to Cadmus's arrival at the court of King's Landing. Like any religion, they detested anything related to magic, mysticism, or the supernatural. Cadmus was no exception. He was painted by the faith of the Seven as a human who had sold his soul to demons to obtain such great power. Tension in King's Landing grew gradually, and everyone could feel that something was about to happen, and it wasn't anything good. Having lived through 2 rebellions, the people were quite sensitive to anything that might cause death. Balon's second rebellion, the burning of Duskendale, and the conflict between the crown and the faith, all of this made people cautious, especially the nobles, who could smell war drawing closer and closer. Cadmus frowned as he looked at several potion vials before him. The potions were red, but in his eyes, they were complete failures. He had planned to create a resistance potion capable of turning into a mist to cover a specific area, but the potion had failed entirely. Suddenly, sensing one of the 7 magical items he had created activate, his expression changed drastically. In an instant, he apparat. When Cadmus felt the ground beneath him again, he found himself in a luxurious bedroom. He saw the Dowager Queen in her nightgown, surrounded by 3 women, with 2 bodies on the floor. 2 of the 3 women held crossbows, the weapons that had triggered the Protego charm. Cadmus didn't wait and acted quickly. Petrificus Totalis. The spell was cast in an instant. The 3 women, dressed as servants, could no longer move. Only their eyes shifted, showing panic and horror. Cadmus approached and saw that the Dowager Queen was safe, with the Protego shield protecting her from all sides. However, he noticed the Queen's hands were stained with blood, especially the dagger she held. Looking at the female corpses on the floor with their throats slit, Cadmus knew that Riella had killed 2 of the 5 assassins herself. "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Cadmus asked in a calm tone, his eyes scanning the room for anything else that might pose a danger. Riella, seeing Cadmus's arrival, sighed in relief and dropped the blood-stained dagger. Looking at the 3 women who couldn't move, her eyes reflected a flame of pure rage, fear, and even more anger. If it hadn't been for the bracelet she had received from Rieger, she would be dead. Picking up the dagger that had fallen to the floor, Riella approached the 3 women. Just as she was about to kill them all, a hand gripped her shoulder. The Queen looked back, confused and incredulous. "They are more useful alive than dead," Cadmus said with a malicious smile. Though confused, Riella trusted Cadmus. "What do you want to do with them?" she asked, looking coldly at the 3 women. While she was bathing, Queen Alicent Targaryen suffered an assassination attempt by women of the faith of the 7. "Doesn't this seem similar?" Cadmus said with a smile, looking at the 3 women with a playful and malicious gaze. Riella was surprised and looked deeply at the 3 women still alive, then, she mirrored the same malicious smile Cadmus wore. She understood what Cadmus wanted to do and completely abandoned the idea of killing the 3 women. "Let's put on a show for everyone to see. Let them see how insane the faith is and what they are prepared to do if something threatens their hegemony," Cadmus whispered to the Queen as he planned to stage a grand spectacle for King's Landing. The faith of the 7 had attacked him, and he planned to strike back by undermining the very foundation of the faith, the people. When people see that the church is not as pure, holy, and sacred as they imagine, they will lose much of their reverence and respect. "What do I need to do?" Riella asked in a calm, deep tone. She could imagine that this assassination was indeed the fault of the faith of the 7. She had killed all servants, regardless of gender, who had ties to the faith. In her eyes, they were all spies, equally guilty of the deaths of her sons and daughters. The death of over 40 servants could not be hidden, no matter how well Rieger controlled the castle. People began to notice the missing staff and their disappearances, especially since all these servants were involved with the faith of the 7. It wasn't hard to see that House Targaryen was purging the faith spies in retaliation for the church's accusations. The Queen is going to be assassinated again, but this time, before the eyes of the people of King's Landing. Let them see how filthy and human the church they believe in truly is, Cadmus continued, smiling. While this might not cause much damage to the church as a whole, at least in King's Landing, the faith of the 7 will lose a great deal of power. Cadmus knew his show couldn't impact the entire church. After all, this wasn't a modern world where information circulates rapidly. If it were, Cadmus could use a camera and broadcast it across the realm, practically destroying the church's prestige in one fell swoop. Riella nodded, not minding being used as bait. She would risk even more to make the church pay for the deaths of her children. Looking back at the three women, Riella smiled and said in a calm tone, "Your lives will be sacrificed in a beautiful spectacle. I hope you enjoy it when you are burned in the hellfire you believe exists." The women were terrified but could do nothing but move their eyes. Beyond horror, there was rage, fury, and resentment. They wanted to curse, to let all their resentment pour from their lips, but they couldn't. Cadmus smiled and knocked all three women unconscious. "Your Grace must speak with the king. I will be busy for a while." "I will speak with Rieger as soon as possible. He should be excited to drive the faith of the seven out of King's Landing," Riella said as she sat on the bed, a hint of exhaustion in her voice. Fighting 5 women and killing 2 had truly drained her stamina. Cadmus nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the entire room became clean, with no sign that a battle had taken place. After that, he took the 2 corpses and stored them in his bag. "No rumors must leave this room," Cadmus warned in a solemn tone. If others knew the Dowager Queen had suffered an assassination attempt, the show wouldn't work, and the entire conspiracy would vanish before it even began. Riella knew this and, instead of leaving the room, she simply stayed and went to bed. Although she couldn't sleep, the scene of the assassination repeated in her mind over and over. It wasn't her first time killing, she had killed a dozen people personally and indirectly more than 40. She was reliving the moment to learn from her mistakes and felt she was still a complete amateur when it came to fighting. She could kill people who were bound and chained, but in a fight, it was completely different. If the assassins hadn't been women as inexperienced as she was, and if she hadn't had the magical bracelet, she would now be on the floor with an arrow through her heart. Seeing the queen in that state, Cadmus shook his head and said nothing. He apparat himself and the 3 women, leaving the Dowager Queen's room. Chapter 49, The City of Conspiracies. Jun. A furious roar erupted from Rieger's mouth as he glared at the downcast master of whisperers. Five damn assassins, not 1, but 5. How did you miss something like this? Rieger was furious, to say the least. His mother had suffered an assassination attempt in his own home, and there was nothing that could make him angrier than that. His home, which was supposed to be a safe haven, had nearly become his mother's coffin. If it weren't for the magic bracelet, he would be holding a wake for his own mother. John Cunnington, the master of whisperers, cringed at Rieger's furious voice. Honestly, he felt wronged. He had already conducted an incessant search of the Red Keep, especially given the Dowager Queen's more than 40 assassinations, but even so, it was impossible to uncover every spy or those deeply involved with the faith of the Seven. "I'll give you one day," Rieger spoke in a terrifyingly cold and chilling tone. "Everyone with even the slightest connection to the faith of the Seven must disappear. I don't care about the method, I only want results. If you can't do this, you don't need to return to the small council." John felt a chill run down his spine. Rieger was truly enraged at that moment. Of that, he had no doubt. When the king is furious, his subjects should be terrified. "I will not fail, Your Grace," John promised in a firm and calm tone, though the sweat trickling down his face showed just how nervous he was feeling at that moment. Seeing Rieger remain silent despite his words, John knew he should leave and did so, closing the door carefully so as not to disturb the king's thoughts. Rieger paid no mind to John's departure and looked at Raymond with his cold purple eyes. The hand of the king, feeling the king's cold gaze, straightened up and spoke in a calm tone. "War preparations are going well. I predict that in a week we will be ready to march to the Trident." Logistics was a time-consuming process. A war could not begin until the logistics were ready to meet the army's needs. If there were any error in logistics, the army would have to stop halfway and wait for supplies to arrive before they could continue their march. 1 week was already the best he could do. It was an army of 40,000 men and horses, not a small force. Not to mention the House Targaryen army, he couldn't imagine how good House Tyrell's logistics must be to have nearly 100,000 soldiers marching as quickly as House Targaryen's army. Rieger's cold expression relaxed slightly at Raymond's words, at least some good news amidst the terrible news. "You heard my mother talking about the show she and Cadmus are preparing. Give them your full support. I want the head of the Red Archbishop of King's Landing rolling down the steps of the Great September of Baelor. Note, there aren't many ranks in the faith of the Seven, only Septons and the highest position, the High Septon. So, I had to divide it into Red Archbishop, White Bishop, and Grey Priest. There are others like Holy Brothers and Sisters, the lowest rank, and the Silent Sisters, responsible for funeral matters and rites for the dead. as well as the faith militant. Raymond couldn't help but take a deep breath at the king's words. If the archbishop's head rolled down the steps of the Great September of Baylor, it would be an irreversible declaration of war. The crown would truly go to war with the faith. However, before the king's cold and determined eyes, no counsel escaped his lips. He understood there was no longer a path to peace, not when those responsible for the deaths of hundreds of House Targaryen children, babies, and women were tied to the faith of the Seven. The attempted assassination of the Dowager Queen only accelerated the process. "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will assist the Queen and the Lord Mage in preparing their show," Raymond said solemnly. "I will begin creating every possible atrocity to tarnish the image of the faith of the Seven." While the king wasn't actually as influential in people's minds as the gods, one should not underestimate the respect they held for their rulers. A king needed only a single thought to plunge the entire continent into chaos, just as Rhaegar was doing at this very moment. Rhaegar nodded with a satisfied expression on his face. Since he had decided to start a war with the faith of the Seven, he had to see it through to the end. He would not back down as Jaehaerys had, who even with dragons allowed the faith of the Seven to continue existing. In his room, Cadmus looked at the three naked women before him with a satisfied expression. Since he had decided to put on a beautiful show, he would do it in an exemplary fashion. Why not go overboard and throw even more mud on something that was already filthy? Seeing demonic tattoos snaking across the skin of the three women, Cadmus laughed, feeling no psychological weight in doing such a thing. Only an idealistic fool would feel pity for their enemies. As Cadmus was about to continue, he heard a knock at his door and smiled. He didn't even need to look to guess who was on the other side. Only Daenerys had such a massive, dormant magic within her body. With a wave of his hand, the door opened on its own and Daenerys appeared, dressed in beautiful black, a smile on her lips. However, her smile faltered upon seeing the three naked women before Cadmus. "Come in, princess." Cadmus looked at Daenerys with a provocative gaze and explained nothing, simply extending his hand toward her as if inviting her to do something devilish. Seeing his provocative look, Daenerys puffed out her cheeks adorably and didn't hesitate to enter the room alone, without any king's guard behind her. Daenerys first looked around the room with some curiosity. It was the first time she had entered a man's room alone, and she felt strangely excited. There was a massive iron cauldron, and glass vials of different sizes and shapes that she hadn't even imagined existed. Beside the impeccably made bed, there was a wooden log where, on one of the branches, a beautiful black bird could be seen perched with its eyes closed. She knew this bird could grow to a simply enormous size, like a small hill. Who are these women? Daenerys finally looked at the three naked women before Cadmus. They had strange and frightening tattoos on their skin, which made her slightly uncomfortable. Cadmus looked into Daenerys's beautiful lilac eyes and explained everything in a calm tone, the assassination attempt on his mother, the conspiracy, and finally the expected outcome of the plot. Daenerys's eyes widened in complete shock, followed by anger and fury. If there was anyone she loved in this world, it was Rhaella. Knowing that the most important person to her had almost died made her furious. "I'm going to kill those filthy bastards," Daenerys said, her voice full of rage. She wished she had Cadmus's power to burn everyone who dared try to take her mother's life. "Don't worry, you have an important role in the show," Cadmus said mysteriously. Since he wanted to destroy the reputation of the faith of the Seven, he needed an equally divine figure to make the people worship House Targaryen even more. What better way than to bring back the dragons after more than 150 years? For this, Daenerys was more than important, for she was a woman, a beautiful woman and quite suitable to be sanctified. With the Red Faith arriving in Westeros, Daenerys would become the perfect public figure to clash with the faith of the Seven. Me. Daenerys pointed to herself, unable to imagine any reason why she was essential to this conspiracy. Cadmus smiled and explained everything with a very amused look, especially seeing her shocked, excited, and happy expression at his words. Dragons. Daenerys practically jumped for joy, her cheeks flushed with the sheer emotion she was feeling at that moment. She didn't know about other Targaryens, but dragons had always been a recurring dream for her, so the idea that she would have dragons and be the reason they were born after 150 years was simply wonderful in her eyes. Looking at Cadmus, Daenerys practically jumped into his arms and looked at him with admiration. Rising on her tiptoes, she kissed his cheek and said happily, "I'm so happy, Cadmus." The girl didn't even call Cadmus Lord Peveril, as she usually did, showing just how excited she was at that moment. "My princess is greedy," Cadmus said with a laugh as he wrapped both arms around her slender waist. He looked at the girl in his arms and said mischievously, "But I am a greedy mage, and I don't want just a simple kiss on the cheek as a reward." Daenerys's cheeks practically flushed with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but glare at Cadmus. Though in Cadmus's eyes, her gaze was anything but threatening, like a rabbit looking angrily at a predator. However, to Cadmus's surprise, Daenerys actually leaned in and stole a chaste kiss on his lips. Cadmus expected anything but a kiss at that moment. He had originally intended to tease her, but unexpectedly, the girl had more courage than he thought. Seeing his stunned expression, Daenerys looked at Cadmus with pride. "Don't underestimate the courage of a greedy princess like me." Cadmus smiled and looked at Daenerys with a provocative gaze, deciding to show this inexperienced girl what a real kiss was, even if it was still a chaste one. Daenerys's eyes widened, but she soon loved what she was feeling and gave herself to the kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck. "My brother is going to kill me," she thought as she closed her eyes. Daenerys didn't know that Rhaegar would be happy. He even wanted to marry her to Cadmus as soon as possible. Chapter 50, The City of Conspiracies. Tywin looked at the message that had arrived by Raven and couldn't help but sink into deep thought. What had happened at Duskendale was meticulously written on the paper, with every possible detail, so much so that even Cadmus would have been surprised. Raising his head and looking at his foolish son, Tywin asked in a deep, solemn tone, "You saw him? What is this court mage like?" "I didn't get very close to him, but he seemed like a nice person, always smiling and talking pleasantly with people." It's truly hard to associate someone so thin with such a powerful being, Jaime thought for a moment and replied in a calm tone. "Lion cubs are also adorable, but they have fangs. Something seemingly harmless can be a terrifying predator," Tywin said coldly, looking at Jaime with a touch of disappointment in his voice. He couldn't believe someone so stupid had come from his loins. He had thought that after his time in King's Landing, Jaime would have matured, but instead of focusing on important matters as his heir, the boy spent his life on feudal tournaments and women. He hadn't even married over the years. Honestly, he felt a deep envy of Aerys for having a son like Rhaegar. The man had secured a good son while he had a stupid prototype of a knight with honor and skill. If it were for any other noble house, perhaps it would be enough, but this was House Lannister, and they were surrounded by enemies. So, to say that Jaime was a disappointment, Tywin wasn't really lying. The man genuinely felt a profound disappointment in Jaime. "Look at you, all calm." Seeing his son's calm expression, Tywin couldn't help but speak with a touch of sarcasm, something he detested doing. Sarcasm was something he had always believed to be futile and unimportant. "Do you know what it means to have such a powerful man by the king's side? Do you have any idea that we will die if he becomes furious and attacks us? We have no defenses, no resources, and not enough soldiers to fight against this magical aberration," Tywin said, his voice tinged with anger. Jaime's calm expression was truly irritating him. "I know, but showing fear or panic won't help anything," Jaime said in a calm tone, but there was a deep exhaustion in his gaze. Being the son of the crown's greatest enemy was stressful and profoundly dangerous, especially with such a powerful mage in the court of King's Landing. However, to Jaime's surprise, Tywin pulled out an object and tossed it to him. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Jaime took a deep breath, his eyes widening. The chain was gold, and the medallion looked like a small box made of gold and glass. An eye could be seen resting on the red upholstery inside the small gold box. "The Eye of Lon the Clever, our ancestor," Tywin said in a calm tone. "It will give you the power of 1,000 men, as well as the ability to influence people through your voice. Remember, use it only 3 times a day, any more than that, and you will pay a terrible price." "And if I use it more than 3 times?" Jaime couldn't help but ask curiously as he looked at the holy relic before him. Tywin looked at Jaime as if he were looking at an idiot, but still replied in a calm tone. "The eye will devour your body starting from your own eye, and then it will gradually control your body until you become its slave." Jaime felt a chill run down his spine at this information. He felt that the holy relic was not as holy as many claimed. It seemed more like a cursed object than anything sacred. "From this moment on, you will be on watch at all times. If the mage attacks, kill him." Tywin looked at his son and spoke in a solemn, cold tone. "I know, father," Jaime nodded and replied in an equally solemn tone. He knew that the entire security of House Lannister now rested on his shoulders. "Go. Seeing your stupid face for too long tires me," Tywin gave the order to leave without any hesitation. The men picked up a quill and began writing a letter, not just to Hoster Tully, but also to Jon Arryn and Robert Baratheon. Westeros had to return to how it was before, to the time before Aegon's arrival. Even if Jaime couldn't fight the mage, Tywin wouldn't die without setting this continent on fire. At the same time, he was already discreetly planning to send some descendants to Essos. One should never put all their eggs in one basket. Cadmus didn't know he had terrified the old lion. At that moment, he was holding a book, reading. However, he couldn't keep reading for long, as a certain girl was lying on his bed, watching him with a bright gaze. "Is there something on my face?" Cadmus asked, looking at Daenerys, who was practically using his room as if it were her own. Still lying on his bed, with no intention of leaving, Daenerys laughed at his expression and spoke adorably. "I thought you looked handsome, all focused while reading. Can't I look?" Obviously, nothing had happened between them besides the kiss, but Daenerys had become quite open toward Cadmus. Hearing her words, Cadmus stroked his clean-shaven chin and said with a smile, "You gave me a good idea for making money." He continued, "I'll start charging every time a woman stares at me. I'll be rich." Daenerys rolled her eyes, seeing Cadmus's narcissism for the first time, though she found it adorable. Resting her chin between her palms, she said in an amused tone, "If you pose naked for the ladies who like to paint, you really will make a lot of money. I am the worthy lord of Harrenhal. How could I submit to that?" Cadmus rolled his eyes and looked at Daenerys with a smile. "If you want to paint me naked, just ask, I'll reluctantly accept." This time it was Daenerys's turn to roll her eyes and laugh, but she didn't think the idea was entirely bad. As a princess, she had a lot of free time, so she also painted. The idea of painting Cadmus naked was quite tempting in her eyes. Cadmus remembered something and asked with a smile, "Speaking of Harrenhal, I still haven't made my House Peveril coat of arms. Want to help me?" Daenerys's eyes lit up at Cadmus's words. "Do you have something in mind?" she asked, getting up from the bed, her black dress a bit messy but still equally impressive on her. On a green field, a phoenix with spread wings holding a wand and a book. The motto would be something like, "Magic, Knowledge, and Power," Cadmus said in a somewhat uncertain tone. There were so many options that it was truly hard to choose a suitable coat of arms. He was undecided between a phoenix and the Deathly Hallows, but he still chose the phoenix. Note, honestly, I'm terrible at using ChatGPT or any other AI to create an image. It never works out when I do it. If anyone has some free time, send the image in the comments, and if I find it suitable, I'll give credit to whichever one I choose. Although the Deathly Hallows were interesting, they didn't convey as much majesty as a phoenix, which literally existed by his side. Daenerys nodded and looked at Cadmus with glowing eyes, speaking in a voice full of confidence. "Don't worry, I will paint the best heraldry this continent has ever seen." "I believe you, princess," Cadmus laughed and spoke in an amused tone. Since Daenerys seemed interested in doing this for him, he wouldn't refuse. Suddenly, someone knocked on the bedroom door, startling Daenerys. She showed a look of panic and quickly hid under the dark oak desk. Cadmus rolled his eyes but didn't stop her from hiding. With a flick of his wrist, the door opened, revealing the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Gerald Hightower. The old Kingsguard looked around the room for a moment and then at Cadmus. "Lord Mage, His Grace asked me to inform you that all preparations for the show are ready," Gerald spoke in a solemn and helpless tone. As a member of House Hightower, having grown up under the eyes of the faith of the Seven in Old Town, what was about to happen truly put his loyalty to the test. On one side was his faith, on the other were his duty and his oath. Any man would be torn between those two things, and Gerald was no different. "Thank you, Lord Commander," Cadmus thanked him with a smile. He looked at the old Kingsguard, and his smile widened. "Don't feel pressured, Lord Commander. You know better than anyone how evil this is. They are monsters in human skin," Cadmus said in a gentle tone. He could see that the Kingsguard was filled with complex emotions. "I know, but it's still hard to break old habits," Gerald sighed and spoke in a calm yet complex tone. After learning what the faith of the Seven had done to House Targaryen, he had lost all respect, reverence, and devotion. Thinking of the Dowager Queen's expression of pain, the Lord Commander looked at Cadmus with a complex gaze and left, his back slightly hunched. Daenerys's head popped up from above the desk, watching the Kingsguard disappear down the hallway. Placing her hand on her chest, she let out a sigh of relief. "That was close," she said, her voice still nervous. Although she knew Gerald didn't spread rumors, her brother would find out, and she would be in real trouble. "Go back to your room, my lovely princess. I have to put on a beautiful show for King's Landing to witness," Cadmus said with a smile, looking at Daenerys with a provocative gaze. Huffing coldly, the princess walked toward the exit, but before leaving, she looked back and winked, making Cadmus roll his eyes. "Let's start the show," he murmured, looking out the window at the city below. Chapter 51, The City of Conspiracies. According to the show prepared by Cadmus and Riella, both the Queen herself and Daenerys had to improve their public image as much as possible. In this world, where the monarchy and nobility were held in high regard due to fear and reverence, the mere fact that such important figures were helping commoners was enough to make Riella and Daenerys appear like saints. That was exactly what Cadmus did. Riella and Daenerys spent entire days helping people, giving food and blankets to the poorest in King's Landing. These people, who spent their days in poverty and misery, where many stole just for food, were extremely grateful, to say the least. Coupled with the extraordinary beauty of mother and daughter, the images of both women became even more sacred and gentle in the eyes of the people. Humans were creatures who loved to see beautiful things. Everyone knew that the Dowager Queen and Princess Daenerys were helping the people, providing food and blankets. Eat slowly, no one is going to steal your food. Looking at the brother and sister before her, who were devouring the food desperately, Daenerys showed a look of pity and spoke in a warm, gentle tone. At first, it was because of the conspiracy. However, the more she helped these people, the more she saw how hard their lives were. Especially children and teenagers without parental protection, they, in particular, lacked the skills to survive in society. Without any skills or even opportunities, these children and teenagers had only one fate: to become thieves or live on the streets begging for alms. It was a vicious, cruel cycle that no child should ever have to go through. The little girl, who was eating desperately, couldn't help but feel ashamed. She raised her head and looked at the angel before her with a gaze mixed with embarrassment, inferiority, and a touch of fear. The boy beside her, who was obviously the older brother, also looked at Daenerys with the same feelings. Neither the boy nor the girl had ever seen such a beautiful person in their lives. They weren't happy to be talking to her, they only felt shame and fear. Perhaps noticing that her mere presence caused them fear, Daenerys realized how cruel the status she took pride in could be. In the eyes of these children, she was likely considered a superior being they didn't even have the confidence to speak with. This only made her realize the massive status gap between nobles and commoners. "Mother, these people are so pitiful, they treat us like gods," Daenerys whispered to her mother, who was beside her. About 100 soldiers in red armor protected the entire perimeter to maintain order. The soldiers made the commoners gather in a double line while pushing away anyone who started to fight or argue. Riella, who had just given 2 blankets to 2 beggars, looked at her daughter with a gentle gaze. She could see that Daenerys had matured a lot in these 2 days. The girl who before saw only the beauty of the world now realized that this was the real world, not the bubble she had always lived in, comfortable and ignorant of the dangers. The Dowager Queen thought this was a very good lesson for Daenerys. The world wasn't just roses and love, it was cruel and cold, especially for those without noble status. "We human beings are selfish creatures," Daenerys, Riella murmured to her daughter, looking at these people with a touch of pity, but with a calm gaze that made Daenerys feel a chill. "Change means trouble, death, and danger," Riella continued. "That's why many nobles never want to change. They are comfortable as they are, so why would they help the commoners be better and threaten their own status? Remember, Dany," Riella looked at Daenerys firmly. "Don't try to change anything without power, for it will do more harm than good." Daenerys had to admit, her mother's words truly impacted her mind. The nobles didn't want the commoners to become more than they were born to be. The misery of these people only made the system more solid. Generation after generation, for over 8,000 years, humanity had been stagnant in this unchanging and eternal wheel. For the first time in her life, Daenerys wanted to break this wheel and make this society, stagnant in time, move forward once again. This desire was like a small flame burning fiercely in her chest, threatening to burst out at any moment. Cadmus, who was in the Red Keep, couldn't help but smile as he saw an almost invisible red aura appear in a part of the city. It was like a column of red mist slowly rising to the sky. The fire inside Daenerys had been dormant for a reason. She hadn't really suffered a traumatic event or had the determination to light the flames within her. But at this moment, the first step had been taken. The massive amount of fire magic within her began to awaken, and when it truly burned like an unquenchable flame, Daenerys would become a fire witch incomparable to all other fire mages in this world. Honestly, Cadmus was full of curiosity about the Morgana he had chosen. Would the woman be content with being just a princess? With power, people change. He himself was an example of that. He hadn't even killed a chicken in his past life, let alone a human. In this world, he had already killed and had the blood of hundreds of humans on his hands. If he were on Earth, he would be an extremely famous and cruel serial killer. The reason for the change was simple and quite logical. When you have power and lose the fear of punishment from the law, you realize that the world is quite simple. As they say, laws are a necessary leash for humanity to prosper, but when those laws disappear, humanity becomes a monster. It was normal, humans were ugly and imperfect beings, and this flaw was what made them human. If humanity were perfect, they wouldn't be human but angels without free will, living according to God's desires. Did Cadmus find the change bad? No. He loved changing the world. Breaking people's concepts of the world was something he greatly appreciated. Otherwise, life wouldn't be so interesting. Since the change has begun, let's start the show, Cadmus murmured as he looked at the three women before him. The women wore normal septa clothing, a white tunic with the colorful seven-pointed star crest embroidered on the chest. The women, who were under the influence of the Imperious curse, nodded their heads while showing serene and tranquil smiles on their faces. Even though they were about to do something they had sworn never to do, the Imperious curse simply didn't care. Cadmus brought the three women to the location where Riella and Daenerys were, while sending a message to the Dowager Queen and the princess. Daenerys and Riella heard Cadmus's voice in their ears and instinctively looked to the side, but saw nothing. Knowing that Cadmus was near and the conspiracy was about to begin, both women began to act with even more kindness. Suddenly, three women wearing clerical clothing approached. The commoners saw nothing wrong with this, they simply assumed the queen and princess needed help again. After all, looking at the long line, it was quite normal for them to need assistance. The little girl Daenerys had given food to looked at the septas with a confused gaze, but soon saw that beneath their long, loose sleeves, the tip of a bolt could be seen. Although she was young, she knew about weapons and the danger they represented. Seeing the septa walking toward the two beautiful women who had helped them over these 2 days, the girl couldn't help but panic and pointed frantically to her older brother. The boy followed the direction his sister was pointing and saw the same thing. Without any hesitation, the boy ran toward Riella and Daenerys, but instead of colliding with the assassin, he looked at the Kingsguard knight wearing gleaming white armor and shouted at the top of his lungs. "They're carrying crossbows." The teenager's sharp cry made the world stop for a moment before chaos truly erupted. "Die, you incestuous freak!" Knowing she had been discovered, the woman screamed loudly and pointed the crossbow toward Daenerys, not hesitating to pull the trigger, firing the bolt. The other two women were slower and drew their own crossbows. Gerald, who was already on alert when the boy shouted, used his sword to deflect the assassin's bolt and charged forward like a furious bull. "Assassins! Protect the Dowager Queen and the princess," he shouted at the top of his lungs. Chapter 52, The City of Conspiracies. Gerald was fast, deadly, and precise. His sword severed the septa's hand, and he spun his body, swinging the blade again to cut the second septa's arm. Amidst the screams of pain from the two sisters, the remaining septa was still unharmed and didn't hesitate to fire at Riella. The bolt was loosed from the crossbow, tearing through the air as it sped toward Riella. Surprisingly, someone threw themselves between the bolt and Riella, taking the hit for the Dowager Queen. It was the same boy who had warned them of the assassination attempt. Perhaps because he was small, the bolt struck just below his shoulder and above his heart. Had it been any lower, it would have pierced his heart. A painful groan escaped his lips as he fell to the ground, his face turning pale. The hundreds of guards surrounding them were quick to form a circle, securing the area, while several soldiers rushed to flank the Dowager Queen and the princess. Gerald Hightower, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, had already immobilized the three septas, who were now screaming countless insults, offending every incestuous generation of House Targaryen as well as their own crime. Perhaps because they were so agitated and furious, the tunics held by shoulder straps slipped slightly, revealing a horrific and ugly tattoo, the face of a terrifying demon. The commoners, separated by the area protected by the Targaryen soldiers, widened their eyes at the sight of the tattoos. The entire sacred image they held of the church was put to the test at that moment. However, with the church's assassination attempt against the two angels who had distributed food and blankets, the image of the church shattered like a mirror. It took only one person throwing a rotten tomato at the three women to start the chaos. Screams of anger, resentment, and sadness hung in the air like a chorus of chaotic and inconsistent voices. Rotten food, horse manure, and even stones were hurled at the three women. One of the stones hit one of the women, staining her face with blood. The woman naturally became furious and cursed the commoners, screaming that they would all burn in the flames of hell. This only inflamed the population's rage further. The betrayal of their own faith, combined with anger and resentment, turned the crowd into true, maddened demons. The soldiers, who were beginning to find it difficult to maintain the perimeter, started to retreat while keeping the Dowager Queen and princess safe in the center. However, the commoners wanted to tear apart and kill the three women. How could they be satisfied with just throwing things? The commoners collided with the shields, and one of the soldiers abruptly felt his legs go weak and fell, opening a gap in the defensive formation. With the breach in the line, the commoners poured in, transforming into literal beasts. Daenerys watched in horror as Gerald Hightower was forced to retreat and the three women fell into the hands of the crazed commoners. Their clothes were torn by the people's fierce hands, punches landed on their faces and mouths. Within 2 minutes, the three women were dead, and their heads were impaled on spears and raised high as trophies. Daenerys saw it all happen as the population celebrated the brutal death of the three women. Even Rhaella hadn't expected everything to go so well, not just well, but perfectly. The anger, resentment, and fear of the commoners had created a riot she hadn't anticipated. At that moment, the commoners weren't satisfied with just 3 heads. From their crazed, almost cannibalistic looks, they wanted even more blood. Rhaella gripped her daughter's arm and looked at Gerald with a solemn gaze. The people have gone mad, they're heading toward the Great September of Baelor. We have to retreat, or we'll be trapped in this riot. Gerald didn't hesitate, he quickly formed a defensive circle around Rhaella, Daenerys, and the 2 siblings who had warned of the assassination attempt. With the formation ready, the Lord Commander pushed through the crowd, shoving aside anyone in their path. These people have gone insane, Daenerys said, still in disbelief as she helped the boy who had taken a bolt for her mother. She had personally seen these men behead 3 women and display their heads on spears like trophies. Unlike Daenerys, who had never seen human malice, Rhaella was much calmer. She had suffered and seen how ugly humans could be. She could see that these people, who called themselves faithful, only wanted to vent their accumulated rage and greed for the gold and silver in the Great September of Baelor. Some might be true believers, but all of them. Let's return quickly, it's not safe. Even knowing that Cadmus was watching her from somewhere, Rhaella still felt insecure in the middle of an enraged crowd. Despite wanting to say more, Daenerys remained silent, following along with a gaze that grew increasingly hungry for power. She wanted to change this world, even if only a little. Cadmus, now perched atop a house, swinging his feet back and forth, rested his chin on his palm with a smile. His dark green eyes watched the enraged crowd with a satisfied look. "I hope you like my gift, Archbishop," Cadmus murmured, his smile widening. He was a very vengeful person, especially toward his enemies. The faith of the 7 had dared to slander and insult him, he would return it tenfold. However, it's a surprise that the people became so enraged. Have they been harboring anger and resentment for so long? Cadmus murmured, watching the crowd raise spears with severed heads. Humans are animals like any other, the mage said, shaking his head. Faced with such barbarity, how could one differentiate humans from animals? Aside from a few sadistic animals like dolphins, orcas, and others, it was rare for animals to be so barbaric. In the end, the first part of the plan went perfectly. Let's move on to the second part. Cadmus stood up and murmured, watching the crowd head toward the Great September of Baelor. He couldn't let these people kill the Archbishop. For the people to completely lose their reverence for the faith of the 7, they had to see the city's highest religious authority die at the hands of the king. Only then would it give the impression that the king was supreme above all others, even the gods. I hope Daenerys likes it, for she will light the pyre to burn the Archbishop alive. Along with the birth of the dragons, it will be a heavy blow to the church. Cadmus was growing increasingly anxious to see the Archbishop's expression when he realized he was the cause of the dragon's birth after nearly 2 centuries. In command of the Great September of Baelor was the Red Archbishop, Roland Grey, an old man wearing a red clerical tunic. He had a gold necklace around his neck that hung to his chest, where a medallion made of 7 different colored jewels rested. Behind the Archbishop stood hundreds of septas, and a dozen silent sisters, along with 40 holy brothers and sisters, the lowest rank in the faith of the 7. Curiously, all were armed with swords, axes, and warhammers. This, according to the peace treaty made between Jaehaerys I Targaryen and the High Septon, was strictly forbidden. The faith could not have weapons or armies, like the faith militant that had disappeared for hundreds of years. Of course, only a fool would think the faith militant had been destroyed. Creating soldiers was something any noble could do, let alone the most powerful organization on the continent of Westeros. At that moment, the Archbishop wore a calm expression as he watched the cathedral gates shuddering from the people trying to force their way in. The 7-colored medallion seemed strangely bright, while the Archbishop's blue eyes emanated a 7-colored light. Suddenly, the Archbishop heard the sound of chewing in the background and couldn't help but look angrily at the Septon brave enough to eat on such an occasion. However, his expression turned cold upon seeing a young man with black hair and dark green eyes, eating soup while looking at him with a smile. "My apologies, I was famished," Cadmus said with a laugh. "Conspiring takes a lot of energy." "Who are you?" Roland asked in a deep, cold tone. The eyes of hundreds of people focused on Cadmus, who finished eating before responding with a smile. You've spread lies and slander about me. Are you sure you don't know who I am? Cadmus asked with a laugh, looking at the medallion on the archbishop's chest with a curious gaze. He felt a vast amount of energy within the precious stones of the medallion. Chapter 53, The Fall of the Great September of Baylor. You are Cadmus Peveril, the court mage, Roland said in a cold tone. His expression darkened even further when he heard Cadmus say that weaving conspiracies took a lot of energy. One didn't need to be a genius to know that everything happening was the fault of the men before him. Why so serious? Unlike the archbishop, Cadmus smiled and seemed quite casual. Didn't you know this day would come? Or did you think I'd stay silent while you insulted me? Did you think you were untouchable because you pray to a seven-faced monster that thinks it's a god? Cadmus's question was sincere, but he hadn't expected the church to be so arrogant as to think they could do anything and not be attacked. However, after a moment's thought, Cadmus felt like an idiot for expecting any reason or logical reasoning from people who believe in gods. As expected, every word that comes out of your mouth is blasphemy. You have no respect for the gods or even for life. Roland gripped the medallion with his hand and yanked it from the gold chain, causing the links of the necklace to fall to the floor with clear, ringing sounds. Is this supposed to be a joke? If so, I have to say it wasn't funny at all, Cadmus said in a cold tone, his playful expression from before vanishing. You, a murderer of babies and children, dare to lecture me? I'll cut out your tongue for that insolence, your holiness. Roland's movements paused for a moment at Cadmus's words. He looked at the mage and said calmly, so that is why Dowager Queen Riella and the king got rid of anyone with any involvement with the faith of the seven. However, you are wrong about something, blasphemer, Roland said in a cold tone. Those fetuses, babies, children, and mothers you speak of are not human. They are incestuous aberrations born of sin and lust, they aren't even considered human, they are merely demonic beings. Cadmus had never heard such an absurd response in his life, it was something so crazy and irrational that it reminded him of how disgusting humans could be. I've learned that caring about what others do brings you no good, it only makes life more stressful and confusing, so I simply accept whatever is strange in people's eyes. Why would I care about two siblings making love and having children? Am I going to raise their kids? Am I going to pay their bills? Why should I care about their lives and stress over something as stupid as people's choices? Cadmus stated his life philosophy without any hesitation. Note, my life philosophy has made my life infinitely more relaxing, especially after quitting Twitter. You have no conviction, you see nothing as important, Roland said with a laugh. In his eyes, Cadmus's explanation was just a man running away from the world's problems, living in a bubble far from society. Note 2, damn, he's right, but I prefer living like this, ha 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 ha. I'm going crazy talking to my characters, does anyone have the number for the nearest asylum? You sound like Darth Vader talking like that, Cadmus said with a sarcastic look, and even knowing these uncultured people wouldn't know the magnificence of Darth Vader, he didn't care. However, you seem quite calm, especially knowing what I did at Duskendale, Cadmus said, rising from the wooden seat and, unbothered by the hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at him, stood 5 meters away. Does the medallion on your chest bring you confidence? I must say, there isn't enough confidence in those remains of people who were considered saints. Cadmus looked at the holy relic and spoke in a calm tone. Just as only the most special souls gave birth to the gift of magic, the same could be achieved with the power of human faith, a conviction so strong it could give life to beings born of that same energy. These were saints, beings who could be considered gods if there were enough faith. The power of faith. Cadmus couldn't help but notice that this power was truly a poison. Gods. They were merely slaves to faith, without faith, they were nothing more than beings with stronger bodies. At the same time, people's faith could even distort the god's own consciousness. In other words, if people believed the god of water was the god of fire, a different personality would be born within that god's soul. Now imagine how inconsistent humans were, a god could be one thing 20 years ago and something else 50 years later. The seven-faced god was a classic example of this, a monster steeped in dogmas that created 7 other personalities. If such a being wasn't insane, indifferent, and cold, Cadmus might as well kill himself right then and there. The power of God is not something a blasphemer can comprehend, Roland said as the gates of the Great September of Baylor shook even more violently. Cadmus laughed, he found the archbishop's words very funny, for he understood the power of faith better than Roland or even the High Septon. However, talking to a fanatic was the same as trying to explain that the earth wasn't flat. I'll let you take the first shot, treat it as an act of mercy, Cadmus said with a smile, but his wand was already in his hand. Although confident, he wasn't stupid enough to underestimate the enemy, especially one with mysterious powers. As the archbishop felt confident, he began to use the power of the medallion, but his confident smile froze. He felt his mind go dark as he fell stiffly to the floor. "You have no honor!" Roland screamed in an extremely furious tone. He tried to move his body but couldn't move anything but his eyes. This left him anxious and livid with rage. He had never suffered such a great humiliation. Cadmus, who had operated behind the archbishop and cast a petrification spell, looked at the archbishop as if he were a fool. "You call me a demon and expect me to have honor? I think you've prayed so much that you've damaged your brain." Cadmus felt no sense of shame in tricking an old man. In a life-and-death situation, is anyone foolish enough to be honorable? Attacking first was the first lesson young mages and witches received. Whoever attacks faster is always the winner. It was basic, and he didn't think he had done anything wrong. "Rejoice, you won't die by my hands, but keep in mind that Queen Riella truly wants to have a long and pleasant conversation with you." Cadmus grabbed the archbishop by the collar of his tunic and then took the medallion in his hands. Looking at the object in his hand, Cadmus smiled, pleased with his newest research subject. Although he had some study of human faith, he had never touched a holy relic. However, feeling the amount of energy within the medallion, he knew it was a powerful holy relic. The archbishop's eyes widened at Cadmus's words, a chill ran through his body, but he couldn't even feel it. Knowing that the Dowager Queen knew about the chronic poisoning over the decades of her existence, he knew the fate he would suffer. "I smell fear," Cadmus knelt beside him and said in a gentle tone. "However, I can't blame you for that, even I fear that woman's madness, even if she can't harm me." "But you took everything from a woman who loved her family more than anything in this world," Cadmus continued. "I'm teaching her some quite creative tortures. You're going to love every second. Don't feel sad, you're finally going to meet the hell you talk so much about. How can you be so afraid?" Pure horror appeared in Roland's eyes. For the first time, he truly felt that Cadmus was indeed a demon. Cadmus narrowed his eyes and laughed, seeing the horror and fear in the archbishop's eyes. Dragging Roland along as he pulled him, the mage looked at the hundreds of people before him and smiled. "As men and women of the church, it is your duty to listen to and help the people. How can you keep the doors closed?" Cadmus said with a laugh, but his laughter sent shivers through everyone present. With a flick of his wand, the doors burst open. "I hope you all do a good job and help these poor souls find their God." With that, Cadmus operated away with the archbishop, leaving everyone paralyzed as the crowd poured into the Great September of Baylor. Chapter 54, The Fall of the Great September of Baylor. Arg. Upon arriving at the dungeons of the Red Keep, Rieger couldn't help but feel a chill at the sound of the scream, one filled with agony, horror, and pain. Behind him, Arthur Dane felt a chill as well. He had never heard a man scream with such desperation before. And he had experienced many battles and wars, seeing firsthand how cruel humanity could be to its own kind. Approaching, Rieger saw, under the flickering light of the torches, his mother with her hands covered in blood. Before her, suspended in the air by 4 chains, was a naked old man. Aside from his face, not a single part of him was intact. However, what made Rieger's legs go weak was the realization that the man no longer had testicles or a penis. Something small, shriveled, and ugly could be seen on the floor below, resting in a pool of blood. Rieger knew it would be a horrific scene, but seeing the state Archbishop Roland Grey was in only made him realize that he was still a good man. Beside the queen, Rieger saw Cadmus preparing some green potions with a relaxed and calm expression, seemingly unbothered by anything. "Riella, the healing potion is ready. Give it to him quickly, or he'll die from blood loss," Cadmus said, handing over a vial of healing potion. Rieger rolled his eyes at the casual way he spoke to his mother. But it showed that the relationship between the two was very good. Riella took the vial and, without any gentleness, forced the archbishop to drink the potion, a cold look on her beautiful face. "We have plenty of potions, you won't die so easily," she said in a frigid, chilling tone that promised a long torture session. "Mother." Rieger approached, avoiding looking at the archbishop. The current appearance of the highest septon in King's Landing was truly a gruesome sight. "I presume the preparations for the public trial are ready." Landing a punch on the archbishop's face, Riella asked in an indifferent tone, completely ignoring the pain in her knuckles. Rieger's lips twitched at the scene. He had never imagined his elegant and sweet mother could be so violent. He truly wondered where his father had found the courage to strike her. The woman was truly violent and cruel when she needed to be. Yes, the preparations are ready. The entire city has been notified, and we will use the ruins of the Dragon Pit as the trial site, Rieger said in a calm tone. Although in ruins, the Dragon Pit could accommodate 80,000 people, more than enough. Riella nodded and looked at the Archbishop with a smile, but her smile sent shivers down the spines of Rieger, Cadmus, and Arthur. It wasn't that Riella was strong or anything else, but her gaze was truly terrifying. Mental note: if I kill a woman's children, I have to kill the woman too. Cadmus thought with a solemn look. He wasn't afraid of a woman with no power, but being the target of a madwoman didn't seem like a very good thing. How is the situation in the city? Cadmus asked in a calm tone. After bringing the Archbishop to Rieger, the Queen had simply taken the old man and brought him to the dungeons. The torture session had already lasted 3 hours, and he didn't know what was happening in the city. Complete chaos. I truly don't know what you did to make the people so furious, Rieger said in a slightly startled tone. The 3 dead priestesses were only the beginning. Of the hundreds of members of the Church of the Seven in the Great September of Baylor, all were killed, their heads placed on stakes. There were casualties among the population. About 1,200 people died in the riot. These people weren't even killed by church members, but by the people themselves during the chaos. Most were murdered, some trampled to death, and some died during the storming of the Great September of Baylor. Of course, we've arrested 100 murderers, rapists, and thieves who will be judged, Rieger said with a weary sigh. Although he had controlled the chaos with the help of the Gold Cloaks and the Red Army, tension still hung over the city. Cadmus frowned upon hearing the number of innocent dead. It truly bothered him. It was 10 times what he had expected. In the end, he had still underestimated the cruelty of people, especially those who harbored resentment against one another. Taking advantage of the chaos, these people had unleashed the monsters within them. Although I used a bit of magic to boost these people's feelings, even I didn't expect it to escalate to such a degree, Cadmus said with a truly sincere tone of apology. Although the plan had worked perfectly, the price paid by innocent people was too high. Knowing he was the source of the deaths of thousands of innocent people was not a good feeling. There was a bitter taste in his mouth, and he felt quite sickened by himself. It might seem a bit hypocritical, as he had tortured and killed people before, but they were his enemies. Killing an enemy and killing an unrelated person were entirely different. As if the murder had no purpose, a totally callous act toward human life. Seeing Cadmus's expression, Rieger couldn't help but be surprised. He had thought Cadmus would be indifferent to the deaths of mere commoners, but seeing the troubled expression with a touch of regret, he knew the mage was still human. I'm surprised you still consider yourself human, Rieger said in a slightly surprised tone. Cadmus rolled his eyes, looked at Rieger, and said in a rather annoyed tone, I've always been human. I don't know why you didn't consider me one before. You don't really think anyone would treat you as human when you're capable of burning an entire city, do you? Rieger looked at Cadmus and asked in a strangely amused and provocative tone. Cadmus was left speechless by Rieger's question. He truly didn't know how to answer that. Putting himself in the shoes of a native of this world, if it were him, he definitely wouldn't think he was human. That's prejudice against powerful people. They're obviously human from head to toe. Cadmus looked at Rieger and replied in a truly annoyed tone. Being treated as something other than human was somewhat offensive. Riella, who was still using the Archbishop as a punching bag, looked at her son and her future son-in-law with a helpless gaze. She was currently torturing a person, and both her sons were simply chatting as if they were in a pleasant garden. I'm busy right now. Can you two talk somewhere else? Considering herself a professional torturer, Riella found it quite unpleasant to lose her focus at that moment. Cadmus and Rieger looked at Riella and then at the Archbishop. Both men looked at each other and truly noticed that this was not a pleasant place to talk. Especially with the screams of the Archbishop of the Great September of Baylor echoing in the background. Even by their morally questionable standards, it was a rather terrifying place. Don't kill him, Mother, Rieger said, seeing Riella punching Roland with such intensity. We need him alive to curse the entire population of King's Landing. Only when he completely breaks the people's faith can he die. I know. How could I let him die so easily? How could Riella let one of the masterminds behind her poisoning die so easily? She would even come to ask Cadmus to make a double of this man so she could torture him every day for months on end. If Cadmus heard Riella's plans, he would certainly distance himself a bit from the Dowager Queen. The woman was becoming increasingly insane. The pain of losing her sons and daughters had simply destroyed her morality, and only vengeance remained in her life. If anyone doubted that Riella would truly burn Old Town with everyone inside, they were being deeply naive. She wouldn't just burn everyone in the city, she would even laugh while watching it all burn. Cadmus and Rhaegar, accompanied by Arthur, left the dungeons, but Roland's screams of pain and agony could still be heard. Rhaegar, I advise you and Daenerys to spend more time with Rhaella. She's likely to lose herself in this thirst for vengeance, Cadmus warned Rhaegar in a solemn tone. Although taking revenge was pleasurable, going mad while doing so certainly was not. I know. She's looking more and more like my father, Rhaegar said with a sigh. How could he not notice? Although he wanted to avenge his brothers and sisters, he wasn't as vengeful as Rhaella. He was satisfied with killing everyone to avenge the siblings who died without seeing the beauty of the world. I'll postpone the trial until tomorrow. I'll let her vent a bit more, maybe she'll feel better, even if only a little, after torturing this church pig, Rhaegar said, letting out another sigh. He truly hoped Rhaella could smile as naturally as before. Cadmus nodded, but he found it hard to believe Rhaegar's wishes would come true. Rhaella was a mother, that bond with one's own children was simply difficult for a man to understand. After all, they carried the children in their wombs, and with the hormones, postpartum depression, and everything else, a woman's mentality was different. However, he also hoped Rhaella would get better. The woman deserved to be happy for a long time after what she had suffered her entire life. Chapter 55, The Fall of the Great September of Baelor. Grandmother, what do you think? Marjorie asked, observing the crowd of commoners gathered in the ruins of the dragon pit. What else could it be but a conspiracy by the king and the mage against the church? Olenna took a sip of wine and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Although she didn't know what the faith of the Seven had done to make Rhaegar risk a religious war at such a delicate moment, she knew it was something terribly serious. At the same time, she had to admit that the king and the mage were astute, treacherous, and incredibly dangerous. This conspiracy would simply shatter the image of the church as a whole. Although it might not be as damaging elsewhere, at least in the Crownlands, the power of the faith of the Seven would be reduced to its lowest level for a generation or two. Seeing her granddaughter looking around, searching for something, or rather, a handsome mage with dark green eyes, Olenna said casually, I heard from a few butterflies that you were seen entering the mage's room. Marjorie showed no panic. There was no reason for it, not when it was Olenna who had always taught her to be proactive. Hesitation was for the indecisive, and neither she nor Olenna were indecisive, especially Marjorie, who dreamed of being queen. What can I say? Those beautiful green eyes drew me in, Marjorie commented in a whisper while maintaining her elegant and graceful demeanor. This is a dangerous game, my dear granddaughter, Olenna looked at Marjorie's confident expression and said calmly. That mage is not a man who thinks with his lower head. That much is clear from how he practically destroyed the faith of the Seven in the city. I know. If he were that mediocre, I would have manipulated him long ago. Marjorie certainly wasn't arrogant enough to think she could manipulate a being who could burn an entire city with blue flames. From the side conversations she had overheard between Cadmus and Rhaegar, mages were scholars, and not the kind of scholars like the maesters. While maintaining her graceful smile, she looked at her grandmother with a shrewd gaze and whispered in a gentle tone, I want a layer of protection for myself in this city, especially since I've seen that the king doesn't value Aegon as much as I imagined. Olenna narrowed her eyes and had noticed that too, the king didn't value Aegon as much as she had expected. It seems Aegon is a sword swallower. Loras can confirm that better than I can, Marjorie said with a slight hint of jealousy and sarcasm. Being less attractive to her own fiancé was a blow to her self-confidence, especially losing out to a man. Olenna frowned at Marjorie's words. She hadn't paid much attention to Loras and hadn't expected her grandson to already be sharing a bed with Prince Aegon. I'll speak with Loras. If the king finds out about this, things could get complicated. Although she didn't fear Rhaegar would cancel the betrothal because of it, after all, House Targaryen needed House Tyrell. Having a healthy cooperative relationship was better than earning the king's hostility in times of civil war. You think he doesn't know? He's simply too busy to care about his own son's love life, Marjorie commented in a calm tone. Although it stung to lose her fiancé to her own brother, she wasn't truly angry. Besides, it's not all bad. Aegon is easier to manipulate, especially with the jealousy and anger he feels toward Prince Mikar, Marjorie whispered with a smile, showing an amused look. Olenna looked at her granddaughter with satisfaction. If Aegon was so easily manipulated, she wasn't worried about Marjorie at court. The girl could protect herself with intelligence and wit. Just be careful with the mage. He's not like Aegon, don't let yourself give in to him completely, Olenna warned one last time before noticing the king had arrived in a grey steel carriage pulled by two majestic black horses. Inside the carriage, Cadmus, Rhaegar, Rhaella, and Daenerys could be seen sitting in pairs on each seat. Your dress is fireproof, so you don't have to worry about being naked in front of everyone in King's Landing, Cadmus said to Daenerys, who looked nervous. This was not surprising, given that the girl was about to be thrown into a burning pyre. Are you sure it will work? Riella asked, frowning, still finding the plan to hatch dragons somewhat risky. The memory of Summerhall was still fresh in her mind. If such a thing worked, dragons would have hatched then. J. Harry's 2 used wildfire. How could science hatch magical dragons? If they had used normal flames, House Targaryen would have recovered the dragons long ago, Cadmus said in a calm and confident tone. Wildfire was scientific, how could it hatch something related to magic? If J. Harry's 2 had used normal flames, he would have survived because the blood magic during the ritual would have protected him, just as it did for Daenerys in another universe. Riella's expression was sad as she remembered that her relatives had died because of a small detail. It had depressed her for many years. Of the 8 dragon eggs used on the day of the tragedy, we managed to recover 4, the rest were broken in the rubble, Rhaegar said in a calm tone. He had long ago ordered the ruins of Summerhall to be cleared, and among the debris, the 4 dragon eggs were found. Everyone's eyes were focused on the iron chest inside the carriage. The lid was open, so everyone inside could see the 4 dragon eggs. The first egg was golden, as if plated in gold, the second was a mixture of red and orange, the third was blue-green, and the fourth and last was entirely black. The eggs were larger than any egg in the world, looking like perfect works of art from nature. Ever since she had seen the dragon eggs, Daenerys's eyes had been fixed on them. If everything went right, she would be the mother of 4 small and adorable baby dragons. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous, her hands were sweating while her lilac eyes stared at the eggs with surprising tenderness. Feeling the carriage stop, Cadmus looked at Rhaegar and said with a smile, "I'll bring our prisoner." Winking at Riella, remembering her request to have someone else pose as Roland, he operaed with a loud crack. As for reporting this to Rhaegar, he didn't think it necessary, it was a secret between him and Riella, his future mother-in-law. Rhaegar, unaware that his own mother and court mage were lying behind his back, stepped out of the carriage and helped his mother and sister down. He naturally hadn't brought his sons or daughters, nor even his 2 queens. He was going to burn 'em alive, naturally, he didn't want his family to witness such a shocking scene. Looking at the stands, Rhaegar saw all the great noble houses, as well as the minor ones. He looked especially at the members of House Lannister, focusing on the dwarf. He felt that aside from Tywin, the most dangerous person within House Lannister was the dwarf. Hiding the coldness in his gaze, he climbed the stands, taking the seats prepared for House Targaryen. Although the dragon pit was merely a ruin, the stands were intact and could accommodate 80,000 people. As soon as Rhaegar reached his seat, along with the members of House Targaryen, he remained standing and raised his hand. The murmurs, whispers, and shouts fell silent, showing that Rhaegar held great prestige in King's Landing. "I think everyone knows what happened yesterday," Rhaegar's voice echoed in the ruins of the dome covering the dragon pit. "As a faithful and staunch worshipper of the seven-faced god, it saddened me deeply that my mother and sister were attacked in public while helping those in need. They have tarnished the church's reputation. They are not servants of God, but servants of demons," someone shouted, and everyone else joined in. "I saw demonic tattoos." They fired into the crowd. A friend's daughter was injured. Rumors generally transformed into something entirely different the more they spread. People love to gossip, consequently, they exaggerated the facts to make things even more impressive. Rhaegar raised his hand again, and everyone fell silent, though the atmosphere was already lively and full of tension. In the previous riot, the church killed 5,000 innocents, 5,000 families who lost their fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. "I have never felt such pain in my life thinking of those families," Rhaegar said with an expression full of sadness and indignation. He clearly lied about the death toll and attributed all the deaths to the church. When this news spread, it wouldn't be just 5,000, but 10,000 or even 100,000. Never underestimate people's capacity to exaggerate rumors. "But do not worry, those people will be avenged," Rhaegar said in a tone full of emotion and anger, making the audience crave blood. However, he didn't stop and continued speaking with fervor. "For the families who lost their loved ones, all will be rewarded for their bravery and will receive aid from House Targaryen. Rhaegar I, the just. Rhaegar I, the just. Rhaegar I, the just." The crowd chanted Rhaegar's name, making everything around them tremble. A smile appeared on Rhaegar's lips. He had not only placed all the blame for the deaths on the church but also managed to increase his own reputation, hitting 2 targets with 1 spear. Chapter 56, The Mother of Dragons. Seeing the people crying out for Rhaegar, Tyrion's face grew somber. Although he knew the king was popular among the small folk, seeing it in person was a completely different matter. This was terrible news for House Lannister and his allies. Cersei noticed the demon monkey's expression and asked in a curious tone, "Why are you so surprised? He's handsome, isn't it normal for him to be popular?" Hearing Cersei's words, Tyrion truly wondered what was going on inside his sister's head. Does being handsome make you popular? There was actually some truth to that, but for a king, actions carry more weight than looks. Our father rules the Westerlands through fear, including a good part of the Riverlands. We kill and destroy every rebel village. The foundation of our rule is fear. Tyrion spoke in a calm tone, yet there was a hint of sadness in his voice. Fear has always been an excellent tool for control, but it has an extremely dangerous drawback. As long as House Lannister is strong and doesn't lose, these people will remain silent, full of resentment, but quiet. However, the moment House Lannister loses or even finds itself in a dangerous situation, these people will revolt without a second thought. This means we could face an uprising in every city and village under our control. Tyrion looked at the people shouting the king's name and spoke with a worried, dark expression. Do you think we can fight while our logistics lines are being torn apart by revolts? When that happens, we'll be killed, for we'll have no gold, food, or steel to remake our armor and weapons. Believe me, the king is not as benevolent and just as these people fervently claim. You, I, and your sons and daughters will be killed when that happens. Tyrion looked at Cersei and spoke calmly. The more popular the king is, the more disadvantaged we become. You're being dramatic. Our father has never lost a war. We will always be strong. Unlike Tyrion, who was consumed by worry, Cersei remained quite indifferent, even after Tyrion's words. House Targaryen, which was supposed to be invincible, is weak. Without our father's intervention, our grandfather would have lost even the rock to his vassals. No noble house is eternally strong. There is only the fate that all eventually decline or cease to exist, Tyrion thought with a helpless look. It's not having strong enemies that's terrible, but having stupid allies. Tyrion didn't even try to convince Cersei that Tywin wasn't immortal and couldn't lead House Lannister forever. Whether it was him or Jaime, neither had the prestige Tywin Lannister possessed. Once the old lion died, half of House Lannister's strength would vanish. Rhaegar, who was about to finish his speech, raised his hand for the third time, and the crowd fell silent for the third time. The motto of my house is fire and blood. Let Archbishop Roland Grey be punished with just that, fire and blood. But I will let the old gods and the new decide who is right. The Archbishop will represent the faith in this trial, and my sister will represent House Targaryen. As soon as Rhaegar's words rang out and faded, one could hear even the people's breathing. Incredulous, confused, and shocked gazes fell upon the king. What had they just heard? The king would throw the Archbishop and his own sister into a pyre to let the gods judge who was right and wrong. Compared to the small folk, the noble houses showed nervousness, looking at the king with caution. The Mad King burning nobles nearly twice a week was still fresh in the minds of the middle-aged generation present. If Rhaegar truly shared his father's habits, they would have to rethink whether they were on the right side of this war. Rhaegar noticed the nobles' stares but ignored them. He knew exactly what they were thinking. But the birth of the dragons would turn that caution into admiration and reverence. Is he mad? Catelyn placed her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. However, Eddard looked deeply at the king. He was certain Rhaegar wasn't mad and wouldn't do something so risky. Remembering the mage, the Lord of Winterfell's grey eyes narrowed, and he understood that this was all a show to provide a valid reason for House Targaryen to attack the faith of the Seven. Aside from Shireen, who was too young to understand what was happening, a few people from the great noble houses understood what was going on. Cadmus Operaton appeared beside the king, holding a man in red clerical robes by the collar. It was Roland Grey, or rather, a criminal who had taken Polyjuice potion. Since Riella wanted to torture the Archbishop, he had helped the beautiful Queen Dowager a little. Blasphemous traitor. Death to the traitor. Burn him alive. As soon as Cadmus appeared with Roland, the shouts erupted. The red clerical tunic couldn't be clearer in this setting. The mage ignored the crowd and tied Roland atop a pyre filled with branches, logs, and dry straw. After that, he returned to where the royal family stood. Cadmus looked at Rhaegar, and he didn't even need to speak for the king to understand. Everything was ready to begin. Turning to look at Daenerys, Rhaegar asked in a solemn tone, "Are you sure you want to go through with this? I can come up with an excuse for the people." Daenerys looked at Rhaegar and then at Cadmus, who was staring at her with a strangely confident look, as if he were absolutely certain she could hatch the dragons. Honestly, it moved her a little. That unconditional trust was quite comforting. "It's all right, brother." Daenerys looked directly into Rhaegar's eyes. "I can do it." Looking at Cadmus beside her brother, Daenerys spoke calmly. Cadmus can burn a city, what is saving me from a mere fire? Rhaegar let out a sigh and spoke in a calm tone. Then go. Take the dragon eggs and let this world know dragons again after nearly 2 centuries. The black dragon is mine, Daenerys said with a laugh. She had chosen the black egg long ago, she wanted Balerion to be reborn in her hands. Rhaegar and Rhaella heard her words and rolled their eyes, but both were smiling in that moment. Especially Rhaella, she looked at her daughter and said gently, if it doesn't work, don't hesitate to call for Cadmus. I know, I don't want to die, Daenerys said with a laugh, lightening the mood. Turning to look at Cadmus, she said softly, Cadmus, help me carry the dragon eggs, they're too heavy. The chest will appear on the pyre, Cadmus said with a kind and slightly expectant look. He was truly anxious to see the birth of the mother of dragons. Daenerys nodded and, under the eyes of everyone present, descended the stands and walked toward the funeral pyre, though it wasn't being used as a funeral object at this moment. Grandmother, she is truly brave, Marjorie commented, her tone filled with genuine admiration for Daenerys's courage. Even if she knew Daenerys wouldn't be hurt under Katniss's protection, who in their right mind would agree to step into a burning pyre? Then you still need more resolve, Marjorie. Watching the girl walk toward the funeral pyre, Olenna's eyes narrowed. She saw a metal chest appearing next to where Roland was tied to a wooden stake. No one was paying attention to that, so no one noticed the metal chest appearing. Remember to always show resolve, do not hesitate in decisive moments, Olenna looked back at her granddaughter and said calmly. It's kill or be killed, do not hesitate in your decisions. I know, grandmother, Marjorie said casually, but there was a hint of helplessness in her tone. What was the worst part of having a grandmother like Olenna? Marjorie knew it was the endless lessons on life in the court. The woman could criticize and teach based on any mention of her words. Olenna certainly knew her granddaughter's thoughts, but she didn't care. If young people listened to advice, they wouldn't be young. Thus, the Queen of Thorns wasn't angry or helpless in the face of her granddaughter's casual attitude. People need to make mistakes to become better. Olenna only wanted Marjorie's mistakes to be lighter thanks to her advice. While Olenna and Marjorie talked, Daenerys climbed onto the funeral pyre. She smiled and waved to the small folk in the stands before her. The gentle gesture made the crowd feel immense concern for Daenerys. Some people even shouted for the king to stop this madness, but Rhaegar remained impassive and looked at Cadmus. Knowing it was the right moment, Cadmus simply snapped his fingers. A golden flame exploded on the funeral pyre. The golden flames burned fiercely, startling the people in the front stands. Screams of pain were heard in the next moment, but to the relief of the people and all of House Targaryen present, there was only one male voice. Chapter 57, The Mother of Dragons. As the golden flames began to consume everything around her, Daenerys didn't feel anything particularly special. She looked at the fire surrounding her and, curiously, touched it with her hands. Aside from a comfortable warmth, she felt nothing else. The sensation reminded her of soaking in a bath, it was cozy and relaxing. Then, Daenerys began to feel something more. Her heart pulsed in her chest with ferocity. It was beating so hard she thought it might leap right out of her chest. In the next moment, Daenerys felt a wave of heat course through her body, and a sweet, comfortable moan escaped her lips. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands, feeling a deep sense of shame for making such an embarrassing sound. She only hoped no one had heard it, or she truly would have preferred to burn on the funeral pyre. However, Daenerys paid close attention to the heat flowing through her. Remembering Cadmus's words, she knew it was her magical energy awakening. This filled her with joy, and she quickly pulled the 4 dragon eggs from the chest. Daenerys sat amidst the flames and placed the 4 dragon eggs around her, positioning each one as comfortably as possible. Arghar! Kill me! Kill me! Daenerys frowned as she heard the man's screams of pain and agony. She looked at him with dissatisfaction, as if complaining that he was shouting too loudly. Ignoring the men being burned alive, she closed her eyes and began to perform the blood magic. Unlike other forms of magic, blood magic required 2 things, sacrifice, and will combined with resolve. The sacrifice was currently being burned alive beside her. She only needed to impose her will and remain determined. Daenerys, remember, you are a queen and magic obeys you, command this energy as if it were a subject. Daenerys whispered Cadmus's words and did exactly what he had asked of her. I am calling you, my baby dragons, Daenerys murmured, a smile appearing on her lips while she kept her eyes closed. At her whisper, the surrounding flames began to be influenced, swirling around her like fiery whirlpools. Suddenly, Daenerys felt her environment change drastically. Opening her eyes, Daenerys found herself in a field of snow. Looking around, she saw nothing but snow. Everywhere she turned, her eyes met only the immaculate white of the drifts. She looked up at the sky and saw only darkness. Not the dimness of twilight, but an absolute blackness, the total absence of all light. The sun, which should have been resplendent against the blue backdrop of the sky, was missing, leaving behind a dark, cold void devoid of any hope. Daenerys tried to take a step forward but tripped over something and fell, her hands hitting the ground. With her hands buried in the snow, she looked down, her eyes widening in horror at what she had tripped over. A stiff, blue-tinged arm was emerging from the snow. She could see sharp nails that glinted like the edge of a blade. To her pure horror and fear, there wasn't just one arm, but thousands, tens, even millions of arms emerging from the desert of ice and snow, as if a sea of corpses lay beneath the pristine white. Looking ahead, she saw beings clad in armor and wielding swords of ice. They were strange, beautiful, a different kind of life, inhuman, elegant, yet terrifyingly dangerous. They were tall and gaunt, with skin as pale as milk and cold blue eyes that could be described as burning like ice or as spectacular as blue stars. Suddenly, Daenerys noticed the buried arms began to move, all reaching for her, climbing her body and pulling her down. No matter how hard she tried to escape, to scream and cry for help, the arms persisted without sign of stopping, relentlessly dragging her into the frozen abyss beneath the snow. Then, Daenerys heard a voice, icy and chilling like the cold winds of a storm in the far north, whispering in her ear. It was a raspy, cold voice, like a harsh winter reaping lives. "I will kill you, daughter of fire." Before being fully pulled into the sea of snow, she saw a being riding a decomposing horse. He held a spear and wore a crown that seemed made of ice and snow atop his brittle, gray hair. For some reason, Daenerys felt an overwhelming urge to kill that being. Daenerys opened her eyes and gasped, feeling a terrible chill despite being surrounded by fire. She didn't know what had just happened, but she could still feel her body trembling. The scene was still fresh in her mind. That cold feeling carried the scent of death, decay, and ruin. Suddenly, Daenerys noticed something crawling in her lap. Looking down, she gasped in complete shock as she saw a small black dragon looking up at her with an expression that could only be described as adorable. Soon, she noticed 3 other dragons climbing over her body as if it were a playground for the hatchlings. Daenerys let out a lovely laugh, and though the dragons were scratching her skin, she had never felt so happy in her life. "My beautiful babies heard their mother and actually hatched," Daenerys murmured with a proud look, gazing at the small dragons as if they were her own children. Unbeknownst to her, a red comet tore across the sky, leaving a long, glowing trail behind. Every mage in the world raised their head at that moment, looking at the comet streaking through the sky with horror and fear. Kinvara, who was on a ship heading toward King's Landing, looked up and smiled. She knelt and began to pray. She wasn't the only one. At that moment, no matter how small the temple of the Red God was, everyone knelt and prayed. It was the Red God's blessing upon this rotten world, stagnant in time. Unaware of the chaos she had unleashed upon the continent of Essos, Daenerys noticed the flames beginning to die down. Curiously, she felt she could reignite the fire with just a thought, but she didn't, letting the flames go out. Daenerys remembered Cadmus's words, calling her the mother of all flames, and feeling the power within her, she understood perfectly what he meant. Rising from the funeral pyre, her dress still intact and perfectly pristine, she looked to the side. A charred corpse made her frown. The smell of burning human flesh was quite unpleasant. Suddenly, Daenerys noticed that everything around her was silent. She looked curiously to the sides and saw that everyone was strangely quiet. Shocked, incredulous eyes soon turned into pure reverence and adoration. As the 4 dragon hatchlings scurried over her body, 2 of them perched on her shoulders and roared at the crowd. It was a high-pitched, infant roar, yet it already carried a majestic and threatening tone. Rhaegar was breathing heavily. He had even forgotten the Archbishop's final words before he died. His vision was entirely consumed by the 4 dragon hatchlings moving over his sister's body. To say he was in ecstasy would be an understatement of what he was feeling at that moment. The dream of every Targaryen king, aside from Aegon III, was right before him, and he had to admit, they were the most beautiful creatures he had ever seen. He hadn't even felt this way when he held his daughter and son for the first time. Riella's eyes also widened. As a survivor of Summerhall, she had personally seen her entire family die on that tragic day. Tears filled her eyes. She felt that, at last, the souls of her family were at peace. Dragons had returned to the world, and they belonged once more to House Targaryen. Under the shocked gazes of Rhaegar and Rhaella, the small folk finally reacted. But instead of the shouts they expected, there was only silence, and then, everyone knelt. It wasn't just one or two people, all 80,000 people knelt before Daenerys. There was a fanatical glint in the people's eyes. They looked at the small figure who had emerged unscathed from the funeral pyre with reverence and adoration. Cadmus looked at Daenerys and the 4 dragon hatchlings, feeling unprecedented satisfaction. Witnessing the birth of the mother of dragons was simply epic. Cadmus didn't notice that one of the dragon hatchlings looked at him with a gaze of dependence and arrogance, reminiscent of a certain dark phoenix. Note, I rewrote this chapter a few times, which is why it took a while to post, but I feel I did a good job. I hope you like it, as it was a lot of work. And yes, Cadmus will have a dragon. It will be a bit comical, but he will have a dragon. Chapter 58, The Mother of Dragons. Red Keep. At this moment, the massive stronghold of House Targaryen is heavily guarded. Not to mention the gold cloaks forming a protective perimeter around Aegon's Hill, there were 3,000 soldiers guarding the entire castle. All guests, regardless of status, were politely asked to leave the Red Keep. Even servants were forbidden from entering the castle's inner courtyard, and those allowed inside were accompanied by the king's guard. To protect the 4 dragons, Rhaegar did not hesitate to do this. He could not risk, even for a moment, the lives of these small creatures that had helped House Targaryen return to its peak in just a few years. At this moment, ignoring all the city's shock and the repercussions of Daenerys' actions, House Targaryen was inside the king's chambers. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 4 small creatures surrounding Daenerys. Daenerys looked at Balerion, the small black dragon with red eyes, and gave him a small piece of raw meat. Under her surprised eyes and those of everyone around, the small dragon tossed the meat up and opened its mouth. Black smoke billowed from the creature's mouth, searing the meat while it was still in the air. Then, he simply swallowed the meat as it fell directly into his mouth. Rhaenys, Rhaella, and Daenerys clapped excitedly, filled with wonder at what they had just seen. Not just them, Rhaegar, Aegon, Mikar, and Gaemon also had gleaming eyes, looking at the small dragons with equal looks of admiration. Of course, Rhaegar's queens, Elia and Lyanna, also looked at the 4 dragons with wonder and curiosity. After all, they were the most powerful creatures in the world. There wasn't a person alive who could remain indifferent to dragons. Cadmus was not as happy as House Targaryen, especially feeling a small dragon using his hair as a nest. The mage's expression was quite helpless. Since it was born, the small dragon seemed to cling to him as if he were its mother. However, he knew exactly what was happening. The dragon had accepted him as its rider, which, honestly, left him perplexed. Instead of thinking he had some blood of the dragon lords of Valyria, he preferred to believe the dragon was filled with greed for the magical energy within him. Cadmus's helpless expression was because he already had a war partner. Mitra was not exactly the most understanding companion in the world. At that moment, Cadmus could feel the phoenix's piercing gaze through the bond between them, a bond identical to the one he had with the small dragon sleeping in his hair. Brother, as I said before, Balerion is mine, and he has already chosen me as his rider. Daenerys fed the dragon's eyes with the same tenderness in her gaze and looked at Rhaegar. The implications in her words were obvious. Now that I have my dragon, you can have yours. Her words did not surprise the king, he merely nodded and did not object. Unlike the other hatchlings, everyone could see that the black dragon seemed exceptionally close to Daenerys. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the beautiful golden dragon. He rose from his chair and approached with a touch of caution and excitement in his eyes. The small golden dragon obviously noticed his approach and stared at him with a look quite threatening for a hatchling less than a day old. Rhaegar was not intimidated. He knelt before the small dragon and looked into its eyes. The king's purple eyes and the dragon's golden eyes met in silence. After a minute of silence, the small dragon showed a gentler look and approached Rhaegar. He climbed onto the king's body, sniffed, nibbled, and even rubbed his scales against the Targaryen king's skin. Rhaegar didn't mind and simply let out a loud laugh, happy and full of excitement. Anyone could see that the dragon had accepted Rhaegar as its rider. Seeing that Rhaegar had indeed managed to bond with the small golden dragon, Rhaenys, Aegon, Rhaella, Mikar, and Gaemon stared at the 2 remaining dragons. The remaining 2 were the blue-green dragon and the red-orange dragon. One was lying on the table next to Daenerys, and the other was sleeping in Cadmus's hair. Before the eyes of the members of House Targaryen, Cadmus said in a commanding tone, "Just to explain something, this little dragon on my head has bonded with me." His helplessness was genuine. He already had Mitra, so it didn't matter if he had a dragon or not. Of course, he wouldn't complain either. Who would be foolish enough to refuse a dragon? If there was someone that stupid in this world, Cadmus definitely wasn't one of them. The expressions of the House Targaryen members changed drastically. Of course, aside from a certain arrogant prince, the others showed only disappointment upon learning that the beautiful red-orange dragon already had an owner. Only Daenerys and Riella smiled, not worried in the least. After all, anyone with a modicum of reasoning and logic would know that Katniss could help hatch other dragon eggs. So, they were merely disappointed, not angry or concerned. Aegon looked at Katniss with a look of rage. "You are not a Targaryen. How can you claim a dragon?" In his eyes, Cadmus had stolen the dragon that belonged to him. He had already grown fond of the beautiful and fierce red-orange dragon. Honestly, Cadmus didn't like Aegon's accusatory and angry tone one bit. Who was he? He was a damn mage capable of burning down an entire city. Beyond his status as a prince, Aegon couldn't even be considered someone worthy of touching his feet. "Watch your tone when speaking to me, prince. Do not forget that I am not your slave or even your vassal. Your father and I have an oath of equal cooperation." Cadmus didn't care in the least about respecting Aegon and spoke with a cold, slightly threatening tone. His grandfather had always taught him to value himself. He didn't even let his girlfriends raise their voices at him, let alone Aegon, who wasn't even related to him. Furthermore, if you dare, you can try to claim this little dragon. However, he knows who can provide rapid growth. Cadmus looked Aegon up and down and spoke with a sarcastic tone. The dragon had claimed him because of the colossal amount of magic within him, magic that could provide rapid growth. Dragons were as intelligent as humans but simply thought differently from the human race. They knew who was most suitable or worthy of being their riders. Aegon's face could no longer be described as merely angry, he was simply red with the fury in his chest. He was about to speak before his father's voice reached his ears. "Aegon, shut your mouth." Rhaegar intervened at that moment and spoke with a cold, serious tone, leaving no room for Aegon to say anything. Unlike Aegon, he was not angry with Cadmus. Obviously, the dragon had chosen Cadmus. Even though he had never had a dragon, he knew that a dragon only had one rider at a time. This bond would only break with the death of one of the parties. Not to mention how difficult it was to kill Cadmus, he hadn't even thought of killing the men who helped hatch the dragons. Unlike Aegon's stupidity, Rhaegar only thought of finding more dragon eggs and asking Cadmus to help them hatch. One less dragon wouldn't change House Targaryen's situation. "Father." Aegon ignored Rhaegar's look and spoke with an incredulous tone. He didn't understand how his father could remain indifferent when a dragon belonging to House Targaryen was practically stolen right in front of him. However, Aegon's words got stuck in his throat upon seeing Rhaegar's cold and powerful eyes. His anger subsided before his father's gaze, but his resentment only grew, especially seeing the sarcastic smile on the mage's lips and the look of disdain. How dare he? "I am the prince, I am the damn crown prince." Unaware of his own son's megalomaniacal fit, Rhaegar looked at Cadmus and said in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, Cadmus. I didn't raise my son to be someone so petty and ignorant. It's fine, not even the sons of Aegon I escaped being stupid, let alone your son." Cadmus spoke in a casual tone, making Rhaegar's lips twitch. However, the mage wasn't entirely wrong. Not even Aegon escaped having stupid children, let alone him, a mere descendant. Aenys was too weak to be king, Rhaegar only thought with his muscles. His son, Aegon, was simply arrogant and thought everyone should bow just because he was a prince. It was so stupid that he actually thought about stripping Aegon of his titles. However, thinking that Dorne would be furious about it, he set that idea aside for the moment. Knowing that the red and orange dragon already had riders, the rest of House Targaryen set their eyes on the beautiful blue-green dragon. Chapter 59, The Mother of Dragons. Cadmus looked at Rhaenys, Aegon, Gaemon, and Mikar with a curious gaze. Honestly, he felt their chances of successfully claiming a dragon were slim. Perhaps even an ordinary person had a better chance than they did. It wasn't that he looked down on Rhaenys, Aegon, Gaemon, and Mikar, but lineage was a major factor in this world. Rhaenys and Aegon's blood carried Rhoynar traits, while Mikar and Gaemon's blood bore the marks of the Stark lineage. Of these two bloodlines, one was an enemy of the Valyrian freehold, and the other was an element completely opposite to fire. Riella looked at her grandchildren and suppressed the urge to try claiming the dragon herself. She felt her grandsons and granddaughters were more suited for the task. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, regardless of which of Rhaegar's children tried, none could make the dragon so much as budge. Aegon, who tried even more fiercely than the others, nearly got bitten by the hatchling for attempting to touch it. The baby dragon's blue eyes were filled with distaste for Rhaegar's 4 children, which left everyone surprised and shocked. Especially for Rhaenys and Aegon, the distaste was so profound that the hatchling let out a threatening roar whenever they approached. "Why? There was no blow more devastating to Aegon than being so fiercely rejected. Arrogant as he was, he could see that the small dragon truly disliked him. On the contrary, it seemed to feel a deep loathing for him. Because the lineages of you four are incompatible, Cadmus said, lifting the small dragon from his head and stroking the scales on its neck. Without waiting for their response, he continued. Dragons are beings intimately tied to the world's magic, so lineage is a crucial factor in claiming one. Prince Aegon and Princess Rhaenys possess Rhoynar blood, and Princes Mikar and Gaemon possess Stark blood, which has a strong affinity for ice and snow. In short, you are practically incompatible with dragons. Cadmus looked at the four of them and spoke calmly. Rhaegar's expression turned somber in an instant, knowing that his children would struggle to claim a dragon was a heavy blow to House Targaryen. The more dragon riders, the better, but now it seemed things wouldn't be so easy. Even Rhaenys, the calmest of the four, looked pale, staring at the beautiful blue-green dragon with a trace of pain in her eyes. However, if anyone felt more guilt, it was both queens. They were deathly pale, knowing they were the source of their children's failure was a heavy blow for any mother, let alone a queen. They could only imagine how much they would be criticized if these words reached the ears of the common folk. I also have Rhoynar blood, Rhaegar said in a heavy tone. He clenched his fists, finding the perceived injustice unbelievable. He also had Rhoynar blood running through his veins. Daeron too had married Mariah Martell, so the king knew he carried that bloodline as well. He didn't understand why he had managed to claim a dragon while his children could not. To be more precise, you are a Targaryen with very pure blood. The marriage between Queen Rhaella and King Aerys made your blood quite pure. Not only that, but the marriages between members of House Targaryen after Daeron practically eliminated that lineage. The amount of Rhoynar blood in your body is minuscule, almost non-existent, given the generations between you and Daeron too, Cadmus said calmly. However, the blood of Queen Nymeria in House Martell is strong, almost like a parasite in the blood, it's hard to eliminate. Cadmus looked at the king and spoke steadily. As for House Stark, ice and fire are completely different attributes. I would be surprised if the dragon accepted Princes Mikar and Gaemon. Everyone's expressions were sorrowful. There is nothing sadder in the world than wanting something and never truly having it. The four princes and princess were feeling exactly that at this moment. They were so close to having a dragon, yet they couldn't, which left them deeply discouraged. Looking at their faces, Cadmus spoke with a curious look. Of course, if Daenerys helps, you might manage to claim the dragon, but be careful and don't be too invasive. Rhaenys breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Daenerys with a bright gaze. Dany, my best friend. She took one of Daenerys's hands and spoke in a gentle, sweet tone, making a shiver run down Daenerys's spine. She had never seen such sweetness and gentleness from the fierce, cheerful, and warrior-like Rhaenys Targaryen. Stop talking like that, you know I'll help you. Daenerys couldn't stand seeing Rhaenys so sweet and gentle, it was simply different from the niece she truly knew. Come to your mother. Looking at the small blue-green dragon, Daenerys spoke in a gentle tone. The dragon, as if understanding its mother's intentions, approached and sat in her lap next to Balerion. Touch him slowly. Don't show any intention of claiming him, just pet him, Daenerys whispered to Rhaenys. The princess with Dornish blood nodded and reached out her hand, slowly approaching the small dragon. The dragon looked at Rhaenys with a look of distaste in its eyes, but sensing that the woman who smelled of water had no intention of claiming him, he proudly allowed himself to be petted, as if it were a privilege he was granting this smelly woman. Rhaenys was thrilled to feel the smooth, warm, and soft touch of the dragon's scales. It was simply the most beautiful thing she had ever seen in her life. Rhaenys' progress gave hope to Aegon, Mikar, and Gaemon. If Rhaenys could do it, so could they. Daenerys looked at the small dragon, and through the special bond she shared with the four dragons, she felt that the small dragon had no intention of accepting Rhaenys. Petting was the most she could hope for. Feeling sorry for her niece, Daenerys looked at Rhaenys and shook her head. Rhaenys saw this and turned pale, stepping back with an expression full of reluctance. She felt she was so close, yet so far from her dream. After Rhaenys, Aegon couldn't take it and walked quickly toward the dragon. But unlike Rhaenys, who managed to control her greed and desires, the same could not be said for Prince Aegon. Aegon failed miserably, he couldn't even manage to pet the dragon before it tried to bite his hand. This made Cadmus smile sarcastically. Aegon would have to become a better version of himself to have even a slight chance of claiming a dragon. Aegon felt his face burning with shame, he felt that the eyes around him were mocking him, which wasn't entirely a lie. Cadmus was mocking him, but only Cadmus, no one else was. After Aegon came Gaemon. the boy managed to pet the dragon like Rhaenys, but Daenerys also shook her head, making the young prince sigh in disappointment. However, he seemed happy just to have petted a dragon. After Gaiman, it was Mikar's turn, but again, the small green dragon refused to accept a rider among the 4 princes and princesses. Rhaegar let out a sigh. He was truly concerned about this issue. Perhaps it was the first time House Targaryen had been so rejected by dragons. Fortunately, he and Daenerys had dragons of their own. Suddenly, under everyone's surprised eyes, the small blue-green dragon rose from Daenerys's lap, looked toward the door, and let out a long, guttural sound. While everyone was curious about the dragon's behavior, the door opened, and Barristan entered the king's chambers, holding a delicate young girl. The girl looked delicate and small, like a fragile little doll. She had a sweet and shy expression, but her sickly pale skin showed she had been ill for a long time. She had the characteristic hair of House Targaryen and rare silver eyes. She was Rhaegar's second daughter with Queen Lyanna, Naerys Targaryen. Lyanna quickly approached and took her daughter in her arms, looking at her with tenderness and love. "Did you sleep well, darling?" she asked in a gentle tone. "Yes, mother." The girl nodded and spoke in a shy tone, especially noticing there were strangers in the room. However, under Cadmus's surprised eyes, the blue-green dragon spread its wings and flew toward Lyanna, or rather, toward the girl in the queen's arms. Naerys, who was looking curiously at Cadmus, noticed a shadow advancing toward her but was not frightened. Looking into the beautiful blue reptilian eyes before her, she opened her mouth in shock and said, "Dragon." A smile appeared on Rhaegar's lips. House Targaryen had just gained its 3rd dragon rider. At the same time, it gave him hope that his other sons and daughter might manage to claim a dragon in the future. Cadmus also looked at the princess he had not yet met. He blinked and felt a strange magic within the girl. If he could describe what he was feeling, he would say the girl's magic was like a dream, volatile as mist and ethereal as a distant dream. A dreamer. Cadmus thought with a smile, looking at the beautiful 9-year-old girl.